Chapter 1, Sleeping and Gaining Vitality, Napping into a New Realm. My sister is the Empress. In the vast wilderness of the Northern Wilderness Mountain Range, a majestic expanse stretches for millions of miles, boasting a multitude of mountains, rumored to number around 100,000. Here, spiritual energy converges, and demonic aura pervades, rendering it a rare sanctuary untouched by human presence. At the foot of a great green mountain lies a secluded cave, deep within the dense, ancient forest where towering trees stretch skyward, their foliage lush and verdant. Within this cave, nestled in a damp and warm corner, lie 3 eggs. Suddenly, a shrill cry emanates from the middle egg, which cracks open slightly, revealing a smooth, bald head, followed by a pair of eyes, nostrils, and 2 small, sharp fangs. Hiss, wow! Where have I awakened from my slumber? Startled from a deep dream, Chengxian found himself in a state of bewilderment. He opened his mouth, confronted by an enveloping darkness. Attempting to move his body, he felt no sensation in his limbs, save for a hairless, bald tail that flicked about. He flicked his tongue out, revealing a forked, fleshy, pink serpent's tongue. Have I transformed into a young snake? Though he had traversed realms, he was deprived of his humanity, yet, perhaps not being human was acceptable as some are born in Rome, while others are destined to serve as beasts of burden. Chengxian, however, perceived himself as a divine mule, for a mule is forever fated to remain without spouse or progeny. As a weary mule, he yearned to recline, desiring to lie flat like a desiccated salted fish. Yet, he was unwilling to entirely relinquish the fight. A man born into this world cannot simply drift aimlessly, thus, he oscillated between fits of ambition and a languid existence, exhausting himself in the process. But now, he was no longer human. Excitement coursed through Chengxian. He turned his bald head to inspect his surroundings, noting that the other 2 eggs remained undisturbed. He extended his tail to poke each egg gently. No response, with his siblings still encased in their shells. Was his early emergence an indication of overzealousness? Such zeal seemed rather inappropriate. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Instinctively, he raised his tail to cover his mouth and yawned. Had he toiled so excessively in his previous life that even transmutation could not alleviate his fatigue? Or perhaps it was simply the nature of a young serpent. Regardless, he thought, why fret? If sleep beckons, then he shall succumb. No longer human, he need not rise at dawn, laboring tirelessly. He would not pressure himself to pursue education or career advancement. In this life, he would eat when hungry and sleep when drowsy, to slumber deeply until the world faded into oblivion. Ding. Host's intent perfectly aligns with the system. Ding. The infinite vitality growth system has successfully bound. Host, Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding snake. Rank, not yet ranked to become a first-tier beast, one must surpass 1,000 points of vitality. Vitality, 12. Physical strength, 12. Spirit, 62. Combat skills, none. Refinement points, 0. Oh, my, Chengxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this my golden finger for traversing realms? How swiftly it has arrived, system. Are you still there? With just a name, I can grow stronger without effort. Please note, the system is now activated. Every second the host sleeps will yield 1 point of vitality, with no upper limit. Vitality is the foundation of primordial blood, the beginning of cultivation. Refinement points can be consumed to refine vitality, enhancing physical strength, spirit, and combat skills. Vitality 111. The system will issue random tasks, granting the host opportunities to acquire spiritual techniques, combat skills, spiritual fruits, seeds, and refinement points. Please endeavor to complete tasks amidst your slumber. Vitality 111. In this vast wilderness, demonic beasts are categorized into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the strongest. A beast transforms into a demon, and the demon race's cultivation realms range from weak to strong: Great Demon, Demon General, Demon Commander, Demon Marquis, Demon King, Demon Emperor, and Demon Saint. Vitality 111. The points required for rank advancement will continually escalate. The host must seize every opportunity to sleep abundantly. Vitality 111. As the system relayed this information, the soothing cadence of the vitality count was hypnotic, lulling Chengxian into a daze. He mused, how delightful it is to grow stronger simply by sleeping. In a world populated by demonic beasts, he was genuinely concerned that his diminutive size would render him vulnerable, likened to a morsel of spicy snack. Possessing the ability to protect oneself is indeed a blessing. To live, especially to live well, who would wish for death? Every second spent in slumber would augment his vitality. To ascend to the first tier, he must surpass 1,000 points, equating to 1,000 seconds. A minute consists of 60 seconds, dividing 1,000 by 60? Subtracting 600 leaves 400, which divided by 60 yields Just over 16 minutes. Su Chengxian retracted, closing his eyes while using his tail to cover the cracked egg, instinctively calculating his advancement time in his mind. He resolved to indulge in a longer sleep. If not now, then when? What can one accomplish in 16 minutes? This time, he would sleep soundly until awakening naturally. Ideally, he would rise to find himself the mightiest in the realm. Damn that old fool. I am not dead. I knew it. As Su Chengxian drifted into a deep slumber, a woman's voice resonated in his mind, first laced with fury, then brimming with excitement, startling him into a flick of his tail. In his dazed state, he wondered, what is happening? Who is not dead? I, the illustrious Empress Lingxiao of the Holy Dynasty, could never perish so easily. That old fool surely did not anticipate this. He dared to use a handsome man to scheme against me. Upon my return, they shall meet their doom, an empress? Lingxiao, who is she? Su Chengxian slowly comprehended that he had heard movement beyond the eggshell. Had a brother or sister hatched? Curious, he peeked outside. Just in time to lock eyes with a pair of bright eyes set against a backdrop of emerald green. Young serpents can discern aura with a mere glance, and he instantly recognized this as his sister. He opened his mouth to greet her, only to find the little green snake wearing a look of disdain. Then, the voice echoed in his mind once more, This little snake, unable to even open its eyes, looking utterly foolish, is supposed to be my cheap older brother? A mere flower snake? How ugly! My eyes are burning. I detest chaos and disorder, yet, as my brother, despite lacking in aptitude and not possessing my brilliance, I shall graciously support it, allowing it to serve as a chariot dragging dragon horse in the future. With that, the little green snake retracted its head. Su Chengxian, disdain aside, she still offered him a position as a chariot dragging dragon horse. The Empress is magnanimous. I shall walk my own path, a gesture of respect. Fortunately, I am of pure color, An empress burdened with resentment found joy in having drawn a desirable appearance, uncertain whether to label it as open-mindedness or simply a carefree spirit. I shall commence my cultivation, a mere little serpent? Very well, just watch. Even if I transform into a serpentine creature of mixed bloodlines, I shall still achieve the path of an emperor. The empress brimmed with confidence and vigor. Su Chengxian thought to himself, at this rate, even digging a tunnel will prove to be a challenge for you. Our holy dynasty encompasses all, and we possess numerous techniques from the demon race. The most exceptional among them is the 10,000 Demon Emperor's secret. This is the one. How remarkable it is that one as wise and mighty as I can recall it all, cultivation. I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. With an unwavering focus on vengeance, the Empress dedicated herself to her cultivation, casting aside all distractions. Su Chengxian waited for a moment, but no further sounds filled his mind. He prepared to drift back into slumber. That previous nap had been exceedingly pleasant. He felt warm, as if immersed in soothing waters. Upon awakening, he could sense the vibrant energy coursing through his body. The sensation was exquisite. It seems I heard the system congratulating me in my dreams for becoming a first-tier demon beast. Refining point 1, he cast a glance at his status panel. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding serpent. Tier, first tier. To become a second-tier demon beast, blood energy must exceed 10,000 points. Blood energy, 1168. Physical strength, 12. Soul, 62. Combat techniques, none. Refining points, 11. So soon, I have reached first tier? Time spent. Never mind, it's unimportant. Back to sleep. A brief nap and a rise in tier. Delightful. However, just as he closed his eyes, an airy laughter echoed in his mind. Jia, this essence has returned to life. Chapter 2, What of the Daoist Empress? Dare to seize my egg, and I shall retaliate. Jia, indeed, the method of death evasion and recultivation is effective. This laughter did not bode well. Su Chengxian muttered in his heart, a bunch of meddlesome, ancient bones, forcing me, Lin Jianzi, to disperse my powers and begin anew is one thing, but to not even allow me to retain my original form, resulting in my transformation into a mere little serpent. Once this Daoist returns, I shall ensure you all are ground to dust and refined into my 10,000 souls banner. As the voice resonated, the serpent egg on his right began to stir. No need to inquire, it was surely the newly hatched sibling. Su Chengxian hesitated briefly, but curiosity overwhelmed him, and he peeked out. He locked eyes with the little white serpent beside him. Is this my brother in this life? Though somewhat unsightly, it matters not. Once refined into the 10,000 souls banner, all will appear as a mass of dark energy, rendering beauty irrelevant. It is said that blood relatives have a spiritual connection, refining it into the soul banner as the primary soul will yield boundless benefits. In my past life, I had no parents, no close kin, yet in this reincarnation, I find myself with a blood relative. However, before that, I must strengthen it. A weak and pitiful creature is most irksome. My 10,000 souls banner does not accept useless souls. Chengxian. Old man, I shall walk alone as a sixth, to express, what manner of brother or sister is this? The empress from the holy dynasty, Lingxiao, was somewhat better, although she found him ugly. At least she granted him a position to pull the cart. In contrast, the Daoist brother, Lin Jianzi, was far more audacious, wanting to refine him into that most unsettling 10,000 souls banner. The only brother across two lives was to be treated like an enemy responsible for your demise? This wretched brother must be discarded. With a swift motion, the little white serpent retracted its head back into the eggshell. So swift it left an afterimage. Chengxian mused, you may be swift, but should I choose to strike, I would surely give you a good bump on the head. System. He also withdrew into the eggshell, calling out to the system, why can I hear their thoughts? Within 1 meter, entities with intelligence and cultivation not exceeding 3 tiers below the host can be heard. Irrelevant response. Chengxian discerned that his system was quite rigid, resembling a database that merely reported information rather than engaging in a normal conversation. They cannot hear me, correct? How intriguing, Chengxian mused. Let me consider which technique to cultivate. This young serpent's physical form is far too weak, and it is not a human body, rendering my known techniques incompatible. Ha! Have I truly absorbed energy into my body in but a short time? I am indeed still myself. I shall cultivate the supreme clarity scripture. Only this cultivation method does not require an innate Tao body. My Dantian has finally begun to show signs of my essence. System, can I block their thoughts? Chengxian inquired. While hearing their thoughts was amusing, it was also quite disruptive to his slumber. Yes. Thus, the system complied, silencing the voices of the empress sister and Daoist brother. Chengxian's mind instantly quieted. Now I can rest in peace, he thought. And in the next moment, blood energy 111. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 1111. Congratulations, host has become a second-tier demon beast, refining point 1. Blood energy 1111. Uncertain how long he had slept, Chengxian awakened. He was stirred by hunger. Upon opening his eyes, a singular thought crossed his mind. Where's my phone? I need to order takeout. Turning his head, he caught sight of his scaly body, finally awakening to his new reality. I am now a serpent, not a human. And no longer in his original world. Thus, as a serpent, how does one satiate their hunger? Perhaps a taste of the eggshell. I've heard some oviparous creatures consume their own shells. Do snakes eat them? Uncertain, but it's worth a try. Chengxian extended his head, pushing open the serpent egg as before, biting at the edge. He took a bite. Ugh, the eggshell was soft. Biting into it, his teeth penetrated, yielding an odd texture. He immediately retched. Chengxian relished fine cuisine. As a human, one must have certain aspirations. At the very least, one should enjoy good food, lest they suffer a loss in taste. Cattle and horses, after all, seek only superior fodder. Earning a bit of coin to savor delicacies, he often sought to experience every flavor, rarely encountering something inedible. This time, however, he had met his match. Hiss hiss, from the left egg, a small green head emerged, mouth agape, revealing 2 tiny fangs. No need to hear thoughts. It was evident that it was mocking him. Then he noticed 2 suspicious small holes on the sibling's egg. Hiss hiss. You little empress, you eat eggshells too, and yet you mock me. Chengxian was both amused and enraged, lifting the block. He heard the sweet sister exclaim, ha ha. So the ugly flower serpent does not know that eggshells are inedible, eh? It called out. What is it saying? Infuriating. I cannot comprehend. Is it laughing? Could it be that it has seen the bite marks on my shell? Impossible. A young serpent cannot be so clever. Could it be? Is it also a reincarnation like me? Chengxian, well, the information is staggering. It turns out the empress also cannot understand hissing sounds. Hiss hiss, at that moment, a head emerged from the egg on the right. Has the younger brother of Dao Jun also been awakened by hunger? The 2 heads, one green and one white, turned simultaneously, their beady eyes glimmering with anticipation. Hiss, how curious. Why do these 2 foolish snakes gaze upon me? Have they detected something unusual about my presence? Chengxian swiftly turned away. He was not ready to reveal his true identity, for just a moment ago, he had decided that this game of who can hide better had officially commenced. Why has this flower snake suddenly turned its head? Could it possibly be peering into my thoughts? By heavens, Su Chengxian widened his eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, 3 bird eggs rolled in from the cave entrance. Plop! 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 They came to rest not far from the mud platform where the snake eggs lay. This immediately captured the attention of Daoist's younger brother. It seems they have instinctively sensed the commotion. I had surmised that the young snakes possess feeble spirits. How could they possibly discern the thoughts of others? Phew! Su Chengxian breathed a sigh of relief. Then he felt a flash before his eyes. Bird eggs. They are mine, bird eggs, they belong to me. The 2 little snakes, one green and one white, darted forward. What a sight it was to behold a famished snake emerging from its den. Then, they began to fight over the eggs. At first, they wrapped their tails around one each. Then they turned to bite the largest egg in the center. Goodness! Su Chengxian abruptly raised his head. 3 bird eggs, 3 little snakes. Why are you all trying to eat more than your share? He had to rush in, otherwise, the food would be gone. Wait a moment. He quickly glanced at the panel. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding snake. Rank, 2nd stage. To become a 3rd stage beast, blood energy must exceed 100,000 points. Blood energy, 10,187. Physical strength, 13. Spirit, 63. Combat techniques, none. Refinement points, 22. System, has my physical strength and spirit increased? Host, blood energy can nourish the body and soul, but without actively refining, the enhancement will be gradual. I see, Su Chengxian replied. Now, I wish to use my refinement points to enhance my physical strength. A robust physique is excellent for combat. No, for battling snakes, 1 refinement point can refine 10,000 blood energy. Every 100 points of blood energy can enhance physical strength by 1 point. Currently, 1 refinement point is available for use. Please confirm whether to proceed. Proceed, quickly. My eggs are about to be snatched away by those other snakes. Other things can be relinquished, but food must not be compromised. Commencing blood energy refinement for the host. Please note, for the safety of the host, the system has automatically activated a concealment feature to mask the fluctuations of blood energy. This will prevent detection by others. Should you wish to disable it, you may call upon the system again. Well done. Little blood. Su Chengxian was quite pleased. Such thorough consideration. Indeed, it was wise to accumulate wealth quietly. Then, a crimson glow flickered across his body, as blood energy surged and flowed, washing over every scale, every sinew, every bone. Within mere breaths, an extraordinary sensation, brimming with power, enveloped his entire being. This feeling was scorching, fervent, and slightly itchy, yet not unbearable. Rather, it was a delightful exhilaration. Surging. Thriving. Vibrant, it stirred within him an irresistible urge to engage in combat. Ding. The host has a new task. In the realm of beastkind, the strong prey upon the weak, yet an elder brother must act as a father, maintaining familial harmony and guiding siblings. Task, discipline the ungrateful younger siblings, seize all the bird eggs, and redistribute them. Task reward, 3 refinement points, 1 random spirit seed. Su Chengxian chuckled. To think he could also accomplish a task and earn rewards in the process. Hiss, dare you snatch my bird eggs? Even the Empress Daojun must be dealt with. Watch as this elder brother snake waves its tail. I shall strike. Chapter 3, The Empress strikes the Daoist Lord, gaining innate divine powers. With a swift motion, the little green snake lashed its tail, striking the second sister on the head with a whip-like force. The little green snake, upon feeling the pain from the blow, instinctively released its grip on the large bird egg it was biting, curling up in distress. Witnessing this scene, the white snake sensed impending trouble and quickly loosened its mouth to retreat with its own egg. Alas, it was too late. With another powerful swing, the little snake struck the tail of the third brother. The white snake, receiving a sharp blow, writhed in agony, instinctively releasing the bird egg and rolling away in pain. With a graceful flick of its tail, Su Chengxian effortlessly gathered the 3 bird eggs before him, standing tall and proud. Victory was within reach, almost without effort. Who dares to ambush me? The little green snake, despite its pain, managed to rise and glare at the assailant. Upon recognizing Su Chengxian, its round, dark eyes widened in disbelief. Is that you, foolish flower snake? Wait, is that my elder brother? The little white snake also prepared to attack but froze when it saw Su Chengxian's larger form. The resemblance in their auras indicated a close kinship. Yet the speed of his growth was astonishing. Without hesitation, they both lunged toward Su Chengxian, determined to reclaim the eggs. The allure of blood food was too great to ignore. With a resounding smack, both snakes were sent flying once again. They landed with a thud before scrambling back up. The little green snake's eyes flickering with uncertainty. It pondered whether their earlier defeats were due to overconfidence or the strength of their adversary. I have already drawn energy into my body, refining a trace of demonic power, becoming a demon beast. The demon clan thrives on blood food, I cannot abandon this egg. The little green snake reasoned, believing that the larger flower snake merely relied on its size and that luck had favored it so far. As Su Chengxian observed the two snakes, he found their inner thoughts amusing. The little green snake's self-proclaimed title as the empress and the little white snake's as the Daoist lord were quite comical, especially given their mere size. With a sudden burst of impatience, the little green snake lunged forward, revealing its fangs as it aimed for Su Chengxian. Channeling a hint of demonic energy, it moved faster than before. Futile attempt, my foolish sister, Su Chengxian declared, raising his tail to block the strike. The little green snake, filled with glee, bit down on the tail, expecting to cause discomfort and force the flower snake to relinquish the egg. However, it found its teeth met with an unexpectedly hard surface. Su Chengxian chuckled inwardly, easily able to evade the little green snake's attack but choosing not to waste time. With a mighty flick of his tail, he sent the little green snake tumbling away while simultaneously striking the little white snake's face. Both snakes rolled away, dazed and bewildered. As they regained their composure, they struggled to comprehend why they could not overpower a seemingly ordinary flower snake. Though the flower snake had been born before them, it had successfully refined its power, rendering them incapable of matching its strength. After another failed attempt to reclaim the eggs, both snakes lay on the ground, staring at Su Chengxian in disbelief. They realized their cultivation had been scattered, and this young snake's potential far surpassed theirs. Despite their frustrations, they lacked the strength to continue their assault. The bird eggs, radiating a subtle aura, were not ordinary. Consuming them would yield great benefits, yet they remained in the possession of the flower snake. Regret washed over them. Had they not been so greedy, they could have simply devoured one egg. Now, it was too late. While they wallowed in their despair, Su Chengxian couldn't contain his laughter. The sight of two diminutive snakes, claiming titles of empress and Daoist lord, was utterly delightful. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. Perhaps now you understand the consequences of not heeding your elder brother's advice. Enough of this play, let us divide the eggs and return to rest. With a triumphant hiss, he called out, startling both the little green and white snakes. Did he still possess the strength to confront them? Yet, instead of a confrontation, he nudged the nearest egg toward them, followed by another. The eggs rolled toward the two snakes, who eagerly caught them in their mouths, swallowing while casting incredulous glances at Su Chengxian. Did this flower snake truly just offer them the eggs? Though the largest one remained with him, his motives were still a mystery. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chengxian's actions were driven by the completion of his task. As they consumed the eggs, both snakes were unaware of the underlying intentions, focused solely on the nourishing contents within. The eggs were not ordinary, filled with rich vitality and a hint of spiritual energy. They were far superior to regular eggs. As the snakes closed their eyes in meditation, they began to absorb and digest the potent essence contained within. For them in the present moment, any opportunity for growth must not be overlooked. Su Chengxian noticed a faint mist swirling around the two serpents. The sister of the empress bore a hue of green tinged with black, while the brother, the Daoist lord, shimmered with a pale white glow. This must pertain to the cultivation techniques they had chosen. Considering their earlier sentiments, one could easily deduce that this egg was extraordinary. Without further hesitation, Su Chengxian opened his mouth and endeavored to swallow the egg. He then mimicked their movements to crush the shell with his body. As the shell broke and the liquid flowed out, he felt a cool essence filling his stomach, soon followed by a wave of warmth. Instantly, he became drowsy. Congratulations, host, on awakening the supernatural ability, feeding energy to transform blood. By consuming a serpent egg, you have gained 11 spirit points and 33 physical points. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward, 3 refining points and a random spirit seed. Awakening a supernatural ability? Feeding energy to transform blood? Was it truly that simple? A thought flickered in Su Chengxian's mind before his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. Blood energy, 111. Blood energy, 1111. Congratulations, host, on becoming a third-tier beast, gaining 1 refining point.
Blood energy, 1111.
Upon awakening, he discovered he was shedding his skin. It itched terribly, excruciatingly so. Unbearably uncomfortable, he wriggled in distress, feeling as though he was bound by something.
Desperate to break free.
The sensation was akin to wearing a shrunken, inferior woolen sweater, turned inside out.
It constricted his neck and pricked at him. To make matters worse,
he lacked claws to scratch the itch. After rolling about a few times, a spark of inspiration struck him. He quickly swam to the cave wall, seeking a protruding stone, and began to rub against it fervently.
Ah! What bliss! I rub! I rub! I rub, rub, rub! Following the instinct of his bloodline.
He used his snout and jaw to rub against the wall. When he managed to scrape off the skin at the corners of his jaw,
he immediately tilted his head back to scratch at the upper jaw.
Once both jaw corners were cleared, it became easier to shed the skin on his head. He swung his head and pressed his neck against the stone to continue rubbing.
Turning his head,
he noticed several pillar-like stones not far from the mud platform where the serpent egg lay. They varied in size and had many edges. This was just what he needed. Chengxian's eyes lit up as he swiftly coiled around the stones, scratching and rubbing against them. After a vigorous session, he finally completed the shedding of his skin.
Ah! What relief!
He lay back on the ground, exhaling deeply, feeling utterly relaxed, as if his entire serpentine being was light and joyful. He flicked the tip of his tail, sensing it had grown thicker.
Have I grown larger?
The once slender tip of his tail, previously as thin as a chopstick, now resembled a finger's width.
Rising,
he stretched out his body, estimating his length to be at least half a meter. The thickest part of him was nearly as thick as a rolling pin. He had heard that shedding skin signified growth, but he had never anticipated such a transformation at once. Upon reflection, this was a world where the demon race existed. Perhaps his particular kind of serpent was simply meant to reach such a size.
He glanced at the empress's sister and the Daoist lord brother.
The faint glow around their bodies fluctuated with the rhythm of their breathing, clearly still in the midst of cultivation. They too appeared to have grown significantly,
though undoubtedly not as much as he had.
Chengxian felt reassured. Despite the commotion he had caused, he had not disturbed them. They were indeed focused, worthy of their former titles as Empress and Daoist Lord. He then took note of his status panel. Host, Chengxian, species, water-avoiding serpent, rank, 3rd tier, to become a 4th tier beast, blood energy must exceed 500,000 points, blood energy, 412. 187, physical realm, mortal body realm, 29810,000, spirit realm, mortal soul realm, 26110,000, supernatural combat skill, feeding energy to transform blood, supernatural, refining points, 33, over 400,000 blood energy. Did I sleep for 5 days? Calculating the time required for blood energy growth led him to a swift conclusion.
Then he was astonished to discover, have I become more intelligent?
Though more intelligent may not be entirely accurate, it was more accurate to say that his mind felt clearer. Next, he noticed some discrepancies on the status panel.
System. What is going on here? Why are there realms following the physical and spirit sections? And the refining points have decreased by 3.
The 3 points he received as a task reward are missing.
And the spirit seed. Excess refining points will be automatically allocated to refine blood energy, enhancing the host's physical and spirit realms.
Blood energy activation enables rapid growth in size. Serpents possess the innate ability to shed skin and can endure this perfectly. The consolidation level of the spirit and physical realms has surpassed 100, successfully unlocking the cultivation realm.
Congratulations, host, on entering the cultivation realm. You have become one among the demons.
The awarded spirit seed has been distributed, please check nearby for it.
Isn't one required to transform before being considered part of the demon race? Chengxian mused while searching. Demon beings are those that are different from the ordinary.
Those who are different but have not attained wisdom are termed demon beasts or demon plants. Upon gaining wisdom and understanding the path of cultivation,
one may be called a demon. Among them, those capable of transformation are now referred to as the demon race. Now, Su Chengxian pondered, was it not so before? The system offered no reply.
He did not press further, deeming it unimportant. Instead, he seized the opportunity of his clear mind to inquire about more pertinent matters.
For instance,
based on the system's automatic allocation of refining points and blood energy refinement, it seemed there was an intentional balance being sought between the physical and spirit realms.
System, is there a necessity to maintain equilibrium between the two?
If the disparity between the physical and spirit realms is too great, it may lead to the body losing control or being unable to support the spirit.
Indeed, Su Chengxian nodded in understanding.
In essence, it was a matter of compatibility.
What then of the supernatural ability I have acquired, feeding energy to transform blood? Feeding energy to transform blood allows the host to consume all forms of energy,
directly converting them into blood energy for refinement, nourishing the spirit and physical body.
No wonder. No wonder before falling asleep
he seemed to have heard a prompt about gaining spirit and physical enhancements. The ability to directly refine was certainly advantageous, though the yield felt a tad lacking. A rough calculation indicated that consuming one bird egg over 5 days had led to a combined enhancement of less than 50 points across both realms. This was far less efficient than spending a refining point to consume blood energy, which was easily obtained with just an hour of rest. Moreover, to eat a bird egg,
wouldn't one need to raid a bird's nest?
Some birds are also known to prey on serpents.
Not to mention, this egg contained spiritual energy and likely had a noteworthy origin. It seemed to be the egg of a serpent-catching spirit magpie?
Indeed, some birds do eat serpents. It was not that he lacked ambition, it was simply unnecessary to strive.
Since one could grow stronger by merely existing, why not embrace the situation? Su Chengxian extinguished any thoughts of venturing out to find more bird eggs.
For a slender, feeble little serpent like him, going outside would undoubtedly be perilous.
System, what type of seed is this? He turned back and soon spotted the randomly awarded spirit seed.
It was quite conspicuous beside the mud platform of the serpent egg. As it had sprouted, 2 slender leaves emerged, subtly gathering a wisp of mist. One could easily mistake it if not paying close attention.
Spirit gathering grass. What is its use?
It gathers spiritual energy, allowing for restful slumber.
Oh, this is splendid.
Su Chengxian beamed with joy.
He swam over, pushed the eggshell aside,
coiled himself, and leaned his nose close to the little grass, preparing to drift back to sleep.
Grr.
However, upon closing his eyes, he realized he simply could not fall asleep.
Hunger gnawed at him. The hunger grew increasingly insistent. Feeling famished, slumber eludes me.
I gaze once more at the green and white serpents, yet they remain still.
Are they not hungry? Perhaps they truly are not.
In that fleeting moment of doubt,
Su Chengxian found his own answer. What technique could rival the divine power of consuming qi to transform blood? The process of digestion is undoubtedly slow,
and the rates of absorption and conversion differ. I consume swiftly and absorb well.
Yet hunger strikes quickly.
Surrounded by nothing but earthen walls within the cave, I realize there is one more thing.
Surely, I cannot eat the skin I just shed? Ding! The system has a new task. Wasting food is a shameful act.
Snake skin can be consumed, please do not waste it.
Task, consume the snake skin. Reward, refinement points 2, random spirit seed 1. System, where is your integrity? Su Chengxian blared. Issuing such a task, compelling me to consume my own shed skin? The system lacks integrity. Ha!
Su Chengxian mused, it is only natural for a system that strengthens one through sleep to lack such principles.
So, shall I eat or not?
Speaking of which, I have never tasted snakeskin before.
Why not give it a try? What is there to fear? To my surprise, it actually has a delightful chewiness. It bears a resemblance to the texture of beef jerky. Indeed.
No one can escape the law of true fragrance dictated by my sovereign self, Emperor Jingzi, Su Chengxian pondered as he chewed.
Soon, he finished his shed skin. Though not full, my hunger is at least abated.
Closing my eyes, I shall sleep and cultivate my 4th tier blood essence.
Blood essence 111.
By consuming snake skin, you will gain Spirit 3, Physique 5, Blood Essence 11111. Congratulations, host, for becoming a Tier 4 demon beast.
Refinement points 1. Blood Essence 11111. Hiss. Ha ha. I, too, have broken through to the second tier. Consecutive breakthroughs. Truly, I am extraordinary.
Just as Su Chengxian enjoyed a deep slumber, the small green snake awoke from its cultivation, its eyes sparkling with delight, thoroughly satisfied with its progress. Feeling the demon power within, it glanced at a certain flower snake that had grown quite plump and thought to itself, "Ugly flower snake. This time, I shall not spare your snake gall. Unless, of course, you have not grown."
Why am I so itchy? Ling Xiao bent down, preparing to attack.
Only to feel a sudden discomfort and an uncontrollable itch. Realizing something, driven by instinct, it darted toward the stone pillar and began to rub against it.
The shedding process was remarkably smooth.
Moments later, she completely shed her old skin, revealing a vibrant array of emerald scales, imbued with a newfound vitality.
Ah! So this is the sensation of shedding skin within the Serpent clan.
The process drained much of her energy, prompting her to coil around the stone pillar and rest. During this time, she glanced up and caught sight of Su Chengxian, who had returned to the muddy platform to sleep, and could not help but sneer, "Indolent snake." Still sleeping, no less, with bubbles forming at its nostrils. Thinking of how this fellow had devoured the largest bird egg, Ling Xiao felt it was a pity for the egg. Before awakening its intelligence and understanding cultivation methods, one could only gain a mere fraction of spiritual energy to nourish the soul and hasten the awakening of intelligence. Furthermore, blood and flesh would strengthen the physique. Unlike me, who can fully refine it. That is how I broke through to the second tier. The absence of other shed skins in the cave indicates this fellow has yet to shed. Without having shed, yet possessing this size, it must have some latent bloodline potential. Possessing strength without knowing how to wield it is a waste. Ling Xiao thought. I am now at the second tier, I do not believe I cannot defeat you. Once I have rested, I shall reclaim what I previously lost. At that moment, she also noticed the small white snake on the other side. A glance caused her to straighten up. Indeed, he is also cultivating. Having previously sensed something peculiar about this brother during the egg-snatching incident. Now witnessing the swirling spiritual energy surrounding him confirmed her suspicions. This little white snake possesses intelligence like her. Moreover, it appears to be practicing a profound technique. However, it remains unknown which sect he belongs to. Ling Xiao contemplated silently, if I could have him as an ally, it would be a fortuitous occurrence. Yet, until I ascertain friend or foe, I must not reveal my identity. The relationship between the sacred dynasty and the sects of the Profound Gate has always been intricate. In the next moment, sensing a flicker of spiritual energy from the little white snake, she quickly averted her gaze. Lin Jianzi concluded his cultivation. Hiss. A gleam shone in the serpent's eyes. He has broken through to the second tier. Spirit Treasure True Classic is indeed enigmatic. Enabling an ordinary snake of lesser potential to effortlessly ascend from a common serpent to a second-tier demon beast. And that bird egg, truly a rare item. I wonder how it fortuitously rolled into this cave. Could it be that my reincarnation and recultivation have attracted the favor of the heavens? Immediately, he turned his gaze towards the other two little snakes in the cave. How has the foolish flower snake grown so much? The snake has also grown considerably. Why is it coiling around the stone pillar? And what is this, snake skin? Lin Jianzi's pupils narrowed, on high alert as he stealthily approached the stone pillar, which bore no trace of the little snake's scent. Shortly thereafter, he too shed his old skin. Just like Ling Xiao, he coiled around the stone pillar to rest. Within the cave, three little snakes, one sleeps soundly, while the other two harbor their own thoughts, resulting in a moment of quietude. After a stick of incense had passed, Ling Xiao was the first to stir. Releasing the stone pillar, she swam forward a few paces and assumed an attacking posture towards the flower snake on the muddy platform. Then, she turned and flicked her tongue at the little white snake. Hiss hiss. She believed the other would surely understand her intent. This green snake is inviting me to join in the attack against the foolish flower snake? Lin Jianzi's eyes flickered, and he readily accepted. It was not in his nature to let grievances go unaddressed. Thus, the two, one green, one white, formed an unspoken alliance,
silently dividing to flank the flower snake. They launched their assault. Their movements became rapid and precise, almost instantaneous as they surged forth.
The speed was such that they left after images, directly pouncing upon their unsuspecting prey. In that instant, their bodies tensed to the utmost. Each summoned forth the power within, their scales shimmering faintly, jaws agape, sharp fangs glinting with a cold light. This exemplifies the distinction between those with intelligence and those without.
All things possess spirit, every race has its inherent talents.
Embarking on the path of cultivation awakens the innate battle techniques of the demon race. Biting, flicking tongues, constricting, devouring, injecting venom, these are unique gifts of the serpent lineage.
The water snake is non-venomous, thus the techniques being deployed by the two snakes are those more adeptly wielded by non-venomous serpents, snake bites.
If they had not awakened their minds, they would likely be left to rely solely on instinct, waiting an eternity for growth. However, their proactive invocation of power allows them to unleash their innate abilities. With a soft yet lethal hiss, their fangs aim true to penetrate the flesh of their quarry. Yet, the two had no intent to slay the flower snake, thus. The fangs targeted its tail tip and the top of its head, precisely where it had been struck before.
Ha ha! I struck true. Ling Xiao rejoiced, but immediately felt something amiss. I struck true.
Yet, the fangs failed to pierce the scales.
At the same time. This is bad.
Lin Jianzi sensed a recoil from the bite,
causing his roots to ache, and he quickly released his grip, turning to flee.
It was at this moment that Su Chengxian awoke.
Hiss hiss. Who is scratching my itch?
And scratching my soles and scalp, no less.
How wicked.
Feeling discomfort, he instinctively whipped his tail and shook his head. The refinement of his blood and spirit continually elevated his soul and physique, enabling his inadvertent movements to achieve astonishing speed. Even as Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sensed impending danger and sought to flee, they were still struck head-on.
The sound resounded with a sharp crack, followed by the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Su Chengxian was now alert, raising his head to inquire what was amiss. Ding! The host has a new task.
Task details: teach a lesson to those who dare to ambush your younger brother and sister, and make them consume their own snake shed.
Task reward, refinement points 2. Random Spirit Seed 1, a series of tasks to be a good elder brother has successfully commenced. Task details: discipline your younger siblings. Achieve the discipline through combat accomplishment 3. Reward, refinement points 5, Random Spirit Seed 1, oh? Such delightful news? Hiss. Su Chengxian immediately narrowed his eyes with mischievous intent. Dare to ambush me? They must be punished.
He flicked his tail and charged forward.
Hiss.
Ling Xiao, upon seeing this, was taken aback,
yet chose to confront the challenge head-on. The empress would never retreat. However, he was swiftly sent flying by a single swing of Su Chengxian's tail. Ling Yunzi,
recognizing the dire situation, attempted to evade, but Su Chengxian's speed was too formidable, allowing him to experience the thrill of soaring without wings.
Hiss.
After all was said and done, Su Chengxian proudly raised his head, the tip of his tail pointing towards the direction of the stone pillar where the snake shed lay.
Eat. I have consumed mine, can you refuse?
Simultaneously, he opened the mental barrier towards the Empress and Dao Lord, confirming their comprehension of his intentions. It turned out that both were quite astute. Not only could they grasp his meaning, but they also extrapolated further.
What does this foolish snake imply? Is it demanding us to consume the snake shed? How could I possibly eat? Wait.
Ling Xiao suddenly froze.
Could it be that the foolish flower snake has already shed its skin and merely consumed the shed itself? I underestimated this flower snake. Ling Yunzi mused, realizing its formidable prowess. Has it undergone a major transformation, received a bloodline inheritance, or simply reverted to an ancestral bloodline?
Chapter 6, The dependable mother snake and affectionate siblings. The little flower snake has experienced an ancestral bloodline awakening, yet it does not engage in cultivation. If it were to share the same path of recultivation as I, it would certainly not settle for mediocrity, nor indulge in foolish gluttony and slumber. Lacking the awakening of the bloodline through the mystical techniques of the demon race, its future achievements are bound to be limited.
Very well.
I shall endure for the time being, and reclaim what is rightfully mine in due course." Though the two snakes silently grumbled, they did not hesitate to follow Su Chengxian's guidance and move to consume their respective snakeskins. They then reaffirmed the profound truth of the great path proclaimed by Emperor Jingzi.
The little flower snake, following its instincts, prompted us to consume the snakeskins. Indeed. I am clever. I have guessed correctly once more. Su Chengxian grinned. These two creatures are undeniably deserving of a lesson. He deduced that the snake was not a reincarnated cultivator, for it neither practiced cultivation nor exhibited ambition, lacking the signs of awakened intelligence. Thus, he concluded that it was simply a native flower snake, fortunate enough to have awakened a trace of ancestral bloodline, yet with very limited potential for growth. Consequently, it would soon be completely surpassed by the two others. At that time, I shall reclaim both the principle and the interest of what I have endured. Had ha. Su Chengxian mused, if this is how you wish to think, then so be it. I need not worry about my task. Congratulations, host, for successfully teaching a lesson to those who dared to ambush your brother and sister, and for making them consume the snakeskins. Reward acquired, refinement points 2. Random spirit seed 1. The system's reward signified that the two snakes had finished consuming the snakeskins. Su Chengxian savored the exquisite essence of blood energy being refined. And at last, he beheld a spirit seed landing on the mud platform where he had previously slumbered. Just as he prepared to swim over, he heard a sound at the cave entrance. Hiss. Child, are you awake? Turning his head, Su Chengxian was startled to see a massive snake head peering in. My goodness! The sudden appearance of the white snake head took him by surprise. Upon hearing its thoughts, he regained his composure, pondering, could it truly be my mother? Hiss. As the great white snake slithered in, he felt a surge of curiosity and moved closer. This was, after all, his first encounter with his biological mother in 2 lifetimes. The great snake's vertical pupils reflected Su Chengxian's current form, a flower snake over half a meter long, somewhat plump, lifting its head and staring with wide eyes, appearing rather foolish. Hiss. Is this the elder sibling? It is not afraid of me. The great white snake's thoughts were gentle, accompanied by a peculiar pause. It expressed joy at Su Chengxian's approach, its voice laced with delight. Hiss. It arched its body, lifted its head, and turned to swim back outside the cave. Little flower. Clever one, recognize me. Little green, little white, still foolish. Bird eggs, useful. Go again, steal. Ha? Su Chengxian blinked. Did I hear incorrectly? What did the great white snake just say? Go again, steal, bird eggs? It turned out that the 3 bird eggs from earlier were offerings from the mother. He mused. So that's why it was so coincidental. Just as I felt hungry, 3 bird eggs rolled in. They were indeed provisions from a mother to her young. Then, recalling how the great white snake had praised him for being clever while calling little green and little white foolish, he felt an immense sense of joy. Grateful for his mother's affirmation, he turned and stuck out his tongue at little green and little white. Hiss. And what of the Empress Lingxiao and Daoist Jun Lingyun? They took another's physical form and even refused to acknowledge their mother. I look down upon you. Hiss. What is this foolish snake doing? Lingxiao pondered, is it mocking me? This dimwit dares to approach a great snake and still jokes at my expense. How peculiar. Why did the white snake not devour it? I cannot be mistaken. The python clan consumes their kind without regard for blood ties, especially among snakes of differing sizes, where the smaller snake is mere prey for the larger. Thus, snake demon beasts discard their eggs, and once hatched, the young snakes immediately depart unless they awaken their intelligence. However, ordinary demon beasts must reach at least the 5th tier to condense blood energy and draw upon spiritual energy to nourish their souls, gradually awakening their intellect and understanding of cultivation. The white snake bears no traces of blood energy, its strength cannot exceed the 5th tier. Perhaps it has consumed treasures infused with spiritual energy? That would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Ah, I see now. Su Chengxian understood. These two do not know that snakes consume their own skins, yet they comprehend that snakes may eat their kin. Snakes can discern the aura of blood relations, recognizing their sibling ties, and naturally, they can identify that the approaching great snake is their mother.
However, the mother snake lacks the instinct to care for her young. Conversely, she may, for certain reasons, consider them as potential food. Logically speaking, a mother snake would not typically return after laying eggs. Thus, the great white snake's sudden entrance startled them, prompting a retreat. Ah, no wonder the mother snake has only now appeared. Chengxian pieced together the information and grasped the general situation. The snake clan, or more accurately, the unintelligent snakes, lacks any concept of family. Yet their mother snake, due to some peculiar circumstance, has awakened her intelligence prematurely. For reasons unknown, she attempts to facilitate their awakening as well. The bird eggs must indeed be bird eggs. He speculated that the mother snake might have inadvertently consumed bird eggs containing spiritual energy, leading her to steal them to nourish them. Not residing within this cave, she likely guards the entrance instead. In this regard, I am rather fortunate, Chengxian mused, to have encountered a reliable mother. Before departing, the mother snake mentioned her intent to steal more eggs. Remembering the flavor of the bird eggs, he felt a sense of anticipation. Having just awakened, he found himself unable to sleep, and, feeling hungry, he curled up feigning slumber, awaiting the arrival of the bird eggs. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were filled with uncertainty, hesitating over whether to leave the cave to avoid being consumed by the great snake. After all, there may not be another chance for rebirth. How infuriating! How could I forget that this cave may not be safe? Why did the white snake retreat? If it has gained intelligence, having it as a protector would be advantageous. I am still far too weak. Is that foolish flower snake asleep again? Its calm demeanor raises suspicion. Can it communicate with the mother snake? Or is it simply too ignorant to recognize danger? Perhaps it is best to leave, one cannot take risks. The two snakes, in unison, made the decision to depart. The green and white ones swam toward the cave entrance. As they passed by the flower snake, they paused momentarily. Should I not drive away this ugly flower snake? If it survives, it may prove useful in the future. Chengxian opened his eyes just as the two snakes were about to open their mouths to awaken him. He raised his body, flicked his tail, and pushed the two snakes back. No, consuming all 3 bird eggs alone would not be fair. Where will you go? Nowhere. Just wait patiently for mother to bring the bird eggs. Considering that these two had called upon him during their flight, he decided to keep them around. Chengxian was determined to block any attempts by Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi to leave. After several confrontations, he thwarted all their efforts. Frustrated, they noticed him glancing toward the cave entrance and gradually ceased their attempts to escape. Hiss! Before long, faint sounds emanated from outside the cave. Subsequently, 3 bird eggs rolled in one after another. The empress and the Daoist could not help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. There truly are some? However, the delight did not end there. Hiss! Ha ha ha! The meal from Mother Snake has arrived. I can finally return to my slumber. Hiss! Am I, perhaps, being nourished by the Mother Serpent? Alas! I must repay this kindness. Hiss! I never leave debts of fate outstanding. Very well, I shall repay 100-fold. 3 bird eggs. 1 for each serpent. The not-so-bright Chengxian is but a mere pretender. The reincarnated empress and Dao monarch are sufficiently clever. The mother serpent comes and goes. And the 3 long serpents in the cave all understand where these bird eggs originate. They gaze with wide, curious eyes. As the bird eggs draw near, the pupils of the 3 little serpents dilate further. These bird eggs? They differ from the previous ones, being significantly larger and imbued with a faint luminescence, shimmering in a mesmerizing way. This is spiritual energy. Spiritual energy manifest? This is an egg from a beast of tier 3 or above. It must come from a creature of extraordinary bloodline to be birthed. The radiance upon the eggshell is a phenomenon of surrounding spiritual energy being attracted and gathered. The power of a demon beast is constrained by both tier and bloodline. Tier signifies the present, while bloodline foretells the future. Among creatures of the same tier, those with a potent bloodline possess greater vitality and can more readily attract spiritual energy. In other words, they will awaken their intelligence and cultivate at a quicker pace. Good heavens!
Whose egg have you pilfered? Su Chengxian mused.
Judging by appearance, it bears a striking resemblance to the egg of the serpent-catching bird.
Has my mother set her sights on the family of serpent-catching birds?
I hope this does not invite trouble.
Humph.
A mere demon beast egg would not have even made it to my dining hall in the past. Ling Xiao regained some composure and inwardly sought to redeem her dignity. I must not lose the regal demeanor of the empress over a single bird egg.
Indeed, it is somewhat lacking, yet it suits my current corporeal needs perfectly.
Lin Jianzi thought with restrained satisfaction.
Unencumbered by familial or sect obligations, the Dao monarch had tasted countless exquisite delicacies.
Even dragon liver and phoenix gall were not beyond his experience. Thus, his slight loss of composure was merely due to its suitability.
Su Chengxian, tch. What a pretense! There are no outsiders here.
Moreover, he heard their thoughts, indicating that these two are deceiving even themselves. Yet, that does not hinder their rapid dash toward the bird eggs.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flashed, almost simultaneously lunging for the two eggs.
One serpent coiled around one egg, opening its mouth to swallow it whole. Clearly, they had learned from past experiences and understood that with a patterned serpent nearby, only what was in their mouths would count.
However,
Su Chengxian would not allow them to succeed so easily. He had a series of tasks to complete. Without hesitation, he rushed over, swiftly raising his tail to strike.
Bang! Bang! The strikes were precise and forceful, ensuring no injury, yet certainly painful.
With experience gained from repeated strikes, he managed to control the force perfectly.
The two serpents,
hit by the blows, instinctively released the bird eggs, curling their bodies to roll aside, alleviating their pain while evading further attacks.
Hiss!
They turned to see who had struck them. The little green serpent lashed its tail against the ground in fury.
Ugly flower serpent! Why do you strike me still? I only took one bird egg this time. Hiss!
The little green serpent hissed in dissatisfaction.
I only snatched a single egg. Hiss! Do you dare to argue?
Though I need not a reason to strike you, as your elder brother, I shall provide one. Su Chengxian lifted his head high, tail raised, rolling the three bird eggs together.
The tip of his tail poked at each one.
The three bird eggs varied in size.
Ling Xiao displayed a guilty expression.
The one she had chosen was the largest among them.
Have I not become accustomed to this? As the empress, the sovereign of the holy dynasty, she has always sought the best.
Even before ascending to the throne, as the saintess of the holy dynasty, she always selected the finest items before anyone else had the chance.
How childish! To bicker over the size of bird eggs.
Lin Jianzi, meanwhile, wore an expression of exasperation. He had not noticed this detail at all, he had merely chosen the option most favorable to himself.
Su Chengxian cast a sidelong glance at him. Good heavens! Are you not childish? If you are not childish, why did you rush towards the second largest egg?
I can't be bothered to waste breath on you. With a flick of his tail, he drew the largest egg to his side.
Humph!
Whether by age or size, I am entitled to the largest. The remaining two eggs rolled toward Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi respectively, the larger for the empress sister, and the smaller for the Dao monarch brother.
Hiss, eat up!
The two serpents glanced at the bird eggs, then at Su Chengxian. They then coiled around their respective eggs and retreated to opposite ends of the cave.
Humph, sowing discord?
I shall not be deceived.
I will not be bought by a single bird egg. You offer the smallest to me?
Very well, I shall remember this.
Su Chengxian. Ha!
The two of them consumed their bird eggs, as before, crushing the shells. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi assumed their meditative postures and began their cultivation. Before entering a state of deep focus, they exchanged glances. The ugly flower serpent posed no threat, but the white serpent was different. I cannot lose to this figure from the Xianmen, I must assert my dominance. This green serpent, like myself, is also a reincarnated cultivator.
Its temperament is domineering and unyielding,
resembling one who has long held power. Observing the demon energy surrounding it, it must have cultivated a demon clan technique.
Was it a demon in its past life? Or a human? Su Chengxian. Good heavens! What on earth has transpired that I am unaware of? Why do these two suddenly seem intent on unmasking each other's identities? Moreover, they appear to possess more knowledge than I, who has the advantage. Xianmen figures? Demon cultivation techniques? This is growing intriguing.
Two clever individuals, combined with my own exceptional circumstances, this game of who can hide better shall be entertaining.
Of course. I shall not be defeated. As long as I do not confess, who could discern my true identity? Su Chengxian returned to the earthen platform and swallowed the bird egg, crushing it. Ah! What bliss!
The egg liquid flowed forth, suffused with spiritual energy, causing him to feel as if he were floating in ethereal bliss. Consuming the egg of the serpent-catching bird grants 89 to spirit and 76 to physique.
Su Chengxian was taken aback.
The increase in these values evidently confirmed the extraordinary nature of this bird egg.
It also heightened the vague sense of unease within him.
System, while I slumbered. Allocate all refining points to enhance physique and spirit.
Understood, host. Vitality 111. Vitality 1111. Su Chengxian awoke once more, 20 days later.
He was again the first to awaken, and, as before, began to shed his skin.
He then consumed the shed skin.
Observing his current state, he noted, host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding serpent, tier 4, to become a 5-tier demon beast, vitality must exceed 2,500,000 points, vitality 1,810. 087, Physique Realm, Mortal Body Realm, 69810,000, Spirit Realm, Mortal Soul Realm, 73310. 000, Divine Ability Combat Skill, consuming energy to transform blood, Divine Ability, refining points, 04, Vitality has increased significantly, and both spirit and physique have nearly doubled. Surely this should suffice, Su Chengxian mused. A glance at his form revealed he had transformed from a half-meter-long stick into a small branch over a meter long. His heart felt steadier, yet he still sensed a lack of security. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the two small serpents in the corner. He hissed ominously. As I ponder, I must devise a compelling reason to deliver a thorough thrashing to my sister, the empress, and my brother, the Daoist monarch. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi have concluded their meditative practices, awakening from a state of oblivion. They revel in the pulsations of power coursing through their beings, utterly satisfied. I have reached the 3rd tier. Ha ha! The ugly flower serpent sneers, I shall reclaim what was lost, Both serpents turn to behold a rather grand, flamboyant stick propped on the mud platform. Momentarily stunned. How has this creature grown so much? Has it awakened its bloodline? As they hone their techniques, their mastery and speed in harnessing and refining spiritual energy continue to ascend. They have nearly absorbed all the essence from the egg liquid, augmenting their own strength and vitality. A portion of this vitality has been expended on their cultivation. Thus, their forms have not grown significantly, remaining below the threshold of shedding their skins. Yet the flower serpent's size far exceeds their expectations. Am I hallucinating? This cannot be. Has it converted all the egg essence into vitality? Impossible. As far as I know, even a demon saint's bloodline cannot achieve this. They stand bewildered, while Su Chengxian does not share their stupor. He charges forward, delivering a brutal assault upon the two serpents without restraint. I knew you would provoke me upon waking. Therefore, I shall strike first. Is there a problem? Not a single one. Unconvinced? Then I shall strike again. Here I come. The combat ensues, with the two little serpents utterly incapable of retaliation. Although their powers have increased considerably, it is evident that the flower serpent is still stronger. Not only in physical prowess but also in speed. The density of its soul has seen substantial improvement, otherwise, it could not maneuver its body with such finesse. Yet, it seems still unfamiliar with its own strength. During the fray, its tail strikes them with varying force, perhaps out of concern for injuring Su Chengxian. Ling Xiao feels insulted and enraged. This creature's fighting style is peculiar. I have never heard of a serpent using its tail as a whip. Lin Jianzi muses in confusion. It neither entwines nor tears, it does not bite nor spit venom, truly bizarre. Initially, he thought it coincidental. Yet now, as the flower serpent actively attacks, its technique has become refined, resembling the rudiments of combat skill.
However, it lacks demonic or spiritual energy, relying solely on its formidable physique.
Without the knowledge to wield magical power, it cannot truly master combat techniques.
Nevertheless, against them, its sheer physical strength is sufficient. Though they are vexed, especially upon realizing that the flower serpent is intentionally holding back its strength to avoid harming them.
A sense of shame and indignation arises within them.
Yet they must concede, together, they cannot triumph over the serpent.
They can only rely on their extensive combat experience to defend themselves from injury. Sensing their capability to protect themselves, the flower serpent gradually relinquishes its restraint, intensifying its assault. Having been formidable beings for many years, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi refuse to concede easily. Moreover, for them, combat serves as a means of physical refinement.
Thus, this sibling rivalry continues until both serpents are utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground.
Victorious, Chengxian shakes his head and sways his tail.
Awakening from slumber to engage in battle leaves one invigorated. Defeating the two little serpents is hardly a cause for celebration.
If these serpents were the reincarnated empress and Daoist monarch, then indeed, it would be a moment of joy. Congratulations, host, for completing the series of tasks.
Achieving the Defy and Conquer Achievement 3. Reward, 5 refinement points, random spiritual seed 1. This is a certainty.
Chengxian calculates the impending refinement points, contemplating the enhancement of his strength.
Feeling assured that even if the serpent matriarch invites the snake-catching birds due to her mischief, he would withstand it. Just as this thought crosses his mind,
he hears the rustling of wings outside the cave.
Could it be mere coincidence? Flap, flap.
The sounds draw closer, accompanied by bird calls.
Oh no, they are truly here.
The volume of the sounds indicates that the approaching birds are not small, and there are certainly more than one.
System, Chengxian promptly declares. Allocate all refinement points to enhance my soul and physique.
He then quietly glides toward the cave entrance, preparing to assess the situation.
Behind him,
the blue and white serpents also rise slowly, following closely.
The entrance is small.
Outside the cave, the sun sets, casting a golden glow over the forest, which is painted in rich hues. The river glimmers, reflecting the vibrant colors of the large bird's feathers.
Chengxian dares not venture too far.
Positioning himself against the cave wall, peering outside, he notices 3 curved, hooked talons, attached to long, iron-blue bird legs, covered in fine scales emanating a strong odor.
Flap, flap.
The earth and stones are constantly disturbed as the large bird attempts to excavate the cave entrance. Suddenly, as if sensing the scent of the serpents, the bird's claws lunge toward his direction, followed by its sharp beak aiming to strike down. Bang! What in the world? Chengxian quickly twists away to evade.
What tier of bird is this? So fierce.
The talons are over 10 centimeters long, and he feels that such a strike could easily crush a human skull.
Host has a new task. Task content: eliminate the invading 5th-tier snake-catching bird.
You will receive a reward of 15 refinement points and a premium locking spirit flower seed 1.
Please note, there are 4 3rd-tier and 2 5th-tier snake-catching birds outside, with a high danger level. The host may choose not to complete this and prioritize self-preservation. My goodness! Did you go and steal the eggs of a 5th-tier snake-catching bird? Chengxian is astounded. What audacity!
Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi also stiffen, realizing that trouble has arrived. The cave has been unearthed, and it is evident that the intruders are targeting them. The bird eggs fed to them by the matriarch could not have come from her. Now that the original owners have come seeking vengeance, it is inevitable. It is a snake-catching bird. I have raised them in my aviary.
The bird eggs sent by the matriarch, are they truly hers? Why is the matriarch absent?
She must have fled.
Humph, I knew it would be trouble when. Suddenly,
with a splash, the matriarch emerges from the river, glistening with moisture. Her vibrant red tongue darts swiftly like an arrow towards the eyes of the digging bird.
Following closely,
her gaping maw seizes the bird's neck, twisting to block the cave entrance while constricting it to death.
As 2 airborne snake-catching birds witness this, they immediately dive down, igniting a fierce battle. Chapter 9, you are merely echoing my words. My mother is formidable. That ambush was executed exquisitely. She must have slain countless snake-catching birds prior. In an instant, one adversary was dispatched. Alas, it is of little consequence.
The one that perished was merely a solitary third-tier snake-catching bird among four.
Its demise, rather,
incited the ferocity of the remaining birds.
Su Chengxian, concealed behind his mother snake,
was still basking in his moment of triumph when he suddenly witnessed two snake-catching birds swooping down. Their piercing cries rang out, sharp as steel hooks,
glinting ominously as they aimed for the vulnerable spot on the mother snake. Thief! Egg stealer! Death!
A bizarre voice echoed from above.
Su Chengxian looked up to see a large, dark bird soaring low in the air, circling ominously. This avian creature, entirely black with golden eyes, spread its wings wide,
casting a shadow that resembled a dark cloud upon the ground. "My word, this bird can speak," he marveled, noting the layer of black-red mist enveloping it,
reminiscent of the chaotic spirits in Journey to the West.
It bore a strange wind as well. This crimson-black mist, they referred to as the coagulated blood aura,
truly reeked of the scent of blood. Hiss! Hiss!
In that moment of distraction, the two third-tier snake-catching birds and the mother snake were already locked in combat.
The snake,
thick as a bull, and the eagle-like bird clashed fiercely. Although the snake-catching birds held a numerical advantage and possessed an innate prowess against serpents, they were slightly weaker in strength. The mother snake had previously pilfered their eggs to feed her young, and had hunted lower-tier snake-catching birds with ease, thus gaining the upper hand in this skirmish. Yet Su Chengxian could not afford to relax, for a fifth-tier and another third-tier snake-catching bird remained unaccounted for.
Suddenly,
he heard a bird's cry. The two snake-catching birds had deliberately led the mother snake aside, revealing the entrance of the cave.
This is bad. Su Chengxian immediately whipped his tail and retreated swiftly.
In the next moment, a foul wind rushed towards him.
Bang!
A massive bird's claw struck the cave entrance. The walls of the cavern trembled and crumbled.
Good heavens! That was fierce. Su Chengxian silently rejoiced.
He had retreated slightly due to the stench from the battle between the mother snake and the snake-catching birds, and his quick action had spared him from being pinned down by the bird's claw. However, his relief was short-lived as he pondered his predicament.
How can I withstand such ferocity?
The one that seized the opportunity was a third-tier snake-catching bird, and the fifth-tier one remained hidden.
Behind him,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were equally troubled. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand a fundamental truth: in this world, one cannot gain benefits without incurring costs. If you gain something without paying a price, it is because someone else has borne that cost for you. The mother snake, who could have fled, was paying that price.
Should they feign ignorance and hide within this cave, watching as the mother snake was hunted by the snake-catching birds to protect them? To venture out now would be utterly unwise.
I kill without hesitation, unburdened by morality.
Concepts of good and evil are nothing to me. Mere trifles to be discarded at will.
The blood aura is a fifth-tier beast. I have just reached the third tier. To venture out is tantamount to seeking death.
Yet if I do not act, and the mother snake is slain, my escape would be hopeless.
The two third-tier snake-catching birds had ensnared the mother snake, while above, the fifth-tier bird, capable of human speech, was clearly not only intelligent but also eyeing its prey with predatory intent. Furthermore, should I engage,
I would need to arrange ambushes to intercept any who might attempt to flee.
Sacrificing my life to save the mother snake is a foolish endeavor I shall not undertake.
Yet the snake-catching birds are adept at tracking and preying on serpents.
If the mother snake falls, I too shall perish.
Observing the mother snake dispatch the third-tier birds with ease, perhaps lending her aid could turn the tide. First,
I would vanquish the third-tier birds and then defend against the fifth tier. Perhaps I could drive it away and then slip into the water to escape. Birds are generally poor swimmers and cannot dive. Thus, I could evade both pursuers and ambushers. Su Chengxian thought to himself, this is quite the conundrum.
Ultimately,
it all boils down to the decision to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mother snake in battle. What shame is there in acting for another,
as well as for oneself? What is there to be embarrassed about?
Like an old man, I would openly admit that for the first time in 2 lifetimes, I am receiving a meal from my dear mother, and I wish to spend more time with her.
What does it matter that my mother is a snake? She is still my mother.
Had it not been for the fear of being overwhelmed, I would have charged in long ago.
Perhaps I could withstand a fifth-tier bird. But 2 of them? That is rather daunting.
I must devise a plan, preferably to eliminate one first, and then the other. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has transcended the mortal realm and entered the demon realm, granting you the innate ability, bewitching cry.
The host may attempt to enter introspection, surveying the spiritual realm and consolidating their consciousness.
Just as Su Chengxian was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the system's announcement. And a refreshing breeze seemed to sweep through his mind. A veil of confusion was lifted. His spirit jolted, and clarity returned to his consciousness,
enhancing his perception of the external world. Have I broken through in my spiritual realm?
He rejoiced instantly, feeling a surge of inspiration, and entered a state of introspection without needing the system's prompt. His entire being sank into the confines of his spiritual domain.
Within,
the spiritual realm expanded like a vast sea of mist, with a lotus platform shimmering amidst the fog. The emerald lotus platform appeared both present and elusive, as if it were both gathering and dispersing. On the lotus platform, there existed a translucent figure, a mere outline barely discernible. This was the seat of his spiritual consciousness. The lotus platform representing his spiritual sanctum, and the figure embodied his demonic form. Upon witnessing these, Su Chengxian felt a surge of understanding, recognizing their significance. This sensation was truly wondrous, akin to rediscovering an answer long engraved in his heart. With a thought, he shifted his introspection from the lotus platform to his physical form. Beneath the flesh, he found elongated organs, an exceptionally long stomach, lungs, kidneys, and intestines, paired ribcages and countless scales. Perhaps I could count them to pass the time when sleepless. This fleeting thought caused a momentary distraction, and he withdrew from the introspective state. The last image he beheld was a multitude of fine, thread-like red mist swirling within his physical form. That is my blood aura. Ha! What are these? In an instant of clarity, countless invisible, filament-like strands emanated from his brow, rendering the surroundings vividly clear. Spiritual awareness. This is the power of my spiritual essence, he mused, extending his consciousness outward, instantly gaining a clear view of the ongoing battle outside the cave. He could even discern the feathering of the fifth-tier snake-catching bird, while the creature remained oblivious to his gaze. Remarkable, an omniscient perspective. Su Chengxian excitedly propped his chin with his tail, contemplating, this time, I have a chance. Checking his status once more. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, tier, 4th tier, to become a 5th-tier beast, blood aura must exceed 2,500,000 points, blood aura, 1. A12,087, physical realm, mortal body, 933,10,000, spiritual realm, demon soul, 1,033,10,000, innate abilities, blood transformation, innate. Bewitching cry, innate, refinement points, 04, data is merely data, true combat prowess depends on practical experience. Su Chengxian calculated that with the foundation of 4th-tier beast strength, he should be able to withstand at least one attack from a 5th-tier foe. As long as he survived a single blow, there would be an opportunity. If I cannot confront them head-on, I shall strike from the shadows. An ambush. I shall secure victory at the slightest cost. Su Chengxian turned his gaze towards the 2 young snakes, who were likewise poised for action. You are merely echoing my sentiments. Hiss. Hiss. 2 third-tier snake-catching birds were engaged in a fierce struggle with a large white snake. Hovering in the air, a 5th-tier snake-catching bird, with eyes like lightning, fixated on a particular spot. It recognized this place as the lair of the white snake, which had been stealing eggs to create a new nest for its snake eggs. This cunning mother snake, after pilfering the eggs, would meticulously conceal them in the river, using the water to mask their scent, thus preventing them from discovering the thief's trail. Until now, they had managed to track her down while she was in the act. The audacity to steal bird eggs to nourish her hatchlings suggested she had developed a certain intelligence, potentially leading to the creation of a demonic core. If they hunted her down and consumed her core, the brothers would have the opportunity to ascend to the 6th tier. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird called out, urging its companions to divert the mother snake from her den. Inside the den, the hatchlings, having consumed 3 bird eggs shortly after birth, might have awakened their latent potential. They needed to be captured and devoured.
However, one of its subordinates, attempting to strike at the den while the mother snake was distracted, failed miserably, eliciting a dissatisfied cry from the large snake-catching bird. It commanded the 3 third-tier birds to attack the mother snake, aiming to exhaust her strength and test whether she had any companions. The calls also conveyed a warning to its brothers to be cautious of other serpent-like beasts. A response came from nearby, affirming the call. The golden eyes of the 5th-tier snake-catching bird gleamed with anticipation. The barren edges of the great wilderness mountains lack spiritual energy. Reaching the 6th tier would allow them to venture deeper, seeking peaks rich in spiritual veins to cultivate. However, a single mother snake and her few hatchlings seemed insufficient to share among them. Yet, in the depths of the mountains, high-level demon beasts and serpent tribes awaited. And with brothers beside them, there would be no issue in sharing. As the mother snake found herself at a disadvantage with the addition of a third-tier snake-catching bird to the fray, the 5th-tier bird let out an urgent call once more, issuing commands in human language: blind her. Her eyes. The den. The hatchlings. The dim-witted 3rd-tier birds, lacking intelligence, could only comprehend the simple instructions conveyed through the bird calls, indicating that the spoken commands were not meant for their ears. The 5th-tier bird's eyes shone with cunning and expectation, eagerly anticipating the mother snake's misstep. The combatants responded with their own calls, undoubtedly misleading the great white snake into believing that the 3rd-tier birds were attempting to capture the hatchlings within the den, thereby prompting the mother snake to fiercely twist and swim toward the den's entrance. In doing so, she exposed a fatal flaw. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 snake-catching birds launched a coordinated attack aimed at her eyes, her vital points, and her tail. The 5th-tier bird observed the unfolding scene with excitement, poised to swoop down and deliver a fatal blow to the wounded mother snake. Victory seemed assured. A creature not yet at the 5th tier posed little threat. However, the anticipated cries of agony from the mother snake did not resonate. Instead, 2 heart-wrenching bird cries filled the air. The 2 snake-catching birds, seemingly gravely injured, flapped their wings in a panic, attempting to ascend but were caught by the mother snake, one in her jaws while the other became ensnared in her coils. Within moments, both birds met their demise. The 5th-tier bird, witnessing this, was not filled with wrath but rather elation. The hatchlings destined to become its sustenance would only be more exceptional. Suddenly, from within the den, a small patterned snake emerged, measuring over 4 feet in length and as thick as a small tree branch. Was this truly a hatchling? The 5th-tier bird's eyes widened in disbelief, yet the aura confirmed its kinship with the white snake. Moreover, if it weren't a hatchling, the other 2 small snakes would have already been devoured. Upon closer inspection, though the snake was large, it appeared clumsy, lacking the agility of the other 2 small snakes. Attempting to emulate them, it lunged at the third-tier snake-catching bird's eyes but was too slow, missing its target and instead receiving a powerful wing strike that sent it crashing to the ground, several meters away. How foolish, a clumsy snake indeed. In an instant, the 5th-tier snake-catching bird dove toward the bumbling patterned snake. A hatchling of such size must possess unusual latent potential. It would consume its gallbladder first, then drain its blood, leaving the flesh for its brothers as a token of shared labor. As the patterned snake perceived the imminent attack, it hissed in fear and wrapped its body around a nearby small tree. The 5th-tier bird couldn't help but feel a twinge of mockery. It was futile. The young snake's frail body would be torn asunder with a mere flap of its wings. It curled one claw and seized the patterned snake's body, letting out a triumphant cry before vigorously flapping its wings, only to find it could not ascend. A sudden turn of events left the bird momentarily stunned. Looking down, it saw the patterned snake had straightened its body without breaking, tilting its head defiantly and hissing menacingly. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to release its grip, but before it could react, a wave of dizziness washed over it, followed by a sharp pain in its chest, momentarily clearing its mind. It glanced down to see a menacing snakehead, with cold vertical pupils and sharp fangs, had pierced its chest. In a panic, the great bird began flapping its wings frantically, extending its claws to shake off the patterned snake, striving to ascend into the sky. The immense wings unleashed a dark, demonic energy, creating a gust strong enough to snap a nearby small tree in half. Yet, the tree around which the patterned snake coiled, as thick as a water barrel, remained steadfast, its trunk unyielding despite the bird's struggles. With each frantic movement, blood gushed from the wound,
pouring into the gaping mouth of the snake embedded in its chest. As the blood flowed profusely, the bird's strength began to wane. Within moments, its once powerful flaps grew feeble. The gleam of triumph appeared in the patterned snake's eyes as it yanked downward, causing the great bird to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. The patterned snake, emboldened, slithered closer, tearing open the bird's chest, its mouth widening to consume the warm blood that flowed down its throat. Alongside the blood, it felt something warm and peculiar sliding in. What could it be? It wondered. Surely, the snake-catching bird's chest harbored no concealed weapon. But there was no time for contemplation. A resounding cry echoed from above, drawing the patterned snake's attention. It glanced up to see a colossal snake-catching bird swooping down toward it. Panic surged within it. "By the heavens!" it exclaimed, twisting to flee toward the white snake and the siblings, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. "Sister Empress, brother Daoist, lend me your strength. I am too full to fight." The patterned snake hissed, incredulous. "Am I dreaming? This foolish patterned snake has slain a fifth-tier snake-catching bird? Surely, this must be an illusion. How else could I witness a fifth-tier beast being effortlessly hunted down by a clumsy patterned snake? Moreover, I can see clearly that this great bird is no ordinary fifth-tier creature. It has awakened its spiritual intelligence and can articulate human speech, undoubtedly having produced a demon core, which implies a protective demon power and even an understanding of combined attacks." Observing the tactics employed by 4 third-tier snake-catching birds encircling the mother snake at its behest, one can discern that this great bird is not merely newly awakened to spiritual awareness. Yet, how could it fall victim to a foolish flower snake? Have I underestimated it? Was it merely pretending not to bite? I failed to perceive its ruse. Both Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, having endured countless life and death trials in their past lives, are exceptionally seasoned in combat. Thus, their ambushes, which invariably hit the mark, come as no surprise. However, the flower snake is different. It merely possesses some combat capability derived from its bloodline. While it can suppress them, it may not be able to gain the upper hand against its foes. A mature third-tier snake-catching bird is not something a juvenile third-tier snake can confront head-on. Even in an ambush, facing a winged adversary necessitates seizing the precise opportunity, otherwise, they may return empty-handed, or worse, face a deadly counterattack. Thus, it never crossed their minds that Chengxian's attempt to ambush the 4th third-tier snake-catching bird could fail and result in him being flung away. The performance of a young snake that has never ventured out of its lair is quite normal. As they observed the 5th-tier bird swooping down to attack the flower snake, they found themselves powerless. Despite their successful ambush leading to the mother snake swiftly slaying 2 third-tier snake-catching birds, the brief skirmish had drained much of their strength, leaving them unable to assist. Even without the depletion, they likely lacked the capability to rescue the snake from the clutches of a 5th-tier beast. Therefore, they resolved to eliminate the last 3rd-tier snake-catching bird before turning back, expecting to witness the tragic demise of the flower snake. Little did they know, the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. The hunted had become the hunter, transforming into a 5th-tier snake-catching bird. Until the enormous bird ceased to struggle, both remained incredulous. Not to mention the great white snake, which turned to rescue its offspring, left utterly stunned. "My little flower is so formidable? How is this possible? Is it due to blood refining or bloodline evolution? To what extent has the flower snake's physical form become resilient, allowing it to remain unscathed under the relentless tearing of a 5th-tier avian beast? How extraordinarily durable and sharp must its teeth be to pierce the body of a bird protected by demon power? And then there is its strategy. First, feigning weakness, pretending to be foolish and inept, luring the snake-catching birds into underestimating it, thus disarming their defenses. Not only did it ensnare the enemy, but it also tricked them into almost willingly forfeiting their peak combat potential." Lin Jianzi couldn't help but marvel at the cleverness of the flower snake. The stratagem was not complex, yet it was remarkably apparent. Sometimes, the more intricate the tactics, the harder it is to achieve one's goals. Conversely, the most fitting approach is often the most effective. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird's overconfidence in its own strength was the primary reason for its downfall. Such wisdom is not typically possessed by a juvenile snake that has scarcely left its nest. Is it innate wisdom or awakened intelligence? Or perhaps a legacy from its bloodline?
It cannot be awakened intelligence, nor is it likely a bloodline inheritance.
The former merely clarifies a demon beast's mind, enabling it to think like a human and weigh pros and cons, yet it does not render them immediately as astute as humans. The latter allows beasts to glean some inherited knowledge through their bloodline, but it is not known to include cunning schemes.
Moreover, the flower snake's performance is nearly flawless.
It is undoubtedly a seasoned manipulator. Even if there were such teachings in its inheritance, it would be improbable for it to master them so quickly.
Ah! The chosen of heaven, how many have I encountered? Lin Jianzi's heart brimmed with mockery. Even prodigies require time to mature. Thus he could almost ascertain that this flower snake is a reincarnated old ghost and exceedingly cunning. Ling Xiao shared his sentiment.
The fat flower snake not only overpowered them but also deceived them with its feigned ignorance, igniting their competitive spirits.
The wise and perceptive empress and the famed Daoist lord,
known for discerning the hearts of men, had not been so outwitted in many years. In the northern Desolation mountain range, southern Zhan continent,
and the eastern earth where our holy dynasty and Xin men reside, as well as the barren yellow sand sea of the west, I shall see which divine being you are. Even if you are not of this realm but hail from the heavenly domain, I will unearth your true nature. Thus,
they resolved to indulge in the blood of the snake-catching birds before returning to their cultivation. Now that all the snake-catching birds were slain and the crisis averted, given the flower snake's strength, they needed to catch up on their cultivation. In the world of cultivators, without cultivation and strength, everything else is mere talk.
However,
before they could sink their fangs into the birds' necks, a chilling and fierce screech echoed.
The snake-catching birds? More snake-catching birds?
Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi turned sharply, their hearts sinking further. Another fifth-tier snake-catching bird was charging directly towards the foolish flower snake, evidently a companion of the one that had just perished.
Is heaven conspiring against me? Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. 2 fifth-tier snake-catching birds.
Had she known that 2 fifth-tier beasts were among the invading foes, she would have certainly chosen to flee rather than fight to the death. However, recalling the flower snake's earlier performance, he felt invigorated, hoping it would employ the same strategy.
Lin Jianzi's eyes similarly flickered with hope. Yet, the flower snake surprised them yet again. It unexpectedly turned and darted toward their location. This rascal! It brazenly approached without warning. Damn it!
The two were momentarily stunned, their tails stiffening in shock.
You fled too decisively. A hint would have sufficed. They were unprepared.
And now it was too late to escape. As the fifth-tier snake-catching bird lunged alarmingly close, they once more felt the imminent threat of death.
Yet, in that moment,
they could not conceive a way to extricate themselves. In the past, there would have been countless methods to crush a fifth-tier beast.
Yet, based on their current cultivation level, even escaping proved difficult.
Just as despair began to creep into their hearts, they noticed the fleeing flower snake suddenly halt. It appeared to have been caught on something, stumbling forward before turning to face the pursuing fifth-tier snake-catching bird, proudly raising its head and opening its mouth to emit a series of hissing sounds. Hiss! 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 At the moment the hissing echoed, the massive bird in midair faltered involuntarily. Hiss! Su Chengxian hissed, his snake tail whipping behind him, conveying a clear message, "Hey!
Family, don't just stand there. Attack!"
After a month and a half of intermittent slumber, Su Chengxian finally completely refined and absorbed the demon core. The reason for the interruptions was his need for sustenance, otherwise, he would wake from hunger. The 4 snakes in their nest, particularly the mother snake, had an astonishing appetite. Fortunately, the generous snake-catching birds had delivered not only demon cores but also copious flesh. Moreover, the bird carcasses, imbued with demon power and drained of blood,
remained unspoiled for many days. In the first 10 days, Su Chengxian consumed 1 third-tier snake-catching bird.
Ultimately, he devoured most of a 5th-tier snake-catching bird, sustaining himself for 17 or 18 days without hunger.
However, thereafter, provisions ran dry, necessitating the hunt for more demon beasts to satisfy their appetites. However,
hunting would interfere with sleep, so he devised a clever solution. The cultivation of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had to pause due to their hunger.
Overexertion of their vital essence was detrimental to their physical development.
After all, they were demon beasts, and sufficient sustenance was crucial for their growth. The physical form served as their foundation.
Similarly, cultivators in the initial stages of chi refinement required the flesh of spiritual beasts.
Yet, this had previously been of little concern to the two, as everything had been provided for them. Now, however, they had to venture out to hunt for themselves. Not only did they need to procure their share of nourishment, but they also had to prepare an additional portion. The ingenious idea that Su Chengxian conceived was to have his beloved younger sister, the empress, and his younger brother, the Dao Lord, bring food back for him. I never imagined I would have to catch fish myself.
Damn it! When have I ever engaged in such tedious tasks?
Who would have thought that in their second battle of ascending to the 4th tier, they would face a group of second-tier demon beasts, the chasing wave green fish? Since this was the second battle, there had to be a first.
Naturally, Su Chengxian was the opponent in that initial confrontation. Having been unable to defeat him,
they were forced to bring him meals. The flower snake surely must have been a pig in its past life, it eats so much. Ling Xiao flung a half-meter-long fish onto the shore with a furious flick of its tail. This glutton requires 10 such large fish in a single meal.
Could it possibly have a digestion pill in its belly?
This is the 4th meal.
Ling Yunzi's serpent face was cold and unyielding.
Yet his inner rage had reached a breaking point. That damned flower snake had squeezed him for 16 days, compelling him to bring food 4 times. Splash! A white tail struck fiercely in the verdant waters, sending a large fish soaring into the air, where it was met with a swift slap, sending the leaping fish arcing through the air, leaving a spray of mist in its wake. Hiss! On the riverbank, a lethargic flower snake, which seemed to be growing towards the size of a water bucket, lazily raised its head. In the shade where the gentle sunlight did not reach, it extended its head, seizing the large fish. With a tilt of its neck, it swallowed it whole.
Just a meal delivery, and yet everyone is so emotional? Su Chengxian mused to himself.
It must be said, having a younger sister and brother to command brings a certain delight.
Moreover, their extraordinary backgrounds add an extra layer of enjoyment to the process of extraction. Not needing to dress, and being fed directly, life is undoubtedly blissful.
This period of happiness may very well last for an extended time. As long as Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi cannot defeat him, they must accept their fate. With this thought in mind, during a brief interlude of fish consumption, Su Chengxian glanced at his personal status. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, rank, 5th tier, to become a 6th tier demon beast.
A breakthrough of 5 million points of vital essence is required, vital essence, 3, 510.
087, Physical Realm, Demon Body Realm, 1848 10,000, Spiritual Realm, Demon Soul Realm, 1819 10,000, Divine Abilities and Combat Techniques, Divine Ability, Devour Vitality and Transform into Blood. Bewitching Hiss, Combat Techniques, Snake Bite, Snake Bind, Refinement Points, 5-5, a thrilling life and death battle had resulted in only a meager increase in his spiritual and physical realms, which seemed somewhat unworthy. Su Chengxian quickly assessed the situation. This was akin to weighing the cost per gram against the price while shopping. It appeared that his recently ascended 4th-tier Empress sister and Dao Lord brother would remain under his shadow for some time.
He swayed his tail with a sense of pride, thoroughly satisfied with his current lifestyle.
Through nearly 2 months of observation, he discovered that snakes love to sleep.
A female snake, once satiated,
spends 2/3 of the day in slumber. She undoubtedly sleeps for over 18 hours daily, exemplifying the typical behavior of eating and then sleeping.
Therefore, he need not worry about being deemed abnormal for excessive sleep. In fact, it was quite normal, even raising some concern for the female snake.
In contrast to the daily cultivation of the little green and little white snakes, Little Flower resembled a true, unawakened water-avoiding snake. It perpetually cycled through eating and sleeping. After finishing the bird meat, it woke up more often, for river fish did not satiate as well as bird meat, necessitating a meal every 3 to 4 days.
Nevertheless,
Little Flower was impressive, neither Little Green nor Little White could match its strength. This reassured the mother snake, alleviating fears of her son starving easily. However, she insisted that her eldest son, who was nearly her size, practice on the rocks, especially beneath the bright moonlight. The essence of moonlight, being yin, is gentle and cool, capable of merging with the demonic energy, nurturing the soul, awakening intelligence, and strengthening it.
By absorbing moonlight, demon beasts could awaken their intelligence, refine their demon cores,
thus enhancing their cultivation and honing their souls. The mother snake lacked the understanding of the moonlight's specific effects, she merely knew it was beneficial. And resting on the stones while breathing in and out brought her comfort and aided her cultivation. Su Chengxian, not wishing to dismiss her goodwill, remained sprawled on the stone. Regardless of where he slept, he occasionally remained motionless even during the day. In recent days, as the sun grew increasingly fierce, he transitioned to resting beneath the shade of trees. After finishing this meal and taking a brief rest, night soon approached. As the moon rose, the family of snakes coiled on the stones, each occupying their space, resuming their previous routine. Some snakes practiced, others learned to cultivate, and some merely slept. Sleep. More sleep. Just sleep already. A little girl's voice emerged from the mouth of the green snake, expressing her impatience. Old ghost, your tail has crossed the boundary. You're encroaching on my space. The flower snake, large and plump, not only occupied its designated area but would occasionally intrude. This greatly displeased the empress, who, in her past life, had been statuesque, now feeling particularly diminutive in comparison. I understand, Su Chengxian replied leisurely, slowly retracting his tail. This was the reason they could easily reach a mutual agreement. The empress sister and Dao lord brother had recently refined the bones in their mouths, enabling them to speak. Su Chengxian had achieved this feat a few days prior. This demon core would likely be depleted by tomorrow night. Ling Yunzi also chimed in. His voice, bright and youthful, resembled that of a child, which was why he seldom spoke, unless the matter was of great importance, as it was now. Chapter 15, Will you not call me brother? The demonic core is nearly depleted. This signifies an end to the rapid cultivation days for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Su Chengxian cast a glance and indeed observed that it had shrunk to the size of a quail egg. It was uncertain whether it could last through the night. However, having utilized this demonic core for nearly 2 months was commendable. A few morsels from the snake-catching birds, combined with 2 demonic cores, had allowed their family of snakes to shed their skins at least once, their sizes having more than doubled. There is no such thing as endless sustenance. Ling Yunzi understood this, he merely felt reluctant to part with the exhilarating experience of rapid advancement in cultivation. Thus, he mentioned it briefly and then fell silent, focusing on his practice. The night swiftly passed. With the dawn's light, the mother snake ventured out to hunt. Su Chengxian was roused by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Old ghost, wake up. I want to go hunting with Xiao Bai. Ling Xiao prodded his eyelids with the tip of his tail. Oh. Remember to bring me some food, Su Chengxian mumbled without opening his eyes. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. This time, we are not merely hunting for sustenance. Ling Yunzi interjected. Are we searching for demonic beasts that yield demonic cores? Su Chengxian inquired. Indeed, I require demonic cores for my cultivation with Xiao Cheng. Ling Yunzi replied. Please refrain from addressing one another as Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai, it sounds rather awkward. Su Chengxian opened his eyes and glanced at the 2 small snakes. Suddenly, with a teasing tone, he asked, Do you wish to know who the other truly is? The white snake is the younger brother, and the green snake is the younger sister. Familiar with the tale of the legend of the white snake, he found it quite peculiar. Moreover, to conceal their identities, they had even altered their self-references, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to expose them, seizing a chance to triumph in this playful contest. What do you mean? Ling Xiao exclaimed, her voice sharp and high-pitched. You know our identities? Impossible. Ling Yunzi confidently asserted that he would never reveal his true self. How about this, whoever calls me brother first, I will keep their secret, Su Chengxian said, turning onto his side with an air of leisure. Call you brother? What is wrong with this old ghost? Will you not call? Truly not? Su Chengxian gazed at the 2. Well, I shall have to speak then. How can we trust you? You might be deceiving us, Ling Yunzi retorted. Have you heard of the Yanhao holy dynasty? Su Chengxian casually mentioned, causing both snakes to tremble. The Yanhao demon sect of the demon religion? Ling Yunzi turned to Ling Xiao in surprise. He had assumed their adversary belonged to the demon clan, only to find they were from the demon sect?
The demon sect? It is the holy dynasty. Ling Xiao protested.
So it is true that the demon sect prefers to refer to itself as the holy sect, Ling Yunzi commented.
Su Chengxian, the holy dynasty is actually the demon sect? Quite logical. What an enlightening revelation. What do you mean by that?
Ling Xiao directed her ire towards Su Chengxian.
How do you view the Xianmen Orthodox sect and the Demon Suppression Mountain's Tianqian Gate? Su Chengxian promptly offered a fair assessment while divulging information about Ling Yunzi. Ha! A place known for its reputation?
Ling Xiao squinted her eyes.
Little Bai, you hail from there? It is hard to tell at all.
Those from Demon Suppression Mountain are known for their righteousness, despising all demons and evil spirits.
Shouldn't you have committed suicide the moment you became a little snake? Can a snake indeed commit suicide by biting its tongue? Su Chengxian asked, intrigued.
Do not compare me to those wretches. Ling Yunzi retorted coldly.
However,
his youthful voice diminished the severity of his tone.
Oh, you refer to yourself as this seat?
Ling Xiao chuckled.
In the mortal realm,
the strongest among the Xianmen is the true immortal. If no true lord or Yuan lord has fallen within a century,
it must be a Dao lord of the Chengxian realm.
Among the Chengxian, a hierarchy from highest to lowest is Dao lord, spirit commander, spirit officer, and feather master. Only Dao lords may refer to themselves as this seat. She gazed at Ling Yunzi.
Little Bai, I wonder which Dao lord you are.
Ling Yunzi remained silent. He was unaware of Ling Zhao's identity, but she had deduced his previous cultivation realm from his self-reference. The balance of this exchange had tilted against him.
Not speaking? Shall I continue guessing?
Ling Xiao smiled.
Guess away. Su Chengxian shifted his posture, finding the conversation amusing. There are few Dao lords in Demon Suppression Mountain. To my knowledge, there are 7.
The eldest 2 are always in seclusion. Among the remaining 5, 3 guard the back mountain, 1 oversees sect affairs, and only 1, the youngest, is known to be proud and unruly in conduct, making numerous enemies. As an empress, Ling Xiao was well acquainted with the top powers of the wild continent, especially those from the Eastern Earth realm. She recounted the details with ease.
Little Bai, I suspect you are the Dao Lord Ling Yunzi, are you not? What grounds do you have for that? Su Chengxian inquired.
There is no solid basis. Merely that I have heard of his exploits and once predicted he would eventually meet his demise, she replied.
Humph. The Empress is indeed domineering and unreasonable. Not unlike this seat, Ling Yunzi declared.
Thus, Su Chengxian mused, ultimately, it boils down to not being strong enough.
If one were strong enough,
what others think would be inconsequential. Ling Xiao scoffed, therefore, in this lifetime, I shall not easily be killed again.
Su Chengxian, have you never considered being less odious?
Old ghost,
you claim to be an old ghost, yet you remain so naive? Ling Xiao pointed out.
Whether others dislike or like you is insignificant.
Some may even wish for your demise without ever having seen you.
No one enjoys being hated, yet for the strong, others' opinions do not hold weight.
What matters is that those who dislike you cannot harm you. Indeed.
What I seek is merely to live freely without being subjugated, Ling Yunzi stated. I cultivate my own path, while they pursue theirs, originally unrelated. Yet they conspired against me, leading to my downfall. I shall settle this score with them. His youthful voice, combined with the sinister self-reference, was endearing. Hearing him, Su Chengxian found it quite pleasant, having grown accustomed to it by now.
So, you both intend to follow your own paths, while I follow mine?
He summarized.
Indeed. The Empress nodded. Yes, the Dao Lord affirmed. Very well. Su Chengxian sighed. Since we are now a family of snakes, I do not wish for you to be so weak as to drag me down. Oh, this is delightful! He exclaimed, unable to suppress the urge to wag his tail in excitement. I understand your intentions for waking me. How about this, you go seek out demonic beasts.
If you find them but cannot defeat them, lure them here, and I shall assist.
Wow! This is exhilarating.
However, only up to the 6th tier.
Anything stronger would be beyond my capabilities. It is thrilling to pose as a formidable being, yet my life is paramount. Pretending to be strong is not a trait associated with my old ghost persona. Alright. Now that I have promised to help, are you truly not considering calling me brother?
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi turned to leave.
Ah.
Su Chengxian sighed, failing once again to complete the task of having the siblings call him brother.
Time for sleep. Blood Chi 111. Blood Chi 1111. Squeak. What is this? Spirit gathering grass? Moreover, what is this? Is it the locking spirit grass?
Before being stirred awake by a series of chirping sounds, Su Chengxian was immersed in slumber.
While in repose,
he would meticulously organize the information he had recently acquired.
This phenomenon began when he transitioned from the realm of divine consciousness to that of demonic spirits.
The sources of this information were quite straightforward. They stemmed from the whispers of the heart he could perceive, predominantly from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, with a smaller portion originating from the mother serpent. The mother serpent had attained a degree of intelligence, albeit limited, characterized by a simplistic mindset that favored instinct over contemplation. After satiation, she would either sleep or engage in cultivation. Consequently, she accepted her offspring's peculiarities with grace and even took pleasure in their extraordinary displays. Her prior protective actions had fostered a sense of respect and care from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi.
Thus far, this family of serpents coexisted harmoniously.
Their willingness to share cultivation resources with their mother indicated no intentions of separation. Su Chengxian harbored no desire to part ways with the mother serpent, his sister, and his brother. In the past month and a half, the system had issued several tasks related to them, all of which remained uncompleted.
Furthermore,
with his sister and brother bringing him meals, he was spared the need to hunt for sustenance, allowing him to indulge in sleep and strengthen himself.
Finding another suitable source for his needs would prove challenging.
In his dreams, Su Chengxian pondered. He had learned from the mother serpent that their current location was on the periphery of the northern wilderness mountain range. With no spiritual veins and scarce spiritual energy, it was difficult for the beasts to elevate their ranks. The fifth-tier snake-catching bird was the most intelligent beast the mother serpent knew of.
Thus, upon its demise,
she deemed the surrounding area devoid of danger, leading her to establish their residence by the river rather than returning to their cave. This realization prompted Su Chengxian to recognize the unlikelihood of encountering another being with sufficient intelligence for meaningful communication. Creatures that were too powerful were beyond his reach, while those that were too weak lacked intelligence. Upon careful consideration, he concluded that no one could better serve him in providing meals than his sister and brother.
They adhered to their principles, accepting defeat when they could not win, and even if reluctant, they fulfilled their promises.
Therefore, Su Chengxian found joy in their company. As long as he maintained his strength, he would always achieve his aims. With the system in place, he felt little concern on that front.
Instead, he worried about ensuring that neither of them fell too far behind in strength.
Otherwise, the quality of their meal delivery would suffer, impacting his sleep quality.
Moreover, higher-ranked beasts were far more delectable.
Thus, when his brother and sister suggested he assist them in hunting higher-tier beasts, he readily agreed, hoping they would find beasts capable of producing condensed demon cores. Su Chengxian contemplated that for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to keep pace with him,
mere hard work and cultivation would not suffice. The method of cultivation for demonic creatures was simple and direct: they must consume.
This included blood food, spirit herbs, spiritual medicines, spiritual roots, and spiritual stones, among others. However, in a state devoid of intelligence and cultivation techniques, relying solely on instinct, the efficiency of absorption and transformation of consumed substances was exceedingly low. Furthermore, ordinary animals had limited lifespans, rarely exceeding a decade in peak condition.
During those 10 years,
they followed their instincts to hunt prey, often leading a muddled existence that culminated in their stagnation as low-tier beasts. Thus, the challenge for demonic creatures lay in rapidly advancing their cultivation within their limited lifespans to break through the boundaries of longevity.
Consequently,
the growth trajectory of 9 out of 10 demonic beasts involved a cycle of predation, digestion, strengthening, and subsequently hunting even higher-tier beasts or being preyed upon by others,
repeating the cycle ad infinitum.
Viewed in this light, the distinction between demonic beasts and ordinary beasts was minimal, merely augmented by the potential for upward growth.
Su Chengxian gleaned this information from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. The essence of blood condenses into malice, transforming spirit into demonic energy.
As the vitality within an individual thickens and coagulates, the surrounding spiritual energy is drawn together by this malice. The nourishment of spiritual energy, aimed at the soul,
facilitates the awakening of intelligence in demonic beasts.
Fortuitously, one day, they might suddenly gain insight, realizing how to actively draw upon spiritual energy,
refining it into demonic power using their blood essence, thus condensing demon cores.
Thereafter, they could rely on these cores to absorb the moonlight.
A fundamental cultivation method accessible to all demonic beings under the laws of the universe. Strictly speaking,
only upon condensing a demon core and mastering cultivation techniques does one truly embark on the path of cultivation, breaking free from ignorance and aligning oneself with the greater principles, thus gaining an opportunity to escape the shackles of fate.
Moonlight, for demonic beasts, not only enhances cultivation but also provides additional benefits. Many demonic creatures, come nightfall,
would venture to open spaces or elevated positions to pay homage to the moon. Absorbing moonlight for cultivation not only accelerates the improvement of their powers but also mitigates the detrimental effects of malice on their souls.
Demonic beasts and their kin cultivate through blood food, yet they dare not indulge excessively, for the malice they accumulate can adversely affect their souls, driving them into madness.
Both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were aware of this, hence, upon emerging from their shells, they opted for a path of cultivation rather than hastening their growth through blood food. Maintaining a balance between the absorption of blood essence and spiritual energy was crucial for a demonic beast to evolve into a demonic race.
Neglecting this from the outset would only render control increasingly challenging as time progressed.
This time, with the aid of the 5th-tier snake-catching bird's demon core, their cultivation speed had indeed accelerated significantly.
Su Chengxian understood that Ling Xiao and his companions were using this demon core as a false core to absorb moonlight rather than directly assimilating the powers within the core,
akin to having the ability to quickly extract and refine moonlight through the consumption of the demon core. This arrangement allowed them to indulge in blood food without the fear of destabilizing their demonic powers. Particularly for Ling Yunzi, who practiced a form of mystical cultivation.
An abundance of blood essence could hinder his later transformation and the generation of his dantian. In essence,
both of them required spiritual energy for their cultivation rather than blood essence. Therefore, procuring demon cores from other beasts prior to forming their own was indeed a prudent strategy. However, Su Chengxian surmised that this might prove to be quite challenging. The two 5th-tier snake-catching birds likely shared a fragment of a 7th-tier water-avoiding serpent's incomplete demon core, thus enabling them to awaken their intelligence and produce demon cores prematurely. Generally speaking, 5th-tier demonic beasts were incapable of producing demon cores at all, as they had yet to condense their demon nuclei. Consequently, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi could only cast a wide net in their search. This indeed boded well for Su Chengxian. For the foreseeable future, he would likely not lack for 4th and 5th-tier demonic beast meat.
Full and well rested,
he would continue to grow stronger. Life was indeed delightful. The more Su Chengxian contemplated, the more he reveled in the thought, stretching out in his sleep.
Just then,
he heard a series of chirps, followed by the sensation of something tugging at his eyelids. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a pair of furry paws.
Looking up, he saw the great sage? Chapter 17, the 6th stage mountain-shaking wild boar. Golden-haired blue-faced ape-who? Flap, flap.
A flock of birds took flight from the trees,
causing the branches to sway.
The setting sun cast its glow, signaling the time for creatures to return to their dens.
In the next moment,
Su Chengxian heard a disturbance in the forest behind him.
Boom! Boom!
The ground trembled with the sound of a colossal beast approaching. He turned around and heard Ling Xiao calling out to him, "Old ghost, your meal is here." Two serpents, each over a meter long, burst forth from the woods. Behind them came a series of grunts, the sound unmistakably that of a pig.
Roar! A tremendous roar echoed. A massive wild boar charged into Su Chengxian's line of sight.
Its imposing form resembled a mountain of flesh, with blood-red eyes glinting with a savage hunger.
Its tusks jutted menacingly, and the ground shook beneath its weight, kicking up clouds of dust.
Upon closer inspection, the wild boar was surrounded by swirling crimson mist, indicating it had cultivated demonic power.
Goodness! This was no ordinary beast. Ding! Host, you have a new mission.
Hunt the 6th stage demon beast, the mountain-shaking wild boar, and obtain the spirit root clear heart grass.
Mission reward, 12 refining points, master servant contract symbol 2.
The term boar refers to the wild boar. Su Chengxian was aware that the phrase boar in snake describes greedy and violent individuals.
What a situation!
The wild boar had encountered the great serpent.
6th stage. Indeed. A 6th stage beast.
Su Chengxian cursed vehemently, "Damn it, a 6th stage wild boar." Furthermore, the demonic aura surrounding it was denser than that of the 5th stage snake-catching bird.
Little green. Little white. Have you two turned into snakes?
You're truly personifying your tasks.
Su Chengxian exclaimed.
You said 6 stages were the limit.
And yet you bring me a 6th stage beast? How obedient you are. The territory of the female snake was devoid of wild boars. Hence,
these two had ventured out the whole day, perhaps specifically to find this wild boar. This beast weighed several thousand pounds. If they managed to kill it, it could sustain their family for 10 days or more. However, the boar's tough hide and hardy flesh made it no easy feat to take down.
Old ghost, stop shouting and help,
Ling Xiao urged.
This wild boar has gone mad. We did not provoke it, it seeks to eat us, Ling Yunzi echoed.
They were not foolish enough to underestimate their enemy, they knew well which foes were best avoided. After scouting the area and confirming that the surrounding beasts were of low rank, they ventured deeper into the forest. Upon reaching the nest of the 5th stage snake-catching bird, they found the tree empty, devoid of eggs or any trace of the birds. After wandering for some time, they had a rough estimation of their surroundings,
noting a few territories of 3rd and 4th stage beasts for future sustenance.
As they ventured further, preparing to return home, they spotted the massive wild boar beneath a great tree in the distance. The beast was shrouded in demonic clouds, indicating a considerable level of cultivation.
Likely possessing a demon core.
They recognized its strength was formidable, thus they intended to avoid confrontation, planning to return once their own powers had increased.
Previously,
they had enhanced their cultivation by refining moonlight with demon cores, a process that required time to stabilize. Hence, while they eagerly sought demon cores,
they were not desperate enough to seize one immediately.
Little did they know, the mountain-shaking wild boar had already detected their presence and pursued them relentlessly. The disparity in strength made it nearly impossible for them to shake off its pursuit. Had it not been for their teamwork, they would have been caught several times.
Roar!
The mountain-shaking wild boar was extraordinarily fierce. Despite its massive size, it moved with surprising speed. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi exchanged a few words, but a moment of distraction nearly cost them their lives.
Damn it! Into the water! Ling Yunzi shouted. In an instant,
they darted past Su Chengxian and leaped into the river. Their instinct as water snakes allowed them to submerge and evade the wild boar's pursuit.
Although the boar could swim,
it could not dive beneath the surface. Ling Yunzi's shout was a reminder to Su Chengxian, if you can fight, do so, if not, join us in the water. As the words left his mouth, with 2 splashes, the 2 serpents plunged into the river. Well, at least they have some conscience, Su Chengxian muttered.
However, he did not follow suit.
His own strength had reached the 5th stage, and he was not without the power to contend against a 6th stage wild boar. He decided to test the waters.
If not, he would retreat.
The river was conveniently behind him.
Roar!
With its target lost, the wild boar's murderous intent naturally shifted to Su Chengxian. It had gained intelligence and realized that these serpents were part of the same group.
Moreover,
this particular small snake appeared plumper, consuming it would surely yield greater benefits.
Roar!
The 6th stage mountain-shaking wild boar let out a grunt and charged towards Su Chengxian. It was aware that intelligent demon beasts gained advantages from consuming others, which was why it relentlessly pursued Little Green and Little White.
Su Chengxian understood this well. Facing the oncoming wild boar, exuding an intimidating aura, he felt little fear.
Previously, the claws of the 5th stage snake-catching bird could not pierce his scales. Even if this wild boar was stronger, it could not fly, thereby posing a lesser threat. With a swift motion, Su Chengxian did not evade but instead countered with a powerful whip of his tail.
Thud!
The impact reverberated as his tail struck the boar's head, producing a thunderous sound.
Roar! The mountain-shaking wild boar staggered, its footing faltering as it momentarily halted. Hiss! Su Chengxian gathered his spiritual energy and unleashed a small sword attack. Simultaneously,
he swung his tail and charged forward.
Roar!
In that instant, the wild boar's momentum faltered.
Su Chengxian was already upon it. Hiss! Utilizing his innate ability, he hypnotized the beast.
Subsequently, his serpent body coiled around the mountain-shaking wild boar, his head wrapping around its neck, and his jaws opened wide to sink into the most vulnerable part of its throat.
Combat technique, binding. Combat technique, serpent bite.
His fangs pierced through the protective demonic energy,
penetrating deep. I consume. He devoured both the demonic energy and blood. Roar!
The mountain-shaking wild boar let out a tragic wail as blood gushed forth like a fountain.
It thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge its assailant. However, Su Chengxian, now firmly entwined, refused to release his grip, tightening his hold to extract even more blood. Crack! Crack!
The sound of bones breaking echoed from within the mountain-shaking wild boar's body. With a final, desperate effort, the massive beast collapsed,
its legs giving way as it knelt on the ground.
The demonic clouds surrounding it dissipated, and its once bright eyes dimmed.
The demise of the mountain-shaking wild boar was tragic.
It had not even unleashed a single combat technique or utilized its full strength before being grievously wounded in its spirit and ultimately ambushed. Su Chengxian, having quenched his thirst,
released his serpent form and swam aside. Splash! Splash!
The two serpents, one green and one white, emerged from the water.
Observing this scene, they all shared the same thought: what exactly is this old ghost? He has grown considerably stronger since before. Squeak!
A golden-haired blue-faced ape suddenly appeared from who knows where, darting straight towards the fallen mountain-shaking wild boar.
What is this creature? Chapter 18, The opportunity to fill the cup has returned. Is there any need to ask? Su Chengxian remarked, it is quite evident that this is a monkey. What is a monkey?
Ling Xiao was puzzled, for this was evidently a golden water monkey.
Why does the old ghost refer to it as a monkey? Could it be that this monkey possesses a unique bloodline?
I have never heard of the ape family having a bloodline named as such. Oh, I simply call them monkeys, Su Chengxian explained, scratching his chin with his tail.
Awkward. Utterly awkward. It is embarrassing to reference a joke that no one understands. Why is this old ape here? Lin Jianzi inquired, glancing at Su Chengxian. Judging by its aura,
it should be the golden water monkey that resides on the eastern side of the mother serpent's territory, among the local beasts with the strength to claim territory.
It is the weakest.
Though it only possesses third-tier strength, its speed is remarkable, making it difficult to catch. Its body is also quite lean, which has allowed it to survive. You have not been gone long before it arrived, Su Chengxian chuckled, and it seems to have taken a liking to me. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted the golden monkey and called out, "Great sage." Realizing his mistake upon seeing the little blue face, he realized he had misidentified the monkey.
Moreover, this is not the world of Journey to the West, where is the great sage? However, this monkey is rather intriguing. It is unafraid of him and even wishes to assist him in cultivating spiritual herbs. If he chases it away, it will soon return.
The monkey stealthily hid nearby,
cautiously approaching. Now that this monkey has gained spiritual intelligence and can speak, could it perhaps produce a demon core?
Faced with a monkey that earnestly wishes to plant herbs for him, especially a golden water monkey, Su Chengxian truly could not bring himself to devour it whole. He was not in need of such sustenance. Yet, this monkey persistently disturbed his slumber, thus, he contemplated employing a strategy to deal with it.
It lacks demonic energy. Its vitality is weak, and it only possesses unrefined lunar spiritual energy. How could it possibly produce a demon core? Lin Jianzi remarked. The demon core is formed through the refinement of blood essence and spiritual energy into demonic power.
The ape's moon gathering and the fox's moon worshipping are innate skills passed down through their bloodlines, enabling them to harvest lunar essence and attain spiritual intelligence. Speaking of which, the wolf clan howls at the moon, and the tigers ascend the mountain peaks,
all in pursuit of lunar essence for cultivation. Thus, most beasts possess an instinctual reverence for the moon, though some inheritances are more pronounced than others. The ape family's bloodline inheritance is notably clearer, which is why they more readily awaken their intelligence. Moreover, they primarily consume vegetables. Abstaining from blood meals leads to diminished vitality, making it difficult to form a demon core, yet they awaken their intelligence earlier. If they can consistently avoid blood meals and cultivate their techniques to refine spiritual power, they would transition from demonic beasts to spiritual beasts. In the realm of mysticism, the only spiritual beasts besides dogs are the spiritual monkeys and old apes, Lin Jianzi remarked. Old ghost, do you not know this? Oh, what is so remarkable about that? When one lives long enough, some things are remembered while others fade away. Su Chengxian casually replied. In his heart, he mused that the world is vast and filled with wonders. Thus the distinction between demonic beasts and spiritual beasts lies in the type of power they wield, demonic power versus spiritual power. Moreover, the tier of a demonic beast is a significant reflection of its strength, yet it is not the sole metric by which to gauge its prowess. It certainly is not the decisive factor in combat. Indeed, if high-tier beasts were always stronger than low-tier ones, there would be no need for battle. Everyone would simply declare their tier, and the lower would prostrate themselves, allowing the higher to consume them. Engaging in combat would merely waste time. Combat techniques, divine abilities, spiritual intelligence, and strategy are all crucial components of combat strength. Was the 6th-tier mountain-shaking wild boar's demise unjust? Perhaps, yet it was not entirely unfounded. The combination of tactics employed against it was something Su Chengxian had rehearsed countless times in his dreams during his slumber. He had honed his timing and the integration of his combat techniques to perfection. Furthermore, his own strength, physical resilience, and spiritual realm were not inferior to those of the wild boar. In fact, he might even be stronger. In contrast, the wild boar charged recklessly without any strategy, underestimating its opponent and relying solely on its size and brute strength, ultimately leading to its downfall. It shared the same flaw as the 5-tier snake-catching bird. From now on, regardless of whom I engage in combat with, I must exercise utmost caution and vigilance. Su Chengxian, having secured 2 victories through unexpected ambushes, quietly absorbed this lesson of bloodshed. Fortunately, it was the blood of another that had been shed. Squeak! While they conversed, the golden-haired monkey had not rested. It was persistently attempting to rummage through the mouth of the deceased wild boar. Covered in blood, it seemed to have found nothing, growing increasingly anxious as it scratched its ears and cheeks. Monkey, what are you searching for? Ling Xiao could not help but inquire. Squeak! Grass! Treasure! The golden water monkey turned to look at them and then hopped over to Su Chengxian, pointing at the wild boar and exclaiming, Treasure! Over there! You dig? It's yours! For me? Su Chengxian chuckled. This pig was slain by me. If there is treasure within, it undoubtedly belongs to me. Do I need you to give it to me? Though he spoke thus, he swam over and began to slice open the wild boar's belly. Squeak! The golden water monkey rummaged around in the stomach and unearthed a small blade of grass. It was no longer than a pinky finger and appeared utterly unremarkable. Could this truly be a treasure? Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Slay the 6-tier beast, mountain-shaking wild boar, and acquire the spiritual root, calming heartgrass. You have received rewards, 12 refining points, and 2 master-servant contract talismans. Su Chengxian. Oh! It truly is a treasure. But this treasure appears far too unremarkable. The spiritual root, calming heartgrass, is meant to radiate brilliance and auspicious colors, not appear so inconspicuous. Spiritual root? Spiritual root. You just said this is a spiritual root. Calming heartgrass? Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he glanced between the small grass in the monkey's hand and Su Chengxian. Old ghost? Are you certain? I am certain. Su Chengxian nodded. The system would not deceive him. Why? Do you recognize it? Listen. The way you used the word one is quite exquisite. I do not recognize it, Ling Xiao shook his head. I have merely heard of the name and know its purpose. Then do you know of gathering spirit grass? Su Chengxian asked playfully, surely you do not recognize that either? There are several growing right beneath your noses. I have not seen you inquire about them. Gathering spirit grass? Now Lin Jianzi's eyes widened as well. Are you referring to gathering spirit grass?
Indeed, gathering spirit grass.
What of it? Su Chengxian observed their reactions and understood. Oh dear. The opportunity to fill the cup has returned.
Thus, his tone became increasingly calm and composed,
exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, it is quite normal that you do not recognize such an ordinary spiritual herb. Do you possess gathering spirit grass? Lin Jianzi asked eagerly.
You must have it, or you would not have mentioned it.
I do have it. Where is it?
Ling Xiao's gaze shifted from the small grass in the monkey's paw to Su Chengxian, his eyes intense. That depends on which one you are asking about, Su Chengxian replied lightly.
The implication that you possess more than one gathering spirit grass? Both Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were exceedingly excited.
The more excited they became, the calmer Su Chengxian remained.
How many do you have? 3 or 4, perhaps. 3 or 4? Two voices echoed in unison, their curiosity piqued. Want to know? If you wish to find out,
call me brother, and I shall tell you.
Ugly flower snake.
I demand to know where the gathering spirit grass is.
Ling Xiao shouted, unable to contain his frustration. Chapter 19, I shall appoint it as the chief of the imperial court. Su Chengxian possessed 4 gathering spirit herbs.
Not only did he have these herbs, but he also possessed a supreme locking spirit herb.
Upon hearing about the locking spirit herb,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi became even more exhilarated.
Is this truly the locking spirit herb?
Ling Xiao leaned down, eyes wide open, gazing at the small plant that was on the verge of sprouting its 3rd leaf, and excitedly inquired.
Indeed, Su Chengxian replied. It was astonishing for the empress to be so thrilled over a single herb. Could it be that the locking spirit herb was some extraordinary treasure? However,
he had inquired the system, and the value of the supreme locking spirit herb was only a tier above that of the gathering spirit herb.
In the realm of cultivation,
the gathering spirit herb was considered a low-tier herb. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend the excitement of the two cultivators.
You, a female emperor, and you, a Daoist sovereign, cannot even recognize such ordinary herbs? I have never seen it before. What is so strange about that?
I do not have a penchant for tending to flowers and plants, nor am I a specialized herb cultivator, Ling Xiao retorted. The only herbs that could capture my attention must be rare and of high quality.
Such ordinary herbs have never caught my eye before. Ling Yunzi,
who was inspecting the gathering spirit herb, added, there are external disciples and miscellaneous workers to handle those. I only use herbs of tier 2 and above for my first batch of alchemy.
Su Chengxian chuckled. What are you pretending for?
I know you've had it good in the past, but true heroes do not boast of their past glories.
If you have the ability, do not crouch down and circle around my herbs like a couple of ruffians beholding an unparalleled beauty. Where is the demeanor of a formidable cultivator? Did you discern anything? Su Chengxian asked.
Upon careful sensing, there is indeed a subtle gathering of spiritual energy, Ling Yunzi responded.
You crouched down for so long just to observe that?
Ling Xiao scoffed.
You know nothing.
A single gathering spirit herb does not possess strong energy accumulation, especially since this one has only recently sprouted.
Without careful discernment, one might not even recognize it as a spirit herb.
Lacking divine awareness and the innate talent for seeking spirit herbs, one can only identify it in this manner.
What of crouching? What of lying down?
I have never cared for appearances, Ling Xiao shot back. The vexing part is that I cannot sense any unique qualities from this locking spirit herb. Upon reflection, she thought that if it were so easy to detect, they should have realized earlier that the herbs sprouting where the flower snake lay were extraordinary.
It has only recently sprouted, hence it is undetectable? Su Chengxian feigned surprise. Why did you not mention this earlier?
As soon as he spoke, the two pairs of snake-like eyes fixated on him.
What are you glaring at me for?
Su Chengxian retorted, meeting their gaze, his one eye was larger than both of theirs combined. I told you, I have 4 gathering spirit herbs, there is only one here.
And the other 3?
Before he could finish his sentence, 2 snake-like shadows darted past. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi rushed straight toward the cave they had previously occupied.
Moments later, gathering spirit herbs. He. Gathering spirit herbs. There are indeed 3. Su Chengxian could not help but laugh in exasperation.
It turned out that these two had dismissed his words as mere nonsense and had not believed him at all. After a brief moment, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi finally regained their composure. "Old ghost, we must plant the gathering spirit herbs together," Ling Xiao stated.
Indeed.
"The more gathering spirit herbs there are, the stronger the spiritual energy they can attract," Ling Yunzi concurred. A solitary gathering spirit herb and multiple gathering spirit herbs carry entirely different significance. A single gathering spirit herb is merely a low-tier herb. But the value of several gathering spirit herbs increases exponentially. Coupled with the locking spirit herb, we can establish a small spiritual array for cultivation,
achieving results with half the effort.
Ling Xiao turned to Su Chengxian, who looked momentarily stunned.
"What are you staring at me for? Oh. Are you worried that I might disapprove?" "Not at all.
Go ahead and dig them out, I have no objections."
To him,
the gathering spirit herbs merely served as a means for restful slumber. Setting them into an array would not only facilitate his sleep but also attract the gathering of spiritual energy.
With abundant spiritual energy nurturing his soul,
he would enjoy a more comfortable rest. Thus, he would certainly not object.
Not quite.
Ling Xiao shook his head. "Old ghost, the growth of spirit herbs is not easy.
We cannot recklessly harvest them.
You are well versed in herb cultivation, so it is still best for you to dig them out. The gathering spirit herb is one of the most common ordinary spirit herbs in the realm of cultivation, but that does not mean it lacks significance.
In fact,
influential factions often go to great lengths to cultivate and plant gathering spirit herbs and locking spirit herbs.
However, while these herbs are not difficult to grow, scaling them up is quite challenging.
Firstly, the germination rate of spirit seeds is exceedingly low. Secondly, the spirit herbs will compete for spiritual energy and even fight among themselves. Yet, the gathering spirit herb requires extensive planting, and a considerable quantity must be sown within a specific area to yield significant benefits.
Gathering spiritual energy nurtures spirit medicines,
accelerating their growth, which is the primary function of the gathering spirit herb. The possession of a vast field filled with gathering spirit herbs is even one of the criteria for measuring the strength of various cultivation factions.
To form an array,
a minimum of 4 gathering spirit herbs is required.
Currently, there are exactly 4. This implies that if one were to be damaged, the gathering array would be rendered ineffective.
Hence, both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi believed it prudent to have Su Chengxian, who had successfully grown 4 gathering spirit herbs, perform the excavation.
Digging them out is feasible.
Su Chengxian said, "But who told you that I am proficient in the art of cultivating spirit herbs?" Although he enjoyed planting a few things in his leisure, that was a talent inherited from his previous life.
Moreover, he could not guarantee success every time. In this life,
he had no hands and could only use his tail to dig them out, which certainly could not ensure their survival.
Then how did you manage to grow the gathering spirit herbs?
Ling Xiao questioned, skeptical. "I just planted them like this," Su Chengxian asserted with confidence.
The seeds provided by the system had no issues germinating.
He had paid them no mind, allowing them to grow freely, and the little plants had thrived quite well.
"Old ghost, you truly are not proficient in the art of planting?" Ling Yunzi asked. "Indeed." He confirmed. "Then you wouldn't also know how to use the gathering spirit herbs and locking spirit herbs to set up a gathering array, would you?" "Ha?" Su Chengxian was taken aback. "Aren't you two the ones setting up the array? Why has it fallen to me?"
Faced with his incredulous gaze, the 2 serpents fell silent for a moment. "I have only previously arranged formations using high-quality spirit stones rich in energy. I have never used such gathering spirit herbs."
"Neither have I, good gracious. You were quite remarkable in the past, huh? So you intend to rely entirely on me?"
Su Chengxian exclaimed, though regrettably, he did not possess that knowledge either. The 3 serpents exchanged glances, suddenly realizing they might have just committed a significant blunder. "Birds of a feather flock together," Ling Yunzi remarked, gazing at Su Chengxian with a hint of realization.
"Su Chengxian, ha. Do not think that I cannot hear you insulting me. By this time,
The sky had completely darkened, and the moonlight had brightened.
I shall first retrieve the demon core, Ling Xiao declared with her head held high. The golden crow's light would accelerate the dissipation of demonic power from the demon core.
Therefore, they had been waiting until the sun set to extract it. As she spoke, she swam towards the mountain-shaking wild boar, climbing towards the chest where the demon core resided. However, there she discovered the golden water monkey curled up in a ball.
Monkey, what are you doing? Chirp chirp. Planting flowers.
The golden-haired monkey shook the clear heartgrass in its paws at her.
Planting flowers? Spirit roots are not so.
Ling Xiao initially dismissed it, but in the next moment, she could not help but narrow her eyes in astonishment.
Old ghost. Xiao Bai, come quickly. Hold that monkey. I shall appoint it as the grand steward of the inner palace. What is the origin of this monkey? It is difficult to discern. Perhaps it possesses a bloodline heritage. Can such a bloodline heritage nurture a spiritual root? How could it have fallen to such an unremarkable monkey? Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, who were previously preoccupied with the spiritual herb, have now turned their attention to the golden water monkey, critiquing it with fervor. Unremarkable?
Su Chengxian could no longer contain himself. Just look at its fur, a radiant golden hue.
Observe its small face, a striking shade of blue. And these claws, dark as night, and its tail, capable of curling into a perfect circle. Its appearance is anything but ordinary.
Donning a tiger-skin cap, wrapped in a tiger-skin skirt, wielding a golden staff.
It could dispatch you two monsters with a single blow. Lacking divine awareness, one cannot perceive much more. Yet the ability to nurture a spiritual root from demonic blood is undoubtedly a sign of a bloodline heritage.
Ling Yun and Ling Xiao, however,
disregarded Su Chengxian's words and continued their discourse.
Bloodline heritage, bloodline reversion.
This is an opportunity that all demonic beasts might encounter during their cultivation. Yet,
the vast majority of demons remain untouched by such fortune.
Only exceptionally lucky beings might ever experience it. The most fortunate would undoubtedly acquire both bloodline reversion and bloodline heritage. With immense power, abundant battle experience, and even ancient secrets and methods to unlock undiscovered realms, any one of these could forge a formidable demon.
The ancient demon race was unmatched in power, rampant across the vast wilderness, dominating both the celestial and mortal realms.
Though now suppressed by the heavenly Tao, extraordinary talents still occasionally emerge among the demon kin.
In contrast, a monkey capable of nurturing a spiritual root is not so astonishing after all.
Ha!
It seems fortune favors us, declared Ling Xiao with a hearty laugh.
Just as I was dozing off, a monkey has arrived to provide a pillow.
I was just concerned about the potential damage to the transplanted gathering spirit herb, but now with a monkey that can nurture spiritual roots, what is there to fear?
As for arranging the formation, there is no longer any need for concern.
The essence of setting up a formation with gathering spirit herbs lies in planting them in suitable locations. Maintaining a certain distance ensures they do not compete for spiritual energy while nurturing one another.
This is also crucial for successfully cultivating the gathering spirit herbs.
Since the monkey can nurture spiritual roots, it surely can cultivate gathering spirit herbs as well. As long as it uses its heritage or instinct to plant the herbs in the right places, the formation will naturally take shape. The locking spirit herb and gathering spirit herb exist in a symbiotic relationship. If the monkey can successfully arrange the gathering spirit herbs, it will undoubtedly be able to manage the locking spirit herbs as well.
Old ghost, didn't you mention earlier that this monkey wanted to plant herbs for you?
Ling Yin suddenly recalled something and inquired of Su Chengxian. Indeed, I did not expect it to truly possess the ability to plant.
Su Chengxian glanced at the monkey clutching its own tail and mused, was I too quick to judge by appearances? In his mind, how could such a lively and active creature desire to cultivate herbs? Thus,
he assumed it merely recognized the uniqueness of the gathering spirit herb and sought to uproot it for consumption. Monkeys are omnivorous, they consume leaves and peels. So surely they would eat grass as well. Now, it seems he had misjudged.
Squeak!
Here! The monkey, with one paw clutching its tail, raised the other to reveal the clear heartgrass nestled in its palm. Su Chengxian detected the scent of blood. This spiritual root, which they had thought would not survive, was now enveloped in a clump of black mud at its base. The mud had not originally been black. It was a handful of soil excavated by the monkey from the riverbank, kneaded into a small bowl shape. Placing the root within, it filled the bowl with the blood of the mountain shaking boar, carefully molding and encasing the root. They had all witnessed the monkey performing these actions, yet had not paid them much mind. Then the monkey had remained perched on the chest of the mountain shaking boar, motionless, presumably continuously nourishing the spiritual root. At this moment, the clear heart grass unfurled its leaves, emitting a faint fragrance, mingling with the scent of blood to create a peculiar aroma. Aside from this, compared to the gathering spirit herb, the spiritual root seemed rather ordinary. The growth of a spiritual root is an exceedingly lengthy process. Ling Yun remarked, this clear heart grass, having only grown for less than 3 years, was devoured by the mountain shaking boar. Now, being nurtured back to life, it can be said that fate has spared it. Lengthy? How lengthy? Su Chengxian inquired. It may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to grow to a point of significant utility for us. Ling Xiao interjected. Speaking of utility, it is not crucial, even minor utility suffices. Su Chengxian resolved to cultivate it for now. The ability to nurture it was undoubtedly the best outcome. Influenced by his previous life, he felt an irresistible urge to grow something and had succumbed to that desire. He was also inclined to nurture something. Great sage? He turned and nudged the monkey with his tail. Squeak? The golden water monkey also regarded him. Ever since it had been addressed as the great sage, it seemed particularly taken with the title. Do you wish to cultivate my herbs? Su Chengxian asked. Squeak. The monkey nodded vigorously. Why? To cultivate herbs, to grow stronger. Very well, seeing your earnestness, I consent. Su Chengxian replied, however, we must formalize a contract. Squeak? The monkey hesitated slightly. A contract sounds like something sinister. Fear not. This contract is merely a standard master-servant agreement, without any coercive elements, he said, lifting his tail to tap the monkey's forehead. A glimmer of light flickered, manifesting before the monkey's brow. You must agree by silently affirming it in your heart. Su Chengxian instructed, and if you do not agree, simply think of your refusal. This was one of 2 contract talismans he had recently acquired as a reward for completing a task. The contract binds both parties. The stipulations are straightforward. The servant who signs the contract with him must not harm him in any way nor harbor thoughts of malice toward him. Otherwise, they will suffer the repercussions of the contract. However, he cannot command the servant to their death. Furthermore, should either party perish, the contract dissolves automatically. It is somewhat unbalanced, yet still relatively fair. Squeak. The golden water monkey, able to sense the contents of the contract, found it simple to comprehend and did not hesitate long before nodding at Su Chengxian. In the next moment, the sphere of light penetrated its brow. Very well. From now on, we are family. Su Chengxian chuckled, do you have a name? Or shall I bestow one upon you? Squeak. My name is the Great Sage. The golden water monkey thumped its chest proudly. All right then, Great Sage, you may now proceed to cultivate herbs. Su Chengxian gestured with his tail toward the cave entrance. First, excavate the gathering spirit herbs from the cave and plant them alongside those here. Let us see if that will succeed. Squeak. The gathering spirit formation? The great sage tilted its head, pointing at the locking spirit herb. Precisely, the gathering spirit formation. Squeak. The great sage pounded its chest, indicating its confidence. Turning, it scampered off to dig up the gathering spirit herbs. Old ghost? My grand steward shall not simply be named the great sage, how about we call him little sage instead? Not a chance. Su Chengxian lifted his head, flicking his tail. Come, let us spar. You think my great sage will be the grand steward? Today, he shall extinguish the thought from the mind of this imperial sister. Alas! The duel did not occur. The mother snake returned, albeit with some injuries. However, the wounds were not severe, and no beasts capable of inflicting significant harm lingered nearby. The serpent's self-healing abilities are remarkably potent. With a bit of good nourishment, it shall recover swiftly.
Hiss. Little flower, no, fighting.
It worriedly obstructed Su Chengxian's path. Perhaps due to over a month of cultivating the moonflower, or perhaps because the mother snake had overheard Ling Xiao and the others conversing, one day.
It suddenly uttered a phrase in human language.
The creatures spoke little, with their most fluent expressions being little flower, little green, little white, and don't fight.
The python did not require playful interactions with its siblings to hone its hunting skills.
Miss Shi Xiaozui was primarily concerned that her offspring, growing nearly as large as herself, might inadvertently swallow their younger siblings. Shi Xiaozui was the name the mother snake had chosen for herself, characterized by her snow-white scales and a small patch of emerald on her forehead, from which her name likely derived. Hiss. Rest assured, I shall not consume them. I know well how to choose between a hearty meal and a feast, Su Chengxian mused. We are committed to a sustainable path of development.
Little Chui, have you eaten?
He inquired after observing the mother snake's abdomen.
Hiss. I have eaten, but not enough.
Then you shall have more later. We have wild boar meat delivered today. It would be even better if we could cook it, but alas, none in the family have the hands for it. We cannot even manage to start a fire or divide the meat. No matter, snakes have their clever ways.
Miss Shi Xiaozui,
upon spotting the mountain of meat from the wild boar, swam joyfully towards it, circling it several times, until the moon rose high in the sky.
Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks.
Su Chengxian busied himself with sleep, while the great sage toiled at sowing grass. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and the mother snake dragged the wild boar into the water. The mother snake controlled the water to wash the boar clean, while Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi transformed their demonic energy into blades and conjured threads of magic to begin dividing the meat.
The remaining blood flowed into the water,
drifting downstream, attracting numerous aquatic demons to observe from a distance.
They dared not approach, and Su Chengxian's family paid them no mind.
When not hungry, there was no need to create unnecessary bloodshed, especially since these blood-scented creatures were merely first-tier demons, offering no thrill.
As Su Chengxian would say,
it's like passing gas and then feeling hungry again, it lacks the necessary effort.
It's far better to consume something substantial to fill one's appetite.
As the three snakes, one large and two small, finished dividing the pork, the great sage completed his task of planting grass. He planted the gathering spirit grass around the large stone along the riverbank, while the binding spirit grass was sown directly beneath a corner of the stone. With the work accomplished, he hurried to seek approval from his employer.
Without needing to look closely, Su Chengxian used his divine sense to confirm the success of the spirit gathering formation. The gathering spirit grass, having been replanted,
not only retained its life force but seemed even more vigorous, thanks to the soil enriched by the blood of the wild boar that the great sage had dug up. At that moment, seemingly nourished by the essence of the demon's blood, each blade of gathering spirit grass stood tall and vibrant, its leaves stretching outward. The grasses varied in size, but their health was visibly remarkable.
Is it just me, or does something feel different? Ling Xiao remarked.
If one were to inspect with divine sense, they would see a faint glow pulsing through the leaves and stems, as if harboring a certain rhythm. The four gathering spirit grass plants pulsed in unison, resembling a vortex that attracted surrounding spiritual energy.
Has it truly worked? Ling Xiao exclaimed, sensing the shift in energy with delight.
Unfortunately, the grass is still small, Ling Yunzi replied. The effects will become more pronounced as the grass matures. The binding spirit grass was still too small, occasionally emitting a hint of silver light, which was insufficient to gather all the spiritual energy.
No worries.
The gathering spirit grass grows significantly faster than spiritual roots, Ling Xiao maintained a positive outlook. Indeed, Ling Yunzi nodded, content with the flow of spiritual energy. Su Chengxian mused to himself about the disparity of circumstances, from being a favored child of destiny to a mere snake at the world's periphery. If he had experienced even minor achievements or financial freedom in his past life, he would have wept for the life he had lost upon crossing over. Hiss. At that moment, the great sage fetched a handful of clean water from the river and dripped it onto the spirit grass. The slender and resilient leaves and stems glistened with the fresh water, appearing even more vibrant.
Oh! Do spirit grasses require watering?
Su Chengxian suddenly remembered that he had seemingly neglected to water the grasses. That they survived without it indicated their resilience, surely a credit to the system. The great sage then planted the clear heart grass next to the binding spirit grass.
Having just eaten, the family of snakes was not particularly hungry. So one snake swallowed a pig's leg, marking their dinner.
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, as before, climbed atop the large stone and expelled the demon core into the air with their magic. As they felt the gathering spiritual energy along with the moonlight being drawn in, both were filled with excitement. Hiss! Ha ha! My cultivation shall surely progress by leaps and bounds. Hiss! Given time, I too shall ascend to a fifth-tier demon beast.
But is it truly worth such joy over mere gathering spirit grass in a spirit-gathering formation? Su Chengxian posed with an air of wisdom, not merely for show,
but to extract more information. The path of cultivation is akin to traversing mountains and rivers. Any increase in speed is worthy of celebration, Ling Yunzi replied.
With demon cores and a spirit-gathering formation, our progress surpasses mere solitary practice.
Indeed, indeed,
Su Chengxian exclaimed.
I have cultivated within spiritual veins, but this is a different time.
Having this spirit-gathering formation is immensely beneficial. There is a hierarchy in enlightenment, and the adept precedes the rest. Time is fleeting, we have not squandered it.
For the future is long.
Well said.
Su Chengxian praised, tapping his tail, treating it as applause for the two former powerhouses.
However, have you ever heard the saying, a dragon lying on the beach is mocked by shrimp? A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi fell silent, understanding the implication. Little flower, what do you intend to do?
The gathering spirit grass and binding spirit grass are mine, and the spirit gathering formation was arranged by my great sage.
Do you intend to take advantage of me?
Su Chengxian proclaimed, raising his head in inquiry.
I shall repay you, they both affirmed. You may make one request, and I will surely fulfill it.
I would like to eat hot pot and starch sausages.
The hot pot must be pure beef tallow, and the starch sausages must contain no meat whatsoever. What is that? I have never heard of such a thing. You cannot manage it, can you? Ha, do not overreach, I will not accept empty promises.
How about this, each of you calls me big brother, I am quite generous towards my siblings. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of asserting elder brotherly authority.
Rewards, refining points 2. Random spirit grass 1. Ha ha. Su Chengxian was overjoyed upon hearing the system's announcement.
In contrast, the expressions on Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's faces were filled with gloom. They were left questioning what kind of character this flower snake, who called itself Old Ghost, had been in its past life.
Why was it so eager for others to call it Big Brother?
They had encountered demands to call someone father, grandfather, or ancestor. But this was the first time they had been asked to call someone Big Brother. Although the flower snake had hatched before them, calling it Big Brother was hardly a hardship for them. Nonetheless, the demeanor it presented was particularly vexing. This call to Big Brother felt like a significant loss.
What is it? Su Chengxian asked as the two snakes remained silent, assuming a brotherly demeanor.
I refuse to believe that you have never had to bow your head under someone else's roof.
Even if you later became a Daoist lord for the empress. You were not born as one.
Human beings grow from childhood to maturity, evolving from weakness to strength.
Have you ever humbled yourselves? I have not.
Ling Xiao remarked that he was born as the cherished child of his family, possessing the moon spirit's sacred body.
At the age of 7,
he was chosen as a saintess, seated upon the lotus platform, devoted to cultivation until he reached the cusp of the saint spirit, never having suffered any indignity. I too share a similar experience, Ling Yunzi added, having entered the sect and engaged with the heart array, thereafter becoming an inner disciple beneath the esteemed master. Within a century, I cultivated to the golden core realm, becoming a prodigy of the sect. Who dares to offend me? Su Chengxian smacked his lips and offered a thought. In life, one must be adaptable and resilient. Perhaps your previous overreach has now turned you into a long worm? Unyielding and unable to progress. This statement bore some merit. Ling Yunzi gazed at Su Chengxian, pondering whether his elder brother had also enjoyed an untroubled existence in his past life.
Su Chengxian only sighed in response. This conversation has become unbearable, dear brother.
Let bygones be bygones, life is fraught with storms. You should focus on your cultivation. I shall take a nap.
Another nap? I am of an age that requires ample rest.
You, on the other hand, are not yet 3 months old.
Even if reincarnated as a cat or dog, you would still be nursing. How can you claim to be aged?
Ling Xiao rolled his eyes.
The empress, reborn as a serpent, seemed to be influenced by her physical form, behaving like a young girl.
It remains unclear whether this is a change in temperament or a release of her true nature.
Sister, would you consider adopting a different self-reference? I shan't.
The chancellor said that referring to oneself as this old lady is unbecoming of an empress.
I am destined to reclaim my imperial identity. Switching terms seems cumbersome. Such confidence.
I shall support you, dear brother.
I will now take my leave to rest. Xiao Hua. Are you not joining us to gather the moonlight essence? Have you awakened your ancestral bloodline?
As he prepared to depart, Ling Xiao inquired directly.
I suppose so.
Su Chengxian replied vaguely. Ling Xiao chose not to probe further. Old ghost, though your blood energy is exceedingly potent, it is not necessarily beneficial for your cultivation journey. Ling Yunzi advised, do not let your spiritual clarity deceive you into thinking you are immune to madness.
Blood chi clashing with the soul can be disastrous, even for immortals. Moreover, should your form grow, transforming into a demon may become exceedingly difficult.
Thank you for the reminder, dear brother.
I appreciate your concern and will heed it.
Su Chengxian chuckled, knowing he could not disclose that the system would assist him in refining his blood energy.
It would be futile to mention it,
as no one would believe him. Little brother, cease your advising, it would be better to concentrate on your own cultivation and enhance your strength. Ling Xiao stated.
With both of us here, we will not allow this flower serpent to meet an untimely end.
Indeed, that is sound reasoning.
Su Chengxian retorted, how can you claim that?
Sister and little brother, your eloquence leaves me unsure whether to feel warmed or exasperated.
Hiss.
Miss Shi Xiaocui has already ascended the large stone and is urging us onward. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi responded seriously, if you do not cultivate, sleeping here serves no purpose. You might as well absorb the moonlight essence, as there is space atop the stone. I have already made arrangements for this spot, Su Chengxian replied, calling the great sage over to join him in practice.
He.
Once our great sage's cultivation ascends, he will treat me to roasted meat.
Old ghost, wait a moment.
The two were rendered speechless by Su Chengxian's remarks. They had not intended to engage further. However, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled something and spoke up, I have yet to inquire why you know of our identities. Dear brother and little white brother.
Oh, that?
It is because you spoke in your sleep. Su Chengxian had concocted a story. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were again at a loss for words. What mad ramblings was this old ghost uttering? They had previously spoken of their untransformed state. Yet how could he have overheard their dreams? Nevertheless, a tacit understanding prevailed, and they chose not to press further.
Having lived long, one accumulates secrets that cannot be shared. Moreover, a cultivator's secrets can sometimes serve as a means of survival. To insist on inquiry is quite inappropriate. Blood Chi 1111. Blood Chi 11111. Blood Chi 1111.
Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 6th tier demon beast, refining point 1.
Blood Chi 11111. Wait a moment. Am I now at the 6th tier? Time spent immersed in cultivation passes swiftly. With someone providing nourishment, the days of eating well and sleeping soundly are quite pleasant.
Upon awakening, Su Chengxian realized the passage of time only when he heard the system notification of his ascension. He opened his eyes, ready to share this delightful news with the Empress sister and Daoist brother, who had just recently advanced to the 4th tier. As a good elder brother, he ought to impart a bit of intensity to motivate them further in their cultivation endeavors.
Flap flap.
Just as he raised his head to speak, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted above him. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura silently spread from the forest. Su Chengxian felt as if he had been struck in the chest.
An invisible force seemed to pin him down, rendering him immobile. What is happening? Ling Xiao jolted awake from his meditation. This pressure belongs to a superior being. Ling Yunzi's expression shifted dramatically. Looking up once more, they beheld dark clouds surging ominously. It is a demon cloud. Su Chengxian was taken aback. Could it be that my ascension to the 6th tier has drawn the ire of the heavens? And they have sent someone to eliminate me? The overflowing blood energy exudes a demonic aura.
The malevolent energy from a great demon permeates the atmosphere,
summoning the forces of nature, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun.
Although distant, they could vaguely hear the rumble of wind and thunder.
Roar.
A roar akin to that of the abyss echoed, filled with despair and a thirst for blood. It sounded as if a great demon was breaking free from its last restraints, poised to unleash a massacre.
Such might is not that of an ordinary great demon. Ling Zhao's expression turned grave. Shape-shifting demons are classified within the demon clan.
The weakest tier is the great demon realm. Yet there exists a significant disparity in strength among demons of the same realm, depending on their blood vitality.
Within the demon clan, great demons are further divided into initial,
middle, late, and peak realms. The ability to command demon clouds, summon the winds and rain, and project one's voice across vast distances indicates at least a late-stage great demon. Likely one on the verge of advancing to a demon general, Ling Yunzi speculated. No, it is a great demon on the brink of failure in ascension. Its lifespan nearly exhausted. Ling Xiao declared, I have heard the Chancellor speak of the savagery of the demon clan within the great wilderness mountains. Some great demons, facing death, will venture to the outskirts of the mountains, slaughtering high-tier demon beasts in search of those with potent bloodlines to consume. This exemplifies the brutal nature of survival of the fittest.
What is the most terrifying threat to high-tier demon beasts in the vast wilderness? The answer is great demons nearing the end of their lifespans. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril.
Imagine enduring countless hardships to ascend from the 1st to the 9th tier, only to be devoured by a great demon before achieving transformation. How tragic!
Is this rumor indeed true? Ling Yunzi questioned, but if so, would consuming those with strong bloodlines not be detrimental to the entire demon clan? The lifespan limit for great demons is 200 years.
In the wilderness, there are at least tens of thousands of great demons. If each one nearing death emerges to kill indiscriminately, it would be impossible for the demon clan to maintain dominion over a quarter of the world.
In reality,
every great demon nearing the end of its life is escorted back to its ancestral land by the demon generals. Only with the permission of the demon king can they have the opportunity to consume the bloodlines of other demon beasts. Ling Xiao elucidated that any formidable beast above the 7th tier, particularly those with potent bloodlines and potential, had long been recruited by the demon generals and would not be found languishing on the fringes of the North Wilderness Mountains. A crucial point in this discourse is that the great demons can only devour beasts within the boundaries of the North Wilderness. Most beasts awaken their intelligence at the 5th or 6th tier, and those with robust vitality find it increasingly challenging to evolve into sentient forms.
Consequently,
upon reaching the 6th tier, beasts from various factions typically choose to journey towards their respective royal cities.
Those with powerful bloodlines possess formidable combat prowess.
As long as they are in a royal city or traverse a spirit vein lair guarded by demon generals, they have the opportunity to be recruited by showcasing their abilities on the arena. What of the stragglers? They simply lack the fortune required. Ling Yunzi remarked that in the realm of cultivation, lacking fortune can prove more fatal than possessing inferior talent. Even those at the 6th tier, guided by instinct, will gravitate towards the more concentrated spiritual energy deep within the North Wilderness.
Prior to reaching the 7th tier,
if they manage to evade predation by formidable foes and catch the eye of higher-tiered powerhouses on the arena, winning a lair and acquiring techniques,
the next step would be to transform into true demons.
The Emperor's Chancellor stated that unleashing great demons to wreak havoc is, in essence, a strategy of the demon race.
Ling Xiao noted.
Surviving the clutches of such a great demon might offer an opportunity for rescue from a demon general, thereby enabling further cultivation into a demon. Should one fail to survive, it would be of little consequence. It would merely create space for lower-tiered beasts to grow while simultaneously instructing the awakened beasts on their next course of action.
This method of widespread proclamation is direct, cold, and ruthless, yet undeniably effective.
Even beasts that have not yet awakened their intelligence will, after witnessing the slaughter by great demons, emulate the actions of their stronger counterparts. The reaction of Lady Shi Xiaotsui revealed much. She trembled, her mind consumed by a singular thought: a flee. Indeed, even the route she envisioned led northward along the river.
Should we depart? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. I believe the time has come for us to venture deeper into the mountains.
With our strength, we can adequately protect ourselves. Ling Xiao was the first to cast a vote for relocation. It was a decision already made. Ling Yunzi remarked that a thick tree with a short tether cannot restrain a horse, a wide river with shallow waters cannot nurture a dragon. Here, the spiritual energy is scant, and lingering would be futile. As their cultivation levels rise, the demand for spiritual energy escalates. The demon core of the mountain shaking boar is somewhat inferior to that of the snake-catching bird, and thus has been exhausted.
He glanced at Su Chengxian,
who had experienced a significant growth spurt over the past month, and said, "If we do not leave soon, the beasts here may fall victim to your appetite." Beasts, as they ascend in tier, will only develop a greater craving for vitality. Whether through unrestrained blood consumption or refining spiritual energy to solidify their souls, they must venture towards the locations of the spirit veins.
Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian nodded in agreement. It was reasonable. Then let us relocate. Within this region, aside from the mountain shaking boar, there are no stronger beasts.
Thus, he rarely has the opportunity to sleep soundly for several days. He must awaken after 2 or 3 days at most, only to eat well before resuming sleep. It is quite troublesome.
Primarily, one cannot derive any enjoyment from eating.
Although the beastly physique allows him to tolerate blood food without intense discomfort, he can only experience a modicum of satiety. Other flavors are out of reach.
Perhaps higher-tiered beasts would taste better? Neither the Empress Ling Xiao nor the Dao Lord Ling Yunzi ever suggested parting ways.
It was evident that remaining together would be more beneficial for all. Having decided to relocate, the next step was to determine when to do so. "We shall wait for a few days until the demon clouds disperse," Ling Yunzi stated. "Why is that?" "When a great demon perishes, its lair within the spirit vein will be contested." Ling Xiao surmised his thoughts. "At that time, we may have the chance to compete on the arena."
This competition, however, would not be for the lair occupied by the great demon.
In truth, the ownership of the great demon's lair should already be determined while it still breathes. Just as Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi tacitly accepted its impending demise. Historically, no demon has succeeded in surviving for several centuries by preying on other demons after a failed ascension.
The probability of encountering a powerful bloodline beast and successfully devouring it to awaken one's own bloodline is exceedingly low. Moreover, considering both probabilities together, with such fortune and talent, how could one still fail in ascension?
Thus, the demise of the great demon and its lair being irrelevant to Su Chengxian and the others is an established fact.
However,
the spirit vein lair is constructed upon a high mountain. As strength progresses, there will inevitably be vacant spaces at the lower levels. Spirit veins also vary in quality, certainly.
Our first destination will be the most peripheral spirit vein lair. Who would not desire a superior lair?
Therefore, the origin of the great demoness lair is inconsequential.
The one we pursue will undoubtedly present more opportunities than before.
Su Chengxian nodded, beginning to grasp the sensation of being propelled forward by a powerful ally. The opponents shall not be overly formidable, allowing for some practice beforehand, Ling Yunzi asserted with confidence.
Moreover, there may be other gains along the way.
Ling Xiao glanced at the great sage nestled behind Su Chengxian. This monkey likely possessed the bloodline of the spirit treasure divine monkey. It is said that the spirit treasure divine monkey can attract good fortune and avert calamity, seek treasures, and possesses the remarkable ability to comprehend the applications of all spiritual entities. Since spiritual herbs are also considered spiritual entities, it stands to reason that it can cultivate them. Su Chengxian turned to observe the monkey.
Ji? The monkey gazed back at him.
No worries, Su Chengxian thought, those called great sage are undeniably impressive.
And this is quite reasonable.
Thus, the relocation date was established.
Only one matter remained: how shall we execute this move? What do you mean by how to move?
Ling Xiao inquired, perplexed. They had nothing to carry.
No bundles were needed, they could simply swim along, tails trailing behind. That won't do, Su Chengxian shook his head.
I must bring along the spiritual herbs.
Of course, the primary concern is that it disrupts my sleep.
Therefore, let us take the water route. I shall devise a plan.
What can you possibly devise? Bang! An 8th-tier great horned bull beast was instantly slain.
The great demon soared through the air like a god or devil. Yet it did not pause to consume its prey. Clad in scales as dark as ink, its eyes glimmered with a sinister green light. resembling two eerie lanterns navigating through the swirling demon clouds, evoking fear to behold.
The lower-tiered beasts on the ground, startled by the demon winds, looked up to witness this gaze, petrified into immobility.
In the next moment, they would burst apart into a shower of flesh. Roar! The colossal form of the demon general surged through the mountain, its voice akin to thunder, reverberating through the mountains with a force that seemed to shake the very heavens. Thud, thud. Thud, thud. In a fit of madness, it suddenly crashed to the ground, rampaging through the forest. With each step, trees fell in a cacophony,
dust billowing as ancient trees collapsed.
The unfortunate beasts caught in the wake experienced unprecedented terror and despair. Those that perished met their end, while others fled in panic. They roared and lamented, scattering in an attempt to escape the shadow of death.
Yet, the oppressive aura of the great demon acted like invisible chains, tightly binding their wills,
rendering their desperate struggles futile against the suffocating pressure.
In an instant, the rampaging demon clouds and powers claimed countless lives.
In the face of such overwhelming force, the wails of the dying were mere noise to the great demon, which paid them no heed, finding them only bothersome.
Moreover, its inability to locate the desired target rendered it even more brutal. The beasts disturbed by its presence fled for their lives, quickly forming a tide of beasts.
This surging tide resembled a crashing wave, trampling over flesh and blood, along with countless flora. The weaker beings struggled in despair,
yet could only succumb to the whims of fate, engulfed and consumed in this senseless calamity. Only the exceedingly fortunate can escape calamity.
And even more fortunate are the beasts that lie beyond the slaughtering range of the great demon. They are fortunate enough to be devoid of high-ranking demon beasts in their vicinity, thus evading the gaze of their formidable adversary.
This great demon is doomed,
as concluded by Ling Xiao, who surveyed the distant demon clouds on the horizon. Though he appeared fierce and powerful, he was, in truth, disoriented and devoid of hope, having abandoned any semblance of calmness in the face of imminent death. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to indiscriminate violence from the outset. When death looms ever closer, maintaining composure is no easy feat. Ling Yunzi remarked that unless one is as prepared as he, such a predicament would be dire.
Brother Bai, what grants you the premonition of impending doom, prompting you to prepare in advance?
Ling Xiao jested, genuinely intrigued. I do not possess the foresight of your majesty. I merely take precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Traversing the path of cultivation, one often dances on the precipice of life and death. Yet I never anticipated that I would encounter such trials at the Dao Lord level.
Had I foreseen this,
I would not have fallen to the plight of an ordinary serpent with mediocre aptitude. Then remember this time, when preparing, consider the aftermath more thoroughly. Your Majesty's words are akin to those of a venomous serpent.
Is that so? I appreciate the compliment.
By the way, where has the ugly flower serpent gone? Ling Xiao inquired.
We may need to set off early.
They stood at the mountain's edge, free of high-ranking demon beasts. The only formidable creature, the mountain-shaking wild boar,
had been captured beforehand, ensuring their safety from the great demon's rampage.
However, once a beast tide formed, the affected area would significantly expand. The malevolence of this great demon was evident, as its reckless slaughter commenced days earlier than anticipated. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi estimated that he would last a few days more before succumbing to utter despair. For he was on the cusp of ascending to the rank of demon general and should possess some measure of composure. Thus, they needed to relocate sooner than planned. The mother serpent was asleep, with only the flower serpent and a monkey absent. The monkey was undoubtedly following Su Chengxian, prompting Ling Xiao to inquire about his whereabouts. How peculiar, that useless serpent is not asleep. On the opposite bank of the river behind us, Ling Yunzi replied.
What is he doing there?
Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Deceiving that purple golden chasing wind turtle to be his steed, Ling Yunzi explained.
What sort of dream is he having?
Ling Xiao chuckled.
Did you not dissuade him?
The purple golden chasing wind turtle was renowned for its formidable shell, longevity, and slow growth. Its shell bore innate purple golden patterns,
a naturally formed array that absorbs spiritual energy and luminescence from birth.
After a single full moon, its shell could become impervious to even spirit treasure-grade artifacts.
Moreover,
the turtle swam with remarkable speed. Once it retreated into its shell, most could do little to harm it. Of course, Many methods existed to slay it and seize its shell, but for a creature that would at least reach the demon marquis level as long as it survived. One could only speculate about the fate of those who sought its demise. One certainty remained: they met swift ends. This little turtle in the river was only 2 zhang in size and likely under 10 years old, as the purple golden chasing wind turtle reached maturity at 500 years. It was deemed a spirit species among demon beasts. I did not dissuade him. He believes he can manage, Ling Yunzi stated. He can manage? Ling Xiao scoffed. By coercion or enticement? Coercion? With their combat strength, they cannot breach the defenses of the purple golden turtle's shell. In the water, they cannot keep pace. The only possibility is that the turtle was lured by the spiritual grass array or their consumption of demon cores to refine lunar essence. Which is why it remains on the opposite bank. They would only need to stir, and it could flee several zhang in an instant. Enticement? What could the ugly flower serpent possibly offer? Besides a few spiritual grasses and a newly sprouted spiritual root, what else can it present? Would the purple golden turtle become its steed for such trifles? Absolutely impossible. Have they lost their minds? Su Chengxian, however, was not mad. He simply remained unaware of the extraordinary nature of the purple golden chasing wind turtle. He did not even realize it was merely a small turtle. After all, under normal circumstances, whose little turtle had a shell diameter of 5 to 6 meters? Thus, standing 10 meters away, he called out, "Old turtle, have you eaten yet?" The great sage peered over his shoulder, curious. "Not yet. Would you like to try this fish I just caught?" Su Chengxian offered, presenting the fish coiled around his tail. As he did so, he marveled once more at the wonders of creation. Only in a place like the North Wilderness mountain range, with its 100-meter-wide river, could such a large turtle thrive. Of course, it was the turtle's sufficiently large shell that piqued his interest, as he envisioned it serving as a mobile dwelling. The estimated usable area exceeded 20 square meters, ample enough to accommodate their family of serpents, particularly for himself and Shi Xiaozuwei. Su Chengxian's current form had already surpassed that of an ordinary small water bucket and was trending toward a smaller vat. He felt that he would soon shed his skin again, and upon doing so, his size would undoubtedly swell once more. His waist circumference might exceed that of a small vat, rivaling that of a large pickled vegetable barrel or a 100-pound wine vat. A typical 100-pound wine vat had a diameter of over 40 centimeters, which seemed easily achievable. Currently, his waist measured approximately 20 centimeters, a result of merely 4 months' growth. Thus, transforming into a wine vat was merely a matter of time. Moreover, his growth rate seemed to be accelerating. Su Chengxian mused that not only was he growing wider, but he was also lengthening. Conservatively estimating, he was already around 4 meters long. After shedding his skin, he would likely exceed 5 meters. A smaller mobile dwelling would certainly not suffice. If this dwelling could grow alongside him, that would be even better, he thought to himself. However, even if it did not grow, it posed little issue. Coiling up, his serpent form would occupy merely 2 square meters. And the space on the turtle's shell should suffice until they reached their destination. It was quite spacious indeed. Just look at this color scheme: deep blue-black as the base, subtly luxurious purple, and dazzling gold intertwining to create intricate patterns. It was smooth and visually appealing. The more he gazed at it, the more satisfied and warm his heart felt. Yet after waiting for an extended period without a response from the great turtle, he moved closer and raised his voice, calling out, "Old turtle? Are you home? Are you calling me?" The purple golden turtle in the river had sensed Su Chengxian's approach and retreated into its shell. However, as the other party did not draw nearer, it remained still, curious to see what the intruder intended. Little did it expect that this flower serpent would address it as Old Turtle and offer it fish to eat. "You called me Old Turtle?" The purple golden turtle turned in the water, poking its head out, its small eyes gazing in inquiry. "Oh dear." Upon hearing this voice, Su Chengxian thought, "This is disastrous. I've made a mistake." The clear, youthful voice could only belong to a child of no more than 4 or 5 years. It was still a little girl. This, Su Chengxian stammered, flabbergasted. "How do I handle this? Call me Old Turtle. It sounds delightful." The purple golden turtle insisted. "Delightful? In what way?" Su Chengxian asked, perplexed. System, lift the mental voice barrier.
Understood, host. Then he heard the purple golden turtle chuckling in its mind, hee hee.
They call my ancestor old grandpa and this flower serpent calls me old turtle, it's quite similar. Grandpa is formidable, so I am old. I may not be formidable, but I still have an old.
Su Chengxian had never anticipated that old could be interpreted in such a way. Are you looking for me? Do you have something to discuss?
The purple golden turtle asked.
Why offer me fish to eat?
It is rather peculiar. The innermost thoughts of the creature flow with remarkable fluidity, yet its speech is somewhat stammering.
Akin to other newly awakened beasts. Allow me to offer you some fish, let us become acquainted. Su Chengxian extended the fish once more, assuring, fear not, it is harmless.
Even if it were toxic, I would not be afraid. The golden tortoise glanced at him before eagerly snatching the fish with a snap of its jaws, swallowing it whole.
So, what do you seek me for? Ding dong.
The host has received a new task.
Task details, sign a contract with the golden tortoise.
Task rewards, for refinement points, 2 transformation herb seeds. Just as Su Chengxian was about to speak, he was delighted by the system's notification.
Was this not a stroke of fortune, a serendipitous opportunity? Tortoise Elder, I wish to.
That rascal truly has designs on the golden tortoise. Ling Xiao mused as he observed the tortoise and snake on the opposite shore.
Your Majesty, do you believe this flowery serpent is an ancient spirit? Ling Yunzi inquired.
I do not, replied Ling Xiao decisively. With its garish antics, it hardly embodies the depth of an ancient being.
Despite its self-proclamation of being an elder, its behavior is distinctly youthful. What of you, Daojuan's younger brother? I do not believe. Why not inquire? Why should I? The past is a tapestry we can sever, allowing it to fade with the corporeal form. To cling to it is but a lingering obsession. We are neither saints nor transcendent beings. As long as we possess our wits, we must repay grievances with vengeance. Each of us bears our own karma, why pry into another's? Moreover, I perceive a semblance of transcendence in its demeanor.
It is a fortunate occurrence when one can transcend the shackles of past lives.
That said,
this life has only just begun, and we have already reaped considerable benefits from this individual.
Ah, Daojuan's younger brother, you speak as if we were strangers. Are we not of the same family of serpents? Indeed, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. Ha! Wait a moment. Am I seeing things? Look. Has something gaudy appeared on the back of the golden tortoise? Your Majesty, that very thing is our elder brother.
A fragrant incense stick's worth of time passed. During this interval, the great sage completed the transplantation of the spiritual herbs, and Madame Shi Xiaotsui was awakened. For serpents ascended the back of the golden tortoise.
However,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi still could not fathom how Su Chengxian had achieved this feat. The Daojun seemed more composed, closing his eyes to cultivate, while the empress, perplexed by the situation, struggled to enter a state of tranquility, failing several times to calm her thoughts. Thus, she resolved to inquire directly.
Old spirit, what did you discuss with the golden tortoise? Why did it agree to carry us? Tortoise Elder. What?
Die, from now on, we shall be one family.
You may call it Tortoise Elder. Is that not right, Tortoise Elder? MHM. The golden tortoise nodded in affirmation.
As a young tortoise just venturing from its clan, it was evidently enchanted by being addressed so.
Its small eyes darted back, seemingly awaiting Ling Xiao's call.
Tortoise Elder, Ling Xiao ventured.
How did you come to agree to sign a contract with the flowery serpent?
Little Cheng, Su Yi, and I are companions in slumber.
He even provides meals.
Ling Xiao sensed an ominous premonition and cast a wary glance at Su Chengxian.
He.
Su Chengxian grinned at her. Sister, have no doubts, I shall rely on you henceforth. Tortoise Elder, rest assured, my sister and brother are exceptional hunters.
You foolish flowery serpent.
You shall perish. Ling Yunzi learned of this news several hours later and was immediately incensed.
However, Su Chengxian ruthlessly suppressed him. He, little brother, you cannot best me. Perhaps you should practice a bit more?
This remark came from the ever-encouraging Su Chengxian.
I appreciate your assistance, little bai. was the response from their newly acquainted beast. The golden tortoise, die.
Madam Shi Xiaotsui, feeling maternal, declared, "Little Cheng, little Bai, I shall join you in fishing."
To hasten their journey,
they had no plans to come ashore soon, thus their primary hunting target was the fish in the Grand River. This river was indeed vast, spanning over 100 meters in width, with depths reaching several fathoms, nurturing countless aquatic beasts. Some first and second tier fish could grow to weigh over 100 pounds.
They would not be lacking in sustenance along the way.
Ling Xiao declined Madame Shi's kind offer, urging her to focus on cultivating atop the tortoise's shell. It was not out of concern for her safety in the water. The area several hundred miles ahead was still on the fringes of the mountains, where the river was too shallow to harbor formidable aquatic beasts. Hunting was also a form of cultivation for her and Ling Yunzi, a means to hone their combat skills and enhance their power.
To achieve commendable results at the upcoming arena contest for the Spirit Vein Cave, they must begin preparations now.
Ideally, they would advance to the 5th tier before then, as 4th tier beasts had little chance of success in the contest for the cave.
Moreover,
Madame Shi Xiaotsui was already a 5th tier beast. If she could quickly elevate to the 6th tier, she would also have a chance to compete.
As for Su Chengxian,
she need not worry. Judging by his calm demeanor, entering the Spirit Vein Cave should pose no challenge for him.
Reflecting on this,
she cast a glance at the flowery serpent, which had indeed fallen asleep again.
Sleep. Rest well. When the time comes for the arena,
you shall realize the folly of your slumber. Yet, considering the creature's thick skin, considerable size, and brute strength, she felt a twinge of discouragement. Recognizing that such attributes might allow it to triumph over many beasts of the same tier, invoking memories of her own experiences subduing other prodigies in her reign as empress. However, in the next moment, she banished such chaotic thoughts. Contemplating these matters served no purpose but to hinder her cultivation. Thus, she cast aside distractions and devoted herself to her training. As night fell, she, along with Ling Yunzi and Madame Shi, gathered the remaining demon cores to absorb the moonlight. The tortoise elder, carrying them through the waters, emitted joyful sounds as it embraced the lunar radiance.
For the golden tortoise,
the environment's spiritual energy had little impact on its cultivation. As long as it was not in a spiritually barren realm, it could cultivate with its shell present.
Nevertheless, in areas rich in spiritual energy, the cultivation speed would not see any extraordinary enhancement. They lacked demon cores. However, the spiritual energy in moonlight provided a refreshing and soothing sensation, allowing for deeper sleep.
Thus, Su Chengxian's agreement with it, beyond being sleeping companions and providing meals, also included the promise to plant all spiritual herbs and roots obtained now and in the future upon its back, which was a significant factor in persuading it. For Dai, wandering anywhere was inconsequential. As it reaped benefits without much effort, it readily accepted the arrangement. The golden tortoise possessed a divine ability to control water. It had an uncle in the realm of humans, revered as the river god. Thus, with a mere thought, it could navigate the river's currents toward its chosen destination while continuing to sleep undisturbed. Its grandparent encouraged it to make friends, particularly with those who appeared to have lived long lives. Creatures that love slumber generally enjoy longevity. The flowery serpent's affinity for sleep and its calling of tortoise elder made it eager to forge this friendship. The flowery serpent's sister and brother were indeed formidable, capable of attracting such abundant moonlight. However, the demon core was a bit small. If it were larger, perhaps the moonlight could envelop it entirely. The grandparent's storage had some, but she was not permitted to take them out. Lacking a demon core, she had found it challenging to rest comfortably outside her home. Thus, upon discovering the flowery serpent family harvesting moonlight, she had taken to sleeping on the opposite bank of the river. Dai's eyes twinkled as she pondered where to procure a large demon core. However, after her thoughts whirled, she was unable to come up with a solution, leaving her feeling ensnared in her own musings. A yawn escaped her lips, and she decided to retreat into slumber, to ponder anew on the morrow. From that day forth, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi dedicated themselves to training on the turtle shell above and fishing below. They nurtured 3 famished beasts, averaging a fishing expedition every 4 days, with each haul yielding no fewer than 20 first-tier aquatic demon beasts. Luckily, these creatures were not picky eaters. The great sage utilized the blood of the demon beasts to nourish the spiritual herbs and roots.
Su Chengxian remained unchanged from before, alternating between eating and sleeping.
On this particular day, he noticed several sprigs of spiritual herbs had sprouted upon the turtle shell, reaching the height of a pinky finger. Realizing that at least 10 days had slipped by, he observed that the demon clouds on the horizon had yet to disperse, and they seemed to be drawing ever closer. The itch upon Su Chengxian's body intensified, culminating in a shedding of skin by evening, and in the subsequent 2 days, his size burgeoned nearly to double. On that day, the demon clouds, having approached them suddenly, retreated abruptly.
Let us find a place to land and investigate,
Ling Xiao proposed as he gazed at the lingering aura of demons nearby. Bring the great sage along. Where great demons dwell, high-tiered demon beasts are sure to be found.
Rumor has it that rare treasures are guarded by these extraordinary beasts.
Their plan was simple, to scavenge for anything of value.
Even if they found nothing, perhaps they could procure some beast blood for cultivating spiritual plants. Su Chengxian cast a glance at his status panel and nodded in agreement.
Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, rank, 6th tier, to become a 7th tier demon beast, blood essence must exceed 10 million, blood essence, 5, 610. 087, physical realm, demon body realm, 2490 10, 000, spiritual realm, demon soul realm, 2689 10, 000, divine techniques and combat skills, divine technique, blood-sucking. Bewitching Howl, combat skills, snake bite, snake entanglement, refinement points, 06, before embarking.
He commanded the system to allocate all acquired refinement points towards enhancing his strength during their journey. Even in slumber, he did not cease practicing his combat techniques. Currently,
his serpentine form measured over 30 centimeters in girth and nearly 7 meters in length. Feeling the power coursing through him,
he estimated he could easily strangle a mountain-shaking boar to death.
Should he encounter a 7th-tier demon beast, he believed he could at least escape unscathed.
Yet, this did not add up. System, what is the reason for the enhancement in my physical and spiritual realms? Despite the unexpected increase,
Su Chengxian felt it necessary to understand the underlying cause, especially concerning his spiritual realm, which had surely grown by over 100.
Even without glancing at the panel, he sensed the augmentation while exerting his spiritual consciousness.
Host's blood essence is vigorous, with each breath, it absorbs spiritual energy and moonlight. Spiritual energy and moonlight proved particularly effective for refining the soul.
Is it truly so? Su Chengxian marveled. By the heavens! Does this imply that resting in an environment suffused with spiritual energy and moonlight could accelerate the enhancement of my abilities? This newfound insight ignited a heightened anticipation for their scavenging endeavor. Thus, leaving Shi Xiaozuei and Grandpa Turtle behind,
he ventured ashore with the Great Sage and Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, heading straight for the area dense with residual demon energy.
An hour later,
they arrived at a battlefield littered with remnants of flesh.
The Great Sage unearthed an item from the shattered roots of an ancient tree. Is this a mostly rotted green peach? Su Chengxian scrutinized it for some time before hesitantly inquiring, can this even be consumed? Squeak! The entire grove was devoid of any peach trees.
From beneath the roots, the Great Sage, using his furry paw, fished out a decaying peach, which seemed quite unreasonable. This green peach must have come from elsewhere.
The surroundings, ravaged by the great demon and the beast tide, were in disarray.
Before their arrival, this place had evidently endured at least 2 significant skirmishes. The first was likely a hunt by the high-tier demon beasts against those of the beast tide, followed by the great demon's slaughter. The brutal cycle of nature was vividly illustrated before Su Chengxian, granting him a first-hand glimpse into the harsh realities of the North Wilderness Mountains.
Of course, once a high-tier demon beast perished, it too would be devoured by lower-tier beasts. Numerous traces of blood-licking were evident, yet there remained scant remnants of flesh. However,
perhaps due to his past life as a human, he felt no sorrow for the fallen. Instead, gratitude and vigilance arose within him. He was fortunate to have escaped the calamity. Shi Xiaozuei, of average talent, had dwelled on the fringes of the mountains and, having retreated further during her first nesting,
narrowly avoided disaster.
At the same time, caution crept into his thoughts. Even with the system in place, it was not a guarantee against becoming a victim of predation. There are always stronger beings beyond oneself, and within the realm of the strong, there exist even greater strengths.
Su Chengxian mused. Man's arrogance invites misfortune, nature's wrath brings storms. A snake's recklessness could lead it to be mistaken for a mere snack.
Thus, he resolved to rest soundly until he was formidable enough to avoid being easily devoured.
We have been quite fortunate, Ling Xiao remarked, eyeing the green peach. This peach still retains some spiritual energy.
While the flesh is certainly inedible, the pit could be preserved. Perhaps it could yield a peach tree that bears spiritual fruits.
Ling Yunzi added, the aura of the great demon lingers.
And the taint of decay has indeed corrupted the peach flesh, rendering it unfit for consumption. However, as long as the spiritual energy persists, it generally does not spoil.
Yet,
pure spiritual objects can deteriorate rapidly when tainted by other forces. In mere hours, the peach flesh was close to ruin. Great sage, place the peach upon the ground.
He instructed. Squeak. The great sage, recognizing Su Chengxian as his kin, complied and set the green peach down. Ling Yunzi then used his tail to prod the peach, channeling a spark of spiritual power into it.
The peach flesh began to peel away, revealing a pristine pit within.
Old ghost, inspect the pit for any sign of vitality.
After completing this, he turned to Su Chengxian.
Ha? You want me to examine it? How am I to do that?
Su Chengxian feigned ignorance.
Cease your pretense. Utilize your spiritual consciousness to probe it, Ling Xiao scoffed.
TSK, Su Chengxian mused.
It seems there is no secret I can keep in front of these two.
Of course, he had not truly attempted to conceal anything.
Focusing, he extended his spiritual consciousness towards the pit.
Piercing through the hard outer shell, he detected a faint green glow within.
That indicates vitality, it should be plantable, he affirmed. Ling Yunzi nodded. Now check the surface for any trace of black demon energy?
None, Su Chengxian replied, shaking his head, the flesh has been thoroughly stripped away.
He observed keenly. That is excellent news.
The trio of snakes and one monkey scoured the vicinity once more but found nothing of value.
They prepared to return. Squeak.
The great sage pointed toward a specific spot and bounded over. He crouched and cleared away the leaves, unearthing a handful of soil soaked with beast blood.
Evidently intending to dig it up for transport.
There is nothing to carry it in, Ling Xiao remarked.
That can be easily remedied, Su Chengxian replied.
The felled trees, thick enough for two to embrace, are still fresh, their bark remains pliable.
We can strip a section, roll it into a cylinder,
and secure it with vines at both ends, using our tails to drag it alone. Soil saturated with the blood of high-tier demon beasts may not be rare. Yet it would benefit the spiritual plants, so taking it alone was prudent. They returned to the riverbank, climbing upon Grandpa Turtle's back. The great sage busily prepared to plant the peach pit amidst the gathering spiritual herbs using the soil they had procured.
2 days later, they narrowly evaded yet another wave of beasts.
Ling Xiao was astonished that the great demon had yet to perish. However, soon I will summon Lin Jianzi and Su Chengxian, along with the great sage, to the shore in search of treasure. Unfortunately, our luck this time has not been favorable. We have not even encountered the soil stained with beast blood, only to be directly devoured by the great demon.
Ling Xiao glanced around and spoke. Subsequently,
the great demon's attacks became significantly more frequent than before. Each time, they would cautiously approach to investigate, yet each attempt ended in vain.
Moreover, due to the presence of the great demon and the beast tide, they had not encountered a single beast above the 4th tier, let alone obtain a demon core. Thus,
their evening cultivation, which relied on refining the moonlight with demon cores, was forced to come to an end, reducing their practice to mere sitting meditation, significantly slowing the pace of drawing in moonlight.
Bang! Roar!
On this day, with the moon at its zenith, a wretched howl echoed through the forest.
The great demon had struck again.
Ling Xiao awoke from his meditative state, glancing at Lin Jianzi and then at Su Chengxian.
What are you dawdling for? Let us depart. Su Chengxian urged as he stood up.
The beasts that had been slain were growing increasingly feeble, Lin Jianzi hesitantly remarked. The great demon had shifted from selectively hunting beasts above the 7th tier to indiscriminately slaughtering even slightly remarkable 5th and 6th tier beasts. This was why the frequency of its attacks was so high, otherwise, there would not be so many high-tier beasts for it to kill. Of course, Their family was either too inexperienced in cultivation, their magical fluctuations too subtle, or their bloodline qualities too low, or perhaps they lacked any magical fluctuations at all, rendering them insignificant in the eyes of the great demon. The only noticeable aspect was Su Chengxian's physique. However, if one did not know better, they would think he was merely the size of a 4th or 5th tier mountain python, having been born less than half a year ago. Therefore, he was not worried about potential danger, rather, he felt that it would be a waste of effort to investigate. Brother, stop hesitating.
We have come this far. Su Chengxian stretched, refusing to miss the opportunity. What if we miss it? In the future, we will regret it bitterly. Besides, even if there are no heavenly materials or earthly treasures, the soil stained with beast blood still bears fruit. It is not a wasted trip. Furthermore, hunting a few panicked beasts for a feast would be even better. Accumulating resources is of utmost importance. As the saying goes, he who has grain in hand is not anxious in heart. Amassing resources gradually is the key to achieving great endeavors. Su Chengxian continued. Isn't this the essence of our cultivation? We must accumulate bit by bit, with patience. He mused, look at my blood energy, it has only gradually built up over time. Alas, it has taken nearly half a year just to reach the 6th tier. Ah, old ghost, your words are quite entertaining. Ling Xiao chuckled, particularly at the phrase since we are already here, which resonated with him, prompting a desire to see for himself. Lin Jianzi also rose in agreement. It was hard not to admit that the 4 words since we are already here seemed to carry a certain charm, difficult to resist. Humph. This is one of the 4 great incantations. What are the other 3? I shall tell you later. Lin Jianzi contemplated, who are you trying to deceive? The 4 great incantations? I hail from the orthodox lineage of the Xianmen and have never heard of such a thing. Half an hour later, he and Ling Xiao began to question the saplings unearthed by the great sage from the beast lair. They began to doubt the existence of the 4 great incantations, wondering if they had been too ignorant. This is a dragon blood tree, Ling Xiao remarked. Indeed, Lin Jianzi nodded, recognizing it as a treasure for the bloodline evolution of the serpent python clan. They exchanged glances and turned to Su Chengxian, who appeared puzzled. What's wrong? Is there an issue with this tree? There is no issue with the tree, you. Ling Xiao wanted to say, you have a problem. Just as he was about to inquire whether the remaining 3 incantations also had blessings, a sudden sigh echoed from afar, causing their hearts to leap. The great demon has died? Following that, a voice resounded throughout the mountains. By order of the Southern Great King, under the command of the white-browed demon Marquis, all 5th tier and above demons, you may proceed to the nearby spiritual vein cave to participate in the arena set by the demon leaders. The victor shall be rewarded with the cave, while the defeated may still vie for a place outside the spiritual vein cave. You have 10 days. The arena will open in 10 days, lasting for 5 days, do not be late. The voice rolled like distant thunder, soaring into the sky before dispersing. It reverberated across the terrain, deafening to the ears. This was not merely a shout, it contained profound demonic power, capable of shaking the soul. It penetrated the forest, echoing in the ears of every beast that had awakened its intelligence. Even those at the nascent stage of awareness would not miss the critical information. The sound reminded Su Chengxian of a lion's roar. As the echoes faded, the demonic clouds in the distance began to disperse. The great demon has fallen? He sensed no fluctuations of demonic power from it. Yes, it has perished, Lin Jianzi confirmed. Just like that? Su Chengxian was taken aback. Not long ago, it had been so fierce, creating such a ruckus that it incited a beast tide, leading to the demise of countless creatures and devastation of flora. It had personally slain many beasts above the 5th tier, and now it had simply died? Silently and without a trace? What other way could it be? Lin Jianzi replied. I thought I would die a more glorious death, Su Chengxian said. A glorious death is still a death, Ling Xiao remarked. Moreover, when one dies, the soul separates from the body against one's will. How can it be glorious? It is not as if one seeks death and chooses the manner of it. The great demon, unwilling to perish, would struggle until it could no longer do so. Indeed, Su Chengxian pondered whether the death was loud or quiet. It was still to die, that reasoning holds true. He then turned to ask, now that the great demon has died, should we go and take a look? What do you wish to do? Ling Xiao chuckled. Are you hoping to scavenge something?
Hee, not necessarily, it's just that I have never seen a dead great demon.
Of course, I have never seen a living one either. So, is there anything to scavenge? Don't be ridiculous. Ling Xiao scoffed. Do you think the demon general who issued the order only came to confirm its death?
If it were merely to ascertain life or death,
a simple sweep of spiritual consciousness would suffice. If the soul lamp extinguishes, then the demon is dead. There are even demon soldiers under the general's command. Why go to the trouble of making a trip in person?
He came to collect the corpse of the great demon, Lin Jianzi murmured. The value of a great demon's corpse is comparable to that of a top-grade magical artifact. The most basic magical artifacts in the cultivation realm are classified as low, medium,
high, and top grade.
The price of a top-grade magical artifact in the human realm is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones.
This wealth is sufficient to provide its descendants with resources to cultivate to transformation. Furthermore, since it was a failed ascent of a demon general, its value is even higher.
It may possess spiritual implements or even treasures refined from its innate talents and abilities. Above top-grade artifacts are spiritual implements and treasures, which are similarly classified into low, medium,
high, and top grades.
The disparity in value between spiritual implements and treasures is vast and difficult to measure.
Nonetheless, regardless of the limitations on their use, their value would still exceed that of top-grade artifacts. Thus, how could the demon race allow the corpse of the great demon to remain unclaimed? What do you mean by that? Su Chengxian was taken aback. Surely not? Why not? Ling Xiao stated, now that it has died, should not its body benefit future generations rather than wasting away in a grave? Ah, is this the reason for your grave robbing, to take the bones? Lin Jianzi looked at her in astonishment. The minister wishes to plant flowers, thus he requires fertilizer.
I have heard that the bones of cultivators are the most suitable for cultivating those flowers. Ling Xiao laughed heartily.
I fear if I were to ask them for it,
they would refuse, so I might as well take some myself. As the great sage worked diligently to prepare the blood-stained earth,
he wrapped it in tree bark and began the journey back.
On the way, they received a message from the lion demon. Lin Jianzi, gliding gracefully, remarked that indeed, it was the lion's roar that had been used. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, noting that the command was issued by a demon general, indicating their fortunate circumstances.
What does that mean? Su Chengxian inquired curiously.
Ling Xiao explained that the demon tribes are led by demon generals, who are further divided under different demon leaders. Within the same demon leaders' ranks, the generals operate independently. The demon tribes of the northern wilderness mountains are governed by 4 demon kings based on cardinal directions. The demon kings and their respective demon lords reside within the royal city, while the surrounding mountains are overseen by various demon leaders. The leaders dispatch their generals to guard the significant spirit vein caves nestled in these mountains.
The size of a general's territory is contingent upon their strength.
Yet they hold equal status. A powerful demon cannot encroach upon a weaker one's domain, nor can they lay claim to another's spirit vein, as doing so would be seen as a provocation against the demon leader. Thus, the demise of a powerful demon merely affects the allocation of spirit vein caves among the generals under their command, stirring only the general ranks. However, the recent message from the demon general referenced the southern king and mentioned the demon lords and leaders, implying that many spirit vein caves had become available. Su Chengxian understood that the vacancies among the various general spirit vein caves had prompted the beasts to challenge one another. By the way, how did you know that one was a demon general? He asked curiously. Is there some method to gauge their strength? Yet, they could not discern the ranks of the demon beasts. Lin Jianzi responded, do not assume that the demon tribes overlook titles. A great demon would refer to a demon general as general. Understanding dawned upon Su Chengxian as this piece of knowledge, combined with the earlier revelation about the utilization of a great demon's corpse, evoked a profound sense of disconnection within him. Upon returning to the turtle's back, the great sage resumed his planting. Dai Dai glanced back, noticing their success, and her eyes gleamed with interest. Oh! A dragon blood tree! She exclaimed, blinking. These fruits are delicious but challenging to cultivate.
Fear not, we have the great sage. Su Chengxian chuckled. Old turtle, did you hear the demon general's command just now? Ling Xiao swam closer, asking, can we hasten our journey to the nearest spirit vein cave? If possible.
I shall treat you to some fruits once the dragon blood tree bears fruit.
Yes. Yes. Dai Dai nodded enthusiastically.
Miss Shi Xiaotsui approached, puzzled. Why the rush? Before the arena begins, there will surely be a gathering, Ling Xiao explained.
Rather than wasting time here, why not take our chances there? Lin Jianzi concurred,
expressing a desire to see if they could exchange for an alchemy furnace. The dragon blood tree, though arduous to cultivate, grows slowly. It could take many years for it to bloom and bear fruit. However, this was not a concern for Dai Dai. The monkey on her back had a knack for planting spirit herbs and could sense their vitality, perhaps truly capable of nurturing the dragon blood tree.
As they sped along, it required merely a thought to navigate the waters, sparing them the exertion of manual effort. Why not agree to hasten? She giggled, urging them along.
We never mentioned a specific pace. With all limbs and heads tucked into the shell, I blinked innocently. Pursuing the wind and chasing the moon is swift. Flowing with the current is quick, and riding the winds and waves is also fast, albeit to varying degrees of speed.
Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi remained unaware of this nuance.
They understood that the golden wing-chasing tortoise moved swiftly through water, yet they were oblivious to the specific nature of its speed. During their encounters with the tortoise as empress and sovereign, they had never had the opportunity to ride upon its back.
In an unexpected turn of fate, Su Chengxian, privy to Dai Dai's thoughts, peered around and observed the scenery whizzing by, deeming the speed quite satisfactory, stable enough not to disturb his slumber.
Excessive speed could lead to mishaps.
And thus he remained silent, closing his eyes to continue resting.
Despite Dai Dai imposing her own speed limit, their progress remained rapid.
2 days later,
they arrived at the nearest spirit vein cave.
Upon landing, they encountered a curious little demon.
After inquiring, they learned they had reached the Luyang Mountain Spirit Mansion. For your information, this is the Chenli Shanglong Ridge, with Wangyun Mountain as the pinnacle and the residence of the General Fuli, the articulate little demon explained.
The small demon,
resembling a cat with incomplete transformation, humanoid yet covered in fur, small and slender, with a cat's head, claws, and a tail, possessed keen eyes and considerable intelligence.
After finishing its introduction,
it bowed and offered its services to gather information for a fee of a piece of low-grade demon beast meat.
Su Chengxian found it amusing, while Ling Xiao inquired about any recent exchanges or gatherings. Indeed,
the mountain cat spirit replied, recently, General Yu has organized a treasure exchange meeting to the east. Many enlightened demon beasts are attending to trade treasures there. Good.
Come tomorrow, and guide us there. We'll provide you with the beast meat, Ling Xiao instructed.
Understood.
What is your name? Cat 19. Why not ask a few more questions? After Cat 19 departed, Su Chengxian remarked, that mountain cat spirit appeared quite astute.
Its human speech is indistinguishable from that of human beings. Why did you send it away after just a few exchanges? With a gathering of enlightened demon beasts, there surely are valuable insights to be gained.
Ling Xiao dismissed his concerns. We'll know all that is necessary upon our arrival. Besides, how much information could a little demon, who only demands low-grade beast meat as a reward, possibly possess? Its strength is presumably lacking, suggesting its insights would hold little value.
Many demon beasts disdain such weaklings,
often keeping them at bay.
That is why Cat 19 observed from a distance until I invited it over.
In the realm of demons, weakness is indeed a grave sin. Su Chengxian mused.
It would be better to investigate myself. The fluency of its speech is hardly surprising. Being surrounded by humans, it would quickly learn the language.
Ms.
Shi Xiaotsui, having overheard their conversations, had also begun to speak human words with reasonable proficiency.
Your Majesty, how do these little demons come to be? He inquired curiously. Are they part of the demon race?
He had not previously encountered the existence of such small demons. Indeed, they are part of the demon race, often referred to as half-demons. Their origins are varied. Some demon beasts, though physically frail, awaken their intelligence early, developing demon cores by the second or third rank.
However, Upon condensing their demon Dan, they fully transform.
Yet, lacking sufficient strength, their transformation remains incomplete, resulting in a half-human, half-demon appearance. Such half-demons possess limited power both before and after their transformation, making their existence rare outside spirit mansions, as they are often consumed before reaching maturity.
Another group consists of ninth-rank demon beasts that fail to transform yet survive, or those whose transformations are disrupted by external forces. The former scenario is quite understandable.
The ninth-tier demon beast undergoes transformation. If successful, it becomes a great demon, yet there is a 99% chance of succumbing to the tribulation of lightning upon failure.
However,
there exists a slim possibility of surviving as a half-demon. This latter scenario is quite intricate, influenced by numerous factors such as inadvertently consuming rare celestial treasures or spiritual elixirs, or being enlightened into a demon by a powerful being. Alternatively, one may be compelled by external pressures to initiate their transformation prematurely.
The last possibility is that one is born a half-demon.
Both demon beasts and demon clans have the potential to give birth to half-demons.
Likewise, offspring born of human and demon unions may also be half-demons.
Furthermore, children of half-demons have a 50% chance of being half-demons themselves.
In fact,
it is the lesser demons that constitute the most significant portion of the demon race. Lingxiao City, the royal city of the demon race, is home to hundreds of thousands of lesser demons. Various noble and military estates, as well as spiritual veins and caves, also host numerous lesser demons. The combat prowess of these lesser demons varies, yet they are generally obedient to commands and easier to manage.
More importantly, if these lesser demons continue their cultivation,
they may not be unable to ascend to become great demons.
Although the hope may be faint and the second transformation fraught with peril. Has there ever been a path of cultivation devoid of danger? The transformation of demon beasts is fraught with peril.
And the ascent of great demons to demon generals is equally perilous, with the potential for life to be extinguished. Beyond this, the challenges only intensify. Therefore, you must now comprehend the formidable prowess that allows me to ascend to the throne of Empress, with my younger brother, a Daoist sovereign, at my side.
Can I, an elder, truly be inferior to you? Chengxian promptly resolved to enrich his own persona.
Recalling the countless individuals who once vied for success as he single-handedly traversed the river to triumph on the shores,
he alluded to the Gaokao. In his youth,
he had endured numerous selections of thousands, overcoming obstacles without a trace of trepidation.
Middle school examinations, Gaokao, college entrance exams.
He spoke only of his courage, refraining from revealing the details of his results or whether he succeeded, such as the artistry of language.
The disciples of my sect, even the ordinary folk,
can traverse 1,000 miles in a day, wielding treasures to observe the affairs of the world.
Chengxian held his head high.
One should not dwell solely on personal failures, rather, one should contemplate the remarkable achievements of the collective, thus enhancing one's own stature.
Treasures to observe the world's affairs?
The meditative Lin Jianzi could not help but open his eyes, pondering if it might be the Lingyue treasure mirror or the Tianjiang compass.
Or perhaps the Haotian mirror of the celestial realm? No, it cannot be. The treasures in hand must be the heavenly eye technique? Ha!
Of course. That is not the case, Chengxian chuckled. It is a treasure refined by a lineage within my sect, of which I am not a practitioner.
Thus, he deftly sealed the loophole. Ah, I see.
Lin Jianzi nodded. Traversing 1,000 miles is indeed simple, achievable through the mastery of escape techniques or flying methods, such as earth escape or sword flight, but this requires a foundational cultivation level. It is indeed astounding that every member of your sect possesses such capabilities. In truth, one can rent large flying artifacts. If you can lend flying artifacts to common folk, your sect must be extraordinarily powerful.
Lingxiao sighed,
stating that in our holy dynasty, only the privileged enjoy such benefits.
Chengxian mused that this topic must not continue.
Although he was quite eager to see if he could incite his younger sister, the Empress, to overthrow the imperial system.
The following day, as dawn broke, Cat 19 arrived. After a respectful bow, he spoke, "Your Excellency, if you wish to attend the teachings or set up a stall, it is advisable to arrive early to secure a location.
There is no rush, we shall wait until more people gather before proceeding.
Here is a fish for you." Once you are satisfied, you may wait by the side.
Ling Xiao emerged from the water, tossing a half-meter-long fish towards him.
Let us eat our meal first. Then we shall go. As you command. Cat 19 eagerly seized the large fish, delighting in his fortune, rolling joyfully on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chengxian's tail twitched with anticipation.
Half an hour later, they had satisfied their hunger and thirst and set off towards the Duobao Sutra conference.
Chapter 30, Shall we adopt the surname Bai? Under the guidance of Cat 19, Su Chengxian and his companions reached the venue for the Duobao Sutra conference in less than half an hour.
Nestled between several hills was a relatively flat expanse of land, where the high platform for the teachings was situated. Cat 19 pointed towards a large stone, about 7 or 8 meters high, located at the foot of one of the hills. The speaker for the next few days would be the Wolf-Jing Cavalier, a title of respect for powerful beings within the demon clan.
The name itself, Wolf-Jing, clearly indicated his origins, suggesting he was a wolf with azure fur.
Naming conventions based on one's bloodline are commonplace among demons, while some may diverge from this tradition. Most, particularly those within close kinship,
tend to have names that reflect their lineage. For instance, Cat 19's name follows the order of their family. In contrast,
the naming customs of Su Chengxian's family are quite rare, as they possess a surname and given names that bear no relation to one another. It's rather uncommon, he remarked. My brother and I were planning to register under the surname Shi.
Shi Xiaocui, Shi Lingxiao, Shi Linjianzi? Su Chengxian's eyes widened.
No, it's Shi Lingyun, corrected Lin Jianzi.
My goodness. Are you isolating me? Is this some form of bullying?
Shi Lingxiao and Shi Lingyun certainly sound like siblings. Why not change yours?
I have no intention of changing. Su Chengxian chuckled. I take my father's surname. Our father, who knows whose belly he ended up in? Lin Jianzi replied nonchalantly.
According to the information they had obtained from Madame Shi Xiaocui, their father was a fourth-tier water-avoiding snake, who had not yet awakened his intelligence. Later, he was pursued by a fifth-tier snake-catching bird, and subsequently, a great demon's disturbance led to a beast tide, suggesting that this father might already be deceased. That's of no consequence. Even if he is dead, it doesn't impede him from carrying the Su surname, Su Chengxian stated matter-of-factly.
He lacked consciousness.
Thus he surely had no name, making it quite fitting.
Ling Xiao interjected with a frequently used exclamation from Su Chengxian. Let me tell you.
Both the Su and Bai surnames are associated with great fortune.
Why is that?
Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi exhibited evident curiosity at this claim.
Once,
there was a great white snake surnamed Bai, who had an exceptionally powerful master, cultivated for 1,000 years, and descended to the mortal realm to marry a man with the surname Su. They had a child, and after a nap in a tower, he awoke as an immortal.
Is that truly the case? Lin Jianzi inquired.
The snake and python clans cultivate through bloodline evolution.
The path of evolution ultimately leads to becoming a dragon, ascending to the celestial realm.
After 100 years of cultivation, one becomes a python, after 500 years, a Jiao dragon, and after 1,000 years, one undergoes the tribulation to ascend to the heavens, shedding their mortal form to become a Qi dragon.
In the celestial realm, further cultivation for another 1,000 years is required to enter the dragon transformation pool and become a true dragon.
The years mentioned are abstract, indicating that one can reach that age without cultivation and still transform into a dragon. However, cultivation depends on one's abilities. A Qi dragon is essentially a young dragon. In both earthly and celestial realms, the prefix young often implies a semblance of false, much like lesser demons.
The status achieved in the celestial realm is self-evident. Yet,
this is considered the least arduous path for demons in their cultivation, and upon ascending, one is granted a lifespan of 1,000 years.
We currently possess the dragon blood tree.
Therefore, the most suitable path for Madame Shi Xiaocui would be the divine path, which entails bloodline evolution and ascending to dragonhood.
If that is indeed the case, perhaps we should persuade Madame Shi Xiaocui to adopt the surname Bai?
Lin Jianzi suggested. The tribulation of the divine path is significantly less potent than that of the heavenly path. However, for the demons attempting ascension, it remains a perilous endeavor.
I believe that is a good idea. Ling Xiao agreed.
In the tale recounted by the flower snake, the great white snake successfully ascended and became an immortal.
Which certainly bodes well. Moreover, Bai Lingxiao and Bai Lingyun sound distinctly more melodious. Su Chengxian replied, I also find it agreeable. Su Shilin, the son of Bai Suzhen,
became the top scholar or the incarnation of the god of literature. The people of Huahua may not hold many deities in high regard, but they would undoubtedly revere the god of literature and the emperor of literature. They serve as objects of worship and at times can even eclipse the god of wealth. Although he felt that the celestial and earthly realms of the primal wilderness did not possess the clear distinctions of hierarchy as portrayed in myths, Lingxiao and Lingjianzi spoke of the celestial realm without much yearning. Nevertheless, the allure of sharing in the fortune of the god of literature was simply irresistible. Fortune and destiny, such concepts were often dismissed as superstitions in his past life. Yet, within the primal wilderness, both demons and humans shared a deep-seated belief in such matters. Just observe the Duobao Sutra conference. Hundreds of beasts had gathered here, and only the fortunate ones managed to arrive.
The unfortunate, aside from those who hid away, mostly perished either consumed by other beasts, killed in the chaos of dying great demons, or lost in the beast tide. This prompted Su Chengxian to reflect on civil service examinations.
The state does not seek candidates plagued by misfortune. In the context of the demon clan and even the entire cultivation community, this notion holds even more validity. For while fortune may seem ethereal, it cannot be overlooked.
The path of cultivation is fraught with tribulations. Some who appear destined to succeed may inexplicably meet their demise, while others who seem unlikely to survive may emerge unscathed.
Everyone yearns to become strong, however, those who ultimately achieve strength are few and far between.
How many exceptionally gifted individuals have failed to reach the end?
It is impossible not to believe in the existence of fortune, and one cannot help but desire better destiny. Thus, the three reached a consensus to return and persuade Madame Shi Xiaotsui to change her surname to Bai. This should not prove difficult, as her surname was merely chosen based on her species and bore no absolute significance that forbade alteration.
Your Excellency. There is a stall ahead with goods from some human cultivators, Cat 19 approached, announcing,
while the trio engaged in conversation. This little demon adeptly avoided them and went ahead to help find the alchemical furnace Lin Jianzi desired.
However, as it did not recognize the furnace,
it merely sought out stalls with human cultivators' wares before returning to report. All right, let us take a look, Lin Jianzi immediately replied.
Wait a moment.
Su Chengxian suddenly recalled something and, in his surprise, could not help but flick out his snake tongue.
Goodness, have you all forgotten? We have no money on us. Money? Beasts do not recognize currency, Lingxiao scoffed. By the time you worry about it, it will be too late. Come, let us first see what lies ahead.
Following Cat 19, they arrived at the stall it mentioned. Lin Jianzi's gaze immediately fell upon a small black cauldron nestled in the corner, containing some herbs. The stalls at the Duobao Sutra conference were arranged quite haphazardly, with most attendees being demon beasts, along with a few smaller demons weaving through the crowd. The stalls were sparse, scattered along both sides of the stone platform, each displaying a dozen or so items.
Given the generally large size of demon beasts,
the distance between stalls was somewhat widened, lending a semblance of organization to the setting.
Moreover, in the open space before the stone platform,
dozens of demon beasts of various forms had already claimed their positions, either crouching or lying down, awaiting the arrival of the great demon to deliver the teachings, which made the gathering feel less desolate.
Su Chengxian's gaze swept across the crowd, pausing almost at every demon beast. How could he not take a closer look?
He had never seen such creatures in his past life, and this was his first encounter in this one.
Among them,
three particularly caught his attention: a burly bear with fur as dark as the night sky, a black eagle with wings gleaming like blades and sharp, piercing eyes,
and a lithe, russet-furred fox. Not only did they exude a potent aura of demon energy, but they also seemed to sense the divine consciousness Su Chengxian emanated. This indicates that they have at least condensed demon cores, and their spiritual power surpasses that of other demonic beasts. If encountered on the arena, they are certainly objects of caution. The demonic beasts in the open area show little interest in the stalls on either side,
resulting in a rather dismal business at the stands. However, as one approaches, it becomes apparent that such bleakness is quite normal. Most of the items traded at these stalls consist of various beast bones, hides, herbs, wild fruits, roots, and so forth,
to the majority of demonic beasts.
These items hold far less value than a piece of low-tier beast meat.
Moreover,
the clientele for these stalls does not seem to be the demonic beasts themselves but rather half-demons adorned with trinkets aside from mere leaves. It is rare for demonic beasts to wear clothing. Some half-demons might wrap a circle of leaves around their waists. Yet, there are certain half-demons wielding weapons and clad in leather armor, traversing between the stalls in small groups.
They are the only ones at this gathering with a clear intent to purchase. In contrast,
the sporadic demonic beasts passing by the stalls hardly glance at them before heading straight to the open area or to the last stall selling beast meat.
Managed by a colossal demonic wolf. Chengxian deduces that it must be a 7th-tier demonic beast.
Your Excellency, at the stall of the Qingling wolf clan. There are meats from demonic beasts above the 3rd tier, but they only accept spiritually enriched herbs.
Cat 19 remarked upon noticing their gaze directed at the stall of the demonic wolf.
The so-called spiritually enriched herbs are ordinary herb seeds that, during growth, have absorbed spiritual energy, thus adding a nourishing effect on the soul beyond their medicinal properties. They can be used to create spiritual medicine.
Spiritual medicine? Is it the same as refining spiritual pills? Chengxian inquired.
Refining spiritual pills requires formulas, the ability to control flames, and the knowledge of incantations, Ling Yunzi interjected. Most importantly, the compatibility of spiritual plants is crucial. They must be harmonized intricately to withstand the alchemical flames. The balance of water and fire, combined with magical enhancement,
is essential for forming spiritual pills. However, herbs with even a hint of spiritual energy will turn to ash in the cauldron in an instant. Furthermore,
he did not mention that the violent demonic energy is unsuitable for pill refining, which is why few among the demon race are versed in alchemy.
Refining pills is laborious and time-consuming, and it pales in comparison to cultivation. Moreover, the demon race can harvest lunar spiritual energy,
which diminishes their demand for ordinary pills compared to the human race. Thus, spiritual medicine likely refers to herbs processed into pills using honey or simply concocted like human medicinal recipes for brewing and consumption.
They are sold to demonic beasts and half-demons. Your Excellency, your insight is remarkable. Spiritual medicine is indeed in pill form, Cat 19 hurriedly added.
We also have herbal packages, but most prefer not to use fire.
Comparatively, the honey-infused pills are more to their liking.
These pills, aside from being kept for personal use, are turned into demon generals for sale in the royal city. Your Excellency, this is the place, they said as they approached the stalls selling items belonging to human cultivators.
The black gold cauldron bore remnants of unclean dirt and bloodstains.
Chengxian instinctively used his spiritual sense to probe but felt a barrier of force upon touching the cauldron, instantly realizing that this object held some intrigue. Ling Yunzi glanced at Cat 19, who understood the cue and stepped forward to inquire, "Excuse me, how much is this black gold cauldron?" The stall owners were two, a gray wolf and a mountain python. The python was thicker and longer than Chengxian, while the gray wolf stood over 2 meters tall, emanating a potent demonic aura, making them formidable opponents. One was dozing, while the other gnawed on a large bone with a crunching sound that could make one's teeth ache.
Upon noticing someone inquiring,
the gray wolf lifted its head to glance at Cat 19 and the others behind her.
The cauldron is not for sale. We sell herbs. We do not buy herbs.
Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils scanned the herbs inside the cauldron, recognizing them as ordinary materials.
We want the cauldron. What do you want? The gray wolf shook its head,
then cast a sidelong glance at Ling Yunzi. Unless you have a spirit herb.
Wow! What a steep price! Chengxian could not help but exclaim.
The resources along the northern wilderness mountain range were scarce.
Both spirit herbs and demonic beasts with special bloodlines were rare.
Among the many demonic beasts present, not one exhibited any extraordinary traits, and during their journey, they had only found a peach pit and a sapling. That was only possible due to the presence of a great sage. Thus, it was easy to ascertain the value of spirit herbs in this region.
Certainly.
The black gold cauldron, which caught Ling Yunzi's interest, likely held value exceeding that of a single spirit herb. Yet it could not possibly be worth that much at the gray wolf's stall.
The wolf was truly brazen.
No spirit herbs, Ling Yunzi replied.
But I can offer a first-tier demonic fish. Wow!
Su Chengxian turned to him, "Brother, that price is quite low." They typically sought second-tier demonic fish for meals, and first-tier fish were beneath their consideration. Now, attempting to exchange an undesirable first-tier fish for the coveted black gold cauldron? You're quite the businessman. Not for trade. The gray wolf shook its head. At that moment, the mountain python opened its eyes, raised its head, and rasped, "Use it, I will trade with you." Use it? Who is it? Su Chengxian blinked, realizing that the python's gaze was fixed on him. Him? Ling Yunzi turned to Su Chengxian. Without demonic energy, devoid of brilliance in the eyes, lacking spiritual intelligence. Is this fat snake a captured beast you intend to sell, or is it a waste, brother? The python squinted. Give him to us as food, and we will provide you with the herbs from the cauldron. Oh. Su Chengxian thought to himself. Is this long creature out of its mind? He stepped back, allowing space for Ling Xia and Ling Yunzi to negotiate this transaction at the stall, only to find that the python considered him a potential item for exchange. A captured demonic beast, or perhaps a waste brother? Who was it referring to? Lacking any discernment. Old man, devoid of brilliance in the eyes? That's merely because I just awoke. However, from this remark, one could discern how awakened demonic beasts regard their kin, especially those who have yet to gain intelligence, viewing them as mere commodities. Thinking back, even the empress sister allowing me to pull her carriage could be considered brotherly affection. No, not for sale. Ling Yunzi hesitated, expressing some regret. Selling was out of the question, primarily because he could not overpower the foolish flower snake. Oh ho! This younger brother seems to be doing well. Then I shall not sell this cauldron either. The python-esque greedy gaze swept over the three, particularly lingering on Su Chengxian. This gaze startled Su Chengxian, igniting a sudden curiosity about the python's thoughts. He summoned his system and lifted the barrier against mind reading. In the next instant, he heard the gray wolf snicker in his mind. The old python has certainly not given up on consuming its kin. This patterned snake is indeed large and plump. Not quite. The auras of the white snake and the green snake are somewhat distinct, so that's how it is. Let us leave. At this moment, realizing they could not reach an agreement, Su Chengxian continued to fixate on the python, prompting Ling Yunzi to worry he might attract trouble, leading him to turn and depart the stall. This area forbids fighting, and being caught would result in expulsion. Su Chengxian paused momentarily before following suit. Ah ha ha. Ha ha. Waste brother. Not long after leaving, Ling Xia could no longer suppress his laughter. Old ghost, how does it feel to be regarded as an unintelligent beast? Specifically eyed as food? Ah ha ha. Not much, Su Chengxian replied lazily. Moreover, you don't think they only want to eat me, do you? Of course not, Ling Xia retorted with a cold smirk. The gluttonous gaze of that mountain python is all too apparent. Would I be blind to that? Those two are up to no good. Avoid them? That dark cauldron is indeed an excellent alchemical furnace, Ling Yunzi remarked. If refined properly, it could be utilized. The furnace top is absent, can it truly be used? The furnace top resides within the cauldron. And what of luring the serpent from its lair? Indeed. The treasure has revealed its essence, perfectly enticing the serpent from its den. What treasure has been revealed? They are clearly devoid of possessions, how could anything be exposed? Yet, upon hearing Su Chengxian's words, apart from Cat 19, who experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, the other two comprehended instantly. Subsequently, the trio refrained from further discussion. This was the Multi-Treasure Sutra Conference, surrounded by numerous demon beasts, and even the slightest whisper could attract the attention of keen ears. They proceeded to the open space in the center and found a secluded corner. Your Excellency, Cat 19 bowed. In a moment, Lieutenant Wolfching shall arrive. If there are no further instructions, I shall seek a place to listen to the teachings. You may go, there is no need to seek us afterward, Ling Yunzi replied. But please exercise caution on your return. Follow the path we took, do not stray beyond the circle drawn by the spirit mansion. Should anyone attempt to lead you astray, be wary of their intentions. Are you implying something has occurred in the past? Su Chengxian inquired.
It's not merely a past occurrence, every year. Many demon beasts meet untimely ends during these days. In the past 2 days alone, at least 4 or 5 that I have seen have vanished. Beyond the spirit vein cave, slaughter reigns supreme. Every demon beast is both hunter and prey. Thank you for your warning, you may go. Su Chengxian nodded in acknowledgement of the sentiment, urging Cat 19 to seek a forward position to listen. Once Cat 19 departed, Ling Xiao remarked, "It appears they are accustomed to this way of life, and it is not directed specifically at us. I had thought our luck was unusually poor. We had only just arrived and were already targeted as easy prey. It seems this place has a notorious reputation. The theme here is one of treachery for wealth, with demon beasts themselves being a form of treasure." Su Chengxian rubbed his temple with the tip of his tail, feeling somewhat agitated. The process of selecting the unfortunate had yet to conclude? It was likely that only upon reaching the arena would the raw brutality cease, at least momentarily. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure from behind a large rock formation. A towering figure descended, riding atop a massive wolf, exuding formidable presence. The surrounding demon beasts were stirred, responding with their own roars. "Silence!" commanded the great wolf, stabilizing itself. "Lieutenant Wolfching has arrived. We pay our respects to Lieutenant Wolfching. We pay our respects to Lieutenant Wolfching. No need for excessive formalities," said the lean man who dismounted from the wolf's back. "Today, I will teach the method of harvesting moonlight." Perhaps the demon race lacked the intricacies of formality. Or perhaps they deemed it unnecessary to engage in pleasantries with demon beasts. Thus, Wolfching sat cross-legged upon the stone platform and commenced the lecture. The so-called discourse was far from the profound insights of a true enlightened practitioner. It focused instead on the fundamental cultivation techniques for demon beasts. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi nearly succumbed to slumber. To them, this felt akin to listening to a teacher reciting elementary texts. Su Chengxian found it even more absurd, for he did not engage in cultivation at all. It was not due to a lack of desire, but a shortage of time. There was scarcely enough time for sleep, let alone cultivation. Moreover, his intellect in his past life was not particularly sharp, and in this life, his physical aptitude was merely average. Sleeping could bolster his vitality, but dedicating time to cultivation would likely yield little achievement. Hence, one must possess self-awareness. It was best to remain at ease. Nonetheless, for reasons of discretion, they persevered and listened to the majority of the lecture. When the prominent demon Wolfching announced that those who found the teachings incomprehensible could leave, the three exchanged glances, rose, and followed the departing demon beasts out of the gathering place. No demon beasts chose to accompany them. Upon exiting the open area, they scattered like birds and beasts. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi led the way, with Su Chengxian trailing behind, as they retraced their steps. However, they slightly deviated from the main path and subsequently meandered onto a smaller trail, naturally stepping outside the safe zone. The targets were 2 demon beasts. The trap need not be overly elaborate, simplicity was key. Su Chengxian mused, as he instinctively glanced at his status panel, just as he did before each confrontation. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, rank, 6th tier. To become a 7th tier demon beast, blood vitality must exceed 10 million points, blood vitality, sex, 830. 166, physical realm, demon body realm, 2, 51410, 000, soul realm, demon soul realm, 2, 76710, 000, divine abilities and combat techniques, ability, bloodsucking. Enchanting Screech, combat techniques, snake bite, snake bind, refinement points, 06, both his physical and soul realms had seen improvement. Judging by his state after defeating the 6th tier mountain shaking boar, he believed he could withstand a confrontation with a 6th tier demon beast without significant issue. Su Chengxian reasoned, recalling that during the battle against the mountain shaking boar, he had employed his innate ability to first enchant the opponent's consciousness before delivering the fatal blow. But so what? As long as the technique proved effective, it could be utilized repeatedly. Today would be no exception. Until he encountered a foe whose soul was sufficiently solidified to resist his divine ability, he had no cause for concern over failure. At that moment, his extended consciousness detected the approach of prey. Hiss. Su Chengxian suddenly raised his head and hissed. Ling Xiao assumed a hunting stance, exchanging a glance with Ling Yunzi, and promptly prepared for action. In the next instant, whoosh!
A shadow darted from the forest behind them, swiftly advancing.
A grey wolf opened its cavernous maw, lunging at Su Chengxian's vital point.
A massive python slithered silently beside Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, enveloping the two serpents before tightening and rolling,
greedily attempting to crush them both.
The black vertical pupils within its golden eyes flashed with a cold, cruel red light.
The demon energy within it surged explosively as it closed in. Impudent!
Ling Xiao roared, unleashing his demon energy to counter the assault. Ling Yunzi similarly concentrated his spiritual power into his fangs, preparing to retaliate against the great python.
Humph! Young one! Do you still wish to bite me?
The python scoffed disdainfully.
Hiss! Another hiss echoed from behind it. Was that the hefty serpent?
At this moment, it should have been bitten to death by the wolf.
Ha! What is happening?
The great python felt a sudden dizziness. Then, excruciating pain pierced its eyes.
Just as it was about to struggle, an even more intense agony struck its vital point. Hiss! Su Chengxian's hiss served as the signal for attack.
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had long established their coordination. This time, bolstered by their enhanced combat prowess, they expanded the targets of their assault. Ling Yunzi unleashed the snakebite technique, instantly blinding the great python,
while Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to strike at its vital point.
Originally the predator, the great python, in its eagerness to secure a kill, unleashed all its demon energy,
leaving its two critical points defenseless.
Despite the comparable strength of both sides, the battle unfolded with minimal turbulence.
In this life-and-death struggle,
one side not only executed a clever counterattack, seizing the initiative, but also wielded an enchanting innate ability, placing them in an invincible position. The slightly weaker grey wolf stood no chance against Su Chengxian, the strongest among the three, meeting an inevitable demise as he was swiftly dispatched, his spine broken and blood drained.
Fool!
Ling Xiao jeered as he savored the great python's blood. The trio swiftly collected the corpses of the demon beasts and returned to the safe zone without delay, securing a clean and decisive victory and departing promptly to avoid attracting other high-tier demon beasts was an unspoken agreement they had long established.
This is troubling. As he was retracing his steps, Su Chengxian suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in his spirit.
His expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Brother, the giant python is coming."
With that,
he released the giant python and hurriedly advanced. Ling Yunzi was caught off guard and stumbled.
What happened?
Ling Xiao inquired.
There has been an incident by the river. Chapter 33, The Arrogant Golden-Backed Dragonfish.
Su Chengxian, the great sage, and the purple golden swift turtle, Dada, had each formed a servant contract. This relatively equitable pact dictated that, aside from the stipulation that the servant could not betray their master during the contract period, the most crucial detail was that when either party was under attack, the other's soul would sense the danger.
However, at present,
both the great sage and Dada possessed relatively weak soul powers and were unable to actively send out a distress signal.
The moment Su Chengxian sensed the imminent peril, it indicated that they had been assaulted. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the riverbank. Damn it! Watching his retreating figure, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi grew anxious.
Dada's shell not only housed Madame Xiaotsui but also contained all their possessions.
They were being robbed, how could they not be alarmed? Yet, they were somewhat reluctant to abandon the recently hunted grey wolf and giant python.
While they hesitated, a familiar little demon appeared in their line of sight.
Mao Shizhou! Your Honor! This is bad.
Mao Shizhou rushed over, exclaiming, "The old lady is being taken away by the golden-backed dragonfish."
Understood. Ling Xiao replied. Keep watch for us. We will return for it.
I will reward you with a fish of the same size as this morning's. This is a safe zone, no fighting allowed. Hiring this little demon to guard indicated that these were possessions with an owner, preventing other beasts from picking them up, ensuring safety.
As you command. Mao Shizhou responded loudly. Your Honor, should I hire my brothers to retrieve the items we left behind? Go fetch.
As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already dashed out.
As you command. Mao Shizhou called back.
Looking at the lifeless grey wolf and giant python on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a rush of joy. He had known that coming to deliver the message was the right choice. This family of water-avoiding snakes truly possessed remarkable combat prowess. He then whistled to summon a bird beast, shouting, "Go fetch my brothers. First, retrieve the belongings of these two dead creatures, and wait for the esteemed ones to return. If they come back, it surely means they have triumphed over the golden-backed dragonfish, and he would receive a substantial reward. If they do not return, that would be an even greater profit. The remains of these two beasts would be enough to cover his journey back to the royal city." However, Mao Shizhou still hoped that these esteemed ones would emerge victorious. They were generous in their dealings and possessed strong abilities. In the northern wilderness mountains, true strength was paramount. If they defeated the dragonfish, they would undoubtedly win a dwelling within the spirit mansion, allowing for long-term connections. Perhaps they could. In Mao Shizhou's understanding, winning meant driving away the troublesome golden-backed dragonfish rather than killing it. This dragonfish bore a trace of the bloodline of a flood dragon. Possessing formidable water manipulation abilities in the depths and mastering a technique that used water to strangle opponents. It had seized a lair in the river and become the tyrant of the waters. While Su Chengxian and his companions were strong, they appeared to be ordinary water-avoiding snakes. The term water-avoiding indicated they had some innate affinity for water, but against the dragonfish, they likely would not gain any advantage. Su Chengxian had already reached the riverbank. He witnessed large splashes of water and, amidst the cacophony, saw a dark silhouette along with a fleeting golden glimmer. Squeak! "Brother Su, the mistress is in the water." The great sage's voice rang out from a large tree on the opposite bank. Splash! A large turtle, encased in numerous transparent water bubbles, emerged from the depths. Dada exhaled a large bubble, protecting the spiritual herbs and dragon blood tree on her back, preventing them from being swept away or damaged as she submerged. Hearing the great sage's call, she quickly poked her head out and exclaimed, "Brother! Xiaotsue, danger! I'm coming!" With a mighty splash, Su Chengxian plunged into the water. Suddenly, the currents surged violently. He spotted a large white snake ensnared by two water columns, struggling desperately to break free. In an instant, a massive shadow surged from the darkness, a bizarre creature resembling a legendary dragonfish. The dragonfish had an elongated form, its body covered in dark scales, rendering it adept at hiding in the dim depths. Its head bulged slightly, long whiskers swaying gracefully in the water, exuding an air of haughty majesty. It truly bore some resemblance to a dragon, yet it largely retained the characteristics of a fish. Its back was adorned with golden scales, and its enormous head sported lifeless fish eyes, with sharp fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. Splash! The colossal fish darted towards the white snake like a bolt from a crossbow, its speed astonishing. However, the great white snake seemed to anticipate this assault. Twisting its body at an incredible angle to evade the lethal strike, simultaneously flicking its tail to create surging waves of water retaliating against the dragonfish. Within the turbulent waters, the two forces clashed violently, sending waves crashing. Yet, the white snake's strength paled in comparison to that of the dragonfish, which utilized its magical abilities to control the water, restricting the snake's movements to a limited space. A moment's carelessness resulted in the snake being bitten, blood immediately flowing forth. Seeing this, Su Chengxian charged forward. Bang! Su Chengxian's sharp fangs clashed with the dragonfish's formidable dorsal fin. The innate battle technique, snakebite, was unleashed. The subsequent move was to ensnare. This collision erupted in a spray of water, accompanied by a deafening sound. Surrounding aquatic plants were torn asunder, and the tremors reverberated to the river's surface, creating a flurry of waves. The dragonfish seemed well acquainted with the combat style of the snake python, thus, Su Chengxian's attempts to entangle it proved unsuccessful. Su Chengxian understood the necessity of denying the dragonfish any opportunity to employ its innate abilities and techniques to manipulate the water and ensnare him. The closer he got, the better the chance he had to surprise the dragonfish with his piercing scream technique. Therefore, he clung tightly to his opponent, the robust python and the dragonfish, measuring over 10 meters in length, entwined in a fierce struggle. The battle immediately escalated to a frenzied climax. Utilizing his astonishing strength and resilience, Su Chengxian relentlessly launched intense assaults against the dragonfish, while the dragonfish, employing its fierce agility, experience, and sturdy scales, withstood the attacks and sought opportunities to counterattack.
The confrontation between the two showcased a delicate balance of power. In the murky and profound riverbed, this tense and exhilarating battle,
marked by the intertwining of forces and the spectacular splashes of water, radiated a tremor that sent all living beings in the vicinity fleeing in terror.
After several fierce exchanges,
neither side gained the upper hand. The bloodline-empowered beast, despite being of the same 6th rank, displayed innate abilities in combat prowess that were not comparable to ordinary 6th-rank beasts.
Damn it!
Su Chengxian had even suffered some losses, with the dragon-fish's fangs piercing several varying depths of wounds into his body. A moment's inattention had him struck by the fish's tail. With a resounding thud, the snake and fish separated by several meters.
Ha! Are you the offspring of that mother snake?
I was just lamenting that one was not enough to satiate my hunger, and here you are, delivered right to my door.
Ha ha! You?
Don't even mention demon cores or demon nuclei, you lack even the slightest trace of demon energy, merely a foolish snake endowed with brute strength.
Daring to challenge me? You are simply courting death.
Chapter 34. He had consumed the demon core, and now he must be feeling quite unwell.
What an abundance of nonsense! Who do you think you're looking down on? Without the demon core, I could still defeat you. Su Chengxian, having suffered a setback, was in a foul mood.
He loathed speaking when displeased. Without hesitation, he turned and charged forward, his tail swishing behind him. What a fool, barely sentient and incapable of speech. The golden-backed dragonfish's gaze was fixed intently on him, and upon witnessing Su's actions, it let out a cold snort. It misinterpreted his silence as an indication that he had not refined the horizontal bone and could not speak. If he sought death, then let him perish. With that thought, a flicker of azure light emanated from its body, stirring the currents beneath the water, rapidly conjuring a whirlpool that surged towards Su Chengxian.
Bang! Splash! Su Chengxian, rushing forward,
realized he was a step too slow as the torrent engulfed him, spinning him around twice before he could stiffen his body and regain his balance.
At that moment,
with a surge of thought, he activated his blood energy, which enveloped him in a crimson glow. In the next instant, he prepared to shatter the tumultuous waters.
Suddenly,
the dragonfish roared, "Kid, you shall perish. Behold my treasure." With that, it opened its mouth, and a radiant orb shot forth in an instant. Whoosh! As Su Chengxian heard the shout, he instinctively turned to look, only to find the orb already upon him.
Want to evade? It was too late. Bang!
The treasure unleashed by the dragonfish struck him on the head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Within the orb was a streak of white light that swiftly burrowed into his spiritual sea.
Buzzing!
Inside the spiritual sea, there was a tremor.
And the ethereal manifestation on the lotus platform flickered slightly. This is bad. Su Chengxian cried out internally, sensing the white light rushing towards the lotus platform.
Having never encountered such a peril before, Su Chengxian momentarily lost his composure, his serpent-like body stiffening as instinct took over. He observed the ethereal manifestation seated upon the lotus platform slightly parting its lips, drawing the white light inside.
What the hell? What is going on? You just consumed that?
No, I just consumed that? Glancing again at the orb above him, he noticed it was spinning and had not been retracted.
What kind of treasure is this? Not retrieving it after defeating an opponent? Are you not afraid of it being stolen? Ding dong. Host, you have a new mission.
Mission details: consume the demon core of the 6th grade golden-backed dragonfish.
Mission rewards: refinement points 12, transformation pill recipe 1. Is this a demon core?
Su Chengxian's mind had yet to fully clear, but he received the crucial information and without hesitation opened his mouth and leaned forward to swallow the orb that had just struck him.
A demon core, after all. It wasn't his first time consuming one. Such a delightful treat.
Simultaneously, he stirred his blood energy and activated his innate ability, blood-sucking transformation. Host has devoured the 6th grade golden-backed dragonfish demon core. Upon complete refinement,
you will attain a spirit realm of 389 and a physical realm of 355.
As he leaned forward to consume the demon core, his consciousness detected two shadowy figures stealthily approaching from behind the dragonfish. It was Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. These two had finally arrived. The ruckus from the battle with the dragonfish had concealed their presence. They likely possessed methods for stealth.
Had he not utilized his consciousness? He would have found it challenging to detect them.
Of course, the dragonfish seemed to sense their approach as they closed in.
But upon witnessing its demon core being consumed, it was startled and seemingly forgot the anomaly behind it.
Stunned for a moment, it burst into laughter.
Fool! Do you know what that is?
You dare to? Su Chengxian, uninterested in hearing its words, opened his mouth and flicked out his serpent tongue.
Thus, it was imperative to strike decisively. Hiss. His innate ability, ensnaring hiss.
He had not forgotten how arduous it was to digest a demon core during his last encounter. It had cost him 1,000,000 units of blood energy to enhance his innate ability, making the refinement less burdensome. However, at the beginning, it would still feel slightly warm. A comforting sensation in his stomach. Particularly suitable for sleep. It could enhance the quality of slumber.
Having his mouth stuffed, this was a demon. A demon core.
The demonic energy entering his body would harm his meridians, flesh, spiritual sea, and consciousness.
How could there be such a fool? Even a beast lacking intelligence would not make such a foolish move. Had he been driven mad by the demon core, lost in a stupor? Mistaking the demon core for a true treasure and consuming it? Ha ha! Truly lamentable.
The golden-backed dragonfish wished to articulate its thoughts, to mock the foolish serpent before it. Yet, upon hearing the hiss from its opponent, it suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over it.
Hiss.
Su Chengxian gave it no chance to regain its senses.
Unleashing another hiss.
Simultaneously, he condensed his consciousness into a small sword, thrusting it forth.
Did you think only you could attack the spiritual sea? I can too. Sizzle.
The minuscule sound, only perceptible to Su Chengxian, resonated in the surroundings, leaving the golden-backed dragonfish unaware of what transpired until the moment its spiritual sea was pierced.
Puff. Puff. 2 water-evading snakes, one blue and one white, unleashed their powers, targeting its eyes.
Having coordinated this tactic numerous times, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi executed their strategy with impeccable precision.
Splash! The water constricting the great white snake lost its strength, dissipating and vanishing. Hiss!
The freed Shi Xiaotsui immediately surged forward, joining the assault against the golden-backed dragonfish. There was no need for Su Chengxian's assistance.
Among the three,
Shi Xiaotsui had previously been a 4th-grade beast but had advanced to a 5th-grade beast through joint cultivation, allowing her to survive the dragonfish's onslaught temporarily. Though Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were still a hair's breadth from reaching the 5th grade, the techniques they practiced were among the pinnacle of their respective paths. Their mastery over magical energy, combat techniques, and ability to discern their opponent's weaknesses enabled them to strike with devastating force.
Otherwise, how could they be so confident of achieving results in this arena?
The majority of the gathered beasts were above the 5th grade.
After a few breaths, Su Chengxian emerged from the water's surface.
Subsequently, the river, stained red with blood, saw Ling Xiao and the others dragging the lifeless golden-backed dragonfish ashore.
I need to sleep.
Without waiting for them to speak further, Su Chengxian hurriedly declared, I can't hold on any longer, I must sleep immediately. I can't resist this warm sensation in my stomach, it's so comfortable, I want to sleep.
Each second delayed is a second less to savor this delightful feeling. With that,
he coiled his body and closed his eyes.
Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have received rewards, refinement points 12, transformation pill recipe 1.
In accordance with the host's previous statement, the refinement points will be directly converted into blood energy to enhance cultivation strength.
Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 111111.
He had consumed the demon core, he must be feeling quite unwell. Ling Xiao remarked, do not wake him. Let Xiaotsui guard here while we search for Cat 19 and bring back the Tsunlong and the Great Python. Agreed, Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. The battle concluded swiftly. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi retraced their steps and found Cat 19 still waiting at the same spot. Upon seeing them return so quickly, the little demon was quite astonished.
Your Excellency, how did you return so swiftly?
My brother, who went to fetch the items, has yet to arrive.
Do not rush.
Wait here while we take these 2 fellows back, Ling Xiao instructed.
You know where to find us.
My brother knows where to retrieve and deliver the items.
I can assist you in carrying them.
If it burdens you, I can have my brothers help with the lifting, Cat 19 offered.
No need, Ling Xiao replied,
wishing to avoid further delays. Having faced 2 assassination attempts in a single day made her acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in this place. Ling Yunzi shared a similar sentiment.
The family of serpents was better off together.
They first transported the bodies of the Tsanlong and the Panchon python.
Soon after,
a small spirit approached, carrying a bundle filled with items procured from the preaching assembly.
Among them was the black gold cauldron that caught Ling Yunzi's eye.
Where was this kept?
Ling Xiao inquired. At the stall of the Qingling wolf clan at the preaching assembly, they will safeguard it, the spirit replied. Your brother took the Tsanglong's fur and the Panchon python's blood? Cat 19 clarified, noting that they needed to show these to the guarding spirits for retrieval. The sentinel was a tiling dog, capable of discerning authenticity. Ling Xiao nodded,
pondering that the creature likely possessed the ability to sense not only the truthfulness of the items but also the fate of their former owners. It appeared that the local spirits and greater demons adhered to a sense of order. If the owner of the stored items had perished, it was not deemed wrong to seize them, yet, they were willing to return the items to the victors, indicating a certain nobility. Of course, whether this arrangement was designed to incite conflict among the beasts was beyond her consideration. Is this little spirit also your brother? Ling Xiao asked, glancing at the small monkey that delivered the items to Ling Yunzi.
Cat 19 confirmed, indeed, I have several brothers mingling here. Should you require anything, simply call, and they will ensure your satisfaction.
Very well, are your sources of information reliable?
Absolutely.
As Ling Xiao and her companions sought to cultivate their abilities, they employed these small spirits for intelligence gathering. Should any significant developments arise, Cat 19 would dispatch a small spirit from the Mountain Mouse clan to inform them. For the remainder of their days, they remained close to the riverbank. To enhance their strength, beasts typically relied on diligently refining spiritual energy or consuming the flesh and essence of other creatures to bolster their vitality. The latter, while a shortcut, could lead to unforeseen repercussions if not approached with caution. Nonetheless, it was an effective means of quickly augmenting combat prowess. Thus, as night fell, many prying eyes from the riverbed inshore scrutinized them. Despite the presence of the Tsanlong, Panchon python, and dragonfish corpses, and the family of water snakes staying together,
no one dared to approach and act.
Yet, this was indicative of the approaching tournament, where even in areas where mutual slaughter was expressly forbidden, true safety was not guaranteed. From all around the spiritual vein cave, anguished howls echoed, revealing that the conflicts and ambushes in the shadows had never ceased. Most beasts, especially those arriving from the outer mountain ranges, possessed little intelligence and easily fell into traps. Ling Yunzi mused on how many would remain by the time the tournament commenced.
What are you lamenting?
Ling Xiao queried. Ultimately, there will be victors to ascend the stage, you need not worry about the absence of opponents. Ling Xiao scoffed.
I do not believe you. Have you not witnessed such scenes when you first entered?
When it came to conflict, these beasts were far inferior.
In terms of means and disposition, humankind excelled. Within the sect, how often did one witness entire families exterminated in the pursuit of victory? Some children,
upon being selected and granted the opportunity to cultivate, were instructed by their elders to eliminate nearby competitors. Ling Yunzi refrained from retorting, acknowledging that such brutalities were indeed characteristic of the demonic sections.
Moreover, the struggles for power within the mystical sects were equally ruthless.
Having been exceptionally gifted and shielded by his master and seniors since his initiation, he was oblivious to the enmity and schemes that others faced.
The mere thought of certain individuals soured his mood drastically. Noticing his silence, Ling Xiao inquired curiously, Little White, why are you so quiet? I tire of unnecessary discourse.
Ling Yunzi replied, closing his eyes.
Ha! I see you have no words to share.
It seems the murky affairs within the mystical sect are plentiful.
Why not share a few tales for my amusement? Ling Yunzi chose to ignore her.
Beside them, she Xiaotsui flicked her tongue in annoyance, while Xiao Chang and Xiaobai exchanged baffled glances, unable to comprehend the conversation. Their attention drifted to the still sleeping de Daer, whose eyes reflected concern. Having fought the golden-backed dragonfish, de Daer bore significant injuries and had remained unconscious for several days.
How can he continue to sleep without waking? He needs to eat. If he doesn't, he will starve. Indeed, Nishi Xiaozui's concerns proved valid. The following day, Su Chengxian awoke, ravenous. Without even opening his eyes, he shouted, "Food! Food! Quickly, place it in my mouth! Xiao Cheng! Xiao Bai! Bring me a bowl of rice! What's all this shouting? You startled me!" Ling Xiao, awakened from her meditation by the sudden outburst, sprang up in anger, delivering a gentle headbutt to his nape. "The food is right next to you. Open your mouth and eat it yourself. Do you expect to be spoon-fed?"
Aside from one individual, she had poisoned herself. The only others who had ever enjoyed such royal treatment were two old fellows who, just before their demise, received her final act of kindness. They had dined well only to pass shortly thereafter.
"If you don't mind, I could." "Ow."
Su Chengxian had no time to heed her words, already diving into the chunks of golden-backed dragonfish with fervor.
Ji. My lord! My lord! The monkey sage has arrived." The spirit bounced around him excitedly. "My lord?" Su Chengxian, amidst his feasting, expressed his confusion.
Cat 19 explained, "In the beast realm, followers refer to their masters as my lord, since the sage has deemed you worthy.
You are now my lord."
The flower snake is the lord, while Ling Xiao and I hold the titles of second lord and little lord.
"My lord! You are awake?"
Dai from the river poked her head out to check, concerned for his well-being.
"I am fine, just feeling hungry."
As Su Chengxian devoured a piece of dragonfish, he hurriedly added, "Just feeling famished." In the midst of his speech, he swallowed another 2 pieces of fish to facilitate his meal. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had used their powers to cut the golden-backed dragonfish into hefty portions, each weighing several dozen pounds. Having consumed 4 or 5 pieces, amounting to nearly 200 pounds, he finally felt somewhat satiated.
"Ah, I have returned to life. Allow me to try some other meats."
As he twisted his body to break down the fish he had swallowed, he turned his attention to the Tsanglong meat, glancing around.
"Hey! Where is the Panchon python's meat? Is there any left?"
"None left, we consumed it all," Ling Xiao frowned.
"What? Is that not enough for you?"
The mere utterance of this question sent her heart racing.
Was that insatiable flower snake's appetite growing again? Had he not had enough after devouring most of the golden-backed dragonfish and part of the Tsanglong?
Upon scrutinizing the serpent's physique, it was evident that its form had indeed grown more robust, prompting a silent exclamation of disbelief. How could this creature grow so swiftly? Was it an aquatic snake or perhaps a Xianshui black python? The Xianshui black python, being the largest lineage among the pythons,
led Ling Xiao to suspect that Su Chengxian might possess some bloodline of the black python.
"Sufficient sustenance is assured, yet I yearn to savor the taste,"
Su Chengxian remarked with a grin.
Previously, he had a penchant for a variety of dishes, relishing a rich array of flavors to alternate his palate.
"You are rather discerning."
Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn and appraise him. "I find it somewhat credible that you indeed resided within a formidable sect. Such habits could only be cultivated in a thriving and prosperous sect, where one's status was elevated enough to warrant such expectations."
"Surely.
Someone must have catered to you since your youth," Ling Yunzi commented. "I never imagined that one would mix beast meat with other dishes." Fortuitously, their provisions were ample, otherwise preparing meals would render him and Ling Xiao devoid of any other pursuits. In just a few days, they, along with Xiaozui, Dai, and Dasheng, had consumed the resources of a 6th-tier mountain climbing python. The flower snake had recently feasted on the almost 7th-tier golden-backed dragonfish and the 5th-tier Tsong wolf meat. Had they opted for lower-tier beast meat, the quantity consumed would have been significantly greater. Of course, future hunts could be standardized to the 5th tier, provided the flower snake was willing to join them in the hunt. As Su Chengxian felt sufficiently satiated, he curled back into his resting position, adjusting the position of the beast meat within him before drifting into slumber once more. He had yet to fully refine the demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish and fell into a deep sleep that lasted several days. It was not until one day that the brother of Cat 19, Shu Kaibao, arrived to announce, "Your Excellency, the Spirit Vein Caves arena is about to open." "When?" Ling Xiao inquired. Your Excellency, at dawn tomorrow, we must proceed to the arena before the Spirit Vein Cave. It has been nearly 10 days since the demise of the powerful beast that stirred the beast tide, and today marks the 10th day, Ling Yunzi explained.
Time flies indeed. The following morning, Su Chengxian was awakened and, upon realizing the arena was commencing that day,
his first utterance was a reflection on how he had not yet enjoyed a restful sleep. However, there was no choice, to avoid being regarded as a coveted prize.
He needed to achieve commendable results in the impending arena.
As he prepared to sleep within the Spirit Vein Cave, he felt fortunate to have the Empress sister, the Daoist brother, and the mother of a fifth-tier beast by his side, allowing him to rest without constant vigilance. Nevertheless, this slumber was not entirely tranquil, as he had to be wary of high-tier beasts that might regard them as mere fodder for experience.
The night echoed with the anguished cries of beasts. Who could sleep soundly amidst such terror?
Upon entering the Spirit Vein Cave, with the presence of a beast general, it was said that the cave entrance was fortified with protective formations, permitting one to rest peacefully within. You may sleep as long as you wish without disturbance, provided you can secure a cave for yourself, Ling Xiao stated.
What do you mean? Are you not planning to vie for a cave? Su Chengxian asked.
We aim to establish residence before the Spirit Vein Cave, Ling Yunzi replied. Neither the Emperor nor I have yet ascended to the 5th tier. We have each consumed a demon core from a Tsong wolf and a mountain climbing python, yielding fruitful results in our cultivation, yet time is too short for ascension. Though our combat prowess may surpass that of typical 5th tier beasts, should we encounter a particularly formidable one, and there is only one cave allocated for 5th tier beasts, we shall have to settle for less, he continued. I had thought you would be determined to secure it, Su Chengxian mused, contemplating the pride of the Empress in Daoist. A cultivator must have a backbone and be willing to compete, yet it is folly to act obstinately in the face of insurmountable strength. Such behavior would only jeopardize one's future, Ling Xiao remarked. I do not believe that engaging in a life-and-death struggle for a cave is a wise course of action. However, should the odds of victory be favorable, I would not shy away from the challenge. Ultimately, the capabilities of the beasts competing will dictate our strategy. Sometimes, excessive caution may lead to missed opportunities. We should proceed early and adapt as necessary, Ling Yunzi concluded. Indeed, Ling Xiao turned to Su Chengxian, old ghost. Please tidy up the leftovers, we have finished our meal. Ensure you leave nothing behind, we wouldn't want it to benefit someone else. Su Chengxian ignored her, turning to eat. Though the Empress sister spoke harshly, treating him as a mere servant for leftovers, the remaining dragonfish meat was intentionally reserved for him. In the morning, they had feasted on 1st and 2nd tier fish caught from the river. As a creature of the serpent family, the mountain climbing python was a nourishing blood meal, beneficial for their cultivation, hence consumed first to bolster their strength. Yet, the superior dragonfish meat was left for him, being the eldest brother. I must not fall behind in contributing, Su Chengxian mused as he savored the fish, determined to secure a cave for them. With a glance at the status panel, his confidence surged. Host, Su Chengxian, species, aquatic snake, tier, 6th, to become a 7th tier beast, one must surpass 10 million points of blood essence, 7, 530. 166, Physical Realm, Beast Body Realm, 3, 508 10, 000, Spiritual Realm, Beast Soul Realm, 3, 797 10, 000, Divine Techniques and Combat Skills, Divine Technique, Blood Devouring Transformation. Bewitching Cry, Combat Skills, Snake Bite, Snake Binding, Refinement Points, 06, Consuming beast meat can indeed enhance blood essence, however, refining lower tier beast meat yields insufficient blood essence for Su Chengxian. It is far more advantageous to fast and sleep to accumulate blood essence. Nevertheless, the flesh of the dragonfish provided him with some increase in blood essence. Both his physical and spiritual realms had advanced by 600 to 700 points due to the consumption of the dragonfish's demon core and the acquired refinement points from tasks, crossing the threshold of 3,000 and approaching 4,000. Not to mention, his innate divine abilities had significantly improved as well, particularly the bewitching cry and my spiritual sword. Su Chengxian contemplated, if all else fails, I shall transform into a formidable presence at the arena. Have you finished eating? Ling Xiao called out, it is time to leave. Coming. Coming. Must you rush me? A brother can barely have a moment to eat. Where is the arena? Your Excellency, it is just ahead.
I am aware. But where precisely is the arena? Your Excellency, it is right before you.
Su Chengxian gazed at the cleared ground, pausing momentarily.
He blinked, seemingly discerning some markings on the ground, uncertainly inquiring, so, the circles drawn on the ground constitute the arena? Indeed, Your Excellency. This seems rather haphazard. He exclaimed. Simply drawing a few circles and calling it an arena?
At the very least, they could have erected a fence for separation.
No wonder Dashang once marked a circle for Tang Sang.
Ling Xiao, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle, as she had an inkling of Su Chengxian's thoughts. The arenas of other spirit realms may not be so rudimentary, yet this one, at the farthest edge of the North Wilderness mountain range, undoubtedly possessed the most meager conditions. A glance at the surrounding beasts revealed the remoteness of this location. Scarcely 70 or 80 contenders were preparing to ascend the arena.
Dividing them by tiers for combat,
it was likely that the matches would conclude within a day. At the forefront, there were scarcely fewer than 10 monstrous beasts. Ling Xiao even harbored doubts about the existence of ninth-tier beasts in this place.
Of course, this number was the result of everyone's combined efforts, initially.
There were certainly more beasts present.
Should we move forward?
Su Chengxian inquired, noticing the ample space ahead, particularly around the large black bear sitting cross-legged,
which had a vast area cleared around it.
It was the first time in nearly half a year of traversing that they had the chance to witness such excitement.
Wouldn't it be wise to secure a good vantage point?
Go ahead, we can see from here, Ling Xiao replied with a sidelong glance, his tone inexplicably dismissive.
What are you being polite for? Feeling shy? Su Chengxian remarked, understanding the unspoken sentiment.
After all, his sister was the empress. It was only natural she might not appreciate the hustle and bustle. Nodding, he declared, all right then, I shall forge a path and secure a good spot.
You can follow afterward.
The monstrous beasts were large in stature, and as he squeezed through, he settled comfortably without obstructing anyone.
As he maneuvered forward,
he called out to Shulabeo, Brother Mouse, keep up.
Did you bring the fruits I asked for?
Yes, I brought them, the diminutive Shulabeo replied. Trembling as he trailed closely beside him, clutching a net bag filled with an ample supply of fruits, freshly harvested and still glistening with droplets of water.
With every tremor, the droplets fell like rain. As long as you brought them, Su Chengxian said, preoccupied with moving ahead, oblivious to his companion's nervousness. Soon, he reached the front and lay down on the ground, turning back to ask, hey? Where's Brother Mouse? Coming. Shulabeo sprang up to catch up. Don't be anxious.
Brother Mouse, I assure you, I've never eaten a mouse, so there's no need to worry. Just toss me a few fruits when I open my mouth, all right?
Understood.
Shulabeo was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. The oppressive aura of the higher-tier beasts surrounding them was enough to terrify him. Were it not for the remuneration he had accepted, promising to accompany the esteemed flower serpent today, he might have bolted. Very well, when it's my turn to perform.
You stay here and wait for me, upon my return, I shall continue to feast.
Su Chengxian had already made up his mind about the fruits, they could be replenished.
Right?
Indeed, they can be, Shulabeo quickly affirmed, 19th brother and the others are still outside gathering more. It was agreed that the fruits could be exchanged for beast meat. And whatever the great serpent consumes, they will supply. That's splendid, Su Chengxian nodded in satisfaction, smacking his lips. However, as a serpent, he lamented the inability to savor his food, let alone enjoy a snack. A pity, indeed. Ah well, such is the life of a serpent, there must be some regrets. Upon hearing his sigh, Shulabeo blinked his little eyes, sensing that this esteemed individual beside him was genuinely unafraid.
Could it be that he was a high-tier beast?
Only those of 7th tier or above could be deemed high tier. Yet why did he not exhibit his power to clear a path through the other beasts,
instead opting to push his way through?
Not only did Shulabeo fail to comprehend, but the two brilliant figures behind were also slightly bewildered.
What exactly was Su Chengxian's strength? Ling Xiao wondered quietly.
She had assumed Su Chengxian's intent to move forward was merely a jest, only to see him charge ahead and plop down on the ground.
He truly settled down.
Indeed, he lay down right beside the formidable golden-striped tiger, the most powerful of them all. Little White, do you think he is merely pretending?
Or does his spiritual essence genuinely surpass ours?
Ling Xiao squinted, her gaze fixed on the plum flower serpent, which was not only lying there but also attempting to engage the golden-striped tiger in conversation.
The tiger ignored him,
prompting him to turn and speak to the black moon bear instead.
When that too proved fruitless,
he stretched his neck back and finally struck up a conversation with two azure spirit wolves.
Is he relying on his long neck? That was not all. He even bypassed the azure wolves to converse with a great white ape. How have I never noticed how talkative this fellow is? Doesn't he realize who is around him? Did you not notice? Ling Yunzi whispered. The flower serpent talks incessantly when he is awake.
Ling Xiao contemplated this and queried.
Do you think it possible that he is entirely oblivious to why the beasts ahead are exuding such an aura?
The bloodthirsty aura could frighten unawakened beasts and those with developed intelligence alike. The former had an instinctual sense of danger, while the latter understood its implications. Only those with limited intelligence might suppress their instincts out of curiosity and approach to investigate.
Su Chengxian, though.
Ling Yunzi hesitated momentarily before continuing. He is not so naive. That said, they are all from the same brood of serpents. They are on the cusp of advancing to 5th tier. While the flower serpent is indeed stronger, it should not be strong enough to rank among high-tier beasts. The golden-striped tiger is likely 8th tier. And the black moon bear may have even reached 9th tier. Su Chengxian was sitting among them, poking the tiger's neck with his tail.
This fellow. Oh no. He has turned around.
Ling Xiao quickly spun around, knowing he surely wanted them to join him.
She would not go. How embarrassing.
The flower serpent's antics were utterly ridiculous. Ling Yunzi also abruptly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with Su Chengxian. Even Shi Xiaozui felt it best to remain silent and lowered her head as well.
Hey!
Su Chengxian turned back, noticing his companions ignoring him, just as a tiger's roar echoed from the nearby knoll.
Roar! General Yu has arrived.
General Yu settled onto a stone chair atop the knoll, casting his gaze downward and frowning slightly.
This year,
the number of beasts participating in the arena at his spiritual abode was even lower than in previous years. However, upon seeing the golden-striped tiger and black moon bear, his expression brightened considerably, a smile gracing his lips. Then he noticed a flower serpent beside the black moon bear.
Oh! This flower serpent is rather intriguing. A 6th tier beast?
Its blood aura certainly indicates 6th tier, but it still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching 7th tier.
Yet here it is, amidst a throng of high-tier beasts. Remaining remarkably composed, it must have some backing. Moreover, it appears quite youthful. Is it a water-avoiding serpent?
General Yu's eyes glimmered. The last water-avoiding serpent that had departed from his domain had since become a formidable beast lord. Regrettably, he had not yet attained the rank of beast general during its cultivation here.
If a demon envoy were to emerge from my spiritual abode,
there would be no need for me to linger in this desolate land, serving such a minor demon. In the northern wilderness mountain range, there are not merely thousands, but indeed millions of water-avoiding serpents. This particular flower snake is certainly not a descendant of that envoy, otherwise, it would not have ventured here.
However, should this little serpent seize the opportunity to cultivate into a formidable demon, devising a means to send it to the royal city, the Lord of Water Avoidance would undoubtedly be pleased to have a kinsman as a subordinate. In the future, it could serve as my eyes and ears within the royal city. If this young one possesses luck, it may even assist me later. Yet, such speculations are premature.
We shall observe how matters unfold. General Yu waved his hand and commanded, Wolfchang, Tiger Xiao, you may proceed with the arrangements.
Yes. Yes. The two great demons,
Wolfchang and Tiger Xiao, leapt down from the low mountain. Just as they landed before the demon beasts and were about to take action, General Yu, seated upon his stone chair, chuckled lightly and said, as for that black moon bear and the golden light tiger, you might as well reveal your true prowess for me to witness. I happen to have 2 superior spirit caves available for 9th tier demon beasts to inhabit.
Upon hearing this, the demon beasts were thrown into disarray. Superior spirit caves? 9th tier demon beasts? Are there vacancies for superior spirit caves here? Do any of us possess ninth tier status? What is a superior spirit cave? Su Chengxian, adhering to the principle of asking when uncertain, lowered his head and quietly inquired of Shu Lai Bao.
This question nearly made Shu Lai Bao forget his fear, his claws tightening around the net bag as he replied, Your Excellency, spirit veins caves are classified into 3 grades, superior, middle,
and inferior.
This grading is based on the highest quality of spirit stones that can be mined from them. As the name suggests, superior spirit caves yield superior spirit stones.
Consequently, the spiritual energy within is also more abundant and rich. Moreover, the spirit stones mined by demon beasts, aside from the monthly tribute, may be kept for their own use. Mining spirit stones? Tribute? Su Chengxian blinked in surprise. It turns out this cave isn't free to reside in. One must pay rent.
Once this was said, even the Black Moon Bear, who had previously ignored him, couldn't help but grumble, You flower snake.
Your way of speaking is quite peculiar.
It was the first time it had heard spirit stones referred to as rent.
Hey! Brother Bear, I didn't know you could speak. Su Chengxian exclaimed with a laugh.
Hoof. The Black Moon Bear rolled its eyes at him.
A dignified 9th tier demon beast, how could it not speak?
It merely found the audacity of this small, reckless flower snake beneath its notice.
Yeah, what do you think of this superior spirit cave?
The Golden Light Tiger, sitting slightly behind the Black Moon Bear, asked. Its massive frame, covered in shining golden fur, seemed to radiate light in the sun.
The character king on its forehead, dark as ink, shimmered with an ethereal glow. Of course, the Bear Clan desires one.
The Black Moon Bear declared, rising and taking a couple of steps forward.
As it did,
a thin layer of black demonic energy swirled around it, and with a surge of demonic power, its already enormous form expanded even further.
My goodness!
Su Chengxian gaped in astonishment at the fully revealed might of the Black Moon Bear. He had previously thought himself quite large, but compared to this towering, demonic figure, he felt like a mere insignificant creature. A fitting size for a neck ornament, perhaps. Meanwhile, seeing the Black Moon Bear take action, the Golden Light Tiger also rose,
stepping forward to reveal its full figure.
A magnificent golden-haired tiger, no less imposing than the Black Moon Bear, appeared before them. Dragons glide through clouds, tigers stride through winds. As the Golden Light Tiger walked, a sudden gust of wind arose, stirring the demonic energies of both beasts and forming a swirling black mist. The Black Moon Bear's clan member, Yaya, approached General Yu with a respectful bow, exclaiming, I have met General Yu. The Golden Light Tiger, Li Xiaomao, also bowed, saying,
I have met General Yu. Ha!
Originally taken aback, Su Chengxian found himself chuckling at the Golden Light Tiger's name, Li Xiaomao, but quickly suppressed his laughter, realizing he had almost let it slip. However, this drew the attention of the 2 great demons. Su Chengxian hastily turned away, attempting to feign that someone else had laughed,
but was astonished to discover that there were no other demon beasts nearby.
A vast expanse lay before him, with only his solitary serpent coiled there. The other demon beasts had retreated several meters, driven back by the oppressive bloodlust and demonic energy radiating from the Black Moon Bear and Golden Light Tiger as they showcased their power.
Oh no, Su Chengxian thought. I've made a blunder. He silently cursed Shu Lai Bao for lacking camaraderie, rushing away without even calling him.
At this moment, such thoughts were futile. He simply turned and swam away, slipping into the throng of demon beasts behind him. He reasoned that the 2 great demons wouldn't chase him down merely for a chuckle.
Indeed, upon reaching the back of the crowd and glancing back,
he found their gazes had long since shifted away from him.
Phew! Thank goodness I acted swiftly. Su Chengxian sighed in relief. Are you done basking in the spotlight?
Ling Xiao appeared beside him, chuckling, why not display your true abilities and claim a superior spirit cave for yourself?
Your Majesty, are you jesting? I am but a 6th tier. Su Chengxian replied with a huff, adding, Did you not hear General Yu?
There are only 2 superior spirit caves. What an impressive scare he had received, even now. He felt a bit unsteady.
Did you see something ahead? Ling Yunzi inquired.
Nothing, I was merely enjoying the spectacle, Su Chengxian replied. His spiritual perception had indeed sensed an unusual fluctuation in the demonic energies of the Black Moon Bear and Golden Light Tiger.
But he was primarily interested in witnessing the unfolding drama.
Additionally, he was quite intrigued by high-tier demon beasts, prompting him to approach.
In front of the demon general's arena, these high-tier demon beasts dared not act rashly.
Thus, although his actions appeared reckless, they were devoid of actual danger.
Instead,
it provided him with an opportunity to gauge the strength of these high-tier demons. Your Excellency, at that moment, Shu Laibo appeared from who knows where.
Ah! Su Chengxian,
spotting it, promptly opened his mouth wide in surprise.
Your Excellency, here.
Shu Laibo hesitated for a moment before producing a fruit and tossing it into Su Chengxian's mouth. This action had been rehearsed in its mind several times. Upon seeing the snake's mouth, it instinctively tossed the fruit.
Your Excellency, is it sweet?
More bitter than my snake skull, Su Chengxian sighed, though perhaps a touch sweeter than my past life.
Ling Xiao. Ling Yunzi. Why does that sound so ominous? Silence. You, step forward in order. A voice resonated from the great demon Wolfchang. Subsequently,
the demon beasts were divided into 4 groups, one for the 4th and 5th tiers, one for the 6th, one for the 7th, and one for the 8th.
Shi Xiaocui,
Ling Yunzi, and Ling Xiao were grouped together. When it came time to assign Su Chengxian, Wolfchang hesitated for a moment but ultimately placed him among the 7th tier group.
Captain, I am.
Su Chengxian began to say he was a 6th tier, but before the words could escape his lips, he felt his tail pinched by the earlier conversing white ape.
He paused. What is it? Wolfchang glanced at him. Nothing. The white ape might have some connection with General Yu.
Regardless of whether it was the great demons Wolfchang or Tiger Shao, or the demon General Yu, they all appeared human, yet retained certain characteristics of their demonic forms. However, no demon beast would mistake them for lesser demons.
The most evident distinction between great demons and lesser ones is the pressure emanating from their demonic energies.
This aura of demonic ferocity is unique to the high-ranking members of the demon race and is a manifestation of their magical might.
Each great demon possesses a distinct essence. However, within the bonds of bloodline kinship, there may indeed lie similarities. Ling Zhao's cultivation level remains rather low, rendering her unable to confirm the latter point.
Her inference stemmed from the resemblance observed between the white ape and General Yu. Even if they were not directly related, as members of the same white ape lineage, a certain degree of connection might still exist, which could manifest in the future. Ling Yunzi remarked that the demon race differs from the human race in its emphasis on blood ties. Yet the powerful and high-ranking individuals equally require alliances to amass their strength and secure resources for cultivation.
Groups sharing the same bloodline inherently possess a natural bond. Their discussion about the white ape arose from witnessing Su Chengxian relinquishing his defense due to its interference. Was this a favorable or unfavorable turn of events? Ling Xiao pondered. The answer would soon reveal itself, Ling Yunzi replied, for the great demon Wolfchang would soon announce the rules of the arena. If Su Chengxian was deemed capable of contending with those of the 7th rank, the advantage would depend on the arena's regulations. Each group would engage in duels, with victors advancing to the next round while the defeated would be eliminated.
4th and 5th rank demons would vie for 6 low-grade spirit residences,
while 6th rank beasts would contend for 3 middle-grade spirit residences. 7th rank beasts would compete for 3 medium-grade spirit residences, and 8th rank beasts would contest for 4 upper-grade spirit residences.
The initial 3 days would witness battles within the same rank, followed by 2 days dedicated to cross-rank challenges.
Moreover, each demon beast would have 2 opportunities to ascend the arena.
Winning a match would grant them the right to reside near the spiritual vein cave. Thus, even if a demon beast were to lose, it would still have 2 chances to challenge the victor. During the first 3 days, only same-rank challenges would be permitted, while the latter 2 days would allow challenges to higher or lower ranks. After Wolfchang and Tiger Howl proclaimed the rules, they produced 8 drawing tubes and handed them to the 8 little demons by their side. During the earlier grouping, each demon beast had received a drawing stick.
Now, the little demon shook the tubes, and the sticks that fell would determine the order of ascending the arena. Only the victorious bamboo sticks would remain within the tubes.
Among the 8 rank beasts, 5 were of the 8th rank, competing for 4 spots, with the possibility that one might return in the following 2 days. The 4th and 5th rank demons were the most numerous, with Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and Shi Xiaocui positioned towards the very end. Su Chengxian was not among the first to ascend either, prompting the trio of snakes to convene a brief meeting.
There were 9 7th-rank demons, including you,
while the 6th rank boasted 17. The remaining were 4th and 5th rank, totaling 47. In this light, the white ape's warning may not have stemmed from benevolence. Ling Xiao turned to Su Chengxian.
How can you say that? Su Chengxian queried. You are evidently the weakest among the 7th rank, making you a prime target for the defeated.
Ling Yunzi remarked.
It is not solely you. Any victor who displays signs of decline or sustains serious injuries in the arena could become a target.
Ling Xiao said solemnly. Thus it is imperative not only to win but to do so swiftly while safeguarding oneself.
Are the right persimmons only picked by the soft?
Su Chengxian questioned, puzzled.
Why not?
If the demon beasts possess a modicum of cunning akin to that of humans and exploit it to gain advantage, the demon race would be more than pleased.
It is common knowledge that relying solely on guile will not yield long-term success in cultivation.
Yet in this arena, strength reigns supreme, regardless of cunning.
One must still ascend and engage in combat. Even if one perceives an opportunity against an opponent, they must possess the strength to seize it. Besides, how can you be certain that the demon beasts on the platform are not employing deceit? Intentionally exposing vulnerabilities? Many demon beasts regard the arena as a hunting ground.
It is not uncommon for powerful ones to deliberately entice weakened opponents into challenges, only to seize the opportunity to hunt them down. Therefore, while 2 opportunities exist,
returning to the arena is not guaranteed.
Xiaocui only needs to secure 1 victory, Ling Yunzi stated. Afterwards, any challenges from other demon beasts can be evaded.
My brother Xiaobai and I will act according to circumstances. Ling Xiao remarked that obtaining a low-grade spirit residence holds little significance. Afterward,
the 2 turned their gazes towards Su Chengxian.
How confident are you in securing a middle-grade spirit residence? What do you mean? Su Chengxian replied, perplexed. Am I not contending for a middle-grade spirit residence?
If I recall correctly, he is among the 7th rank.
The 7th-rank demons are vying for 3 middle-grade spirit residences. Rather than risk defeat and injury, why not settle for something less? How would I retreat? Ascend the stage and concede.
Conserving energy for the latter 2 days to challenge the 6th rank's 3rd.
I refuse. Su Chengxian protested. Although he currently understands the distinctions between low, middle, and upper-grade spirit residences, he is unaware of why residences within the same grade are further divided into 3 tiers. However, it is evident that middle grade is superior to low grade. Why should I forfeit? Are you confident in placing among the top 3 in the 7th rank?
Ling Xiao inquired.
Do you believe you can defeat the 8th rank?
That great white ape's intention may very well be to have Su Chengxian secure a position for it, or at the very least, to create some trouble in the contest for the 7th rank.
It is plotting a route for itself. Should the 8th rank competition prove unfavorable, it could pivot back to contend in the 7th rank. Do not perceive the great white as overly malevolent, nor me as foolish, if you please?
Su Chengxian chuckled, suggesting that the creature's intentions could be set aside for now, as the final decision rests with him. If he did not sense some advantage, he would not hesitate to voice his thoughts, even if it meant facing opposition.
Having decided to contend with the 7th rank is undoubtedly due to his confidence. In truth,
from the outset to the present, Su Chengxian's mindset has remained remarkably relaxed. For only he is aware of the extent of his current strength. In terms of soul and physical prowess, he surpasses his prior self by more than double when he faced the 6th rank mountain shaking boar.
Furthermore,
his proficiency in the art of manipulation and the strength of his consciousness have also progressed significantly.
Do not speak of middle-grade spirit residences. Can you afford to have some faith in your elder brother?
Su Chengxian boasted, asserting that he is not without chances even for upper-grade spirit residences. You have never engaged with 7th-rank demon beasts.
Ling Xiao countered coolly, what is this talk of grandiose claims?
I may not have battled 7th or 8th rank beasts, but that does not imply I am unaware of their strength, Su Chengxian replied with a knowing smile. Ling Yunzi narrowed his eyes slightly. You had ventured forward earlier with ulterior motives.
Have you tested them? Ling Xiao immediately grasped the implication.
Primarily to enjoy the spectacle.
However, I also took the opportunity to observe the opponents. Would I truly be foolish enough to run to the front, merely pretending? To know one's self and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. Have you heard of that? Nevertheless, the ruse of feigning ignorance was surprisingly exhilarating. Did you initially regard the 8th-ranked demon beasts as adversaries? Not quite, Chengxian shook his head. His reasoning was simple: he sought a comfortable environment for rest. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the more pleasant the slumber. Spirit residences likely vary in quality. Thus, following logical reasoning, the mightier the demon beast, the more likely it is to acquire superior residences. Given the opportunity, Chengxian certainly yearned to contend. Yet fundamentally, he aimed to gauge and compare his current strength. With the 6th rank effectively losing reference value, he set his sights on the 7th-ranked demon beasts. However, after probing with his consciousness, he discovered that the 7th-rank beasts present exhibited fluctuations in demonic energy, physical strength, and soul states that seemed akin to the 6th-rank golden-backed dragonfish. I suspect that the golden-backed dragonfish, eager to devour Xiaotsue, aims to ascend to the 7th rank to partake in the competition for middle-grade spirit residences. Thus, I pondered whether, having consumed the demon core of the dragonfish, I possessed the capability to challenge the 8th rank. Consequently, Chengxian decided to position himself at the forefront, scanning the 8th rank and those resembling the 9th with his consciousness. So you do not rely solely on your long neck but on the considerable density of your soul, far surpassing the rest. What? It is nothing, Ling Xiao replied, shifting the topic. Why do you believe the white ape is benevolent? It is remarkably powerful. Chengxian did not press further, acknowledging it as the strongest among the 8th rank. Not only is the opponent formidable, but they also possess bloodline abilities, rendering any retreat unnecessary. Of course, the matter of being able to read the opponent's thoughts need not be disclosed to the Empress sister. How confident are you in battling an 8th-tier beast? Ling Xiao inquired again. That primarily depends on. Chengxian began to respond, but before he could finish, a small demon exclaimed, 7th tier, Chengxian, step onto the stage. Here it comes. With that, Chengxian turned and darted away, heading straight for the arena. Xiao Chang. This fellow seems genuinely confident, Ling Yunzi remarked, observing his exuberant figure. If his spiritual power is indeed potent enough to discern the strength of an 8th-tier beast, then he certainly stands a chance of defeating a 7th-tier opponent, Ling Xiao mused softly. Spiritual power? What spiritual power could a beast possess? Ling Yunzi retorted. The physical strength and vitality of lower-tier beasts form the foundation of their abilities. Subsequently, they absorb spiritual energy and moonlight through blood essence, cultivating their spiritual energy to cleanse their spiritual consciousness. As their souls are nourished, they shed their ignorance and awaken their intelligence, gradually coalescing into spiritual consciousness. Higher-tier beasts form demon cores, which surely also yield spiritual manifestations. However, possessing a spiritual manifestation does not equate to having spiritual power. One must establish a spiritual platform within their consciousness to stabilize the spiritual manifestation before refining genuine spiritual insight. Only then can one claim to have grasped a semblance of spiritual power. Even 9th-tier beasts may not achieve this. The golden tiger and the black moon bear, for instance, certainly lack spiritual insight. Investigating with spiritual insight in the realm of cultivation is an exceedingly provocative act, almost tantamount to declaring war. If they possessed spiritual insight, they would not remain unresponsive to Chengxian's probing. In other words, his ability to act without restraint suggests he has not detected any fluctuations of spiritual insight from other beasts. Ling Yunzi continued. Spiritual insight is one of the critical defenses for cultivators. From the moment of awakening, it is placed around them to guard against potential attacks. Unless deliberately concealed, there would invariably be mutual awareness. What could make his spiritual power so formidable? Ling Xiao pondered. Perhaps it was related to his innate abilities, Ling Yunzi speculated. They had fought together on several occasions prior, and Chengxian's cries possessed an enchanting quality that surely stemmed from his spiritual prowess. At that moment, a chilling shriek drew the attention of all the beasts. The two turned to see the source of the cry. It was a battle between 8th-tier beasts.
One of the contenders on the stage was the formidable great white ape, which Su Chengxian had proclaimed to be the strongest among 8th-tier beasts.
Currently, it was engaged in combat with a hawk. Die.
The hawk spread its wings and swooped down towards the ape's face but narrowly missed as the ape deftly evaded. As the hawk prepared to ascend and attack again, it heard a resounding crash. The great white ape leapt forward, seizing the hawk's talons. Its arms bursting with wild demon energy as it violently tore the hawk apart.
Die.
Simultaneously, the ape spun around and kicked the hawk's abdomen.
A harrowing scream echoed.
And a rain of blood drenched the great white ape, staining its pristine fur with crimson.
Die. The ape's hind leg penetrated the hawk's body, extracting a glowing demon core from its ruptured chest. Clutching the core and the hawk's lifeless form, it strode out of the arena. That was alarmingly swift. The hawk had perished before it could even concede defeat. Proclaiming surrender in the arena prevents further assault from the opponent. The two great demons, Wolfchang and Tiger Xiao,
along with the ever-bored yet present demon general, Yu, were all there to avert unnecessary casualties. Yet, the brutal reality of death could not be avoided. For the very nature of combat among beasts is to hunt with lethal efficiency, particularly when there is a stark disparity in strength.
Witnessing this scene,
Ling Xiao first thought of Su Chengxian. He might genuinely have a chance at vying for a high-grade spiritual abode. 8th-tier beasts are scarce, and now one has fallen. Should another perish, one of the 4 high-grade spiritual abodes would become vacant. The top 3 among the 7th tier should have a chance to compete,
though it remains uncertain whether this fellow could secure a place among them. Regardless, there is no need for concern about being targeted by an 8th-tier beast should he enter the top 3.
As Ling Xiao was about to shift his gaze back to Su Chengxian, he heard a voice call out, 5th tier, water-evading snake, Shi Xiaocui.
The name of Shi Xiaocui echoed from the arena where the 4th and 5th tiers were competing.
Turning quickly, he saw the familiar figure of his mother, the great white snake, nervously flicking her tongue. There's no need to worry, just do your best. If you can't win, concede, Ling Yunzi reassured her.
Indeed, we are here, Ling Xiao added.
The disparity in strength among lower-tier beasts is minimal, necessitating combat to discern superiority.
Otherwise,
it would allow Su Chengxian to assess the capabilities of these 4th and 5th-tier beasts and strategically avoid engaging with Shi Xiaocui's potential adversary. The boundary between the 4th and 5th tiers is not overtly defined, and one can only ascertain combat prowess through direct confrontation. Thus, these 2 tiers of beasts are pitted against each other for the spiritual abode. Should a formidable opponent arise, conceding is the prudent course, Ling Xiao advised.
Shi Xiaocui,
being 5th tier and having only just coalesced her demon core without fully refining her demon core, possesses limited demon energy and average combat skills, thus, she may struggle to rank among the top contenders.
I will not lose, Shi Xiaocui declared defiantly. I am an excellent hunter, how could I lose in my first match? With that, she dashed toward the arena.
Even as a 4th tier beast, she had dared to steal the eggs of 5th tier snake capturing birds. Now that she is 5th tier,
could she simply concede? Her demeanor was reminiscent of Su Chengxian. Truly, like mother, like son. Su Chengxian.
Ling Xiao suddenly recalled and turned his attention to his battle situation, while Ling Yunzi was a step ahead. Thus, the two watched in tandem as the stout serpent on stage gaped wide.
What is he doing? It was evident he was gagging. What transpired? He had just swallowed his opponent's demon core.
The demon core of a 7th tier treading cloud deer.
Su Chengxian opened his mouth wide. Oh no! This is disastrous.
That was a demon core from a 7th grade beast.
At present,
he still had a portion of a 6th tier golden-backed dragonfish's core unrefined in his belly. The innate talent of blood devouring does not allow for indiscriminate absorption. Even if he could assimilate it, it would not be instantaneous. Refining requires time. Moreover, the capacity of one's body has its limits.
Theoretically,
a person could consume many pigs in their lifetime, but they certainly could not devour an entire pig at once.
Currently,
Su Chengxian had effectively swallowed a whole pig in one go.
Would he not burst? He couldn't help but feel immense regret. What does it mean to act before thinking?
That was precisely what had just happened. As he stepped into the arena, the system's task reminder echoed in his mind.
Ding! The host has a new task. Task: defeat the 7th tier treading cloud deer. Task reward: refinement points 12, transformation grass 3.
Meanwhile, a tall and robust deer leaped over. Its antlers were exceptionally thick, spiraling upward with sharp tips like blades. Its gaze was lifted with a hint of strange pride and malice that was quite unsettling. The hooves struck the ground with a resounding thud. This must be the 7th tier cloud treading deer. Chengxian stirred his blood energy,
remaining vigilant while contemplating whether to strike first and seize the initiative.
Yet he worried that revealing his innate talents or using his divine sense might prematurely expose his trump cards. Perhaps it would be wiser to engage in a few exchanges before attempting to entrap it. As he pondered, the cloud-treading deer made the first move. With a low roar, it exhaled a chilling mist from its mouth and nose. Then unleashed a luminous pearl that transformed into a beam of white light aimed directly at Chengxian's head.
Startled, Chengxian heard the system's notification chime persistently. Ding! The host has new series of tasks. Task content: defeat the opponent and claim a mid-grade spirit abode. Task reward: refinement points 10. Transformation grass 4. For every opponent defeated, the host will receive refinement points 4. For each demon core swallowed, the host will earn refinement points 4, swallowing a demon core. Swallowing another. He opened his mouth and consumed a demon core. With a swift tilt of his head, he effortlessly ingested it. The angle and outcome of his strike were executed with remarkable speed and precision, leaving the cloud-treading deer momentarily stunned by his prowess. Returning to his senses, Chengxian's first instinct was to expel the demon core. Thus, he writhed his body, attempting to force the ingested core out. Unfortunately, the core only seemed to sink deeper. Damn it! Chengxian cursed vehemently. What is wrong with you demon beasts? Why do you all enjoy using demon cores to attack? Have you ever considered that a snake might accidentally consume one? Ha ha! The cloud-treading deer emitted a derisive sound, followed by outright laughter. You have actually swallowed my demon core? I have never encountered such a foolish snake. Its mocking laughter resounded, attracting the attention of numerous other demon beasts, including 2 great demons and General Yu on the nearby hill. Did it not know that consuming another's demon core could lead to a catastrophic explosion? Before it could explode, its spirit and soul might very well dissipate. Lacking any demon power, it surely could not condense a demon core. Moreover, why was a 6th tier beast classified among the 7th tier? Hush! The great demon Wolfching caught wind of this and cast a glance at the taunting beast, snorting softly. It seemed absurd to trouble a mere water-avoiding snake. The opponent was hardly considered a demon race. There was no need to kill it so overtly in front of the demon general. Humph! Tiger Roar scoffed. He understood Wolfching's intentions. It was merely to garner favor from General Yu, whose gaze had lingered on the flower snake. Recalling the tale of the rising dragon ridge and the water-avoiding marquis in the royal city. Why seek favor instead of plotting harm? Because they were all too aware of the casualties that occurred during the annual arena battles. With the flower snake's robust physique, coupled with a solidified spirit and rich blood energy, it was stronger than the average 7th tier beast, even without demon power. Furthermore, its evident prowess indicated it likely possessed a bloodline heritage with innate talents and mastery of combat techniques. The lingering demonic aura upon it revealed it had recently clashed with other beasts. The outcome was certain: it had won. Such strength could contend with even 8th tier beasts. Ranking among the top 3 of the 7th tier was not merely a walk in the park. Yet, this cunning wolf demon could not have anticipated that the flower snake would commit a grave error upon entering the arena. It had consumed another's demon core. Foolish flower snake! Someone shouted, voicing the sentiments of the onlooking demon beasts. The battles of 4th tier and 5th tier beasts were hardly entertaining. 8th tier battles were too perilous to approach, leaving many demon beasts, along with curious smaller demons, to gather around the 6th and 7th tiers. With a blunder occurring at the 7th tier, the attention only intensified. In other words, more spectators wished to witness Chengxian's explosive demise. While it was common to see demon beasts killed or maimed, they had never encountered one foolish enough to swallow a demon core and explode. The spectacle was both lively and refreshingly novel. Foolish flower snake! Ling Xiao could not refrain from cursing. Pretending to be foolish. Are you attempting to get yourself killed?
He won't die so easily, Ling Yunzi remarked.
I know. I cannot help but scold.
They had all witnessed Su Chengxian consume demon cores before. The golden-backed dragonfish was nearing 7th tier status and had faced no issues after eating one, so this time should surely be fine, right? Yet, there was no guarantee.
Su Chengxian murmured to himself.
Of course, it wasn't certain he would perish.
With the talent of blood-devouring transformation,
the demon core would not directly cause him to explode. However, the core would continuously emit demon energy, and if he failed to refine it promptly, the accumulating energy would inevitably reach a limit he could not withstand. Both his physical endurance and the advancement of his innate talents relied on the elevation of his spirit and body realms.
Thus, I require refinement points, Su Chengxian swiftly concluded.
Without hesitation, he lunged toward the cloud-treading deer, which had been patiently awaiting his demise, delaying its next attack.
My apologies, little deer. Having consumed your demon core, allow me to reciprocate by feasting upon you as well. Humph. You wish to struggle in your last moments? I shall not grant you that opportunity.
The cloud-treading deer scoffed disdainfully as Su Chengxian charged at it. Knowing full well that his opponent was doomed, it found it utterly foolish to engage in combat. With a heavy stomp, it gracefully leaped over Su Chengxian's head, turning back to display a mocking smile.
Foolish flower snake. Do you not understand the meaning of my clan's cloud treading?
Their innate talent lay in their remarkable speed. To run and evade with full force was beyond the capability of a mere water-avoiding snake.
This was not the water. Yet, in the next instant,
the smile froze on the deer's face.
Whoosh! Bang!
A thick snake tail struck it squarely in the face.
The tail, wielding absolute power,
swept away the thin layer of protective demonic light atop the deer's head, delivering a solid blow.
Moo! The cloud-trampling deer, in agony, tossed its head, promptly retaliating with its antlers.
Yet, it was still too slow. In that fleeting moment, Su Chengxian had already anticipated its movement, pressing his serpentine body against it,
flicking his forked tongue and emitting a hiss. Hiss. The innate supernatural ability, the alluring hiss. General Yu, perched on the low hill, redirected his gaze to the 7th tier arena upon hearing the hiss. After observing Su Chengxian, who was embroiled in combat, he murmured, an innate supernatural ability targeting the soul? How intriguing, truly fascinating.
The nearby formidable beasts, the wolf Qing and tiger Xiao, displayed no reaction to the serpent's hiss, clearly oblivious to any anomaly. This was not related to Su Chengxian's innate ability being aimed at them, yet it highlighted the disparity in soul power between demon generals and greater demons.
Boom! Boom!
The targeted cloud-trampling deer remained unaware of the means by which it was assaulted, sensing only a wave of dizziness and stumbling beneath its feet, nearly toppling over.
At that very instant, Su Chengxian's gaping serpent jaws clamped down fiercely upon its neck. A deer, how absurd! How grotesque! I consume! The speed of the cloud-trampling deer was swift, yet Su Chengxian surpassed it with greater alacrity, for he was truly anxious. Utterly frantic. If he did not hurry, he might genuinely meet his demise. Thus, he had no choice but to rush, to be swift. Under the duress of crisis, he unleashed his full potential. Innate combat skill, binding. Innate combat skill, serpent bite. The techniques he had rehearsed countless times in dreams were executed in this critical moment. Faster than Su Chengxian himself had anticipated. With the synergy of his consciousness and foresight, he naturally ensnared the cloud-trampling deer, having completed more than half of the battle to vanquish it. The remaining half would swiftly conclude with the deer's willing cooperation. Deprived of its demon core and ensnared, the cloud-trampling deer found itself devoid of all hope for survival, unless it cried out in surrender. Yet, as the fangs of the flower serpent pierced its neck and severed its windpipe, in its frantic struggles, the spurt of blood choked its throat, extinguishing any possibility of a cry for help. At this moment, Su Chengxian was far more seasoned and ruthless than in previous uses of this technique. His strength and size had grown significantly, even forcing the beast's blood to flow into his mouth by tightening its body, hastening the demise of this 7th-tier demon beast. Thus, before long, the cloud-trampling deer collapsed beneath him, utterly silent. The system's prompt sounded at that moment.
Congratulations, host, for defeating the 7th tier demon beast, Cloud Trampling Deer.
And receiving rewards, refinement points 12, transformation grass 3.
Congratulations, host, for consuming a demon core and receiving refinement points 4.
Congratulations, host, for defeating an opponent and receiving refinement points 4. The system allocated all refinement points to elevate his realm. Su Chengxian almost immediately mentally declared. Received.
The system will evenly distribute refinement points to enhance both the host's physical and soul realms.
No.
Su Chengxian had his own ideas. Preferring to maintain a higher soul realm relative to his physical realm to better control his corporeal form, allowing for a more fluid execution of combat techniques.
Received. Did I win? Confirming the death of the Cloud Trampling Deer, Su Chengxian finally relaxed his body and rose from it.
He raised his head to signal the nearby lesser demon.
Yes, my lord.
The lesser demon immediately regained its composure and announced loudly, 7th tier arena, Su Chengxian, victory.
Then inquired. My lord, do you wish to continue participating in the arena?
Of course, Su Chengxian replied, though he found it strange that this question was posed.
Other demon beasts simply placed their bamboo sticks into the tube upon victory. However, he was too weary from the battle to inquire further.
Longing only to lie down for a brief rest.
He wondered how Xiao Chui and Ling Xiao were faring. Standing tall, he glanced around, and in the next moment,
he spotted Ling Yunzi. He navigated through the demons, who graciously made way for him.
How goes it? All is proceeding smoothly. What of Xiao Chui and Ling Xiao? They are preparing for the second round.
Ling Yunzi looked at him. How do you feel?
Not bad, why? Su Chengxian felt a bit perplexed by Ling Yunzi's sudden concern. Glancing at this disciple of the Dao Lord. Why the sudden interest in my well-being?
Even without witnessing his match, it was evident he had emerged unscathed. You consumed the demon core of a 7th tier beast, Ling Yunzi remarked. Everyone is speculating how long you can last.
Oh? How long before I burst? Who is everyone? Many demon beasts.
Humph, I apologize for disappointing them. I shall not explode.
That's good. We're all counting on you to secure a position in the superior mid-grade spirit mansion. In less than half an hour, Su Chengxian received delightful news. He was granted a bye, directly advancing to the next round. He secured a qualification for entry into the mid-grade spirit mansion. Meanwhile, the results from the 8th tier arena were also announced.
Unsurprisingly, another 8th tier demon beast had perished, leaving a vacancy for a spot in the superior mid-grade spirit mansion. Su Chengxian could not help but glance towards the strongest demon beasts in the 7th tier, his gaze lingering on one that bore a striking resemblance to a lion.
Unexpectedly, this attracted hostility from the creature. What are you staring at? Do you wish to contend with me?
The curly-maned yellow-maned beast scoffed at him.
Is that not permissible? Su Chengxian retorted immediately.
Well, you haven't even spoken, and just a glance has provoked such a response.
You might as well be accusing me of you don't deserve it at this moment. Could he back down?
After all, the opponent would not dare to strike just yet.
What a hot-headed lion, why act so tough? What's the matter? We are both 7th tier, if you can, why can't I? How would we contend?
The curly-maned yellow-maned beast tossed its head, as if to say it would swallow Su Chengxian's demon core just as it had done with the Cloud Trampling Deer.
Ha! Is that a problem?
Su Chengxian echoed his previous words.
Fine. I'll be waiting for you. In 3 days, I expect you to show up. And then I shall beat you to death. Ha! Who will perish remains uncertain. Roar! You foolish serpent! I will consume you. Humph, General Yu is seated above. Do you dare? The curly-maned yellow-maned beast did not dare, thus it stormed off in a huff.
Upon returning to the riverbank, before Su Chengxian could speak, Dai Dai emerged from her shell, peering at him. My lord, I heard you consumed the demon core of the Cloud Trampling Deer and are nearing death. I also heard you boasted in the arena that you would swallow the curly-maned yellow-maned beast, becoming the strongest of the 7th tier.
Which is true? Both are true. Ha! The following morning, Su Chengxian pondered, is that flower serpent that consumed the Cloud Trampling Deer's demon core still alive?
Indeed, not only is it alive, but it thrives well. Having completed the task of acquiring 16 refinement points, enhancing both his physical and soul realms, he no longer needed to fear bursting from the demon core.
How about my sister, the empress, and my brother, the Dao Lord? Have they finally advanced to the 5th tier? Su Chengxian groaned,
opening his eyes to see Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi standing before him.
Can you sense that?
Ling Xiao was taken aback, questioning the strength of Su Chengxian's soul power.
Could it be comparable to that of a greater demon? Not quite.
Su Chengxian shook his head, remarking that every time they advanced, they would adopt a provocative demeanor akin to the present. In truth, he had witnessed the two snakes shedding their skins moments ago. Their ascension did not always coincide with an immediate molt, however, each shedding invariably signified an enhancement of their powers.
Previously,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had been on the brink of ascending to the 5th tier.
What, do you wish to engage in a duel?
He hissed.
Ms.
Shi Xiaotsui raised her head, casting a curious glance.
What duel? Who wishes to fight?
Never mind, I shall spare you this time, Ling Xiao replied. I need to conserve my strength to contend with other beasts.
Ling Yunzi echoed this sentiment.
After a fierce struggle the previous night, they had finally ascended to 5th tier beast status before dawn, aiming to seize the spiritual veins cave.
How could they afford to deplete their energies prematurely? Ha, I am indifferent, Su Chengxian declared, stating that he wouldn't need to step onto the arena for the next 2 days.
Whether he would return afterward depended solely on his mood.
Enjoy your moment of pride,
it won't be long before I and my brother Xiaobai completely surpass you, Ling Xiao asserted with unwavering confidence.
Oh, is that so? Su Chengxian inquired, intrigued to understand the source of Ling Xiao's self-assurance.
I condensed the demon core last night. Within half a month, I shall form the demon pill.
And Ling Yunzi is on the same path.
Ling Xiao was keen to ensure that Su Chengxian did not become complacent with his temporary might, forsaking the pursuit of greater cultivation and diminishing himself among the masses. Thus, he spoke candidly, the techniques we practice, though one is the demon Dao Emperor's scripture and the other the true method of the mystical sect, are both among the pinnacle of cultivation arts in this world.
Once we possess the demon pills, with ample spiritual energy, our cultivation will advance at an extraordinary pace.
In merely a year or two, we shall attain our forms. You must understand, the path of cultivation truly becomes a smooth journey for us once we achieve transformation. The experiences and foundations from our past lives will genuinely come into play, as depicted in the legends of mortals. Achieving enlightenment and entering the realm of immortals is not beyond the realm of possibility.
Yet, you currently lack even demon power. Transformation? Su Chengxian's spirits lifted at this, sister. If you were to transform, would you resemble your former self? He had yet to meet the empress. Perhaps, Ling Xiao replied, somewhat awkwardly, his gaze wandering. Ahem.
Old ghost, raw vitality can only sustain one temporarily, otherwise, the demon race would not be engrossed in cultivating demon power, Ling Yunzi interjected, sensing the topic veering off course. I do not know what you rely upon, nor do I know what else you have gained from your bloodline inheritance beyond innate abilities. But you must tread carefully.
Times change, and some inheritances may not suit the current wilderness. Indeed.
I share the same sentiment, Ling Xiao affirmed, now.
Having said what needed to be said, I shall be on my way. Xiaotsui, let us depart.
Yesterday, Su Chengxian had secured a mid-tier spiritual estate slot,
which greatly motivated the two. All three were reincarnated serpents from the same brood.
If they could not contend for even a low-tier estate, it would be a tremendous loss of face. They must strive for it. Thus, they cast aside their previous dismissals of low-tier estates as inconsequential.
Last night,
they broke through the final barrier and relentlessly ascended to the 5th tier.
Today's arena battle was one they must win.
What vigor! Su Chengxian marveled at the determined backs of his mother, the empress sister, and the Daoist brother.
Should he also strive to cultivate? The answer was a resounding no. Why toil in arduous training when there were better ways to grow stronger?
His gaze shifted to a nearby creature, a 7th-tier cloud-treading deer. With a grin, he thought, my naive empress sister, surpassing me will not be an easy feat typically, one could bolster their vitality simply by resting. Su Chengxian did not wish to overexert himself. For instance, with a half-formed demon pill residing within him, swallowing a cloud-treading deer would require an immense opening of his mouth, capable of accommodating the deer's massive head.
Oh! Such a scene would be utterly terrifying. Despite his musings, Chengxian opened his maw wide, swallowing the deer's head whole, then twisting to continue his feast.
The bones and limbs of the deer had already been crushed beforehand. Employing his innate combat skill, snake binding, he enveloped the deer tightly with his serpentine form, compressing it into a single, elongated morsel.
Ha! If it were anyone else, they might not have thought to utilize a combat skill in such a manner.
Chengxian felt quite pleased with himself. If there was one area where he surpassed the empress and the Daoist, it was undoubtedly his cleverness. Living in a world inundated with information, he often found himself creatively engaging in various antics during moments of boredom.
In contrast,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi might only consider slicing the deer into pieces.
Why did Chengxian not do the same? The answer was simple: he could not achieve that.
Why exert such effort otherwise? With his vitality surging, he concentrated a single strike, which would obliterate the deer.
A knife could slice flesh, an axe could cleave,
but a hammer could only crush or shatter the deer. As for why he did not ask someone capable for assistance, the reason was straightforward.
Ha!
Watch as I prepare something grand for you.
Chengxian thought to himself, and to that curly-haired lion who claimed I couldn't defeat you?
Just wait until I consume this deer and enjoy a good sleep.
You'll see.
15 minutes later, he had finally swallowed the cloud-treading deer entirely. Even though it had been compressed into a cylindrical form, devouring prey larger than his own head was still quite a challenge. The innate ability of serpents to consume prey rendered the improbable achievable, albeit with considerable effort. He then twisted his body to further compress the prey for better digestion.
I've done it. Chengxian endured the overwhelming sensation of fullness, channeling his vitality throughout his being.
Activating his innate divine ability, devour to transform blood. He felt a wave of heat in his stomach and lamented, "Curse it, I've yet to savor the taste of deer meat." Due to influences from his past life, he had long held the belief that one must cherish food and show a modicum of respect for ingredients. At the very least, they should be prepared to taste delightful before being consumed. Currently, such respect was unattainable, yet food was meant to fill one's belly. The notion of directly refining it felt wasteful, hence he had refrained from doing so. Of course, primarily, it was economically unfeasible for him. However, given the peculiar circumstances, refining it to ascend to the 7th tier took precedence.
Ding!
Host has devoured a 7th tier cloud-treading deer, gaining 100 vitality.
Vitality 100. Phew! Chengxian exhaled a long breath. He had succeeded.
He then dragged his heavy body slowly toward the riverbank and climbed onto the back of the dark turtle.
Old turtle, I shall rest for a while. Vitality 111. Vitality 100. Vitality 11111. Congratulations!
Host has successfully ascended to become a 7th tier demon beast. Indeed, it proved unworthy of the effort. 2 days later, upon awakening, Chengxian immediately remarked,
"A 7th tier cloud-treading deer should have ensured me over a month of worry-free sustenance. Yet, just 2 days have passed, and I have completely refined it."
Of course, the outcome had met expectations.
Damn it!
Although he had received the system's notification upon his ascension and felt the surge of vitality, he still instinctively glanced at his status panel, which startled him considerably.
Rank, 7th stage, to become an 8th stage beast.
A breakthrough of 20 million blood points is required. Blood Chi, 100001133, Physical Realm, Beast Body Stage, 4501 10,000, Spiritual Realm, Beast Soul Stage, 4618 10,000, indeed. I have successfully ascended to the 7th stage beast. It was quite a close call, just barely surpassing the threshold for promotion. To become an 8th stage beast, one needs 20 million blood points. Chengxian couldn't help but narrow his vertical pupils at this daunting figure. Goodness, how long will that take to accumulate? Yet, he quickly reassured himself that if it could be gained through rest, what was there to worry about? If worse comes to worst, devouring 27th stage beasts could also lead to direct ascension. That would be akin to indulging in fanciful dreams.
How many 7th stage beasts have ventured into the Luoyang Mountain Spirit Vein Cave? Of course, there are numerous 8th and 9th stage beasts,
as well as formidable monsters and beast generals within the spirit abode. Should Su Chengxian possess the capability to consume them at present, I certainly lack such strength, he mused. But noticed a 7th stage curly-maned lion nearby, which seemed like a viable opportunity. Perhaps a plan could be devised. That creature appeared rather dim-witted. I wonder how Ling Xiao and the others are faring. With this thought, he couldn't help but stretch and glance towards the shore. Ling Xiao, Lin Jianzi, and Ms. Shi Xiaocui, along with the great sage, were all by the shore, engaged in cultivating the demon cores acquired from hunting the Tsanlong wolves and the mountain-climbing pythons. They seemed to have sustained no injuries. Casting his gaze upwards, he noted that dawn was still a while away, so he refrained from interrupting their practice. Instead, he settled back down, gently closed his eyes, and began pondering strategies to deal with the lion. The dragon blood tree appears to have grown considerably? After contemplating for a while and not arriving at a satisfactory strategy, Su Chengxian turned to change his position when he suddenly noticed the spiritual herbs planted on the Daoist shell were thriving splendidly, particularly the dragon blood tree. It had nearly reached a height of 1 meter and had thickened significantly since its earlier state. Previously, it was as thick as his finger. But now it was possibly as thick as 2 fingers. The great sage had used the blood of the mountain-climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish to nourish it, resulting in such rapid growth. What about the mountain-climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish? Su Chengxian paused, as if beginning to understand, and confirmed with it whether only those 2 types of beast blood had been used, or if others were as well. Although he had consumed most of the beast blood, remnants still lingered. He was aware that the great sage would mix the remaining beast blood into the soil for planting spiritual herbs. However, the emphasis on the mountain-climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish piqued his interest. Other types were also included, but these 2 were the predominant ones, Daoist replied. Oh. Su Chengxian nodded, pondering deeply, is it because their bloodlines follow a path of evolutionary cultivation? Or is it due to their inherent bloodlines being connected to dragons? The blood of these 2 beasts, specifically employed by the great sage to cultivate the dragon blood tree, likely accelerated its growth. The only connection he could conceive between them and the dragon blood tree was, indeed, dragons. Serpents and pythons ascend to dragons, while carps leap over the dragon gate. These 2 beasts should also be capable of following the path of bloodline evolution to ascend into dragons, right? Among the myriad beasts in the world, many can transform into dragons, and there are rumors that they are all dragon kin, possessing true dragon bloodlines, hence their ability to metamorphose. Lin Jianzi had just emerged from his meditative state when he heard Su Chengxian's words and remarked, their blood can nurture the dragon blood tree, which must be related to possessing a trace of true dragon bloodline. How significant that trace is, however, remains uncertain. Old ghost, you finally decided to wake up? At that moment, Ling Xiao concluded his practice and, upon hearing Su Chengxian's words, scoffed, after consuming an entire cloud-soaring deer, how come you aren't dead yet? I not only survived but have also ascended to the 7th stage. Aren't you furious? Su Chengxian teased, apologies, dear sister, but I have once again outpaced you. Anticipated it. Ling Xiao replied with a chuckle, I knew you wouldn't devour that cloud-soaring deer without reason. It seems we share the same suspicion that the bloodline legacy of that flower serpent may indeed possess methods to enhance strength through the refinement of blood food. However, hastily ascending to the 7th stage and facing off against the most formidable of the 7th stage, the curly-maned yellow-maned beast, makes one wonder about his chances of victory. Yet, considering the flower serpent's nature, if the odds seemed unfavorable, it probably wouldn't even step into the arena. Hiss. At that moment, Shi Xiaocui swam over, nudging Su Chengxian. Little flower, are you all right? I'm fine, what could possibly be wrong with me? Su Chengxian responded, puzzled. Everyone is saying you're on the verge of death. Shi Xiaocui expressed her concern, they claim you consumed a demon core and might die. In recent days, Su Chengxian had not been seen near the arena, leading some beasts to naturally conclude that he was in imminent danger of bursting from consuming the demon core. Thus, they opted to hide and await his demise. Today, that large lion even asked if he had perished. Ling Xiao burst into laughter. Ha! Truly, rumors abound everywhere.
Su Chengxian chuckled in exasperation. What, is this storm not over yet? A bunch of sentient beasts, neglecting their cultivation, spreading gossip instead. They seem to be eagerly awaiting my demise. Yet I refuse to die. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Su Chengxian's mind.
While it may seem somewhat simplistic, it should suffice to handle the lion.
When does the arena start today? He inquired. Are you truly intending to seize an upper middle grade spirit abode? Ling Xiao retorted with a question. Lin Jianzi and I have managed to acquire a lower grade spirit abode.
Coupled with the middle grade abode you have in hand, we have more than enough. She had inquired with Cat 19 about this. The differences between various spirit vein caves lie not only in the grades of spirit stones that can be refined but also in the amount of spiritual energy that can be refined within a single day. With their 5th stage beast cultivation, a lower grade abode suffices for their training needs. While an upper middle grade abode possesses denser spiritual energy and facilitates the extraction of middle grade spirit stones. The distinction is negligible for us, especially for you, Lin Jianzi added. For Su Chengxian, the distinction between middle and upper grade abodes merely represented different places for rest. Given that, why take the risk? I may not need it, but it would benefit you all, Su Chengxian proclaimed with righteous fervor. An upper middle grade spirit abode provides ample spiritual energy. We could all reside there for cultivation, allowing our skills to advance more rapidly. Do not hinder me, I shall secure it. Half an hour later. At the 8th stage arena. You've arrived? I have. You truly came. Are you here to seek death? The curly-maned yellow-maned beast glared furiously. Neither of us knows who is actually seeking death here. Su Chengxian responded with nonchalance. You not only wish to defeat me but desire to kill me as well? Ha ha. The curly-maned yellow-maned beast erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. What do you intend to do to slay me? Did you also consume my demon core? Indeed, what of it? Su Chengxian maintained his cool demeanor, tilting his chin at the lion. Why don't you regurgitate the demon core and see if I dare to consume it? Do you dare to swallow it? The curly-maned yellow-maned beast roared. Do you dare to spit it out? Su Chengxian grinned. You wouldn't happen to be afraid, would you? Such crude provoking tactics. They were indeed lacking in finesse. When he employed them, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, though the serpent's skin concealed it well. However, spit it out, then. Roar. One must commend the curly-maned yellow-maned beast for being a man of his word. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of white light, hurtling straight towards Su Chengxian's face. This sudden turn of events made Su Chengxian, who had just been feeling a bit of shame, instantly focus all his thoughts. His consciousness locking onto the demon core, as he raised his head, opened his mouth, and swallowed. Upon ascending to the 7th tier, with his innate abilities further refined, he consumed the essence without hesitation, believing that he would not meet his demise anytime soon. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of beasts and lesser creatures present could not help but mimic his act of swallowing. They gazed in astonishment as he once again ingested a demon core. My goodness! He truly devoured it. Is he courting death? Remarkable audacity. Having consumed the core of the cloud-treading deer without consequence, he now dared to consume that of the Huangzong beast. Madness. Has this fellow lost his wits? The louder beasts voiced their admiration for the audacity of the plum-flower snake, who had recklessly ventured into danger once more. In the final 2 days of the cross-tier challenges, none among the 4th and 5th tiers dared to confront the 6th tier. Among the 6th tier competitors, there were those who contemplated challenging Su Chengxian, yet they decided to wait until he had concluded his duel with the curly-haired Huangzong beast. Presently, only on the 8th tier arena were 2 contenders, ranked among the top 3 of the 7th tier, vying for the last spot in the 8th tier. Thus, the gathered beasts, including the formidable Wolfchang and Tiger Howl, along with General Yu on the low mountain, fixed their eyes upon the unfolding battle. Foolishness. This was Wolfchang's assessment of the curly-haired Huangzong beast's impulsive attack, spurred on by Su Chengxian's influence. Indeed, it was a foolish act, and Tiger Howl reluctantly concurred. General Yu on the mountain furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Seeking death. The curly-haired Huangzong beast, momentarily startled, quickly sprang into action. Unlike the foolish cloud-treading deer, it would not remain stationary after having its core consumed.
With a mighty roar, it lunged towards Su Chengxian. Its body enveloped in a dark mist of blood and demonic energy, surging forward with ferocity. What power is this?
Su Chengxian swiftly sidestepped to evade the oncoming blood mist.
Yet in that instant, he sensed a peculiar force woven within the lion's roar. A hint of soul attack? Sound-based offense? The lion's roar?
Were it not for the solidity of his soul and the stability of his lotus platform, that roar would surely have caused a momentary lapse in his actions, allowing the blood mist, born from the blood and demonic energy, to envelop him. To his astonishment, this ability bore a striking resemblance to his own enchanting hiss. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. However, while his own hiss relied on the strength of his soul, the opponent's technique seemed to be rooted in magical power.
It was clear that he could not underestimate any adversary.
The lion possessed considerable skill, no wonder it dared to flaunt its curly mane.
How dare you, wretched little eel! This is my innate talent.
The curly-haired Huangzong beast, realizing its initial attack had failed, became frantic,
unleashing a surge of demonic energy as it struck down towards Su Chengxian's head.
Its claws glimmered with cold light, exuding demonic energy. It was a swift and lethal assault. The urgency to defeat the flower snake and reclaim the demon core surged within it. The longer it remained without the core, the weaker it would become. It could not afford to delay. Should that strike land, Su Chengxian's skull would surely be shattered, or at the very least, his flesh would be torn asunder.
Furthermore, the other massive paw followed suit, sealing off his escape route. Evading one strike would be futile if another was to follow. Su Chengxian mused that the lion's combat skills seemed specifically designed to counter his own.
The demon core he had consumed now felt as though it might leap from his belly under the lion's oppressive energy.
What I have consumed, you wish to reclaim? Dream on.
Hiss.
Curly-haired Huangzong beast, do you wish to experience my innate talent? Enchanting hiss. As the snake's hiss echoed, the lion faltered for a brief moment.
Seizing the opportunity, Su Chengxian ducked low, advancing rather than retreating, slipping beneath the Huangzong beast and darting past it. His elongated body meant that his tail lagged slightly, grazing against the lion's claw wrapped in demonic energy, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant.
Damn it!
Su Chengxian quickly twisted around, opening his jaws wide to deliver a vicious bite to the lion's rear.
The innate combat skill, snake bite. Roar!
The lion reacted swiftly, leaping away to evade the bite. Though a portion of the attack connected, its fangs piercing through the beast's fur, leaving a long, bloody gash. In the aftermath of the exchange, neither party could claim victory.
Both bore wounds. Well done, lion. Su Chengxian grinned malevolently. Come again. He was eager to see how long the curly-haired Huangzong beast could endure without its demon core. Roar! The Huangzong beast's eyes blazed with fury, it could not match Su Chengxian's composure. The longer the core remained within the adversary's body, the more disadvantageous it became for the beast. Without uttering a word, it charged once more. Bang! This time, Su Chengxian did not evade, he met the attack head-on. He was keen to test his true strength and refine his combat skills. The lion possessed commendable power, stronger than him, yet not outrageously so. Besides, having lost its demon core, defeat was inevitable. It made for an excellent sparring partner. Thus, he refrained from utilizing his innate abilities or his secret technique of manifesting his consciousness as a blade, opting instead to engage in direct combat. However, the Huangzong beast's techniques proved ineffective against him. The battle between the two devolved into a stalemate, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet, after a brief interval, as their injuries mounted, one side's momentum began to swell, while the other, predictably, began to falter. Death. The rising force belonged to Su Chengxian, who unleashed his ferocity. His combat techniques infused with a bloodthirsty aura. The swelling energy of blood tinged his serpentine form with a crimson hue. With eyes glowing red and jaws agape, his fangs, now radiating red light, plunged deep into the back of the curly-haired Huangzong beast during a moment of negligence. Roar! The Huangzong beast howled in agony, its blood and demonic energy becoming chaotic and unfocused. In the next instant, the powerful serpent coiled around it, tightening its grip with such force that it nearly shattered the beast's bones. Roar!
The curly-haired Huangzong beast let out a fierce cry, its eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Since awakening its ancestral bloodline and a trace of otherworldly heritage, it had never endured such humiliation. The thought of losing its demon core sent waves of rage surging through its mind. It still possessed one final gambit, to self-destruct the demon core within the flower snake.
This is bad.
Chengxian felt a chill pierce through to his spirit, sensing impending doom. He cursed himself for pushing too far. Having treated the lion as a mere training partner, only to realize that the beast, incensed, wished to take him down with it.
Who in their right mind desires death?
I am far from finished living.
Enough!
At that moment, a powerful surge of demonic energy erupted, instantly separating the entwined beasts and sealing the Huangzong beast's energies. The match had reached its conclusion.
Chengxian.
I intended to exchange this peach for the demon core within the Huangzong beast.
Would you be amenable? None anticipated that General Yu would intervene, halting the conflict between Chengxian and the Huangzong beast.
Raising his hand, he produced a spirit-infused peach from seemingly nowhere.
Extending it towards Chengxian. General, I am indeed willing, but I cannot regurgitate it. Chengxian promptly agreed, yet also conveyed the difficulty of his predicament.
If the general truly wished to exchange, he would need to assist in retrieving it. This should pose no challenge for a demon general.
Given the audience present on the arena, the general's status ensured that Chengxian would not be harmed. One must bow to the roof over their head. Defying a demon general's authority would lead to complications in the future.
It was not worth the risk. To be honest, General, after consuming 2 demon cores in quick succession,
I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Chengxian spoke truthfully.
Indeed, he had ingested an excessive amount in recent days.
Moreover, the speaker mentioned swallowing 2 demon cores consecutively.
Excluding the one just consumed, referring instead to the demon cores of the golden-backed dragonfish and the cloud-striding deer.
Neither of the 2 cores has been fully digested.
Just 2 days prior, he had completely devoured and refined the physical form of the 7th-tier cloud-striding deer, resulting in a slight case of indigestion. General Yu was willing to exchange a spirit peach of comparable value with him, which seemed quite agreeable. You, Serpent, are rather honest, he remarked with a soft chuckle, perceiving Chengxian's words as a gesture of courtesy. After all, Chengxian was unaware that he would intervene in the conflict. So his audacity to consume the demon cores indicated he possessed the means to resolve the situation.
Such understanding in a demon beast was rare, thus uplifting his mood and prompting him to offer Chengxian a benefit in return.
The peach was exchanged for the demon core, counted against the golden-backed dragonfish. Though I initially intended to hinder you, it would be remiss not to provide some compensation. Thus, it was agreed that the high-grade spirit abode where Chengxian resided would require a monthly tribute of 10 low-grade spirit stones.
In return, the general would waive his annual tribute. What do you think? Thank you, General.
Subsequently, General Yu extended his hand, directing a surge of demon energy into Chengxian, extracting the demon core belonging to the curly-haired golden-backed beast and returning it to him. Henceforth, the contest for the spirit abode concluded prematurely. If I had known it would come to this, we wouldn't have contested for the low-grade spirit abode, Ling Xiao remarked,
following Chengxian into the high-grade spirit abode he had acquired, observing as she spoke.
The spiritual energy at the mountain's edge was sparse, and enlightened demon beasts were few,
resulting in a relatively gentle competition. This was partly due to the spiritual veins and caves at Luyan Mountain being inferior to those elsewhere. However, even if they were not the best, a mid-grade spiritual cave was certainly superior to a low-grade spirit abode found in other locations. Furthermore, it was exceedingly spacious. Behind the stone door of the cave, there were even several distinct chambers, carved into the mountains above the spiritual veins. The richness of spiritual energy within the cave was several times that of the outside. The defensive formations of the cave did not limit the number of demon beasts that could enter. Yet, as more demon beasts practiced within, the demon energy would inevitably thin, resulting in a rarity of beasts inviting others to share the cave. Nevertheless, their group of serpents, with low cultivation levels, alongside a monkey below the 4th tier, found the spiritual energy within the high-grade spirit abode ample for their training. Thus, Ling Xiao felt that the low-grade spirit abode they had fought for was superfluous. We still have to pay 2 low-grade spirit stones monthly. Why don't we just abandon it? She suggested. Why abandon it?
Su Chengxian replied, puzzled.
Even if we do not reside there, we can rent it out. Rent it out?
Ling Xiao and the others were taken aback.
Indeed. Su Chengxian nodded,
suggesting that they of Cat 19 inquire among the demon beasts that failed to acquire a cave about their interest in renting. How can we simply discard the low-grade spirit abode that we fought so hard to obtain? It is a shared property, and a good one at that.
There is no reason to refuse it. What are you thinking? We can act as sub-landlords, collecting rent effortlessly.
Given that they needed to submit 2 low-grade spirit stones to the demon general each month, Su Chengxian proposed a modest rental fee of 1 spirit stone per month.
He did not wish to overthink the pricing issue.
The quota for low-grade spirit abodes was 5 low-grade spirit stones, while mid-grade ones required 7.
That price should not be overly steep, right?
The spiritual energy within the abode is denser than outside, and it is safe and undisturbed.
Surely, there will be demon beasts willing to rent for cultivation. That is a splendid idea.
Ling Xiao immediately concurred.
Spirit stones are considered hard currency within the cultivation realm,
capable of being directly used for cultivation, formations, weapon forging, alchemy, and the cultivation of spiritual herbs and plants. Thus, they are equally sought after for the exchange of other resources. Such treasures, of course, are best acquired in abundance. I will instruct Cat 19 to take care of this,
she exclaimed with excitement. Oh, and should we send the items in our snakeskins to the great demon for sale?
She and Ling Yunzi had not consumed the shed snakeskins since they provided minimal benefits to their cultivation due to their techniques, so they had been retained for storage.
The skins contained the remains of previously hunted demon beasts, such as the fur of the Tsong wolf, the bones of the climbing python,
and the scales of the golden-backed dragonfish, along with the recent antlers of the cloud-striding deer.
Typically, serpent demons would consume their prey,
digesting it before regurgitating the indigestible portions.
This process would often lead to corrosion, rendering those parts unusable.
However, their family had begun to cut and preserve these parts intact, which could then be refined into materials for alchemy or weapon forging. Having been tempered by the blood and energy of the demon beasts, these remnants could even be utilized to craft weapons and armor for lesser demons. Let us sell them, exchanging them for as much demon meat as possible, Su Chengxian suggested. Initially, they had intended to use the contents of the snakeskins to offset their tribute of low-grade spirit stones.
Combined,
they could potentially cover several months of the low-grade spirit abode's tribute, thus allowing them to focus on refining spirit stones for cultivation, with General Yu waiving their annual tribute. It seemed more prudent to trade for demon meat, saving them the time spent on hunting and allowing them to cultivate in peace.
Very well, Ling Yunzi agreed. I shall handle that.
He would also take the opportunity to learn the techniques for refining spirit stones. The method of refining spirit stones was derived from the alchemical arts, and among the 4 serpents, he was the most suitable to learn and later instruct the others. I shall take my leave for rest now, Su Chengxian stated.
Excellent.
Everyone has clear responsibilities, let us all attend to our tasks. Wait a moment before you sleep, first, consume the spirit peach, Ling Xiao urged, suppressing her impulse to scold the serpent.
Afterward, give me the pit to plant for the great sage. Oh, right.
Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian suddenly recalled, saying, Yunzi, remember to request whole pieces of the meat when trading for the demon meat, telling them we enjoy blood tofu.
I am Ling Yunzi, he retorted. I am aware of that, Yunzi.
Ling Yunzi thought to himself, this foolish flower snake, I shall surely give you a good thrashing one day. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of defeating your opponent and securing the mid-grade spirit abode.
Reward, 10 refinement points, for transformation herbs.
Host consumes the wood spirit root little pan peach, gaining 408 in soul realm and 129 in physical realm, with a mouthful of juice from the peach. Su Chengxian thought, oh dear brother, if you wish to strike me, that may prove somewhat challenging. I wish you success in your endeavors.
Chapter 47, It Must Be Those 2 Foolish Wolves Next Door. Lu Yang Mountain, Spirit Mansion. Within a high-quality medium-grade spirit vein cave, a large serpent lay coiled in slumber. With each breath, a faint white mist swirled around its nostrils.
The crimson mist enveloping the serpent's body rose and fell in rhythm with its breaths, pervading the entire cave. Surrounding this cavern were several others, home to a green serpent, a large white serpent, a purple-gold swift turtle, and a golden-haired monkey perched upon its back.
Indeed.
Little Chui had reached the 5th tier. Su Chengxian scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, gaining a clear understanding of everyone's cultivation levels. Ling Xiao was in the midst of training, with frequent fluctuations of demonic energy indicating he was on the brink of a breakthrough to the 7th tier. It wouldn't be long before he ascended to become a 7th-tier demon beast. Ling Yunzi was absent from the cave, likely delving into the depths of the mountain to excavate some spirit stones. The great sage had reached the 4th tier, still a distance from the 5th. While the purple-gold swift turtle remained unchanged apart from its significant increase in size. The spiritual plants on its back had grown considerably as well. Under the diligent efforts of the great sage and the beast blood, the gathering spirit grass and locking spirit grass had matured to a height of 1 foot. Even the recently planted transformation grass had reached nearly half a foot. No one found it strange that these additional spiritual herbs were thriving,
considering Su Chengxian's presence allowed such growth.
With everyone preoccupied with their cultivation, no one inquired about the nature of these herbs. Ling Yunzi was eagerly anticipating a collaboration with Ling Xiao after their promotion to the 7th tier, intending to confront the foolish flower serpent once more. Both Dao Jun and the Empress believed confidently that they would emerge victorious against any opponents of the same tier. As the true identity of the foolish flower serpent, Su Chengxian could only wish them success, for he himself found it difficult to quantify his own strength.
After settling into the high-quality medium-grade spirit mansion, he resumed a life of relentless consumption and slumber.
It was indeed a harsh existence, but one that the serpent relished.
Through ample rest,
he fully digested the gains from the recent tournament. After 10 days, he had completely refined the demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish. Su Chengxian also underwent another shedding of his skin, this time breaking through the old layer directly.
Post-molt, his size experienced an astonishing growth, sustained by the abundant flesh of demon beasts.
This rapid increase continued for quite some time, tapering off only after 3 months when he fully refined the demon core of the cloud-treading deer. By this point, Su Chengxian had transformed into a colossal serpent, nearly 70 feet in length, with a girth exceeding 3 feet. Even combined, neither Shi Xiaocui, Ling Xiao, nor Ling Yunzi could match half his size.
Fortunately,
the cave was spacious enough to accommodate his newfound bulk. He allocated all his refined points to enhance his spiritual and physical realms. Furthermore, after ascending to the 7th tier, the immense blood energy and abundant spiritual energy allowed him to continuously temper both his spirit and body during slumber. The increments in his strength were no longer negligible. Compared to his previous battles with the curly-haired lion, his physical prowess and spiritual power had significantly increased. Thus, for the newly promoted 7th tier Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to surpass him in a challenge would prove to be a formidable task. Just as he was about to exhaust the last of his share of demon beast flesh, Su Chengxian contemplated offering an appropriate reason for his sister and brother to bring food to him.
Perhaps he could also delegate the task of mining spirit stones to them? If they were to lose in a 2-on-1 challenge, would they then be entitled to 2 requests?
This would grant him more time to rest and enhance his strength.
However,
upon reflection, he realized he hadn't contributed much himself. While they had agreed to take turns mining for spirit stones, there were times when Su Chengxian overslept and forgot. Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi, or even Shi Xiaocui, would take on his share in such instances, although they were not required to supply spirit stones within a year. Mining them was still one of the benefits of possessing the spirit mansion. He could not neglect this aspect in favor of cultivation alone.
Spirit stones held numerous applications and could significantly accelerate the cultivation process.
Thus, they had agreed to divide the labor for mining in the depths of the cave. Since Su Chengxian had won this cave, Ling Xiao had suggested that he need not participate in the mining. However, out of curiosity, he had insisted on joining the labor. If he had initially chosen not to participate, it would have been understandable, but to declare his intent and then not show up would cast suspicion on his integrity. No one brought it up again, and he felt it might be a bit shameless to demand anything further. He scratched his chin with his tail, deciding to let it go. A modicum of dignity was not unwarranted.
My empress sister has reached the 7th tier?
A few days later, Upon waking from slumber and preparing to venture out for a bite to eat and a stroll after over 3 months of seclusion,
Su Chengxian sensed a familiar fluctuation of demonic energy emanating from one of the adjacent caves. The aura belonged to Ling Xiao,
and the demonic energy wafting towards him confirmed that she had successfully ascended to the 7th tier, with his sister the Empress reaching this milestone. It was likely that Dao Jun, his brother, would soon follow suit.
Su Chengxian recalled their earlier conversations,
where they had mentioned that as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, their cultivation speed would rapidly accelerate. It seemed they were not exaggerating. In less than 4 months, they had advanced from the 5th to the 7th tier, a truly remarkable pace, rivaling his own growth during slumber.
What can one say?
He could only marvel at their progress. After all, they were once figures who had attained the levels of the Empress and Dao Jun.
However, to surpass him would still require more effort.
After contemplating his own status, he realized he was close to ascending to the 8th tier. At most, he had less than a month left. As long as he maintained his current quality of sleep, there should be no issues.
Moreover, the challenges of advancing to higher tiers only increased exponentially.
Even if Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi made rapid progress, it was improbable they would ascend to the 8th tier within just a few months.
It was indeed a promising time. He swept his divine sense over Ling Yunzi, silently noting their progress.
As he passed by, he took a moment to observe the others. Miss Xiaotsui had also shown significant improvement, though it paled in comparison to the astounding progress of her children.
Approaching the edge,
he found the great sage seated atop Dai's back, fiddling with the leaves of the dragon blood tree. It had been nearly 4 months, and the tree had grown a small ring. However, its growth appeared lackluster, likely due to insufficient beast blood for nourishment.
Nevertheless, 2 small leaves had sprouted, transforming it from its previous desolate state. Squeak! Great King! The great sage spotted him and leaped over joyfully, clinging to Su Chengxian's neck and standing on his back. How absurd! Calling me Great King yet expecting me to bear your weight, what sense does that make? Squeak! But Great King, I can't carry you. So it falls upon me to carry you?
Sigh, if the Great King is unwilling, then so be it. The great sage released his grip, blinking up at him.
Fine. Considering you also call me Great Sage, Su Chengxian thought, how could he deny a creature with the same name as the legendary figure from Journey to the West? Squeak!
The great sage beamed with delight. Together, the serpent and the monkey emerged from the cave, greeted by a world blanketed in silver. The northern wilderness mountain range experiences a seasonal shift, albeit each season is considerably prolonged compared to the realm of the eastern lands. Consequently, as the competition unfolds, the foliage begins to exhibit hues of yellow, yet winter does not arrive until over 3 months later. The snow-covered landscape presents a unique allure, captivating Su Chengxian. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by a series of resounding booms and the piercing howls of wolves echoing through the air. Howl! 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 Damn it! Su Chengxian cursed vehemently. It was those 2 fools, Wolfda and Wolfair from next door. They must be recklessly mining spirit stones again. Why? Despite traversing realms, must he endure such bothersome neighbors? Wolfda! Wolfair! Come out! Come out! Do you hear me? After several months of disturbance, Su Chengxian, unable to contain his frustration any longer, stood before the entrance of the wolf demon's den and shouted loudly. Out! Out! The great sage, with paws tucked in, cheered him on from the side. The defensive array of the den muffled sound, necessitating a loud voice. Of course, it was evident that such a rudimentary formation was ineffective. Otherwise, he would not have been disturbed by the noise. The heightened senses of an 8th-tier demon beast, particularly the acute hearing of the Qingling wolf clan, ensured that the 2 wolf demons inside the den could undoubtedly hear his call, even while extracting spirit stones at the very bottom. Come out quickly, or I shall break down the door. Out! Out! Breaking down the door. A soft click resounded as the stone door of the den creaked open. The great sage leaped back, hiding behind Su Chengxian. Why are you making a racket at the entrance of my brother's den, fat flower snake? A large wolf head emerged, casting a sidelong glance at Su Chengxian.
Wolf heir, if you call me Fat Flower Snake again, we shall have a brawl.
Su Chengxian replied sternly.
What kind of person would dare to call him Fat Flower Snake? Does he not care for his dignity? Humph, Su, what business do you have scaring my brother? Another wolf head peeked out, intrigued. You're still alive? Wolf D, come out. Let us settle this with a fight. Su Chengxian declared, unwilling to engage in further trivialities with the two. He was well aware of their combat capabilities, as long as it was not a life and death struggle. Defeating them would be a matter of ease. I have no time to play with you, I need to mine spirit stones. Wolf D shook his head dismissively. If you have nothing else, step aside and do not disturb our cultivation. Su Chengxian was both amused and infuriated by their audacity. You, a wolf demon, dare to deflect blame like Zhu Beiji. If there was anything that displeased him since settling in the spirit abode, it was indeed these two brothers next door. In the competition for the mid-grade spirit abode, among the top 3 8th-tier demon beasts, aside from the strongest curly-haired lion, there was also this wolf demon of the Qingling wolf clan. They had moved in almost simultaneously with their family. There was no customary neighborly etiquette among demon beasts. If encountered in the wild, they might even attempt to slaughter one another to turn their rival into a meal. It was only in the spirit abode of the demon generals that fighting was strictly prohibited. The demon beasts qualify to reside their prioritized cultivation above all, maintaining a semblance of peace. However, conflicts were still inevitable, with challenges arising from time to time. Waves of demonic energy often emanated from the neighboring valley. Thus, when Su Chengxian had previously suggested a brawl, Wolf De, having witnessed Su Chengxian's battle with the curly-haired lion, was understandably reluctant to engage in combat, huffing but remaining silent. We did not come to your den to shout. Wolf Heir retorted. Oh, come on. Su Chengxian chuckled. You may not be shouting. But do you not realize the noise you're making while mining spirit stones? The spirit abode on Luyan Mountain was situated atop a spirit vein, often forming a ridge with several peaks exhibiting a pulse-like distribution. Some mountains were adjacent, while others were separated by valleys, resulting in varying distances between the spirit vein dens carved at the mountain's base. The den occupied by Wolf De happened to be adjacent to Su Chengxian's. Although one was a mid-grade spirit abode and the other an upper mid-grade, the dens were merely divided by the mountain slopes. The commotion caused by the two wolf demons at the bottom of the den resonated throughout the entire mountain. Su Chengxian, who prided himself on his ability to sleep soundly, had been roused several times by their raucous antics. The reason he had not confronted them earlier was due to the fact that both brothers, along with the great demon Wolf Qing, hailed from the same Qingling wolf lineage. Lin Jianzi traded kitchen scraps for demon beast meat, and Wolf Qing not only offered fair prices but also promised to fulfill requests for whole demon beasts, providing additional beast blood as well. There was no need to offend such a relatively amicable great demon, hence he bore the disturbances. Can you not be a bit quieter? Today, the ruckus caused by Wolf De and Wolf Heir was particularly disruptive, pushing Su Chengxian to his limits. He could not believe that after giving them a good thrashing, Wolf Chang would seek him out for trouble. You know full well you are mining spirit stones. If one did not know better, they might think you were demolishing your own home. As he spoke, Su Chengxian regarded the two wolf demons before him, increasingly reminded of the huskies from his past life. We are mining spirit stones in our own den, and we have not intruded upon your territory. Wolf De protested. They did not intend to create such a cacophony, however. With the end of the month approaching, they were pressed to quickly extract the spirit stones to submit. If they failed to do so, they would face penalties next month. Mining spirit stones was quite labor-intensive, and their techniques were lacking. Delaying further was simply not an option. If you find it noisy, perhaps your mind is not tranquil enough. Wolf De boasted, confident that Su Chengxian could not breach their stone door. Meditation and cultivation cannot be easily disturbed by external factors. Exactly. Exactly. Wolf Heir echoed. If noise bothers you, then become a great demon. Once you achieve that, you can monopolize a small spirit vein, and your entire mountain will be yours alone, free from disturbances. What nonsense are you spouting, huh? Su Chengxian was infuriated and was about to retort, questioning if they considered their racket mere noise. shaking the entire mountain in the process.
Typically, mining spirit stones would not generate such a clamor. These two rogues were employing brute force. It was evident they were trying to save time and energy. Many demon beasts resorted to such methods at the end of the month. In truth, this approach was counterproductive, as it robbed them of the opportunity to refine their skills and enhance their control over their magical powers. If the two wolves had approached him amiably, he might have offered some advice, but now he only wished to give them a thorough beating. Yet, Wolfair's remark made him swallow his words of reprimand and retract his tail, which had almost lashed out. "What did you just say, heir?" Su Chengxian inquired, fixing his gaze on Wolfair. "You mentioned that if one becomes a great demon, they could monopolize a small spirit vein?" "Indeed. What of it?" Wolfair took a step back but maintained his bravado. "What will you do, Su?" Wolf-D interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of his brother. "The small wolf mountain, where we Qingling wolves reside, is the den of our clan's great demon, Wolf Cheng. If you can achieve the status of a great demon, you may report to General Yu and seek a small spirit vein within the territory of Luyang Mountain to establish your abode. I fear you lack both the fortune and the capability. The lair of a great demon encompasses an entire mountain and cave. It monopolizes a spiritual vein." Su Chengxian's mind was consumed by a singular thought: the living conditions of a great demon, in comparison to his own, were akin to the distinction between a standalone villa and a hotel apartment. The assertions of Wolf-D and Wolfair were unwavering, and their reference to the formidable demon Wolf-Ching could not possibly be unfounded. Should one possess their own lair, it could be as spacious as desired. This is of paramount importance for a flower snake, whose size is destined to continue expanding. Moreover, within this snake's abode is a certain Nishi Xiaotsue, whose growth, though not as exaggerated, also trends towards that of a giant serpent. Additionally, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi have grown to lengths of 4 to 5 meters, and widths exceeding half a meter due to their cultivation advancements. Not to mention there is also a purple-gold swift turtle named Dai Dai, upon whose back are cultivated all of Su Chengxian's spiritual herbs, forming a rather secure and mobile spiritual garden. A contract has also been signed with her. Su Chengxian, both emotionally and logically, ought to consider the living arrangements of his companions. Therefore, it is evident that he indeed requires a more suitable lair. Crack! In the fleeting moment of this thought, Wolf-D and Wolfair shut the stone door of the lair. It appears they had resolved to deny him the opportunity to settle their dispute through combat. The commotion emanating from beyond the stone door made it clear to Su Chengxian that this communication had been unsuccessful. Howl! Howl! The fervent endeavor of gathering spiritual stones was reignited. Su Chengxian smirked. "What manner of wolves are these? They are plainly two despicable curs. Cowardly and dog-like. They truly bring shame upon the Qingling wolf clan. Yet, upon reflection, if Wolf-Da's actions are indeed prudent, it is wise to prioritize the most critical matters at hand, irrespective of external disturbances. Astute, steadfast, and entirely in line with the character of the wolf tribe." Su Chengxian circled the entrance a couple of times, realizing that lingering there was futile. Those two were clearly intent on playing tricks, and even if they emerged, should they refuse to engage in battle, any proactive aggression on his part would only serve as fodder for criticism. While dueling is permitted within and outside the lair, unwarranted slaughter is strictly prohibited. Never mind. He would seek another opportunity to confront them later. After some contemplation, Su Chengxian opted to return to his lair. Upon his return, he fortuitously encountered Ling Yunzi, who was about to step outside. Upon seeing him, Ling Yunzi expressed surprise and jested, "What a rare occurrence! Old ghost, you ventured out today? Is it raining red outside?" "It is snowing outside," Su Chengxian huffed. "I was seized by poetic inspiration and stepped out to admire the snow." "Ah! Have you even composed poetry?" Ling Yunzi, utterly skeptical, insisted, "Then recite it for me." "Very well, I shall recite it for you." Su Chengxian thought, as composing doggerel was a trivial task. He immediately recited, "In the cold of winter, sleep eludes my mind, I venture from my lair to behold the snowy sky. Yesterday, the heavens baked a grand pancake, sprinkling a generous layer of flour upon the ground. What do you think? Ling Yunzi was taken aback that he could indeed recite poetry, and was further astonished by the nature of this particular poem, rendering him momentarily speechless. Not particularly impressive, Ling Xiao remarked as she approached, puzzled. You two serpents. Have you taken to composing poetry here? Do you aspire to become scholars in the human realm? I merely sought to procure provisions for the next couple of days, and fortuitously encountered our eloquent elder brother returning to the lair, Ling Yunzi teased. Indeed, my brother's eloquence is remarkable, Ling Xiao chuckled. Yet, it is a pity that the heavens have cast down flour upon us, leaving us unable to steam buns. With that, she burst into laughter. Ling Yunzi followed suit in laughter. Whenever they referred to him as elder brother, it was invariably in a teasing tone, and Su Chengxian chose not to take offense. However, he had a matter that required the assistance of one of them. Thus, he decided to seize the opportunity. With a chuckle, he inquired, Sister Empress, do you find this amusing? Indeed, it is quite humorous, Ling Xiao nodded. The Empress was as forthright as ever, leaving no room for mercy. Is it appropriate for a sister to mock her elder brother? Su Chengxian raised his chin. Have you ascended to the 7th tier? Would you care for a duel? Delightful. Utterly delightful. Each time he suggested a duel, a hidden thrill coursed through him. When the challenge was directed at the Empress, the exhilaration was magnified. Especially with the certainty that she could not prevail against him, it made him want to wag his tail in delight. Let us battle. Ling Xiao, as always, did not refuse such provocations. Yet, she was astute enough to realize that facing Su Chengxian alone would yield little success. Therefore, she cleverly enlisted Ling Yunzi to join her, saying, when our little brother ascends to the 7th tier, we will unite to confront you. Agreed, Su Chengxian readily acquiesced. This prompted Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to exchange knowing glances, as if to say, so that's how it is. Elder Ghost. What is it that you wish us to do? Speak and let us hear, Ling Xiao inquired. Having spent considerable time together, they had developed a profound understanding of each other's temperaments and dispositions. Oftentimes, a few unspoken words could reveal each other's intentions. Su Chengxian's overt suggestion of a duel undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives, likely involving tasks he wished to assign them upon victory, knowing full well it was a trap. It would be unwise to step into it, thus the Empress opted to ascertain the situation first. I wish to reside in a grand villa, Su Chengxian stated plainly, aware that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi would not refuse a more independent living space. After all, they too harbored their secrets. They would surely prefer not to be disturbed while cultivating. Moreover, Ling Yunzi was diligently preparing for alchemy, while Ling Xiao was attempting to recruit acolytes and build her own power. He had observed all of this, despite never having exited the lair. Su Chengxian was well aware of their activities, provided they did not deliberately conceal their whereabouts. Therefore, he boldly declared his stance, I desire one among us to hasten their cultivation to the realm of great demons. Why not you? Ling Xiao inquired. Good question. Because my cultivation method is unique, possessing the strength of a great demon does not guarantee ascending to that realm, Su Chengxian fabricated a reason. In truth, he was uncertain when he would reach the 9th tier. Rank, 7th tier, to become an 8th tier demon beast, 20 million blood points required, blood points, 17,804. 679, physical realm, demon body, 6,110,000, mental realm, demon soul, 6,218 10,000, this is his current status of strength. It would only be after breaking through to the 8th tier that he would ascertain the blood points required for the 9th tier. Beyond that, he was uncertain whether reaching the 9th tier equated to becoming a great demon. Furthermore, Su Chengxian had a vague sense that he would not transform. He had discreetly observed that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had begun preparations for transformation at the 6th tier. However, the system had not prompted him to prepare for such a transformation. Most crucially, he had no desire to become the great demon, the master of a cave, as it seemed too cumbersome. For the time being, he relished the experience of strength enhancement and combat practice within the tranquility of slumber, harboring no urgent desire to take on a human form. Moreover, he had yet to decide what his appearance would be should he transform into a human, whether it would mirror his previous life or take on an entirely different visage. In fact, I was aware of this matter a few days ago, Ling Xiao remarked with a peculiar expression after Su Chengxian had finished.
Moreover,
if one desires a separate lair, it is not necessary to wait until ascending to the realm of great demons.
Not necessary to be a great demon? Su Chengxian queried. Perplexed. What do you mean?
It is not a matter of necessity, one need not wait until reaching the realm of great demons. It suffices to first take on form, thereby allowing the selection of spiritual veins to construct a cave dwelling, as stated by Lin Jianzi.
One of you two should hasten to take on form. Such words may seem simple, but how does one achieve this transformation? Ling Xiao scoffed, asserting that a perfect transformation is required to obtain permission. Do you understand what conditions are necessary for a perfect transformation? What conditions? One must cultivate the art of transformation and also require transformation grass to concoct transformation pills. Transformation grass? I possess some. Su Chengxian's eyes brightened. From whence did you acquire this transformation grass? The great sage cultivated it. The great sage cultivated it? What did he cultivate? Transformation grass. Chapter 50, Who will transform? Su Chengxian possessed not only one, but multiple transformation herbs.
Upon learning that a single herb was sufficient to concoct a batch of transformation pills, he puffed out his chest and confidently addressed Ling Yunzi. Yunzi,
what is your success rate in alchemy? Fear not, my elder brother has enough stock for you.
Ling Yunzi, weary of correcting his address, turned with Ling Xiao towards the cavern where Dai Dai and the great sage resided. However, merely having the transformation herb was insufficient.
Moments later,
having confirmed the presence of the herb on Dai Dai's back, Ling Yunzi struggled to contain his excitement.
Do we also need the formula? Su Chengxian waved his tail. I have that too.
Allow me to share it with you. I recall part of the formula as well. Ling Yunzi exhaled in relief.
With Su Chengxian possessing the complete recipe, it spared him the tedious task of gradual deduction.
After jotting down the formula in his excitement, Ling Yunzi continued. With the transformation herb as the main ingredient, we still lack a few auxiliary spiritual herbs.
Ling Xiao nodded, indeed, but the transformation herb is the rarest.
I shall think of a way to procure the rest. Let us send Cat 19 to inquire if any other beasts or lesser demons possess them. Even if General Yu has them in his storehouse, we could exchange them for spirit stones. In recent months, they had accumulated over 20 low-grade spirit stones, taking into account their rent and the resources they had gathered. As for the source of the transformation herbs, they chose not to pry. It had become commonplace for Su Chengxian to occasionally produce seeds of spiritual herbs, and they tacitly agreed to remain uninquisitive.
Who among them did not harbor secrets worth protecting?
Since Su Chengxian was willing to share the herbs, there was no need to delve into trivial details.
That would be splendid. Su Chengxian's eyes sparkled. Among you, who wishes to transform first?
Transformation, to assume human form. He was curious about the choices of the empress sister and Daoist brother.
Would they retain their former appearances? Or would they adopt entirely new visages?
If it were the former, it would certainly be a sight to behold, to witness the grace of the empress and the Daoist.
What are your thoughts, Ling Yunzi?
Ling Xiao inquired.
The matter of transformation is fraught with peril, Ling Yunzi pondered.
I fear I cannot transform until I reach the 9th tier. It is not that transformation is impossible, but rather that achieving a flawless transformation is uncertain.
The cultivation method I practice is rooted in the path of immortality.
The tribulation faced by the demon race during transformation involves the most perilous 12 heavenly divine thunders. With the physique of a 7th or even 8th tier beast, I may struggle to endure even the first 6 strikes. Should I fail to achieve a perfect transformation? I risk sustaining irreparable damage, becoming like Cat 19, reduced to a feeble little demon, with little hope for a second transformation.
Thunder tribulation? Su Chengxian paused, taken aback. Transformation requires facing tribulation?
This sounds akin to the tales in strange fiction.
Goodness, enduring a thunderstrike.
Thunder, often referred to as the might of heaven and earth,
could indeed be fatal. Moreover, it was specifically targeting demons.
He suddenly realized he had underestimated the situation.
Perhaps we should reconsider, Su Chengxian suggested.
We cannot risk sending our sister and brother to face the thunder for the sake of a grand villa. It would be wiser to wait until we reach the 9th tier before transforming.
Then I shall take the lead.
Ling Xiao disregarded him, stating resolutely.
There is no way we can simply back out now. I require a secluded cave dwelling.
Her tone brooked no argument.
Like Su Chengxian.
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were even more eager for a spacious and comfortable cave, conducive to uninterrupted actions. The former sought an appropriate place to train and cultivate suitable aids. No empress should be without allies to rally support. The latter needed a solitary space, free from disturbances, to arrange formations, prepare materials, and focus on alchemy. Thus, they had been quicker to discover that great demons could claim entire mountains for themselves. They had even learned that at Luoyang Mountain, should one achieve a perfect transformation in advance,
they could seek permission from General Yu to scout for spiritual veins and establish their cave dwelling.
However, to achieve a perfect transformation, one must possess the transformation herb. Only by consuming it could one hope for a flawless transformation. Consequently, this spiritual herb was exceedingly rare. Within the demon race, herbs of such low rank were scarce to an extent that surpassed even many higher-tier spiritual plants. Now that they had obtained the transformation herb, I am confident that I can transform after ascending to the 8th tier, Ling Xiao declared. Isn't that a bit reckless? Su Chengxian felt a twinge of regret for broaching the topic. Facing the thunder tribulation, it sounds perilously serious. It is undoubtedly dangerous.
Luoyang Mountain, while remote, is still home to numerous beasts, yet only 2 great demons inhabit it.
The inherent dangers are evident. I had been blinded by the allure of the Grand Villa and failed to consider the implications. While danger is indeed present, it is not insurmountable, Ling Xiao smiled. In relative terms, the distinction between transforming at the 8th or 9th tier is minimal. The greatest peril in demon transformation lies within the spirit. Whether the spiritual platform can manifest a complete human exterior is the crux of successful transformation. The spirit must conjure the human form, while the physical body, under the summoned thunder, must conform to the image of the human form in the spiritual platform. A perfect transformation requires both the spirit and body to be flawlessly human, with no imperfections whatsoever. This presents no challenge for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, as they were once genuine members of the human race and cultivators, having undergone countless internal examinations of their physical forms during their training. Thus, this most formidable hurdle becomes the simplest. As for the distinction between the 8th and 9th tiers, it merely pertains to the degree of physical refinement and vitality, enabling one to withstand the thunderstorm a bit longer. If one endures, the spirit has a greater chance to solidify a complete human form, and the physical transformation can approach perfection. Transforming in advance would also lessen the potency of the thunder tribulation. Why is that? The cultivation method practiced by Your Majesty stimulates the bloodline, refining blood and bones. Transformation utilizes the demon core as the dantian, forging the human form through thunder tribulation, thereby opening the demon path's purple mansion. For the demon race, cultivating the path of immortality entails a complete transformation of the physical body into human form, reconstructing the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 heavenly layers, thus laying the foundation for cultivation. In other words, while the demon race cultivates to form a human body, it remains superficial with unchanged roots. To assume a human form is simply due to the proximity of the human physique to the innate Tao body, facilitating easier cultivation. The demon race's path of immortality signifies a complete transformation of the body. Therefore, not only does the thunder tribulation involve 3 fewer strikes compared to my own path, but due to the differences in demonic power, the strength of the thunder tribulation may vary as well. The most evident distinction arises in life and death battles. In the former, revealing one's true form signifies the release of restraints and a surge in power, necessitating a desperate struggle. In the latter, revealing one's form indicates imminent demise, as the magical power can no longer sustain the human form. Certainly, possessing formidable strength allows one to endure the might of immense thunder tribulations, yielding greater advantages. Thunder tribulation represents both calamity and opportunity. Upon overcoming the tribulation, heavenly spiritual energy descends to nourish the spirit and body. Speaking of which, among us, Xiaozui's transformation would be the easiest. Ling Yunzi recalled Xiaozui, who had already committed to practicing the path of dragon transformation. The mother snake follows the path of ascending to the heavens as a dragon, thus, while she too must endure 9 strikes of thunder.
These are not the usual heavenly tribulations but the purple cloud thunder tribulation.
The thunders are commanded by the spiritual officials above the purple cloud. Beyond the ascension tribulation. The other tribulations are merely a formality.
Why is that?
The heavens possess the 9 heavens, and the purple cloud heaven is the sacred realm of the Daoist sages. Ling Xiao chuckled. Though the Daoist spiritual officials invoke thunder to manifest tribulations, the ascending dragons ultimately enter the realm of the heavenly emperor, where they cultivate and serve.
Su Chengxian mused, goodness, if you insist on saying that, I can't help but entertain some conspiracy theories. There might indeed be some underlying reasons.
But I shall not disclose them to outsiders. Ling Xiao has not inquired about this matter specifically, and judging by Ling Yunzi's expression,
he does not seem to be privy to the truth either. It is only natural to think so. The existence of flood dragons on the earthly realm is not particularly rare.
After the demise of the ancestral dragon, even the true dragon clan can hardly be considered formidable. During the reign of the empress, the dragon steeds that pulled her chariot were merely of dragon lineage. It is premature to ponder these matters now. We shall investigate further once Xiao Chui evolves to possess the bloodline of a flood dragon. Ling Xiao smiled. Although Shi Xiaocui's transformation was relatively effortless, her cultivation had yet to reach the 6th tier. Without 3 to 5 years, she would not attain the 7th tier.
This is the typical pace of ordinary demon beasts. Moreover, unlike them, Xiao Chui lacked the memories of a past life, thus it would be more prudent to consider transformation only upon reaching the 9th tier.
Hence, she remains the most suitable candidate at present. So it is settled, once I ascend to the 8th tier, I shall undergo transformation, he declared. Transforming prematurely does have its merits. It allows one to separate the tribulation of transformation from the tribulation of breaking through to a higher demon realm. Should one wait until the 9th tier to transform, they would be compelled to endure both tribulations in a very short span of time, or even simultaneously.
The great demon realm evaluates the demon core and demon power.
The tribulation of heaven and earth is summoned by sensing the demon power. Before it fully condenses, it can be summoned in advance.
However, if it remains unprovoked, when the demon power reaches a critical point, the tribulation may strike at any moment,
leaving one in a passive position. After perfect transformation, my cultivation will progress rapidly, and within 6 months, I shall break into the great demon realm. Ling Xiao expressed with great confidence. This is likely why General you would agree to allow a demon beast that achieves near-perfect transformation to seek out spiritual veins for the excavation of a cave. In my view, we can begin locating the spiritual veins. The excavation of the cave will also require time.
By the time it is completed, it will coincide with the moment of breakthrough.
In this border area, we can retain the great demons, preventing them from leaving Luoyang Mountain for the northern wilderness,
which boasts superior spiritual veins. Is that so? Are you so certain of a successful transformation? Su Chengxian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Absolutely.
Ling Xiao nodded earnestly. Moreover, if the accumulated spiritual stones are all devoted to my cultivation, I will assuredly ascend to the 8th tier within 3 months. The spiritual stones they regularly mined were stored together. Since General Yu had waived the monthly contributions for a year, this portion of spiritual stones was divided into 4 shares. Su Chengxian, unable to use his share, took out 12 stones, giving 2 to Dai and allocating 10 to the great sage for cultivation and planting spiritual herbs. Burying the spiritual stones in the soil, combined with beast blood, would enhance the growth of the spiritual plants.
The remaining stones, he promised to extend credit to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi.
Both agreed to repay him double in the future. The spiritual stones allocated to Shi Xiaocui, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yunzi were directly employed for cultivation. Otherwise, their cultivation speed would not have been so rapid.
Aside from the monthly contributions,
there were also 4 stones received from the rent, which accumulated without being touched. They had only managed to gather around 20 stones thus far.
Firstly, they were temporarily unnecessary. Given their level of cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy they could refine daily was limited.
The spiritual energy within their spiritual abode was sufficient for their needs.
For instance,
Shi Xiaocui had already used up only a little over half of the spiritual stones she received. Only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi,
with their top-tier cultivation methods and adeptness after entering a state of meditation, could afford to consume additional spiritual stones. Secondly, it was kept for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Ling Zhao's current remark indicated that he wished to use the accumulated spiritual stones for cultivation, and subsequently, the stones mined in the future would be prioritized for her.
Daoist brother? Su Chengxian found no issue, as he had no need for spiritual stones and had not spent much time refining stones in the cave.
However,
Ling Yunzi also required spiritual stones for cultivation, so he sought to inquire about his opinion first.
Your Majesty, do not rush.
The transformation grass requires more time to mature.
Ling Yunzi felt compelled to speak. My alchemical furnace is not yet fully refined, rendering me unable to concoct pills. Furthermore,
I am still uncertain where to find the necessary spiritual herbs. Additionally, I need to ascend to the 8th tier to have greater assurance in alchemy.
How has it been 4 months and you still haven't managed to refine it?
Su Chengxian recalled that the alchemical furnace he mentioned was the small black ding. He remembered Ling Yunzi mentioning that the small furnace was sealed and bore the spiritual imprint of its former owner. It could only be used after being washed and refined. However, he had not anticipated that even after 4 months, it remained unusable for alchemy. No wonder there had been no progress. Could it be that this alchemical furnace is an extraordinary treasure, thus so difficult to refine? It is because I have yet to solidify my consciousness and can only impact it with spiritual energy, hence the slow progress, Ling Yunzi explained helplessly. He was not constantly refining the furnace. Compared to alchemy, cultivation was evidently more significant. Therefore, he only refined the alchemical furnace during intervals of cultivation. But even this had delayed his cultivation speed. While Ling Xiao had reached the 7th tier, he still required several more days.
Oh, I see. Su Chengxian felt a tinge of disappointment.
He had thought the Daoist brother's exceptional fortune had led him to acquire the small black ding from a street stall,
deeming it a great treasure.
The small black ding is indeed a decent magical artifact, but its true potential will only be revealed once I have fully refined it. Ling Yunzi discerned his waning enthusiasm.
Then hurry up and put in the effort. Su Chengxian casually remarked. Concoct a transformation pill for everyone to sample. Sample? Ling Yunzi flicked his serpent tongue, expressing his disbelief.
However, he continued, concocting pills requires spiritual stones to ignite the alchemical fire. Ordinary wood or charcoal cannot be used for alchemy, as they are insufficient to heat the furnace. Until I have transformed, I will not possess a dantian.
Hence I cannot condense the various tiers of alchemical fire. To refine pills, I must first rely on external forces to ignite the fire.
With that, he glanced at Su Chengxian, while Ling Xiao was also observing him.
Ding!
A system notification echoed within Su Chengxian's mind.
Host, you have a new task. Task Content 1, urge the second sister, Empress Ling Xiao, to transform. Task Reward, Refinement Points 12. Peaceful Mind Flower 1, Task Content 2, assist the third brother, Daoist Ling Yunzi, in refining the transformation pill. Task Reward, Refinement Points 12. Peaceful Mind Flower 1. Understood. Su Chengxian grinned, realizing that both tasks required spiritual stones. Leave this to me.
Your great brother shall sacrifice a portion of his precious sleep time to gather spiritual stones for you.
And you, my Empress sister and Daoist brother.
He flashed his serpent fangs. You are responsible for ensuring that I move into a grand villa within 3 months.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A howl echoed as Wolf De was startled awake by a series of tremors beneath him. This commotion seemed to emanate from the depths of the cave.
Has the second one been so industrious today, starting early to mine spiritual stones?
But as he turned to survey the surroundings, he was met with the sound of snoring. Following the noise, he saw Wolf Air sprawled out, belly up, deep in slumber.
Not the second one? Bang! 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 Another series of tremors. Even more vigorous than before. What is happening?
Wolf De stood up, lowered his body, and perked his ears to discern the sound. It seemed to be coming from the neighboring spiritual abode.
A howl. Is that the fat flower snake? Wake up, Wolf Air, don't sleep anymore. Wolf De rushed over and slapped Wolf Air awake. Howl. Wolf Air, roused from slumber, looked bewildered. Big brother? Get up! The fat flower snake next door is declaring war on us. Declaring war? Wolf 2 shook his head and said, Brother, can't we just ignore him? We can't defeat him anyway. Just then, a series of banging sounds echoed once more. Wolf I replied in a low voice, even if we cannot defeat him, we cannot allow him to provoke us like this. Come, let us also gather spirit stones. We must not let him succeed. Brother, what you really want is to get me to gather spirit stones, isn't it? Nonsense. I am teaching you how to stand your ground. Soon.
The bottom of the cave was filled with the sound of banging once again.
Bang! Bang!
The noise reached the other side, startling Ling Xiao and the others who were still in meditation.
Su Chengxian at the cave's bottom also heard it.
Those two troublesome dogs next door are up so early today, he muttered, continuing his actions. Blood surged at the end of his serpentine tail, and he struck the cave wall fiercely.
Bang!
With each strike, cracks of varying lengths appeared on the wall.
Debris began to tumble down.
Su Chengxian expanded his consciousness to investigate, searching for traces of spirit stones through the fissures. At such moments, the power of his consciousness proved to be remarkably effective.
Far superior to sensing with demonic power.
Accurately locating the spirit stones allowed for focused excavation, significantly enhancing efficiency. Spirit stones are the essence of the stones born from spiritual veins, imbued with rich spiritual energy. They are hard, smooth, warm, delicate, and radiate a pure, bright hue. Their colors vary according to the spiritual vein they originate from, ranging from blue, green, red, purple, yellow, white, to even transparent or multicolored. Their appearance resembles that of jade.
And after refinement, they shimmer with brilliance, akin to spiritual artifacts. In truth, spirit stones are indeed spiritual artifacts. Bang! Su Chengxian whipped his tail again.
The surging blood energy striking one of the cracks, dislodging more debris and widening the opening. The cave bottom, where spirit stones are nurtured, is very close to the root of the spiritual vein, making the surrounding walls exceptionally hard and difficult to breach due to the refinement of spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the more solid the stone. Consequently, higher-grade spirit cave bottoms require greater magical power to ensure efficient extraction.
Otherwise,
there would be no need for competitions after the arena battles to allocate spirit caves.
This is to ensure that the resident demonic beasts possess sufficient strength. Su Chengxian surveyed his results, feeling somewhat dissatisfied.
Outside, with a single strike of his tail, he could shatter a ton of heavy stones. Yet here, he could only create a small opening a few feet wide. However, there was an advantage to this: he need not worry about cave-ins, allowing him to proceed without hesitation.
Once more,
with a surge of blood energy, he wielded his serpentine tail like a whip and struck fiercely. It was the perfect opportunity to forge his physique and enhance his physical state.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After several strikes, he finally approached the area where his consciousness indicated the most concentrated spiritual energy. At this moment, he could already feel the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy enveloping him. Spiritual energy is devoid of temperature. This sensation arises from the clarity it provides to the sea of consciousness. With his serpentine tail, he gently tapped the several-foot-wide opening, infusing it with his abundant blood energy, allowing traces of crimson to seep in. The red light gradually vanished as Su Chengxian began to employ the technique for refining spirit stones, using his blood energy to process the 3-foot square jade stone. Others would not dare to do this. The consumption of magical power requires time to recover, and there is no way to ascertain whether the essence of the stone has reached the level suitable for refining spirit stones. Spirit stones, or rather ordinary spirit stones, are not simply ready-made for extraction. They require the extractor to discern the most concentrated portion of spiritual energy within a piece of jade and, using magical power in conjunction with incantations, to cut and refine it. According to Su Chengxian's understanding, the refining process is akin to tempering or smelting. If the spiritual energy within the jade does not reach the density of low-grade spirit stones, it will crack or even shatter under the force of the incantation's magical power.
Success!
After a quarter of an hour, a dark green spirit stone was drawn forth, floating before him. Scanning it with his consciousness, he confirmed there were no flaws. A spirit stone must be flawless, without cracks or defects, to be deemed qualified, otherwise, its spiritual energy would continuously dissipate until it became an ordinary piece of jade. Just like the remaining jade stones after refining spirit stones, their spiritual energy was rapidly leaking away.
This is also the reason why the spirit cave remains filled with spiritual energy.
In this place overflowing with spiritual energy, Chengxian felt immensely comfortable. He promptly decided to lie down and take a short nap.
Without the most concentrated portion of spiritual energy, this section of the cave wall would gradually lose its hardness due to the dissipation of spiritual energy. Therefore, a brief rest followed by continued extraction was a wise strategy.
Finding a suitable excuse, he lay down without a shred of guilt. With his efficiency, he could at least extract 2 spirit stones today. A feat that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi could not hope to match. Typically, a 7th-tier demonic beast could extract a spirit stone in 2 to 3 days from a high-grade spirit cave, which was already commendable.
However, Chengxian, relying on his solid soul, resilient and sharp consciousness, along with his surging blood energy and formidable strength, adopted the brute force method of Wolf I and Wolf II,
multiplying his efficiency several times over. He did not even feel fatigued as a result. Thus, even though he spent more time napping at the cave's bottom than working, Ling Xiao and the others above found it perfectly normal. Hearing no noise, they simply assumed he had exhausted his blood energy. Blood energy is different from demonic power and spiritual power, it cannot be replenished through meditation. Therefore, requiring more time to rest is entirely reasonable. From that day forth, the cave bottom became Chengxian's domain. He dedicated 1/3 of his time to extracting spirit stones and 2/3 to deep slumber. Occasionally, he would take time to gather the shattered waste spirit stones, those remaining after refining, and, using a bag made from genuine snakeskin, transport them to the surface for Ling Xiao to handle. The yet-to-evolve empress, having decided to take the first step towards transformation, exhibited her inherent majesty, thoroughly rallying the small demons, including Cat 19, to run errands for her. In the span of just over 10 days, she located 18 types of supplementary materials for transformation grass, one of which was called red gold crystal, used to line the bottom of the alchemy furnace to control the temperature. Refining transformation pills requires not only a primary ingredient, the transformation grass, but also 12 supplementary herbs and several materials to adjust the pill fire. Just thinking about it was a hassle for Chengxian. Fortunately, he need not concern himself with such matters. As long as he handed over the extracted spirit stones and waste spirit stones to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, they would find a way to acquire them. Thus, he busied himself for another 10 days. Suddenly, one day, upon waking from a nap and preparing to work, he glanced at his status board and realized he was just a hair's breadth away from ascending to an 8th-tier demonic beast. Therefore, he decided to sleep until he ascended. Closing his eyes, he drifted back into slumber, enveloped by spiritual energy. Blood energy, 1111. Blood energy, 11111. Congratulations to the host for ascending to 8th-tier demonic beast. Blood energy, 1111. You've reached the 8th tier? Ling Xiao's vertical pupils widened in astonishment. Yes, indeed. After ascending to the 8th tier, Chengxian hurried to inform his sister, the empress, of the good news. Wearing an expression of genuine pride that needed no embellishment, nodding vigorously. Then, with a playful grin, he teasingly asked, "Hey, sister, what do you think? Am I impressive or what? Just like that, I'm 8th tier. How about you?" The matter of achieving transformation is but a little over a month old. And despite Ling Xiao's limited progress in cultivation, she forcibly restrained her impulse to curse the heavens for their unfairness. Although the sudden diligence of Chengxian had resulted in an increased accumulation of spirit stones, most of these resources were reserved for the exchange of alchemical materials, leaving her with little to spare for her own cultivation. Moreover, she was burdened with the task of dealing with worthless spirit stones, subduing minor demons, and managing various trivial affairs. She had initially hoped to sort out these matters within a month, after which she could devote herself wholeheartedly to her training. For cultivators, a month or even a year is an exceedingly brief span of time. Just when she thought she had nearly resolved everything, her elder brother came bustling in to share the delightful news that he had unexpectedly ascended to the 8th tier within this very month. This revelation even amidst her busy schedule, made Ling Xiao reflect on the frequent complaints she had heard from others regarding the unfairness of the Tao. And she found there to be a grain of truth in those words. How little time had passed since that foolish flower serpent broke through to the 7th tier? Not even a year. No, in fact, it was still a few days short of half a year. Half a year to move from the 7th to the 8th tier. Was the growth rate of a divine beast's bloodline truly so modest? The more she pondered, the sharper her gaze became as she scrutinized Su Chengxian. At this moment, her curiosity about what exactly he relied upon grew. Sister, do not envy your elder brother. He merely took a step ahead of you, Su Chengxian cheerfully remarked, so you must tighten your pace. This statement revealed his true intentions. In urging his younger sister, the empress, to successfully achieve transformation. He had made considerable sacrifices, not only forfeiting precious sleep to refine spirit stones but also hastening to inform her of this good news immediately after his promotion to inspire her. With such dedication, he felt quite affectionate towards her. Naturally, Ling Xiao was deeply touched by this gesture, to the point where she found herself at a loss for words. Ah, brother Daoist. After expressing his affection for the empress, Su Chengxian hurriedly sought out Ling Yunzi, grinning widely as he announced, I have ascended to the 8th tier. Ling Yunzi responded with a subdued tone, I am aware. If he had hands, he would surely have clenched his fists in frustration at the moment. Oh dear. Knowing alone is not enough, Su Chengxian chuckled, you must learn from me and grasp the essence of what I seek to convey. For instance? Ling Yunzi inquired. For instance? You must comprehend that I first conveyed the news of your brother has grown stronger to Ling Xiao, Su Chengxian stated seriously. Given her character, she will undoubtedly be spurred into focused cultivation, striving for her own ascent to the 8th tier. Thus, you too should cultivate a sense of urgency. While diligently practicing, you must also prepare the alchemical furnace for the transformation elixir. Do you understand? I understand, Ling Yunzi replied, momentarily silent, realizing he had no counter-argument. And could only respond with a hint of reluctance. Ah, that is right, Su Chengxian said earnestly. I will prepare the spirit stones, and the pressure will be on you. Of course, you must not slacken in your cultivation. Strive to ascend to the 9th tier and achieve transformation, do you understand? Understood. Ling Yunzi, who had not been so directly reminded in a long time, found the experience rather peculiar. Back in the early days of his training, he had advanced too swiftly and had been advised by his master and seniors to solidify his foundation. Now, having been reborn as a serpent and spurred by his elder brother's words, he felt the weight of the responsibility not to hold back the others. The stark contrast between then and now truly tested his mindset. Fortunately, Ling Yunzi was no stranger to adversity. In an instant, he steadied his thoughts. Thinking of Ling Zhao's impending transformation, he remarked, Old ghost, the matter of transformation is of great significance. She is well aware, do not further disturb her focus. Ha! Brother Daoist, you are overthinking, Su Chengxian replied nonchalantly. The Empress's resolve is stronger than yours. She will only become more determined in the face of my provocation. After all, she is a woman, Ling Yunzi added. Ha! Do you dare to look down upon women? Su Chengxian exclaimed. You are finished. Let me tell you. You are likely to fall at the hands of a woman. The more arrogant you are, the more perilous it becomes. How dare you underestimate women? Half of the world is female. Not to mention, within this very cave, there are 3 females who among them is easy to provoke. Such arrogance will lead to your downfall. Ling Yunzi fell silent for a moment, prompting Su Chengxian to realize something and exclaim, Oh! Yunzi, you wouldn't have perished at the hands of a woman, would you? Absolutely not, Ling Yunzi quickly denied. Su Chengxian tilted his head, brother, do you think I would believe you? But it is related, Ling Yunzi insisted. TSK. It's not as you imagine, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but clarify. Hey, I have not thought of anything. Your Majesty. I have news of the water cloud stone. One day, Cat 19 rushed in to greet Ling Xiao, informing her that he had finally located the last required material. This mountain cat spirit possessed relatively weak combat power but was filled with ambition. It had always sought a suitable high-tier demon to follow, hoping to serve alongside its brothers in the future.
However, before true high-tiered demons, they could not even get in line. Instead, seeking potential high-level demon beasts to pledge allegiance to, waiting for the day those beings became powerful enough to naturally have them by their side. Yet, most ordinary demon beasts were not inclined to entertain such thoughts, as they focused solely on their own cultivation and looked down on these lesser spirits. Thus, until Ling Xiao appeared, they had not encountered a worthy leader. Later, upon meeting Su Chengxian and his companions, Cat 19 decided to engage with them further. Especially after several of them moved into a high-grade spirit abode, the brothers unanimously agreed to pledge their loyalty. However, there remains some hesitation about when this household might produce a high-tier demon. It could take 3 to 5 years, or even longer. And whether they could successfully overcome tribulations remained uncertain. However, a few months prior, Ling Xiao had declared her intention to achieve perfect transformation first, prompting Cat 19 to decide not to wait any longer and to pledge allegiance immediately. Since then, he had been tirelessly seeking the materials needed for his master's transformation. Today, he finally found the last one. From whose hands? Ling Xiao inquired joyfully upon receiving the news. 3 months passed, and she was now close to ascending to the 8th tier. Once she gathered this final material, everything would be in place, just awaiting the right moment. Su Chengxian leaned in, asking Cat 19, "Little cat, who possesses the water cloud stone? Speak quickly." If he dared to keep secrets, Su Chengxian threatened. "I will dye your little cat head pink. Quickly tell me, who has the water cloud stone?" It was no surprise that Su Chengxian began intimidating the small creature. Cat 19 had a history of leaving suspenseful hints to pique curiosity. So, upon observing the little demon trying to act coy, he interrupted directly. "Returning to you, great king. I have learned that the white ape elder possesses several pieces of water cloud stone." The 8th tier white ape? Precisely. Although Cat 19 had gathered information about the stones, he had no means to connect with the high-tier demon beasts. His brothers were unable to associate with them, so they simply reported what they knew to Ling Xiao, leaving it to her to visit and negotiate. "All right, I will handle this," Su Chengxian said cheerfully, recalling that he still owed the white ape a favor. Now that they were both 8th tier, it would be a perfect opportunity to pay a visit. The two caves were not far apart, separated only by a valley. Therefore, moments later, he found himself at the entrance of the white ape's dwelling. Before long, he returned with 7 or 8 pieces of water cloud stone. It was entrusted to Ling Yunzi. "Yunzi, these are for you." The fist-sized water cloud stone, dotted with numerous small eyes, resembled volcanic rock. However, it bore a slight chill upon touch, with an elusive aura of water flowing within. If left unprotected by magical barriers, it would continuously attract moisture to its surface. Su Chengxian, having brought it back in his mouth, felt an overwhelming urge to drool. "How did you acquire so many?" Ling Yunzi exclaimed in surprise. "Weren't you supposed to bring nothing back? How did you manage to exchange for water cloud stones?" These were spiritual items imbued with the essence of the 5 elements. Although their quality was ordinary, they were not easily found in a place like Luyang Mountain, which explained why they were the last remaining materials yet to be gathered. "Do you have any idea what these water cloud stones are worth?" Su Chengxian did not answer directly but posed a question. "Their size yields a typical amount of water elemental energy, sufficient for use," Ling Yunzi assessed. 8 pieces, if sold at the Spirit Material Pavilion, would fetch around 200 low-grade spirit stones. The demand for alchemists and blacksmiths is high, so even ordinary materials retain significant value, especially when they are usable. This is approximately the yield of their labor after over a year of gathering in this medium-grade spirit estate. Even Su Chengxian would need half a year to accumulate this amount. Logically, I only require 1 for my alchemy this time. Though he stated this, Ling Yunzi hoped to retain all the water cloud stones. "You will need these in the future, won't you?" "Indeed." The water cloud stones serve as auxiliary materials for crafting transformation pills, placed at the 4 corners of the cauldron to harmonize water and fire. As the saying goes, water and fire intertwine to refine spirit pills. They are essential not only for transformation pills but for any spiritual elixirs. Currently, I have not yet transformed.
And my control over the alchemical fire is likely far inferior to what it once was. Ling Yunzi shared a brief insight into the art of alchemy with Su Chengxian. The path of alchemy hinges on three critical elements: the cauldron, the spiritual materials, and the alchemical fire. In simple terms, the quality of the cauldron, the proper combination of materials, and the control of fire are pivotal. Essentially, as long as one possesses a superior cauldron, a complete alchemical formula, and has mastered a fire control technique, one can begin the alchemical process. However, the success of alchemy ultimately depends on the control of the alchemical fire, which is the mastery of temperature. The cauldron, herbs, and temperature are three fundamental aspects. The cauldron and materials are easily conveyed and understood. Yet mastering the temperature is challenging to impart and comprehend, with practical application being even more difficult.
Ah, I see. Su Chengxian nodded. My master leads me to the door. But I must cultivate on my own.
It is akin to cooking. Even with the same recipe, the outcome varies greatly depending on the individual.
High heat, low heat,
a pinch of salt and oil. Each aspect relies on personal judgment. Every school of thought in alchemy possesses its unique methods, techniques, and secrets. Within the Xianmen sect, nearly everyone can refine elixirs, yet true alchemists remain exceedingly rare. A saying among alchemists goes, sages pass down the herbs but not the fire.
The mastery of temperature is known to few.
To grasp the secrets of temperature is no small feat. It is evident how challenging it can be.
Moreover,
sometimes it is not that the master is unwilling to teach, but rather that the disciple may not possess the aptitude. Such knowledge, particularly, demands inherent talent and even luck. Thus, when beginning to refine elixirs, one must not only calculate and choose auspicious days but may also pay homage to ancestral masters beforehand.
However,
this did not concern Su Chengxian much, as he did not intend to pursue alchemy.
After listening, he merely inquired, so?
The purpose of the water cloud stone is to control the temperature? Precisely, Ling Yunzi affirmed. Igniting the fire is easy, but extinguishing it is difficult. Gathering fire is simple, but directing it is challenging. Producing fire is effortless, yet adjusting it is complicated. Controlling fire is simple, but understanding it is arduous.
However,
even if one is aware of the improper temperature, adjusting the water and fire within the cauldron is even more demanding. Of course, alchemists possess their own methods. By placing the water cloud stone in the cauldron beforehand or employing it as needed, they can stimulate the water elemental energy within to lower the cauldron's temperature.
Additionally,
the water cloud stone aids in the combination of spiritual materials after they are hydrated, facilitating their amalgamation into a pill. Furthermore, once the water elemental energy is depleted, the water cloud stone becomes useless. Thus, its consumption rate is substantial, making it a long-term resource stored by many sects and factions.
In that case, let us keep them all, Su Chengxian declared, waving his tail with determination.
What does the white ape wish to exchange for this? Ling Yunzi was not one to be overly particular. He indeed required the water cloud stones and did not dispute but rather asked how the exchange would occur.
It desires a transformation pill, Su Chengxian replied. He elaborated, I promise to exchange one for it.
Furthermore, should we produce more, I will sell it another. Thus, these 8 water cloud stones would secure one transformation pill and a priority purchasing option for another. That is agreeable, Ling Yunzi nodded, acknowledging that this exchange was fair. The market value of a transformation pill certainly exceeded 200 low-grade spirit stones.
However,
providing spiritual materials to an alchemist entitles one to purchase the elixirs produced at a significantly reduced price.
How many transformation pills can you produce in a single batch?
Su Chengxian then recalled this critical question. Based on the spiritual materials, I can yield 8 to 10 pills per batch, Ling Yunzi stated.
However, since I am currently in the form of a beast and this is my first attempt at alchemy, the success rate is likely to be lower. How many do you estimate? Around 3 to 4, I am reasonably confident, he contemplated.
That is quite impressive, Su Chengxian exclaimed, his tail slapping the ground. He had initially thought a single batch would yield at most 1 pill, but now, the prospect of 3 to 4 was astonishing.
Not only is it not a loss, it is a tremendous gain.
Furthermore, according to Ling Xiao, the spiritual materials they had gathered were prepared to yield enough for 2 batches of pills.
After all, The transformation grass on Dai's back was plentiful. To be cautious, they stocked up on additional materials whenever possible. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao.
I have procured the water cloud stones, the rest is up to Yunzi. On his way to the cave steps, Su Chengxian passed Ling Xiao's hall.
You must be nearing 8th rank, right?
Our family relies on you to secure a large house. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something was amiss.
HM? Hey. Why does that sound so awkward?
It feels as though I am a scoundrel brother trying to buy a house with my sister's dowry.
No. How could he be busying himself and still be labeled a scoundrel?
It should be that everyone is preparing money together while using his sister's home buying eligibility.
Damn it, that doesn't sound any better.
Regardless. Ling Xiao, rest assured, the finest room in the big house will undoubtedly be yours, I promise.
Even if you marry. Oh, no.
The thought of his sister getting married made him want to punch the yellow-haired guy.
He needed to find an opportunity to give that curly-haired lion another beating. Though the lion had not wronged anyone, Su Chengxian did not care. After all, it was the only yellow-haired creature nearby. He gritted his teeth, harboring an inexplicable animosity towards the notion of a brother-in-law. What have you been eating to become so irrational?
Ling Xiao, initially reluctant to pay him any mind, could not help but come out to investigate this seemingly unhinged individual. No, Su Chengxian replied solemnly. I have suddenly realized that, in this lifetime, I truly have a sister.
Ling Xiao, get lost. Boom. 3 months later, at night. A thunderclap resounded.
Ling Yunzi's first batch of transformation pills was successfully crafted, yielding 6 elixirs. 10 days later, Ling Xiao, who had advanced to 8th rank in less than half a month, attracted the thunder tribulation. The trial of transformation descended.
Boom. Boom.
The thunder reverberated throughout the southern side of Luyang Mountain.
Howl.
The wolf, startled by the thunder, leapt awake. This thunder was peculiar. It seemed to resonate above and beside him.
Amidst the resounding thunder,
there seemed to linger a power that instilled fear in the hearts of all creatures. This was no ordinary thunder. In the summer, rain falls abundantly. And the roar of thunder before a storm is commonplace, particularly the terrifying crack of lightning. Yet, none compare to this formidable presence.
Normal thunder does not conceal such a dreadful pressure that strikes fear into the soul. Second brother. It roused the slumbering wolf too. What commotion is happening outside? And you sleep like a dead pig? You have no sense of vigilance whatsoever. Sooner or later, you'll be carried off by a wolf. A what? The awakened wolf too looked bewildered.
Eldest brother, do you even hear what you're saying? We are wolves ourselves.
Besides, it's not as if I intended to sleep so soundly.
Blame that wretched flower snake next door, it's utterly intolerable. We all gather spirit stones. Yet its noise is particularly disruptive. Each time, it shakes the earth, and it always stops mining for several hours after a bit. Unlike us brothers, who only do this when we know we won't meet our monthly quotas. That fat flower snake has been at it for over half a year. Every day. For more than an hour, it creates a cacophony that disturbs the entire mountain. And it doesn't keep to a schedule. Just as we settle down to cultivate, it starts banging away. Just as we finish eating and try to rest, it begins again. This has made Wolf 2, already fond of sleep, cherish the rare moments of peaceful slumber even more. When he finally sleeps, he sinks deeply. A Wu, struggling to seize every moment of sleep. Only to be rudely awakened by eldest brother's slap, Wolf 2 feels quite aggrieved. Enough. Get up quickly. Wolf Big slapped it again. Let us go out and take a look. Look at what? Look at the thunder tribulation. It suddenly recalled that the family next door, particularly the green snake, had been searching for materials to concoct transformation pills lately. It seemed intent on transformation. Coupled with the unusual thunder, one could guess what was happening. Most likely, it was the thunder tribulation for transformation. Wolf Big had never personally experienced a thunder tribulation, but he had heard of it. The last time a great demon underwent tribulation on Mount Luoyan was over a decade ago, yet some elders in the clan still spoke of it.
They advised that if one encountered someone undergoing a thunder tribulation, they should keep their distance to avoid calamity. However, once safe, one could observe the process and feel the power of the tribulation lightning, accumulating experience for their own future trials. Since they happened upon it today, they certainly had to go take a look. Additionally, they wanted to see if the water-avoiding snake next door could successfully weather the tribulation. Moments later, Wolf Big and Wolf Two dashed out of their abode, climbing to the mountain's peak. From a distance, they beheld the valley shrouded in a layer of ominous tribulation clouds. Within the swirling clouds, it seemed as though countless electric serpents were weaving through. Boom! Boom! The thunder roared once more. In the next instant, a bolt of tribulation lightning swiftly struck a point within the valley. Boom! Was this an attempt at perfect transformation? Thinking back to the day when the fat flower snake heeded their advice, Wolf Big speculated. His gaze was fixed firmly on the impending tribulation lightning. With such momentum, could an eighth tier truly withstand it? He had heard that among the white families for water-avoiding snakes, aside from the mother snake, by Xiaotsui, there were the green snake, the little white snake, and that fat flower snake, all of which had ascended to the 8th tier. He wondered which one would face the tribulation today. Boom! Boom! The 6th clap of thunder. The 7th clap of thunder. Boom! The 8th clap. Chengxian silently counted the number of thunderbolts falling from the sky. Not just him, but also the eagerly anticipated by Xiaotsui, Lin Jianzi, Dai Dai, and the great sage were all gazing up at the valley where the tribulation lightning descended. Each bolt struck down with swiftness, resonating within the hearts of the observers, suffocating them with its weight. Aside from their family, numerous demon beasts nearby were also watching. This rare scene of tribulation on Mount Luoyang had captured the attention of nearly all the minor and major creatures alike. The demon general, Yu, was absent. As recently a powerful two-headed black-water venomous python had been wounded by a demon Lord Escards and was likely lurking around Mount Luoyang. This news had circulated a few days prior, and a bounty had been placed. However, Chengxian and his family were oblivious to this. Their minds solely focused on Ling Xiao's tribulation. Indeed, the thunder was fearsome, Chengxian mused. He wondered if Ling Xiao would succeed in her tribulation. Bai Xiaotsui shifted anxiously, her body quivering. She will surely succeed, Chengxian asserted without a second thought. His sister was no ordinary being. A former empress. And she bore the memories of her past life, reborn in this one. Overcoming a thunder tribulation was surely a trivial matter for her. Even if she were to fail, her life would not be in danger. Heaven had granted her a second chance, it would not so easily claim her life again. Eldest brother. You seem quite confident in Her Majesty, Lin Jianzi remarked. Of course. I have as much faith in her as I do in you, my dear Dao Jun. Chengxian replied with a smile. You should also hurry and prepare for your own tribulation. Lin Jianzi instinctively distanced himself slightly. This fellow seemed to have become obsessed lately, urging everyone to enhance their cultivation at every turn. Boom! The 9th clap. Just as the two conversed, the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck. The ominous clouds began to disperse. Then, a pillar of spiritual light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the valley. What is happening? Chengxian exclaimed, has she succeeded? He then saw a figure emerge within the light, rising into the air, enveloped in spiritual energy, rendering the details indistinct. Hiss! Look! Quickly! He shouted. It must be Ling Xiao. The spiritual clouds concealed the figure, slowly merging into her form. After about a stick of incense, the mist dissipated, revealing the figure suspended in mid-air. There stood a tall woman, clad in a robe embroidered with golden phoenixes. The robe, deep-sea blue at its core, was adorned with myriad golden threads, shimmering under the sunlight as if it had gathered all the brilliance of heaven and earth. Her crown rose high, embedded with 9 resplendent pearls, each shimmering with radiant light. Yet none could compare to the brilliance of her eyes. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her skin delicate as jade, radiating a subtle glow akin to the finest gems. There was an undeniable air of imperiousness about her, and though her lips curved into a slight smile, it was overshadowed by her undeniable pride. What a majestic and extraordinary empress she was!
Her head was held slightly high. Whether it was an inherent trait or a habit cultivated from being a serpent for so long. Her gaze swept across the crowd with an intensity as if she could see into their very souls. She descended gracefully from the sky, her every step firm and powerful, exuding an aura that compelled all to bow in submission. This was the unmistakable presence of a sovereign, one who had long occupied the heights of power. Accustomed to standing above all others, embodying this regal poise. How magnificent! What a beauty! Su Chengxian exclaimed excitedly. Great sage! We're leaving, time to go. Squeak! Great king! I'm coming! Before dawn, Su Chengxian called upon the great sage and left through the stone door of their abode. Departing from the spirit mansion, they headed directly west. Ding! The host has a new task. Task: seek out a spiritual vein and establish a cave dwelling. Reward: 16 refining points. The system alert chimed perfectly. I truly am a busy soul. Su Chengxian muttered as he swam forward. Well, I might as well earn some refining points along the way. Ling Xiao had only just transformed and needed to stabilize her cultivation. She couldn't easily leave her cave. After undergoing tribulation, she was nourished by the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, yet having endured 9 bolts of tribulation lightning, she required rest and recovery. A moment's carelessness could lead to her human form disintegrating. Madame Bai Xiaotsui was at a critical juncture, poised to ascend to the 6th tier. Lin Jianzi was not only occupied with concocting the second batch of transformation pills but also needed to hasten his cultivation to reach the 8th tier. Thus, the task of searching for spiritual veins fell to Su Chengxian, as he was the only one left in the cave along with Dada and the great sage. With no pressing matters at hand, Dada moved slowly on land due to her size and was therefore the last to leave. Busy indeed, thought Su Chengxian. It was good to be occupied. He mused that he could rely on them to elevate him in the future. After Ling Xiao's transformation, her progress was rapid. Within a year or two, she would leap to the 9th tier and reach the level of a great demon. Although his sister, the empress, had a fiery temperament, she never boasted. He believed there would be no significant issues. He wondered if her appearance now was the same as in her past life. He hadn't had the chance to inquire yet. Lin Jianzi would certainly not allow himself to lag behind. Having fallen a step behind Ling Xiao, he now had to catch up. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly. Between these two reborn powerhouses, there existed an unspoken rivalry, a competitive spirit that Su Chengxian, as a leisurely individual, observed with delight. It's commendable to have ambition. Rise up. Both of you have grievances to settle and should strive for rapid advancement. And don't forget to look after your elder brother. Birds follow the phoenix to soar high, being by these two illustrious figures, I too shall ascend. Su Chengxian thought with satisfaction. Although his elder brother was stronger, he allowed himself to enjoy the pleasures of effortless gain. After all, he had the means. To his surprise, Lin Jianzi was also skilled in artifact crafting. He had only recently discovered this talent in his brother. Given the perilous nature of transformation tribulations, Lin Jianzi had to prepare meticulously. The second batch of transformation pills was intended to be exchanged for a protective artifact from General Yu. Such artifacts were rare, 1 pill would not suffice. And there was no guarantee that General Yu would have something suitable. Thus, he planned to refine the remaining spiritual materials into spiritual pills and send them ahead. Next month, the spiritual stones from Luoyang Mountain would be transported to the military camp at Wangyun Mountain. And he could entrust the task to the passing demon generals to help procure a usable artifact. If a ready-made artifact could not be obtained, he would settle for some crafting materials. The demon race may not excel in crafting, but they were not lacking in spiritual materials. Refining the acquired materials into artifacts could still be accomplished in time. However, this meant that Lin Jianzi's schedule would be extremely tight. With both pill concocting and artifact crafting alongside his training, he could not afford to be left behind by Ling Xiao. How busy it is! Su Chengxian lamented. Of course, he could not share the burdens but could at least avoid adding to them. He had originally wanted a storage artifact, a place to keep beast meat while he slept, so he could simply open it when hunger struck, rather than having to leave the cave and send Cat 19 to exchange for food. He had inquired and learned that storage bags could be embedded with formations that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, preserving their contents for an extended period.
Since Lin Jianzi was so busy, he felt it would be inappropriate to further burden him with requests. After all,
he was still an elder brother and should not exploit his younger sibling. Su Chengxian contemplated that while he could press his Daoist brother, it should be done judiciously. Overexertion could lead to an explosion. In due time, he would ask the passing demon generals to bring one back. At worst, he could refine more spiritual stones.
Regrettably, it had been nearly a year without yielding a single medium-grade spiritual stone.
The exchange ratio between medium and low-grade stones was not 1:100 but rather fluctuated around 1:1,000. Furthermore, few would use medium-grade stones to exchange for the lower tier. The reasons remained unclear to Su Chengxian, but he only needed to know that a single medium-grade stone could be worth 1,000 low-grade stones, which could equate to 3 or 4 years of effort. Alas, great sage! He called out to the golden-haired monkey perched on his back. You must keenly search for good spiritual veins in this vicinity. Let us find the best. Su Chengxian earnestly made this wish to the monkey. After all, the great sage had a knack for treasure hunting and had whimsically named himself. In this world where fortune truly mattered, perhaps it could come to fruition. Yes, the best. The great sage replied eagerly, thumping his chest, assuring Su Chengxian to leave it to him. Excellent. Su Chengxian beamed. Once we find it, I'll give you extra spiritual stones so those 2 peach trees can grow rapidly and bear fruit early, allowing you to feast on spiritual peaches. The 2 peach trees on Dada's back had been planted by the great sage using peach pits. One was a half-rotten green peach found along the way, and the other was exchanged for a transformation pill from General Yu. Both had grown well, now boasting a thickness of 2 fingers, though they were still far from bearing fruit. Besides, the fruits grown from spiritual stones would mostly end up in the bellies of their snake family. How many could the great sage eat? Thus, Su Chengxian was merely painting a rosy picture for him. Much like a boss promising employees a year-end bonus for hard work while he reaped the profits. The employees' bonuses might buy an electric bike, while the boss's earnings could afford a new Range Rover. Yet the golden-haired monkey was oblivious to all this. It excitedly rubbed its hands and nodded, its eyes darting around in search of a promising spiritual vein. In the vast expanse of Shanglong Ridge, Ludiang Mountain alone spans an area of 500 to 600 miles. Perhaps due to its desolate location, General Yu's jurisdiction was rather extensive. At this time of summer, the mountains were lush and vibrant. As Su Chengxian glided along, he unknowingly startled countless birds and small beasts. Some lower-tier demon beasts, sensing the blood energy emanating from him, had long since fled. Among them was a 5th-tier cloud-stepping deer, which saw him from a distance and quickly retreated. This provided Su Chengxian with a clear understanding of his current strength. He could not help but glance at his own cultivation level. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, rank, 8th tier, to become a 9th tier demon beast, a breakthrough of 50 million points is required, blood energy, 31,294. 677, physical realm, demon body realm, 7,610,000, spiritual realm, demon soul realm, 7,808 10,000, divine abilities and combat skills, divine ability, blood devouring, bewitching cry, combat skills, snake bite. Snake bind, refining points, 08, after more than half a year of mining spiritual stones at the cave's bottom and resting within. Su Chengxian's physical body and spiritual realm had seen significant improvement. However, the difficulty of advancing to the 9th tier was considerably greater than before. He would need at least another year for his blood energy to reach the threshold for a breakthrough. Once he found a suitable spiritual vein and established a cave, he would need to rest properly. He secretly calculated, aiming first to ascend to the 9th tier, then patiently wait for Lingxiao and the others. Those two would certainly not expect him to surpass them and reach the 9th tier first. A sly smile crept across Su Chengxian's face at this thought. Such a smile on a snake's face was peculiar and eerie. Suddenly, the chirping of insects around him seemed to vanish. No, something was amiss. His pupils dilated as he realized the truth. What do birds and insects know of beauty or ugliness? They flee solely out of fear. There must be a terrifying presence ahead. To flee or to advance? Su Chengxian hesitated. Moving forward could lead to danger, yet retreating felt unsatisfactory.
Squeak. My lord?
The great sage pointed ahead, questioning why they had paused.
Let me think. He raised his head to survey the path ahead. In truth, returning the next evening would only delay him by a day. He was not afraid of losing his way. Yet, after several days of searching, this area remained unexplored. To turn back now would breed a sense of regret. What if there lay an exceptional vein of spiritual energy just ahead? Having come this far, should he not take a look? Why should he squander a day? Thus, Chengxian gritted his teeth. With his current strength, even facing a 9th-tier beast would not intimidate him. He could always flee. Of course, it was unlikely that a 9th-tier creature would be present. The 9th-tier beasts around Mount Luoyang were all cultivating within high-grade spiritual estates. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Since it was not a 9th-tier beast, there was no need for excessive worry. Encountering an 8th-tier beast in this realm outside the spiritual estate would merely present an opportunity for capture. After a moment's hesitation, he continued to move forward. There were still several small hills yet to be explored. To seek a spiritual vein, one must follow the contours of the mountains. It is a natural law that spiritual veins are found beneath high mountains. However, some veins beneath certain hills have yet to mature, or have already dissipated due to changes in the world's spiritual energy. Thus, not every peak conceals a spiritual vein, and some hills may even harbor multiple intertwining veins. Yet, the latter scenario is unlikely in the spiritually barren Mount Luoyang. Spiritual veins vary in size and, like spiritual estates, are categorized by grade. Unlike humans, the demon race does not attach significance to naming. Their designations are often straightforward and simple. Consequently, even the concept of categorizing quality is clear-cut. The size of a spiritual vein is determined by the distribution of spiritual stones within it, while its grade is based on the predominant type of spiritual stone it contains. Mount Luoyang lacks high-grade and top-grade veins, and even mid-grade veins are absent. Only low-grade veins exist. Among low-grade veins, there are also upper, middle, and lower tiers. The finest vein in a region naturally becomes the residence of the strongest beings. Therefore, the best vein in Mount Luoyang lies beneath General Yu's cave. Though the vein's grade is not high, it harbors considerable resources, and thus, it is constructed as a spiritual vein cave for the demons to mine and cultivate. This is the very place where Chengxian and his companions currently reside. The next best veins are occupied by earlier arrivals among the powerful demons, leaving subsequent arrivals to their own luck. General Yu's cave, along with the territories of the formidable demons Langqing and Huxiao, lies in the northeast. Therefore, if Chengxian intends to locate a spiritual vein, he thinks to explore the western region. Although it is said that the western veins are sparse, the area is relatively spacious. With a meticulous search, he might uncover a promising vein. Furthermore, his companions prefer to stay distanced from other powerful demons. Whether for training or alchemy, they wish to avoid drawing too much attention. Additionally, they must act swiftly. They have fortuitously stumbled upon an opportune moment. According to intelligence gathered by Cat 19, currently, there are 6 9th-tier beasts within the spiritual estate of Mount Luoyang, 2 of which have settled alongside them. Still some time away from transformation. However, 2 others have resided in the estate for several years and are likely close to transforming. Perhaps they have been hesitant, fearing the tribulation. Given the conditions of the spiritual veins in Mount Luoyang, there are certainly not many locations of quality spiritual energy. Should they remain here upon transformation? They too will need to seek out spiritual veins to establish their own caves. Ling Xiao has effectively cut in line, seizing the advantage. If he can locate the best spiritual estate first, the benefit will be even greater. The thought of this brought Chengxian joy, and he felt a renewed sense of vigor in his search for the spiritual veins. To uncover a spiritual vein, the best approach is, of course, to employ spiritual awareness. The power of one's consciousness is naturally attuned to fluctuations in spiritual energy and the locations of spiritual essence. Therefore, it is not solely because others are busy that Chengxian is tasked with this, rather, he is the most adept in this regard. Alas, his strength is limited, and it can be exhausting. Consciousness has its strengths and weaknesses. It is nearly impossible to delve deeply beneath the mountains, so Chengxian must approach the terrain, cautiously exploring along the ground.
If one were a demon lord or even a demon king, a mere sweep of their consciousness would reveal the state of the spiritual veins.
It is said that all current demon strongholds are determined by the demon kings. The demon generals lack this privilege, yet there are specialized geomancers within the royal city.
Some powerful demons employ these geomancers to locate spiritual veins or utilize magical artifacts for the same purpose.
However,
the Bai family finds itself in a precarious situation and does not wish to venture to the royal city to seek assistance, especially when success is not guaranteed.
Fortunately,
with Su Chengxian and the great sage present, even if they do not find the best vein, they are certain to locate one.
Nonetheless, Su Chengxian remains determined.
Since they have already seized this opportunity, failing to find the most significant vein would be a loss. Thus, he focused his efforts on meticulous searching and comparison.
The direction westward from Mount Luyang is one he has traversed twice before.
On his previous excursions, he took 2 different paths and noted several small spiritual veins along the way, none of which met his expectations.
Hence, he held great anticipation for this route, which explains his earlier reluctance to retreat.
However, the deeper he ventured, the more hesitant Su Chengxian became.
Squeak! My lord, there are formidable demons ahead.
As they delved further, the great sage sensed something unusual and whispered in his ear.
Formidable demons? Su Chengxian's heart raced. Demons are not the same as beasts. The great sage possesses keen sensitivity to such energies and would not refer to high-tier beasts as mere demons.
In human terminology, demon encompasses all beasts and demon kin. Yet among the beasts, it refers specifically to those of lesser stature.
Thus, what lies ahead? A great demon fleeing.
Su Chengxian suddenly recalled the command issued by General Yu prior to Lingxiao's tribulation, instructing them to seek out a 2-headed blackwater venomous python of the great demon realm.
However,
their focus had been solely on Lingxiao, causing them to neglect this matter. Moreover, although the great demon had suffered severe injuries, it was a vicious creature and now found itself in a desperate situation. Should they encounter it, a fight to the death could prove perilous.
Was there any necessity to participate in the hunt? Certainly not.
Thus, they had not inquired about the crimes committed by the venomous python or the specifics of the bounty. They had not paid much attention to it, to the extent that Su Chengxian had completely forgotten about it until now. This suggests that it is highly likely the formidable demon ahead is indeed that very creature. Now, he truly considered retreating. Even though he sensed that the mountain peak ahead emanated a noticeably stronger aura of spiritual energy, encountering a great demon, especially one driven to desperation,
would be far too risky.
Taking advantage of the fact that they had not yet alerted it, they should leave quickly.
Ding! Host, you have a new mission. Mission content: eliminate the great demon, the blackwater venomous python of Wushan.
Mission reward: 12 refining points, 2 ghost mushrooms.
What the hell? Upon hearing the notification, Su Chengxian was about to turn and leave.
Yet, that very sound made him instantly aware that there was no turning back.
As the dispersed consciousness sensed the presence of a certain entity, it appeared that the adversary recognized its intention to flee and launched a direct assault.
A foul stench assailed the senses. In a valley deep within the shadowy forest, the moonlight waned and the first rays of dawn emerged,
creating a moment that was neither entirely light nor dark.
The view barely outlined the mottled shadows of trees.
What should have been the most vibrant morning was eerily silent.
Devoid of birdsong or even the chirping of insects, enveloping the scene in an unsettling stillness, an atmosphere thick with mystery and tension, poised for a life-and-death confrontation.
Just moments ago,
the two sides had exchanged blows, leaving both parties astonished by the outcome.
A formidable demon?
The air was suffused with heavy humidity and a faint hint of toxin,
causing Su Chengxian to feel the weight of each breath.
However, his state of mind was considerably steadier than it had been before the enemy revealed itself.
The strength displayed in the earlier strike was not as overwhelming as he had anticipated. Concealed in the shadows, suppressing its aura,
and launching a surprise attack, these factors combined led him to dismiss the possibility that the opponent was deliberately concealing its power. There was no need for such subterfuge. A great demon would not require stealth to deal with an 8th-tier beast. Thus, he couldn't help but question whether this entity was indeed the great demon, Wushan.
Yet, both the aura and the grotesque, massive serpent heads indicated that such doubts were unwarranted. A low, disdainful snort emanated from the enormous black venomous python.
imbued with a mix of contempt and indignation, revealing no desire to converse with Su Chengxian. To it, an 8th-tier beast was unworthy of dialogue, merely a meal. Even if it missed its strike, it was merely a stroke of luck. Die! It hissed, raising its head as both heads opened wide, unleashing 2 streams of dark green venom. The venom shot forth like arrows of death, slicing through the night sky, aimed directly at Su Chengxian. Wherever the venom passed, a dark green mist emerged, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly. Leaves that were too close to the toxic essence were corroded to a shocking black. This was dire. Su Chengxian, quick to react, slid aside just as the python raised its head, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, witnessing the potency of the venom, he realized his evasion was insufficient. No wonder this great demon could spew its venom so brazenly, lacking any coordinated action or technique, because it was unnecessary. Such potent toxins could prove lethal even with mere exposure to their miasma. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that his divine sense had alerted him just in time, allowing the great sage to be swept far away by a single tail swipe. Otherwise, inhaling even a breath would have been fatal. You wish for my demise? How naive. At this juncture, further evasion was futile. Su Chengxian drew upon his vitality, thickening the layer of dark red protective blood aura enveloping him. The venom did not strike Su Chengxian, but the toxic mist, as anticipated, could not be entirely avoided. It sizzled as it contacted his protective aura, emitting an unsettling sound. The dark green mist seemed to transform into countless tendrils, attempting to penetrate his flesh. Fortunately, his blood aura was sufficiently robust to fend it off. Ha! If I can expend my blood aura to mitigate this, then I know I shall be fine. My vitality surpasses that of the great demon. Even if it were to unleash more venom, I could withstand it. However, even a great demon must have a limited supply of such potent toxins. If it had an abundance, it would defy logic. Wushan, why not flee instead of engaging me? Su Chengxian had entirely shed the fear of the earlier ambush, his mind returning to clarity. He immediately surmised the reason for Wushan's mismatched power against a great demon. It must have suffered significant injuries while fleeing. Moreover, the 2 previous attacks against him were likely the opponent's trump cards, its strongest techniques. The reasoning was simple: this great demon was a hunted beast, perpetually on the run, facing imminent danger from relentless pursuers. Here, in Luoyang Mountain, General Yu was undoubtedly busy searching for its trail. If Su Chengxian were in Wushan's position, he would unleash all his strength to swiftly eliminate an 8th-tier beast to avoid drawing the attention of the station demon generals. Yet, Wushan had likely not anticipated the possibility of evading the attack. If it had evaded its strongest strike, what else was there to fear? Yet, Su Chengxian had no desire to continue battling Wushan. I suggest you flee. I assure you, I will not pursue this monstrous creature. Measuring several dozen feet in length and as thick as an ancient tree, was covered in glossy black scales that shimmered with a chilling green glow in the dim light. Its bifurcated heads flicked out crimson tongues, eyes glinting with a cunning and bloodthirsty gleam. Not to mention, its size dwarfed Su Chengxian significantly. More unnerving was the potent surge of demonic energy emanating from the python, a force far beyond his own level. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the notion of engaging in a hunt, devouring the creature to absorb its essence and enhance his cultivation, not to mention claiming a bounty. However, he promptly dismissed the thought. Even a severely injured great demon posed a considerable threat. As an 8th-tier beast, he would not gain much advantage in battle. Injury was inevitable. How painful would it be to be gravely wounded? And the prospect of being poisoned was even more troublesome. Thus, Su Chengxian hoped that Wushan would recognize the futility of swiftly killing him and wisely choose to retreat. Do not waste time on me, escape swiftly. Die. However, his words seemed to infuriate the black python utterly. Raising its massive heads, it denied Su Chengxian another opportunity to speak, launching itself at him. Accompanying its low growl was a potent pressure radiating from its form. Not again. Su Chengxian cursed. Wushan had previously employed this tactic against him. The pressure from a great demon exerted a natural dominance over lower-tier beasts, particularly targeting the soul and consciousness. Yet, he had evaded it through the dual alerts of his divine sense and system tasks.
Moreover, his soul power was formidable, even if it could not match Wushan's.
He would not be rendered immobile by mere differences in realm.
However,
Wushan evidently did not perceive his evasion as a result of skill but rather intended to reuse the same strategy.
This was bad news for Chengxian,
as it indicated that the demon was unwilling to let him go, still believing it could feast upon him.
Damn it! Chengxian cursed vehemently. You think me an easy target? The unmistakable attitude of Wushan, regarding him as mere prey, was infuriating. If evasion was no longer an option, then combat it would be.
You refuse to heed my counsel.
Chengxian roared. When offered the chance to flee, you persist in your obstinacy.
Then do not expect to escape. This was not a fully powered great demon. What arrogance!
A mere great demon dared to provoke him?
In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail.
After all,
if he could not defeat Wushan, he could still drag it down with him. If this two-headed behemoth sought death, then he would oblige.
The ensuing commotion would soon attract General Yu.
What a pitiful creature! Behold, I shall slay you. With this thought, facing the assault launched by Wushan, Chengxian ceased to evade and boldly advanced. He was confident that, in terms of physical strength, Wushan would not surpass him by much. It was an opportune moment to hone his combat skills and temper his physique. To merely survive was not a viable strategy. To avoid battle would render him incapable of possessing formidable combat prowess. There are always stronger foes, so how long could one persist in cowardice? Thus, when the moment called for action, one must act. If he truly could not prevail, he would retreat. After all, General Yu had his back, so what was there to fear? Prepare to meet your end. Of course, in order to hasten General Yu's arrival and to disturb Wushan's concentration, he shouted wildly while engaging. The sound reverberated across the wilderness. However, the clamor was far from the tumult generated by their confrontation, which was a mere fraction of its intensity.
Boom! Thud! Thud! Two colossal serpents,
one large and one small, intertwined instantaneously, rolling, biting, and constricting, with each clash accompanied by a deafening roar. The whip-like tails of the serpents struck the ground, creating tremors that echoed throughout the valley, as if the very earth were quaking. The dual heads of the black water poisonous python relentlessly sought to seize the vital points of the larger serpent, while the latter, utilizing its massive form and astonishing strength, continuously pressed down on its opponent, striving to strangle it completely.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In mere moments of combat, as the two forces clashed, several centuries-old trees were shattered and toppled. The battle intensified, with the air thickening with the scent of blood and death.
Damn it! Chengxian thought fiercely.
It was evident that he was at a disadvantage in this clash. The overwhelming stench of blood, predominantly emanating from his own serpent form, confirmed his fears.
As anticipated.
Even with a significant reduction in power, Wushan, the black water poisonous python of the great demon realm, far surpassed him in strength.
After all,
both the refinement of his flesh and the richness of his protective demonic energy were 2 realms higher than his own, 2 major realms, no less. The damage inflicted by his combat techniques was minimal, especially considering the superior battle experience possessed by his opponent.
He could scarcely gain any advantage. Damn that black mud eel.
Once the battle commenced, true emotions ignited, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain composure.
At this moment,
Chengxian's mind was consumed with the thought that this loss could not go unavenged. Being of the serpent lineage, Wushan was even more adept at entangling than he.
His spiritual awareness could not penetrate the protective demonic energy of his opponent.
They were locked in a clash of spiritual forces, neither yielding an inch.
Naturally,
the solidity of a great demoness spiritual essence surpassed that of Chengxian.
In such a disparity, it was unlikely that any form of seduction or intimidation would prove effective. Yet, undeterred, Chengxian unleashed his technique, Serpent Bite.
With his blood energy surging, he made another all-out attempt to breach Wushan's defenses. A sound reminiscent of grating teeth echoed from where his fangs pierced.
Chengxian's heart sank.
This strike had failed to breach even this layer of protective demonic energy.
Ha! Young one! Do you dare to bite?
A flicker of brutal rage flashed in Wushan's eyes. He had been driven like a stray dog, fleeing in every direction. Had his demon core not been shattered by the demon marquis, he would not have fallen to such depths. The ones who had pursued him before were not mere demon generals but fellow demons of his caliber. Now, simply hungry for a meal of an 8th-tier creature, this insignificant beast dared to retaliate? Not only did the creature not cower before his oppressive aura, resigning to its fate, but it had also thwarted 2 of his attacks, forcing him into a physical struggle. This filled him with humiliation. And to hear such nonsense, to be insulted so unthinkable. You shall perish. Now witnessing Su Chengxian's inability to breach his own protective demonic energy, Wushan felt no joy. On the contrary, his anger intensified. Especially recalling the insolent words spoken by this flower serpent. What did it mean to say, "You may leave, I shall not pursue you"? Did he take Wushan for a mere fool? You shall perish. You shall perish. As if consumed by profound humiliation, a surge of unbridled fury erupted within him. With his 2 massive heads, he lunged at Su Chengxian's vulnerable points, intent on devouring this rebellious water serpent. Su Chengxian was taken aback. What folly! Why has he suddenly become so frenzied? Has the mad dog gone rabid? This was not the time for a head-on confrontation. The disparity in strength was considerable. And resisting would surely lead to disaster. Thus, in a moment of panic, he dodged aside. Without a doubt. Even his evasive maneuvers would leave even the likes of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, with their supreme techniques and skills, struggling to catch a glimpse of him, each movement honed through countless rehearsals in slumber. Therefore, should he wish to evade, Wushan would find it impossible to ensnare him. However, the latter's sheer size and dual heads rendered Su Chengxian's evasion futile, resulting in one of Wushan's fangs slicing a gash upon him. It did not hurt. Oh no! Poison. Su Chengxian quickly realized the absence of pain indicated the venomous nature of Wushan's fangs. Damn it! This creature possesses venom. The previous injuries, devoid of any numbing sensation, had been hidden until now. He had underestimated his opponent. Was it cleverness or folly to play such games against an 8th-tier demon beast? If it were wisdom, he ought to have fled rather than squander time. Su Chengxian was certain General Yu was en route. So, what was left but to risk it all? Hissing, he suddenly turned, opening his massive jaws wide, and lunged towards Wushan's serpentine form, aiming to bite. Roar! Die! Perhaps thinking he could not breach the protective demonic energy, the dual-headed poisonous python did not even attempt to evade. Its cold, vertical pupils glinted ominously as it twisted its body, aiming to bite back. The dark blue demonic energy surged atop its fangs. Roar! It hurts! Su Chengxian's body was pierced by the serpent's fangs. No matter how dense his protective blood energy, it could not withstand the fangs of the great demon. Yet, he too had latched onto Wushan. Sizzle! Just like before, he only penetrated the demonic energy. But this time, he did not release his grip. Instead, he drew in sharply. A wave of the protective demonic energy he had bitten surged into his mouth, which he then swallowed. His innate ability, devour breath to transform blood. Hiss. Damn. It hurt. Like swallowing a knife. And a knife laced with ice shards. Yet Su Chengxian did not relent, consuming several more mouthfuls. In an instant, he felt as if his insides were being pierced by countless icy blades, causing him to sweat from the pain, yet he also experienced an overwhelming sensation as if the entire serpent were being frozen. The demonic energy of a great demon was no trifling matter. Should his innate ability fail to consume it, his insides would suffer greatly. Fortunately, he soon sensed that after initiating Devour Breath to transform blood, his blood energy was gradually refining the demonic energy, albeit at a painfully slow rate. Nevertheless, he clung tightly to Wushan, continuously swallowing the demonic energy. Eat. As long as I do not perish, I must not let this creature escape. Su Chengxian was resolute. The black mud eel was no more than a cowardly bully. Of course, if only Devour Breath to transform blood could refine the energy more swiftly, that would be even better. His mind raced. Ding. Please be advised, host. The great demon, the dual-headed black water poisonous python Wushan, has devoured multiple same clan practitioners. Its demonic energy is peculiar and contains potent toxins. The demonic energy exceeds the host's absorption capacity.
Does the host wish to expend 10 million blood energy to elevate the innate ability? Elevate. Elevate. Su Chengxian was overjoyed upon hearing this.
He silently shouted in his heart. He had initially feared suffering greatly, but unexpectedly, a turning point had emerged. It had been quite a while since he elevated his innate ability from devour breath to transform blood, which had cost 1 million blood energy. To devour breath to transform blood, and now this opportunity presented itself. There had been no further promotion prompts.
During this time,
he had also consumed the demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish. Even the absorption of the demon core from the 7th-tier cloud-treading deer was achieved through his own efforts, slowly refining it. Because of this period, both his spiritual realm and physical body had been continuously strengthened, leading to a noticeable enhancement in his two innate abilities, the bewitching cry and blood devouring. Su Chengxian initially believed that the innate abilities had reached a point where they could no longer be forcibly advanced, and would only gradually improve in tandem with his overall strength.
Yes. Host, please note, the ability blood devouring will be upgraded to devour and refine. Now.
The system will enhance your abilities, please concentrate and fully mobilize your blood energy. As the system's mechanical voice echoed, he felt a familiar warmth re-emerge within him.
Even more intense than before. The blood energy surged, refining his physical form in a marvelous sensation. It was unbearably hot. Within a few breaths, the heat spread throughout his entire body, intensifying with each moment. It was more unbearable than the last time. While snakes prefer warm and humid environments, they detest extreme heat.
Even the spiritual sea where his soul resided felt agitated due to the boiling blood energy. Su Chengxian quickly focused his mind, urging his blood energy to accelerate this promotion. Simultaneously, he clung tightly to the formidable demon, Wushan, who was eager to kill him, continually devouring the demon power from the two-headed venomous python.
Damn it! Wushan was furious at Su Chengxian's relentless grip.
Particularly as the surging blood energy within Su Chengxian caused the snake's violent thrashing to thwart Wushan's attempts to inflict severe injury.
Moreover, with the loss of the demon core, Wushan's magical power was dwindling, forcing him to abandon his plans to pierce and tear Su Chengxian's body.
Hiss! Rage consumed Wushan's mind, preventing him from immediately realizing that the depletion of his demon power was not solely due to the absence of the demon core. All he wanted now was to devour this flower snake. The moment he bared his venomous fangs, he let out a roar, and his two heads twisted in different directions,
lunging straight for Su Chengxian's vital spot.
At that moment, Su Chengxian discovered that the act of devouring his opponent's demon power was becoming increasingly smooth and pleasurable.
The threads of demon power he swallowed were rapidly refining within the searing heat. Blood energy 101010. Spiritual realm 1111. Physical body realm 1111. Blood energy 10101010.
This sound resonated like celestial music, akin to the drums of war urging him forward, continually playing in his ears. He chose not to mute it, as it did not impair his clarity of mind.
On the contrary, it invigorated Su Chengxian's fighting spirit. In his mind, a singular thought emerged: what a tremendous boon from this great demon. Given such substantial nourishment, wouldn't it be a disservice to himself not to indulge further? Thus, a bold idea took shape. To evade the vital spots, yet not entirely retreat. Since he was smaller than Wushan, avoiding the attacks entirely would necessitate relinquishing his grip on the demon power. And he was unwilling to do so. Damn it! He refused to let go. Su Chengxian not only maintained his grip but bit down even harder. With a powerful inhale, he greedily swallowed more demon power. Having expended immense blood energy to elevate his innate abilities, he needed to reclaim some of it. Then, Wushan bit down on his snake body again. The sharp fangs pierced deeply into his flesh. In the next instant, a searing pain nearly caused Su Chengxian to lose consciousness. It hurt terribly. He had never experienced such agony in both his lifetimes combined. In the midst of this excruciating pain, his anger surged, and he almost turned to confront Wushan. However, the more pain he felt, the clearer his mind became. He understood that he could not act recklessly. Despite his apparent weakness, Wushan was a genuine formidable demon. Yet, He could not tolerate being attacked without retaliating.
Resolutely, he surged his blood energy, gritted his teeth, and forcefully inhaled Wushan's protective demon power, simultaneously driving his fangs deeper.
Finally, with the next gulp of demon power, he tasted the blood of the great demon. It was metallic and lacked distinct flavor, yet it was exhilarating. I will absorb it. Blood energy 101010. Blood energy 10101010. Sensing the power contained within the great demon's blood, and hearing the increase in his blood energy, Su Chengxian felt the pain subside somewhat. Yet, it was still insufficient. He sensed that the demon power and blood he ingested were swiftly refining within him. No longer akin to swallowing icy blades. Without hesitation, he began to absorb and devour with great vigor. Moreover, the innate abilities he was promoting began to manifest their power more vividly. With a single deep breath, he could effortlessly seize the demon power that Wushan had refined over the years. Each time, he consumed more. After several breaths, he sensed that the resistance from Wushan's body against his fangs was diminishing. Wushan's protective demon power functioned as a whole. The portion he had latched onto would be replenished by the surrounding demon power after being consumed. Therefore, he could not immediately breach this defense by devouring the demon power. Even when he seized the opportunity, he could only penetrate a little deeper. However, now there was a gap in this flow. What a perfect opportunity! Su Chengxian quickly recognized that Wushan's strength had been more severely compromised than he had anticipated. Perhaps he truly had a chance to slay this creature. At that moment, Wushan finally sensed the depletion of his demon power. Enraged, he bellowed, "Damn it! Little beast! What trickery have you employed?" Without the demon core, his ability to manipulate and perceive his magical power had become significantly dulled. It took him several breaths to grasp what had transpired. Demon power, why was it depleting? Because this flower snake had consumed it. This was inconceivable. The notion of being eaten struck him with greater shock and fear than the disappearance of his protective demon power. How could an 8th-tier demon beast consume his demon power? The forces between a great demon and a demon beast were of entirely different magnitudes. If he were to consume Su Chengxian's blood and demon power, he could forcibly refine it with the absolute power of a higher-level being. Conversely, it was impossible for an 8th-tier demon beast to refine the magical power of a great demon. Moreover, there was no sign of demon power fluctuation emanating from this 8th-tier water-avoiding snake. This was impossible. You consumed my demon power, how are you still alive? The demon power Su Chengxian had already swallowed was enough to cause him to explode. Or was it that he was refining the great demon's demon power using his blood energy? Blood energy could refine spiritual energy into demon power. Thus it could also refine demon power itself. No. The blood energy being expended was far beyond what a mere demon beast could possess. Could it be an innate ability? An innate ability that allows a demon beast to consume and refine the magical power of a great demon? He had never heard of such a thing. Unless it were the bloodline of a divine beast. Impossible. As Wushan's shock mounted, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Yet, each thought was swiftly dismissed by his own reasoning. Although he had lost the demon core, his spiritual power remained intact. If he had even a trace of divine beast bloodline, he would surely have sensed it. The bloodline aura emanating from Su Chengxian was pure, devoid of any signs of powerful protection, nor did it exhibit any fluctuations of demon power. Thus, Wushan had contemplated capturing him as a source of blood food while being pursued. But now, he felt he had erred. Perhaps he should not. Hiss. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a snake's hiss. Chapter 61, Can the Consciousness Devour? Hiss. The sheer incredibility of the situation caused a fleeting instability in Wushan's mental state. Su Chengxian seized this opportunity without hesitation. In an instant, he unleashed another innate ability, the bewitching hiss. In truth, his dispersed consciousness had been circling the great demon, ceaselessly searching for an opening to breach its defenses and strike at its spiritual sea. After all, compared to breaking through the protective demonic power or assaulting its formidable physical form, targeting the generally less refined realm of the demoness soul was a far more promising avenue. This theory was derived from the trustworthy Daoist king Linjianzi. Thus, upon sensing a gap, he acted without delay, ready to gamble.
Not only did he employ his innate ability, but Su Chengxian also condensed his consciousness into a small sword, piercing towards the center of one of the demon's heads. The two heads of the dual-headed blackwater venomous python were nearly identical, and he lacked the ability to discern which one housed the spiritual sea. Surely, both heads could not possess it, could they? Yet he was incapable of forming two consciousness swords simultaneously. Therefore, he aimed one strike at each head, ensuring none were spared.
Seizing the moment,
he opened his mouth wide and, like lightning, bit down again on Wu Shan's serpentine body.
The innate combat technique, snake bite. I absorb. Swallowing the demon's power and blood. Refining it.
This time, he successfully breached the great demoness defenses with a single strike, piercing through its flesh. The innate ability, devour breath and transform blood.
Roar.
Wu Shan first felt a moment of dizziness, followed by a force piercing into one of his heads, causing his soul to experience a sharp pain.
Then, a terrifying event unfolded. Hiss. Hiss.
His second head, overwhelmed by pain, began to thrash uncontrollably and roar. Although one head was dominant and the other subordinate. When the subordinate head lost control, his upper body became ensnared.
In contrast, Su Chengxian's attack on his abdomen paled in significance.
He needed to regain control over the second head first, otherwise, he could not continue the fight.
A loss of control would render all his combat techniques inoperable. Hiss.
Seizing the opportunity, he tore away a large chunk of flesh from Wu Shan's body. Swallowing it down, he unleashed the innate ability, bewitching hiss, once more.
Unfortunately,
he could not condense another small sword from his consciousness in such a short span, otherwise, he would have struck the remaining head as well.
Kicking the lame leg of a cripple is indeed a sound strategy.
This time, he targeted the head that remained conscious.
Roar. Roar.
Blood gushed forth from the flesh that had been torn away. Relative to his massive form, the pain was not severe, yet Wu Shan was furious. He had been wounded by an 8th-tier demon beast. However, anger served little purpose. Perhaps due to the loss of control of his second head, both his consciousness and demonic power began to dissipate, failing to withstand the assault. His soul faltered, and for a moment, his movements became rigid.
I bite. I absorb. Su Chengxian undoubtedly seized the chance, employing the snake bite technique vigorously to draw in and swallow.
Although he was acutely aware that if he aimed to inflict a fatal threat upon the great demon, targeting its physical form was not the optimal choice. Despite continuously swallowing the demonic power and blood, having consumed several portions, he still could not deal a truly debilitating blow to Wu Shan.
It was simply too slow. Compared to the great demoness' physical strength, his consumption speed was woefully inadequate.
And the damage inflicted upon him by Wu Shan was not to be underestimated.
Where was General Yu? Su Chengxian wondered.
He wished to avoid further injury, thus he could not grant Wu Shan any chance to retaliate. He needed to perpetually unleash the innate ability, bewitching hiss. He could not afford to see swallowing, each mouthful taken added to his vitality.
Moreover,
the elevation of his innate ability could directly refine the absorbed demonic power for both his spiritual and physical realms. This was a power he had not possessed before. Thus, the battle entered a peculiar state.
Quite bizarre indeed.
The two heads on Wu Shan's neck, one was shrieking madly,
while the other oscillated between consciousness and dizziness under Su Chengxian's serpent-like hiss. Su Chengxian repeated his actions, biting Wu Shan, desperately absorbing more demonic power and blood. Then,
upon noticing signs of awareness from the second head, he fiercely tore off another large chunk of flesh and swallowed it whole for further refinement.
The melodic sounds of his progress were invigorating. Vitality 1010. Spiritual realm 1111. Physical realm 1111. Vitality 10101010.
The delightful sounds continually inspired him. Thus, he performed extraordinarily, maintaining this bizarre situation for several breaths. However, the bewitching hiss consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, preventing him from sustaining it for long. After the 6th hiss, Su Chengxian failed on the 7th attempt.
Roar! Damned!
The instant he regained consciousness, Wu Shan's eyes turned crimson, and he erupted in rage. He bore several new wounds, with 1/10 of his demonic power and flesh devoured.
A gaping wound, the longest of which was deep enough to expose bone.
He had been rendered so pitiful by a mere demon beast. At this moment, the second head hung limply, no longer a burden.
Yet he did not immediately lunge at Su Chengxian.
The cunning great demon had learned the art of consciousness attack from his adversary. His vertical pupils narrowed to a line, and a concentrated thread of consciousness surged forth. In a hurried attempt, he could not condense it into a small sword. However, a sufficiently resilient consciousness could be shaped into a sharp spike, piercing into the spiritual sea of a demon beast, and then exploding.
Enough to bring an opponent to their demise. The consciousness struck with lightning speed. It was unavoidable.
Su Chengxian's heart raced, he could not evade. What to do? If evasion was impossible, then he would have to absorb it. With his mouth wide open, he directly swallowed the consciousness. Host has devoured a wisp of consciousness.
Spiritual Realm 40. Damn. Ha! It truly works. Su Chengxian, his heart pounding, felt invigorated once more.
Wu Shan across from him was momentarily stunned.
Consciousness can be devoured too? However, he quickly scolded, utterly foolish. Swallowing consciousness into your belly is no different from it invading your spiritual sea. Are you merely trying to delay for a few breaths? Explode! He roared. This was precisely what he desired, to scatter Su Chengxian's soul while leaving a whole physical body for his feast. Yet, upon entering Su Chengxian's mouth, the consciousness completely lost its connection. It was evident that it had indeed been eaten. Just as he had consumed the demon's power and flesh. It inflicted no damage upon the flower serpent. Flee. Depart quickly. Otherwise, you may be devoured. Bit by bit, consumed thoroughly. Wu Shan was gripped by a chilling dread. Even though his remaining strength still far surpassed Su Chengxian's, the fleeing great demon seemed to have finally regained his senses, dragging his drooping head and bloodied body. Turning to escape. Want to run? No way. Wu Shan felt a surge of retreat, yet Su Chengxian was unwilling to let him go. Su Chengxian immediately pursued. Unleashing his combat technique, clamping down with a fierce bite. He relentlessly absorbed and consumed, devouring the demonic power and flesh of the great demon. The sensation of growth and strength was truly addictive. Even when Wu Shan unleashed his demonic power, violently thrashing his tail to throw him off, Su Chengxian would disregard his injuries and chase after him without hesitation. Soon, the great demon had shed a considerable amount of flesh, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Suddenly, Su Chengxian sensed an overwhelming force approaching in an instant. He then heard a voice filled with confusion and astonishment. While he was fiercely gripping the tail of the black water two-headed python, his heart skipped a beat. Could this dual-headed python have companions? Bang! Crack! In an instant, a figure appeared before him, almost as soon as Su Chengxian became aware of it. He raised a hand in mid-air, channeling demonic energy to conjure a colossal hand that seized the neck of the two-headed black water python and twisted off its head, 2 heads, to be precise. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he summoned and imprisoned the soul of the python. He tossed the severed heads back beside the python's body, all executed swiftly, effortlessly, and ruthlessly. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited little to no fluctuations of magical power. The formidable demon that had just moments ago been capable of sending Su Chengxian flying with a flick of its tail had silently lost its 2 heads and its soul. It all transpired too swiftly, too powerfully. Even after having its heads removed, the python's chest, which had been heaving as it moved, remained upright. Su Chengxian, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain his astonishment. Was this the strength of a demon general at its peak? To him, the great demon was merely an easy target to crush. Although this demon was at the end of its strength, it was still a legitimate entity of the demon realm. Undeniably more powerful than himself. The pride that had begun to swell within him was instantly shattered by that single strike. Overwhelmed by surprise, he couldn't help but inhale sharply, swallowing hard. However, he forgot that he was still clenching the python's tail in his mouth, causing him to choke on the mixture of demonic energy and blood, leading to a violent fit of coughing. Cough. Cough. General Yu? Su Chengxian?
The newcomer was none other than General Yu, clad in splendid attire. Su Chengxian's impression of this demon general was that of an unremarkable figure who favored ornate clothing, was generous in action, and fair in dealings. It was unexpected to see such decisiveness and fierceness in his actions.
Following the earlier scene, Su Chengxian now regarded General Yu with a newfound perspective.
General Yu's gaze toward him was even more peculiar. I have been tracking this poisonous python for days, yet it has fallen into your grasp, or rather,
your mouth.
He appraised Su Chengxian, then glanced at the deceased Wu Shan. The two-headed python bore numerous gaping wounds from having been gnawed upon. A mere glance revealed that a significant portion of its flesh was missing. It seemed that all of it had been consumed by the serpent before him.
General Yu, intrigued,
studied Su Chengxian further. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast. Just a year ago, you were merely at the 6th level, and now, you have ascended to the 8th level. As he spoke, he noticed Su Chengxian still clenching the python's tail, adding, to have reduced a being of the great demon realm to such a state speaks volumes of your strength.
Ah! Su Chengxian was taken aback and hastily released his grip.
General, is it forbidden to consume the flesh of a great demon during battle? His initial thought was to discreetly consume the flesh from the python's tail before General Yu could claim the body. Reasoning that with the two-headed black water python in such a state, there was no need to hide it. After all, this flesh could be refined into vital energy,
enhancing his cultivation. Every morsel consumed would be a gain.
However, in order to keep his full capabilities concealed,
he resisted the temptation and refrained from absorbing more of Wu Shan's demonic energy.
Yet, General Yu's words stirred a sense of panic within him. He recalled the system's warning regarding Wu Shan's bounty, which was due to its consumption of its kin for cultivation.
Would consuming the flesh of Wu Shan violate some taboo within the demon clan?
Fear not, General Yu dispelled his concerns, explaining that Wu Shan had been designated a malevolent entity by the demon lord, and all demons were permitted to hunt and consume it.
In truth,
the value of Wu Shan, a great demon, far outweighed the bounty of a mid-grade spirit stone, making it a prime target for demons and even demon generals. Had it not been for Wu Shan's demon core and its lifebound treasure being destroyed by the demon lord's guards, it would never have managed to escape to Luyang Mountain.
Left with only its physical form, its value significantly diminished.
At least, it was not worth the effort of 2 demon generals. Even General Yu himself was not particularly invested. Were it not for his responsibilities and the eyewitness accounts of Wu Shan heading towards Luyang Mountain, he would not have wasted these past few days and could have focused on his own cultivation. Therefore, with Wu Shan's demise, he felt quite pleased. He waved his hand toward Su Chengxian, saying, since you discovered Wu Shan's whereabouts and engaged it in battle, its physical form shall belong to you. Due to his cultivation practices, he preferred spiritual fruits and plants over flesh. Moreover, given the state of the body, it was more generous to simply relinquish it to the flowery serpent.
Thank you, General Yu. Su Chengxian quickly expressed his gratitude. With the body of the black water python, he might be able to replenish the immense vital energy he had expended.
Indeed, this is your due reward, there is no need to thank me.
However, I wish to remind you of something.
Just as General Yu was about to depart, he paused, turning back to Su Chengxian. Your kind has a habit of consuming kin for cultivation. This practice not only strays from the righteous path of cultivation but is also forbidden by the laws of the demon clan.
You must keep this in mind and avoid transgressing. Thank you for the warning, General. We understand and will certainly not defy it.
This response did not come from Su Chengxian but rather from a woman's voice that spoke on his behalf. As she spoke, a figure emerged from the forest,
stepping into view before the 2 men.
Behind her slithered a white serpent. Ling Xiao had seen General Yu before. Ling Yun had also encountered General Yu. The pair, one human and one serpent, bowed respectfully to the demon general hovering in the air. No need for such formalities, General Yu waved his hand,
his gaze sweeping over Ling Yun, finally resting on Ling Xiao.
His eyes flickered slightly.
The newly transformed female demon was tall, exuding an extraordinary aura, and possessed striking beauty.
Yet, it was not these attributes that captured his attention.
Ling Xiao, you are the one who recently transcended the transformation lightning tribulation, aren't you?
Yes, General, she replied.
I am aware of your transformation, General Yu nodded with a smile.
I did not expect that not only did you successfully transform, but you also manifested your life-bound garment.
Quite impressive, indeed. Congratulations. Continue your diligent cultivation. I look forward to the day you become a great demon. Thank you for the praise, General, Ling Xiao replied. I will not disappoint your expectations. Excellent, excellent.
And you too, General Yu turned his attention to Su Chengxian and Ling Yun. Since you have made such significant progress in such a short period, do not hesitate to continue your rapid advancement. Endeavor to reach the 9th level and break through to the Great Demon Realm. He could see that the White Serpent was also on the verge of advancing to the 8th level. He increasingly sensed that this family of water-avoiding serpents held great potential. Originally intrigued, now seeing their capabilities, he was more than willing to offer a few words of encouragement. If within 3 years, any of you achieve the Great Demon Realm, General Yu added with a meaningful smile, I might be able to present you with a splendid opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Su Chengxian inquired, stretching his neck in curiosity. 3 miles ahead lies an unnamed peak, the location of the best spiritual vein within this region. General Yu, however, did not continue to elaborate on the matter of opportunity. Instead, he suggested that if they could trust him, they might as well choose that location as the site for their cave dwelling. He surmised that Su Chengxian had come in search of spiritual veins to establish a cave, so he readily extended a favor by indicating the specific location, allowing them to investigate directly, thus saving them the trouble of searching. Afterward, he advised them to focus on their cultivation before turning and employing his cloud summoning technique to depart. He mused that a resounding drum need not be struck with a heavy hammer. They had chosen a surname for themselves and selected auspicious names, conducting their affairs with a certain methodology uncommon among ordinary beasts. They even possessed the discernment to cultivate the art of transformation. With that, the 3 demons were expected to comprehend his intent. Yet, what opportunity? Why leave without clarification? Su Chengxian was left somewhat perplexed as he watched General Yu's retreating figure. However, it was not the time for such thoughts. Lowering his head, he bit into the tail of the monstrous serpent, greedily consuming its demonic energy. He simultaneously inquired, Ling Xiao, Yunzi, what brings you here? There was a considerable distance between this place and the spiritual vein cave. Although the commotion caused by his battle with the great demon Wushan was substantial, it should have been imperceptible to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi given their cultivation levels. Moreover, the time elapsed from Wushan's attempt to assassinate him to their confrontation to General Yu's arrival was relatively brief. Yet, for him, the danger made the experience feel interminable. How could they have arrived so quickly? They had only lagged slightly behind General Yu. Had something occurred at home? Nothing happened at home. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at him, revealing that the great sage had summoned the red-winged bird brothers of Cat 19 to relay the message to the spirit abode. The great sage? Su Chengxian suddenly realized that he had been too engrossed in his battle with Wushan to notice the great sage's whereabouts. He hurriedly asked, Is the great sage all right? It is unscathed, not a single hair harmed, Ling Xiao replied, but you, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Wushan, with its neck crushed and multiple blood holes riddling its body, had undoubtedly met a tragic end. However, Su Chengxian's condition was no better. His numerous wounds, though locked by the swirling blood energy and no longer bleeding, were still stained with blood from the injuries sustained, now transformed into dark red scabs. Particularly, the areas pierced by the fangs of the 2-headed black water venomous python were gaping, exuding a dark green luminescence, indicating poisoning. I'm fine, it's not fatal. A good night's sleep will suffice, Su Chengxian said, momentarily lifting his gaze. He was not merely reassuring the two, it was indeed the truth. His innate ability to absorb and transform blood was still advancing, and the benefits he reaped continued to grow. He could already sense a slight sting in the places injected with venom, suggesting he might even refine the toxins. Moreover, the surging blood energy was persistently driving out the poison. Overall, it was not a significant issue, otherwise, how could he be so at ease? Voraciously consuming the flesh and energy of demons? This 2-headed black water venomous python was the great demon Wushan that fled? Ling Yunzi swam over to inspect Wushan's head, shaking his head slightly. The soul is absent.
The demon core is gone.
The unique horn on the black water python's head has also vanished. It was evident that if those items were still present, Wu Shan would not have escaped to this place. Ling Xiao remarked, this was something they had deduced on their way here.
Upon receiving the message, they immediately sensed trouble.
They guessed that Su Chengxian might have encountered the great demon Wu Shan, who was being pursued due to a bounty while searching for spiritual veins. The serpent's habit of consuming its kin was due to the close bloodlines, offering unparalleled benefits in enhancing blood energy and strength that other species could not rival. Thus,
Su Chengxian was in considerable danger. Wu Shan aimed to devour him.
The disparity between an 8th-tier demon beast and a great demon was immense. Hence, they hurried over, only to find that it was Su Chengxian who had consumed Wu Shan. Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched at this thought.
Su Chengxian was indeed peculiar.
The sheer volume of flesh he consumed from the great demon did not elicit any abnormal reactions.
He could even sense some demonic energy being absorbed as well.
Old ghost? It seems you have become stronger again, Ling Yunzi remarked, unable to contain himself as he approached. Initially, they believed that even if they arrived, there would be little left of the flower snake's remains. It was only halfway there that they heard further commotion, leading them to consider that Wu Shan might have sustained severe injuries during its flight and was significantly weakened. However, they still felt that Su Chengxian would be in grave danger. The sight before them, with the two-headed venomous python riddled with blood holes and the great flower snake's gaping maw, indicated that something significant had transpired during the battle. Ling Yunzi felt fortunate that he had yet to take on a corporeal form, otherwise, he would not know what expression would be appropriate in this situation. I have indeed grown a bit stronger, Su Chengxian nodded in acknowledgement, but you have no idea how perilous it was earlier.
Fortunately, at a critical moment, my innate ability surged again.
As he spoke, he bit off a segment of Wu Shan's tail, consuming it entirely, then declared he was done eating.
I'm full.
This can be saved for later. The flesh of a great demon can last for years without spoiling.
After I awaken, I can eat it again. It's more economical. Shall we return, or should we investigate the mountain that general you mentioned? He queried.
Let us return, you need to recover, Ling Xiao replied promptly. The mountain will still be there, it won't run away. Since General Yu has personally mentioned it, it is as good as reported. Whether we check it or not is inconsequential. Tomorrow, let Cat 19 make a trip to market, and we can begin excavating the cave. There is no need to check it out while injured. Alright, then we shall return, Su Chengxian nodded in agreement. As Ling Xiao was unable to revert to his serpent form for the time being, he and Ling Yunzi dragged Wu Shan's remains back. As they walked, Su Chengxian lamented, I truly have had the worst luck. How did I have to encounter such a large creature in this vast expanse? Your encounter with it may have been inevitable, Ling Xiao mused beside them. General Yu's territory, along with the caves of two great demons, lay to the east of this mountain range. Wu Shan, being a great demon, had managed to evade the demon guards, indicating it possessed some skills and was aware enough to avoid them, hiding here. As long as Su Chengxian continued to search for spiritual veins in this direction, he would eventually come across it. Indeed, Ling Xiao continued, and since Wu Shan fled toward Luyang Mountain, it likely intended to escape to the southern continent. That place is a realm of chaos, a gathering ground for evil spirits. It was probably waiting for an opportunity to evade General Yu. A great demon with diminished value would not attract much attention from a demon general. For the past few days, the great demons have failed to locate him. And if he could remain hidden for a few more days, he might truly have had an opportunity to escape. Alas, he encountered Su Chengxian instead, leading to his downfall. Su Chengxian felt somewhat satisfied, after all, he was deserving of it. Indeed. He brought this upon himself with his greed to consume me. Look at him now. Reduced to my meal. Humph. Then, he recalled the opportunity General Yu had mentioned and asked Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, do you know what this opportunity refers to? Both shook their heads. I know, Su Chengxian stated. You know? Ling Xiao expressed disbelief. General Yu did not clarify, how could Su Chengxian possibly know? Could it be that he heard the news from elsewhere? How would you know? Lin Jianzi was equally skeptical. Within the entire cave, the flower snake had ventured out the least. How could it possibly possess more knowledge than they did?
Was it knowledge from a past life? Based on their observations of Su Chengxian,
it was evident that he knew very little about the demon clan. It made no sense for him to possess this particular information. I truly know, Su Chengxian interjected. Unable to resist another bite of the great demon's flesh, swallowing it down before continuing, though it is mere speculation, I am quite certain it is close to the truth.
Oh? So certain? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Pray tell, what do you have to say? The opportunity that General Yu mentioned is likely related to some powerful demon seeking a son-in-law. A son-in-law? Both Ling Xiao and Ling Jianzi were taken aback. What basis do you have for this judgment?
Of course, I have grounds for it, Su Chengxian retorted, holding his head high. Am I one to speak without reason? No one contradicted him, for it was apparent that in their eyes, he was indeed one to do so.
All right.
I admit I can be a bit capricious in my speech at times, Su Chengxian conceded. However, this time, I am confident in my deduction.
Ling Xiao. Think carefully about what General Yu said before mentioning the opportunity.
He spoke of your and Lin Jianzi's cultivation. Ling Xiao had a good memory. She recalled he encouraged them both to swiftly cultivate to the 9th level and then break through to the realm of great demons.
Exactly, Su Chengxian nodded. General Yu first praised Ling Xiao but did not mention the opportunity.
You have already perfected your transformation. Logically, you should attain the realm of great demons before us. If this opportunity were meant for Ling Xiao, General Yu would have directly encouraged her. Yet, he also mentioned Lin Jianzi and me, even using the words you two thus.
Is it not possible that this opportunity is meant for one of us?
Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao reflected on the situation and found Su Chengxian's reasoning quite compelling. General Yu's words seem to imply a prerequisite for obtaining the opportunity. One of either Lin Jianzi or Su Chengxian must reach the realm of great demons. To deduce that the opportunity pertains to seeking a son-in-law felt somewhat tenuous, Lin Jianzi remarked.
How is that tenuous? Su Chengxian scoffed. Brother, if there is anything that you and I can do that Ling Xiao cannot, I can only think of one thing. To be a son-in-law to a powerful being? Incorrect.
It is to impregnate the daughter of a powerful being.
Lin Jianzi, though reluctant, had to admit that Su Chengxian was not wrong.
The unique aura of the empress could hardly be simply categorized as male or female.
If she wished, she could easily disguise herself as a man.
Undoubtedly, many powerful demons would be inclined to take her as a bride. Indeed, Ling Xiao smirked.
Even as the empress,
who had seen countless individuals bowing and flattering before her, few men would openly acknowledge her prowess. Many might outwardly praise her but privately consider a woman ascending to an imperial throne merely a stroke of luck. Typically, upon reaching the realm of great demons,
transformation would occur, Su Chengxian continued. This should be the minimum standard for seeking a son-in-law among the demon clan, correct? Indeed, Lin Jianzi nodded.
The disparity between a 9th-tier demon beast and a great demon signifies the distinction between demon beasts and the demon clan. Accepting Su Chengxian's assertion and reflecting upon it revealed a coherent narrative. It appears there is a custom among the demon clan to seek sons-in-law, Ling Xiao remarked. She had not previously considered this angle but now recognized that the so-called opportunity might indeed be related to General Yu's knowledge of a powerful demon who would seek a husband for his daughter within the next 3 years. However, I recall that seeking a son-in-law among the demon clan. Ling Xiao paused, glancing at Lin Jianzi.
I, too, have heard that the practice of powerful demons seeking sons-in-law is akin to humans seeking husbands for their daughters, Lin Jianzi agreed. Ah? Su Chengxian was taken aback. A son-in-law? Good heavens! I know of this.
I have heard that one must serve as a laborer in their wife's family, subjected to their whims. And the children do not carry the father's surname. Moreover, if one were to be beaten to death, it would merely require a small compensation to settle the matter. In ancient times, such a position was deemed lowly.
Aside from that last point, how is it any different from a woman marrying?
Ling Xiao seemed quite astonished.
Why are you so alarmed?
The point about low status was also to deter sons-in-law from disobedience. After all, men possess greater strength than women. Those who become sons-in-law typically seek out wealthy families for a better life, or some may wish to advance themselves by marrying into a prominent family.
True, Lin Jianzi nodded. If one is unwilling, they simply refuse.
Historically, it has been common for men to force women into marriage, but the reverse is far less frequent.
Seeking a son-in-law is primarily for procreation. The pants are worn by you, can they be casually removed? Su Chengxian stared blankly at Lin Jianzi.
Brother, never mind.
Why are you so shocked? Is what I said not correct?
Lin Jianzi inquired, puzzled.
Even if one were to be a son-in-law, what of it? In this world, where is it not the strong who hold sway? A mere son-in-law identity cannot obstruct my path to greatness. Is that so? A Daoist monarch making such a statement seemed overly naive, clearly lacking experience of the world's harsh realities.
Su Chengxian shot him a glance. Brother, your words are a bit overconfident.
Be cautious, lest you encounter a fierce woman who drags you in as a son-in-law, beats you black and blue,
and forces you to bear a dozen or so children.
Let's see if you can still speak such lofty words.
Moreover, this is within the demon clan, Lin Jianzi continued.
They are not like humans.
The demon clan does not adhere to excessive formalities or the notions of honor and disgrace. Terms like son-in-law or husband are merely human constructs.
There is no lowly status or humiliation to endure. Within the demon clan, powerful beings seek sons-in-law to select capable and promising descendants for their families.
To be chosen means one will contribute to the family in the future and will undoubtedly receive training and resources from the powerful being.
Thus, it can be regarded as a favorable opportunity. And the child will take whose surname? Su Chengxian inquired. Whichever is stronger takes precedence, Lin Jianzi replied calmly. No flaws in that logic. Quite reasonable. Remarkable. Su Chengxian blinked, unable to resist taking another bite of the python meat. Ha ha. And whose surname will the child carry? Ling Xiao chuckled. The child of Cat 19, will it need to bear the surname Cat? Cat 19 has no surname.
Not only the lesser demons but also the greater ones share this trait.
Just like the wolf, azure tiger, they take names based on their demon forms. Some are too lazy to think and simply adopt names similar to others in their kin.
Most of the time, they choose to follow the naming conventions of the powerful.
Once Wolf Qing became a great demon, many of the little wolf demons in his territory opted to incorporate wolf into their names, such as Wolf 1 and Wolf 2.
This already constitutes a form of order.
Many demon names are even randomly chosen.
They do not possess the concept of familial bloodline inheritance.
I see. Su Chengxian nodded in understanding.
Thus, the notion that the stronger one takes precedence in surnames is indeed accurate. Ling Xiao thought to clarify that they do not bear wolf as a surname, but upon reflection, she realized that the emergence of surnames among humans seemed to have originated similarly. After a long time, the Wolf Qing clan might very well come to bear the surname Wolf.
In the demon clan,
typically only those of the rank of demon general or higher establish family forces and contemplate the inheritance of their bloodline. Thus, the practice of seeking a son-in-law arises.
Ah. I see. Su Chengxian nodded, taking a bite of meat and swallowing it with a tilt of his head, then posed a question to the two. So, the question arises. Whom do you think General Yu wishes Yunzi to marry?
Big brother. Lin Jianzi gazed at him.
Is it necessary to be so blunt at this moment? What's wrong with that? Su Chengxian retorted, glaring, do you see my physique? After transformation, would I appear presentable? Previously,
he had been troubled by the question of what form he should take upon becoming human.
However, when Ling Xiao transformed and he beheld the visage of the empress,
he felt a sense of foreboding. The appearance of the empress was strikingly similar to her original demon form.
How should he describe his serpentine body in its current state?
It would not be an exaggeration to say that if coiled into a ball, it could make an expressive meme, captioned with sentiments such as, embracing my plump self. JPG or mother, have I eaten too much? JGP. He found it difficult to imagine what this adorably bloated serpent form would look like in human guise.
With this thought, Su Chengxian could not help but take another bite of python meat. Xiaohua, are you jesting, or do you genuinely believe this? Ling Xiao regarded Su Chengxian with an expression that seemed to say, should I bother to listen to your musings?
Regardless of the cultivation method practiced, transformation clearly manifests as a human exterior formed from the essence of one spirit, independent of one's demon form. If Su Chengxian were a genuine water-avoiding snake, having seen few humans, he might be influenced by his demon form, leading to peculiarities in his human guise, such as resembling a snake or, as he feared,
appearing excessively corpulent or unappealing. However, the foolish flower snake is not a true water-avoiding snake. Should you be concerned about this? Yes, Su Chengxian replied. The transformation thunder tribulation feels akin to a significant examination for him, and he dreads tests. He gets anxious during exams. When anxious, he makes mistakes. He always needs to use the restroom before a test. What if he were to become nervous during transformation?
Such worries are unfounded. Lin Jianzi remarked dismissively about Su Chengxian's anxiety. Ling Xiao, even under the pressure of the transformation thunder, managed to conjure her attire with exquisite elegance. In terms of figure, appearance, and clothing, nothing was amiss. I see no reason for you to fuss over your appearance. Simply transforming into a human should pose no challenge.
Indeed, Ling Xiao concurred.
Even if you cherish beautiful garments and wish to refine your attire, it merely demands a bit more of your spirit.
What is there to fear? The aesthetic of the attire does not detract from its efficacy.
Such treasures, forged from the essence of heaven and earth during the transformation thunder,
are akin to the innate treasures of ancient demons. Ling Xiao's robe was crafted from the serpent skin she shed.
Not only capable of enveloping other garments to enhance defense but also allowing the refinement of each shed skin to augment its power. It is a treasure that will accompany her as she evolves.
I suspect you might be reluctant to become a son-in-law, correct?
The robe's design was inspired by her previously favored garments, with slight modifications, resulting in a creation that perfectly matched her desires.
Everything unfolded seamlessly, leading her to believe Su Chengxian's concerns were rooted elsewhere.
I still do not know who I am to marry, why should I fear? Regardless of whom it may be, you are apprehensive. Do not think we are oblivious to your trepidation.
Furthermore, you surely have your speculations, do you not? Ling Xiao smiled at Su Chengxian, implying, do you think you can deceive me?
Indeed. Su Chengxian suddenly realized, stating, I do have some thoughts.
You too.
He looked at them, his eyes sparkling with the anticipation of showcasing his cleverness. What could be so difficult to deduce?
Ling Xiao chuckled. I have already figured it out. What? Su Chengxian's eyes widened, not difficult to guess? Where lies the ease in that? His comprehension skills were sharp, having just deduced this. Yunzi, what say you?
It is indeed not difficult, Lin Jianzi replied without turning his head. If General Yu speaks of opportunity in seeking a son-in-law, then the choice of suitor is likely to be a senior of the serpent python kin.
Or perhaps, directly from the same water-avoiding serpent lineage, would that not be so? How did you arrive at this conclusion? Same kin, it's better for procreation, Ling Xiao remarked, appreciating the insight. Within the demon clan, offspring of the same lineage tend to possess superior bloodlines. Since the selection of a suitor aims to preserve the bloodline, this is undoubtedly a pivotal consideration. TSK, Su Chengxian felt somewhat disheartened. With an empress and a Dao sovereign present, it is indeed challenging to maintain an air of superiority. His strength lay in his agile mind, unbound by convention, allowing him to find angles of approach that eluded the others. However, once he articulated these points, they quickly grasped more answers through their knowledge and insight. Fortunately, in terms of power, he remained the strongest. Another bite of python meat. I must maintain my lead. I shall retire for sleep. Although Su Chengxian was injured and burdened by a large demon's form, the trio moved swiftly, soon returning to the spirit vein cave. Upon entering, he spoke, Ms. Bai Xiaotsui is currently in meditation, let us not disturb her. If she learns of my injury, she will surely worry. These are mere flesh wounds, after a 10-day to half-month rest, I shall recover well enough to inform her then. Agreed. The other two had no objections and retreated to their respective chambers. Su Chengxian made his way to his usual resting place, lying down on the ground, coiling his body and closing his eyes. Before long, he was enveloped in slumber. Blood Chi 11111. Blood Chi 111111. Blood Chi 111111. Congratulations, host, your divine talent of devouring blood has successfully evolved into devour and refine. Blood Chi 1111111. He was utterly exhausted. Both his body and spirit had been significantly drained by the recent battle in Wushan. 3 days passed in this deep slumber.
On this day, as he awakened, he happened to hear the notification of his talent's successful advancement.
Simultaneously, he sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the adjacent cave.
He could not help but extend his consciousness.
Lin Jianzi?
The magical energy fluctuation originated from Lin Jianzi's cave.
This fellow has reached the 8th stage? Ha ha.
I have attained the 8th stage.
Lin Jianzi's long-missed laughter echoed through. He. Su Chengxian chuckled, thinking to himself, Dao Sovereign's younger brother has finally reached the 8th stage. The next step will be to challenge the 9th stage. I must be the first to arrive.
Just then, a voice from outside their dwelling called out.
Su Chengxian. Are you there? Wang Cheng's arrival was not for any trivial matter.
He came to deliver a mid-grade spirit stone to Su Chengxian and to inquire if Lin Jianzi could refine transformation pills. If any had been successfully crafted and were for sale, he could facilitate the transaction. This time, he was responsible for escorting the spirit stones to the city where General Fu Li resided.
The dialogue among the demon clan is typically forthright.
He informed the others that, according to custom, anything sold under the name of the station demon general must incur a 2/10 commission.
However, Su Chengxian and his companions need not contribute.
They simply need to entrust him with the entirety of the sales matter. Naturally, he assured them that the pricing would not disadvantage them. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Selling elixirs under the auspices of General Yu would provide at least one demon general's endorsement, alleviating numerous complications. Many elixir shops refuse to accept spirit pills of unknown provenance for various reasons. Their understanding of how spirit pills are traded among the demon clan is somewhat limited, and they cannot afford the long journey to investigate personally. Thus, delegating the task to Lang Qing is the most prudent and convenient course of action. The fact that General Yu delivered a mid-grade spirit stone serves as evidence that he is not short-sighted or excessively greedy. After Lang Qing departed, Ling Xiao remarked that this indicates the general does not intend to exploit resources recklessly. Alternatively, it may suggest that they are not significant enough for him to breach established protocols. Ling Yunzi added that indiscriminately slaying subordinate demon beasts, particularly promising high-tier ones, is strictly forbidden. Should General Yu act against them, all demon beasts in the vicinity would flee in an instant. Moreover, even if he were to consume these beasts, it would yield minimal benefit to his cultivation, ultimately being a futile endeavor. Rather than their flesh, General Yu is far more in need of superior combat techniques, cultivation methods, and elixirs to enhance his prowess, as well as opportunities to acquire more bloodline inheritances. Periodically, the demon clan opens secret realms for bloodline inheritance. To gain entry, recommendations from demon commanders and support from the demon nobles of the royal city are required. This, perhaps, is why General Yu wishes for them to advance to high demons swiftly, to seize the so-called opportunities. To our surprise, we have guessed correctly, Ling Xiao chuckled. While she may not be fully versed in the affairs of the demon clan, as a former empress, she cannot be easily deceived by General Yu's intentions. The station demon generals are akin to local officials, with powerful figures resembling high-ranking court nobles. To establish connections, particularly close ties, offering gifts is the least effective strategy. Why is that? Ling Yunzi inquired, puzzled. Merely presenting gifts is insufficient, offering too little is equally problematic, and those who are unskilled in gift-giving are prone to causing trouble. Although Ling Xiao has never given gifts herself, she has witnessed many receiving them. Moreover, one must choose sides. By combining gifting with allegiance, one becomes an insider. Yet, this alone is not adequate. It is common knowledge that valuable resources must be reserved for one's own. The most effective route to becoming an insider is through marriage alliances. However, there exists no blood relation or similar close ties with General Yu, as Ling Yunzi pointed out. Within their sect, there are also power struggles for interests. Having never participated, she has been a witness to countless schemes. Thus, Ling Xiao's observations resonate with her experience. To forge a marriage alliance, one needs close juniors, whether biological or disciples. At the very least, one should search within their own clan. It is unacceptable to randomly select someone from the sphere of influence for such ties. Is there truly no option? Ling Xiao lifted her chin, indicating Su Chengxian's mid-grade spirit stone.
This stone, upon cursory inspection, appears to be of lower quality. However,
for them, such a stone is sufficient to elevate one among them to the 9th tier.
With their cultivation methods and utilization of spiritual energy, this is not a daunting task. To bind through kindness? Ling Yunzi realized.
Indeed, Ling Xiao affirmed. In the future, as we depart from Luyan Mountain,
a natural alliance will exist between us and General Yu. In navigating this world, who lacks personal connections? Moreover,
anyone within a power structure invariably has vested interests and factional entanglements. Before one possesses the strength to challenge the status quo, they may struggle to maintain their own integrity.
Thus, leveraging connections becomes inevitable.
Just as we currently require General Yu's assistance to facilitate the sale of elixirs and acquire magical artifacts. Ling Xiao suggested enlisting Lang Cheng's help in finding protective magical artifacts or refining spiritual materials.
He readily agreed and even praised Ling Yunzi. Does your majesty intentionally showcase the seat's capabilities? She teased. Demonstrating your prowess will encourage General Yu to invest more resources in forging connections.
Ling Xiao smiled. If General Yu desires individuals from their household to affiliate with the strong, he must offer substantial incentives. This is also to bolster their belief in their potential to ascend to high demon status within 3 years.
A mid-grade spirit stone is indeed a generous gesture. However, this bounty derives from the bounty placed on Wushan.
The two-headed venomous python was slain by General Yu, yet the bounty also includes a share for the foolish flower snake. To label this as merely a favor may be somewhat understated, yet it is not excessively significant.
Just wait, once Lang Cheng witnesses your ascension to the 8th tier.
He will surely express his gratitude.
Not necessarily. Su Chengxian, who had been silently contemplating the mid-grade spirit stone, finally spoke.
General Yu is not the type who needs to curry favor with us to befriend the strong.
What leads you to say that?
He is formidable, exceptionally so.
Su Chengxian replied.
I have witnessed his prowess firsthand. In recent days, he has repeatedly reflected on his previous battles in his sleep, arriving at the conclusion that General Yu is indeed powerful. His station on the mountain's edge indicates that his strength ranks among the upper echelons of demon generals.
Ling Xiao nodded in agreement.
I learned from Cat 19 that General Yu ascended to Demon General 10 years ago, ranking among the top 3 under the command of Demon Commander Fu Li.
Moreover, he has cultivated for merely a century.
It is this strength, coupled with his longevity, that enables him to casually bestow a mid-grade spirit stone. When a demon general occupies a territory, they become the local demon king.
Wushan is a place he personally vanquished.
And by leaving this bounty, he demonstrates a degree of propriety by exempting Su Chengxian from tributes for 3 months.
In less favorable circumstances,
he need not offer anything and could simply assert that he grants favors without expectation of repayment.
After all, outsiders are unaware of the situation at the time and remain ignorant of Su Chengxian's combat abilities. Most would likely assume that without the demon general's intervention,
he would have been devoured by Wushan.
Yet, perhaps I have misjudged. Demon generals differ fundamentally from ordinary human officials.
Cultivators often harbor pride,
and demon cultivators are even more unruly.
Given his strength, he likely does not need to seek alliances.
As long as he has a reason, he will naturally attract attention from the powerful. Hence, what may appear as goodwill is more accurately described as a tacit exchange. The transaction involves Su Chengxian and his companions willingly serving as the pretext.
Even their assistance in selling elixirs and agreeing to purchase protective magical artifacts seems more like a gesture of benevolence.
If this is indeed the case,
then a single mid-grade spirit stone suffices, Ling Xiao lamented.
This implies that they will not receive further benefits from the demon general in the future. Moreover, such goodwill entails an obligation for them to reciprocate. Should they refuse? Certainly not. Am I able to consume this stone outright? Su Chengxian suddenly blurted, staring at the mid-grade spirit stone.
This startled Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi.
What did you say? Have you lost your mind? I am not mad.
I simply feel somewhat weak, Su Chengxian sighed, lamenting his inability to defeat even a half-damaged high demon, and the struggle it entails.
Furthermore,
I believe my progress in cultivation has been exceedingly slow.
Weak? Slow?
Ling Xiao was utterly speechless.
How long have you been cultivating?
Barely 2 years. You have ascended from an ordinary water-avoiding serpent to an 8th-tier demon beast, and you have even battled a high demon.
Are you truly weak? Is your progress truly slow? Do you comprehend how long it takes ordinary beasts with common bloodlines to cultivate into demon beasts?
Ling Yunzi remarked that it would require at least a decade of effort. A decade also coincides with the period when beasts are most vigorous in their primal energy. Upon becoming a low-tier demon beast, one embarks on the path of cultivation. It is not merely about surviving, one must thrive to seize such an opportunity. In the northern wilderness mountains, countless wild beasts perish each day. After transforming into a demon beast, one must ascend to a higher tier within 20 years to even have a chance at breaking through to the 9th tier. This implies that, should everything proceed smoothly, one would still require 20 to 30 years. Of course, the potential for cultivation and speed is dictated by bloodline inheritance among the demon race, and some beasts may encounter various fortuitous opportunities. It is not unheard of for fortunate beings to experience remarkable encounters. However, it is utterly impossible for anyone to ascend to the 8th tier in merely 2 years, as such a pace would be deemed exceedingly slow in the mouth of the Chouhua snake. Old ghost, have you fallen asleep? Ling Xiao felt compelled to slap him awake. To call you weak, what does that imply for me and Dao Juan's brother? However, Wushan was crushed by General Yu.
Su Chengxian could not help but recall the moment General Yu crushed Wushan.
The more he thought about it, the more he felt overwhelmed by the sheer strength.
Consequently, he couldn't shake the feeling of his own weakness. Such stimulation easily ignites one's greed.
As the saying goes, a person's heart is insatiable as a snake swallowing an elephant.
He was once human, and now a snake, embodying both forms.
This provocation made even the most indolent wish to rise and take action.
Naturally, this fervor might not last long.
The only way he felt confident in sustaining his resolve was through sleep to replenish his vitality. Thus, Su Chengxian did not even entertain the thought of cultivating and contemplated any expedient methods, such as consuming a mid-grade spirit stone to swiftly enhance his strength.
Is it truly impossible to consume it?
He refused to give up, thinking that his combat power was weaker than Wushan's. General Yu crushed him with a single hand. He estimated it would take merely 3 fingers to crush him. He genuinely wished to expedite his cultivation. On the surface, he conversed with Ling Xiao and others. But in reality, he was inquiring of the system. The system remained silent, offering no response. The lack of reply indicated a negative outcome. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also fell into silence regarding his words. However, unlike the system's silence, their quietude seemed to carry a thunderous rebuke. Su Chengxian wisely suppressed his inner thoughts. As long as the old man could not hear him, their criticisms could not reach him. Yet he forgot that these two could still speak. Old ghost, are you intentionally making things uncomfortable for me? Ling Xiao crossed her arms and frowned. Suggesting perhaps they should engage in a sparring match? Su Chengxian cast her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that she could not defeat him. However, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Not wanting to worry Xiao Chui or provoke the Empress sister further, he held his tongue. Despite Wushan's significant loss of strength, he remained an authentic great demon. His physical resilience and combat prowess were evident. No matter how formidable Ling Xiao was, it was challenging to discern anything from his serpentine visage. She continued, as an 8th-tier demon beast, is it not natural that you are weaker than him? The path of cultivation grows increasingly arduous. Yet, those who ascend to higher tiers will soon realize that the promotions before the 8th tier pale in comparison to those that follow. This sentiment will accompany them throughout their journey, should they have the chance to continue onward. The challenges will persist and become ever more formidable. The transition from 8th to 9th tier represents the first hurdle, while the leap from 9th tier to transformation signifies the second. Successfully traversing these 2 thresholds within a decade and achieving transformation into a demon would mark one as exceptional within the demon race. Moreover, there exists a 90% likelihood of perishing in the tribulations of lightning. The same applies to human cultivation, Ling Yunzi noted. Typically, a 9th tier demon requires more than a decade to accumulate sufficient demonic energy for transformation. Should one ascend from a great demon to the rank of demon general within 50 years, they would be regarded as a prodigy among the demon race.
The disparity in difficulty between these two milestones is self-evident.
General Yu achieved the rank of demon general in merely 60 years, highlighting his extraordinary talent.
In recent days,
they had come to understand Wushan's true nature. The two-headed venomous python had cultivated for 80 years, reaching the late stage of the great demon realm. Ling Xiao paused at this point. She intended to convey that Wushan possessed commendable talent. His desire to escape to the southern continent demonstrated confidence in his own strength.
Furthermore, crossing the endless sea would be no small feat even in his diminished state.
Chengxian had managed to survive in his presence and even gained the upper hand during their exchanges. That alone signified considerable strength.
Hence,
this was merely a case of strong opponents encountering stronger ones, without the need for self-pity. However, as the words lingered on her lips, she narrowed her eyes and transformed her statement. General Yu has likely reached the mid to late stage of the demon general realm. Thus, he could so easily slay Wushan. It appears he is intent on breaking through to the demon lord realm within a century. With such a goal, he requires the assistance of powerful allies to seize further opportunities. Indeed, he possesses a measure of fortune. General Yu, however, remained unaware of their true capabilities.
Moreover, whether they would succeed in ascending to the 9th tier was uncertain in the eyes of outsiders.
Surely you won't disappoint General Yu, Ling Xiao inquired with a smile.
In 3 years, I shall undoubtedly achieve transformation, declared Ling Yunzi with unwavering confidence.
I am less certain, Su Chengxian replied.
Less certain? How much longer do you require to reach the 9th tier?
Alas, I estimate it will take over 9 months, Su Chengxian responded, his tone tinged with frustration. He had expended an immense amount of vitality to enhance his talent, necessitating a delay in his ascent to the 9th tier. With Wushan's physical body available for refinement, it would likely still take over 9 months to reach that level.
Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi. The two turned and departed, each returning to their respective dwellings. Over 9 months? Su Chengxian's accurate prediction implied that he would indeed reach the 9th tier within that time frame. Otherwise, if he lacked such confidence, he would have stated a more vague time frame, akin to Ling Zhao's musings on breaking through to the great demon realm. Using terms like within a year or in a year or two, they certainly did not possess the assurance of ascending to the 9th tier within 9 months. Given this, why continue wasting breath on this fellow? It was superfluous. Quickly return to your cultivation. Eh? Why are you leaving? Su Chengxian blinked in surprise.
They had been conversing so amicably just moments ago, how could they depart so abruptly?
What urgent matters could possibly demand such haste? Had he inadvertently offended them with his words? But he had only spoken the truth. Oh well, I shall take my leave as well. Time to return to sleep and hasten my ascension to the 9th tier. Only by ascending to the 9th tier could he ascertain the requirements for progressing to the next stage. As Su Chengxian swam,
he contemplated that he could acquire 10 million vitality in approximately 4 months. The energy required for a demon beast to ascend from one tier to the next increases significantly, nearly doubling with each tier. After reaching the 9th tier, he estimated that transitioning to the subsequent realm would not require more than 50 million vitality, which would necessitate roughly 20 months of rest. Considering the unavoidable awakenings in between, it could approach 2 full years. TSK, Su Chengxian was indifferent. However, he harbored slight concerns for Ling Yunzi. Would he be able to achieve transformation within 3 years? Contemplating this, he glanced at the mid-grade spirit stone. After some thought, he decided to hold off on consuming it until he reached the 9th tier. Once his innate abilities were enhanced, the speed at which he refined spiritual energy from vitality would surpass his previous rate. Yet, without cultivating the proper techniques, if the spirit stone could not be consumed, he would have to shatter it to release the spiritual energy, which would then be slowly refined by his vitality through his breath. Or perhaps, should I consume it in large gulps? Su Chengxian's lips twitched as he observed a robust flower snake, its eyes bulging in mouth agape, continuously inhaling and swallowing. The sight was both exquisite and utterly foolish, not to mention wasteful, wasting both spirit stones and precious sleep. It would be far more prudent to offer them to Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi in exchange for something of value, such as elixirs. Ling Xiao had already perfected her transformation, and judging by her demeanor, ascension to the realm of great demons was imminent. Thus,
he preferred to bestow the spirit stones upon Dao Jun. After all, witnessing a Dao Jun become a son-in-law would be quite the spectacle. Ah! The life of a snake cannot be solely about eating and sleeping, one must also seek amusement. Besides, what pleasure is there in remaining cooped up in a small valley? A visit to the royal city of the demon clan would surely be an eye-opening experience. As Su Chengxian mused, he passed by the cave hall where Bai Xiaocui resided. Extending his consciousness to take a glance, the great white snake had just ascended to the 6th level, currently stabilizing its blood essence and cultivating its demonic power to consolidate its demon core. Observing the fluctuations of demonic energy and the flow of blood evil around it, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. In the adjacent cave hall, Dai Dai was fast asleep, having grown significantly larger. A formation of gathering spirit grass and locking spirit grass surrounded her, concentrating the spiritual energy within the cave. The spiritual energy swirled, forming a mist that enveloped her and the spiritual plants on her back. The great sage group, resembling a fuzzy ball, sat in the center, with its 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, clearly engaged in cultivation. 2 new plots of land, stained with beast blood, contained 2 calming spirit flowers and 2 ghostly mushrooms, which had yet to sprout. The former was a reward for urging Ling Zhao's transformation and assisting Ling Yunzi in alchemy, while the latter was a consequence of slaying Wu Shan. Although Wu Shan ultimately perished at the hands of General Yu, the system delivered the rewards without any reduction, including the refining points. All refining points were directly utilized to elevate his realm, just as before. Returning to his own cave hall, Su Chengxian's thoughts stirred. "Yes, host," came the response. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep, simultaneously activating the newly acquired divine ability of devouring and refining. A familiar white noise filled his ears. Blood essence 111. Physical realm 111. Blood essence 1111. Spiritual realm 111. He had yet to fully refine the blood and demonic power consumed during his battle with Wu Shan, adding a layer of complexity to the white noise accompanying his slumber. However, this did not detract from the quality of Su Chengxian's sleep. Alas! After several days, Su Chengxian finally completed the refinement of the blood and demonic power he had ingested during the battle. Stretching languidly, he noticed that his wounds had nearly healed. However, upon stretching, he realized that the cave hall seemed to have grown narrow once more. A spacious cave hall would not simply shrink on its own. So he extended his serpent tail and gently tapped the back wall to confirm this. It was an unnecessary action, as the use of the word again indicated that this was not his first encounter with such a realization. Aha! I have grown again. Yet, this time, the interval between growth seemed rather short. Great demons indeed require substantial nourishment. Su Chengxian naturally estimated how much longer this cave hall could accommodate him. He concluded that, at most, it could last until he reached the 9th level, after which he would need to seek a new dwelling. Consequently, he had to consider urging his sister, the empress, to expedite the construction of a cave residence. At that moment, he heard commotion outside, seemingly discussing the cave's construction. Su Chengxian swiftly swam out, eager to partake in the creation of their new home. Upon his appearance, Ling Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Old ghost, how did you come out?" Ling Yunzi turned sharply, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Ah? Am I not allowed to come out?" Su Chengxian was momentarily stunned. "What has happened? Am I not permitted to emerge? You've ascended to the 9th level?" Ling Xiao inquired. Of course not yet," Su Chengxian replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard several relieved exhalations, vividly illustrating what it meant to breathe a sigh of relief. "Good heavens!" Su Chengxian couldn't help but chuckle. "In your eyes, I must remain cooped up until I ascend? When did I establish such a fierce persona?" He waved his serpent tail dismissively. "Ascension to the 9th level is no easy feat, it is still quite distant." "Then why have you emerged?" Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow.
It was not their exaggerated reaction that surprised him, rather, the flower snake typically disregarded trivial matters,
focusing solely on sleeping and eating.
After a satisfying meal, it would merely announce its successful ascension. At other times, it was rarely seen. I just woke up and heard you discussing the new cave residence's excavation. I wanted to offer a small suggestion, Su Chengxian stated.
Oh? You desire your cave to be particularly spacious, correct?
Ling Xiao smiled. Rest assured, I have it all under control.
She mused.
Having noted the flower snake's unusual enthusiasm in matters concerning its transformation, gathering spirit stones, and searching for spirit veins, all to ensure a sufficiently grand cave residence in the future.
Indeed. That is precisely the matter. Su Chengxian chuckled. By the way, when can we expect the cave to be completed? It must be swift, otherwise it will no longer accommodate me.
It must be expedited, Ling Xiao agreed, glancing at Su Chengxian's size and recalling previous discussions, nodding thoughtfully.
Dai's cave must also be larger.
She considered that, in terms of size, the wind-chasing turtle, which was also growing rapidly, would not be much slower than Su Chengxian.
Of course, as a vessel for the Bai family's spiritual plant garden, rapid growth was not necessarily a disadvantage.
It was not only essential to build large but also to leave room for future expansion.
Ling Yunzi interjected, no one knows how large Su Chengxian will ultimately grow.
The size and growth rate of the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle are also contingent upon its bloodline inheritance. Building large now may not suffice in a few years.
It would be wiser to leave space for future adjustments.
That is my sentiment as well,
Ling Xiao nodded. Thus, I intend to design the cave in this manner.
As she spoke, she sketched a 5-petaled flower on the ground, indicating her plan for the layout.
Surrounding the spirit vein, 5 independent caves would be excavated.
The mountain peak above the spirit vein resembled a lotus flower, with 7 or 8 petals unfurling.
Choosing 5 areas for excavation would provide ample space. The remaining areas could accommodate the smaller demons.
In the future, their family would primarily focus on cultivation, delegating trivial matters to others.
Thus, there must be space to house the likes of Cat 19 and others.
Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi had no objections. They called forth by Xiaocui, Dai, and the great sage to seek their approval, which they readily granted. Thus, the plan was set in motion. Everyone returned to their respective cave halls to continue their cultivation. I nearly thought he had truly ascended to the 9th level, Ling Yunzi remarked, unable to suppress her surprise after Su Chengxian departed. Despite knowing that only a few days had passed, it seemed implausible for such rapid ascension.
Moreover, how long had it been since the flower snake ascended to the 8th level? Yet witnessing his emergence still startled her. I was equally taken aback and only just realized.
Ling Xiao shook her head slightly. Both she and Ling Yunzi had been reborn, having once existed at the pinnacle of their former lives.
With exceptional talent and status,
they were truly extraordinary beings.
The path of cultivation is not necessarily smooth, yet the enhancement of one's abilities can surpass that of ordinary beings. In this life,
to evade the water serpent, possessing an ordinary lineage, yet benefiting from the accumulation of a previous existence and the possession of supreme techniques.
The pace of cultivation remains astonishingly swift.
They devoted themselves entirely to their training, without indulging in excessive contemplation. It was only recently, when Lang Qing delivered medium-grade spirit stones, that Su Chengxian suddenly expressed disdain for his own slow progress and that of his companions, prompting a discussion about the extensive time ordinary demon clans expend on their cultivation. Upon reflection, they recognized the remarkable speed of their own advancement, while Su Chengxian's prowess was even more formidable, having consistently outpaced them. Ling Yunzi remarked that, even when they were low-tier demon beasts, their disparities in bloodline heritage could be attributed to their different ancestries.
Ling Xiao noted that after condensing their demon cores, Su Chengxian could still advance more swiftly. Moreover, Su Chengxian possessed combat prowess capable of contending with half-damaged great demons.
His innate abilities were astonishing. Rumored to allow him to consume the flesh and blood of formidable demons, a feat typically reserved for the descendants of ferocious bloodlines.
Ling Xiao furrowed his brow,
questioning whether the techniques he practiced truly surpassed those of his peers.
Your Majesty, when have you seen him cultivate? Ling Yunzi replied.
The techniques of the celestial realm are derived from the Dao ancestor, while those of the earthly realm originate from the true teachings of the Xianmen. Both share a common lineage, including the techniques of the demon race. I have never heard of any technique that allows one to grow stronger while sleeping.
It is indeed peculiar.
Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering whether there existed a special bloodline among the demon race, one of which he was unaware.
The demon race,
relying on their innate bloodline talents, often surpasses humans of the same tier in strength. Occasionally, exceptional bloodlines give rise to prodigies. He had heard of ferocious beasts consuming blood and other elemental energies to enhance their power, yet he expressed confusion, stating that such feats required the condensation of demon cores, the cultivation of demonic energy, and the refinement of blood-fiendish energy. Otherwise, one risks losing their sanity and transforming into a mindless creature. The flower serpent exhibited no trace of demonic energy and had never revealed a demon core. Ling Xiao found it troubling that they could not deduce the origins of this enigmatic creature, nor could they grasp the techniques and innate abilities it possessed. "It is unsettling to be so out of control," she declared.
"The ancient demon race once flourished for millennia. And it is only natural that there are secrets unknown to us," Ling Yunzi suggested, "since we are currently allies rather than enemies.
We shall wait and observe as time passes." He glanced at Ling Xiao, reminding her not to neglect her cultivation amidst the trivialities of ruling. They had been benefiting from Su Chengxian's advantages for too long. It was crucial for them to devote themselves fully to their training. A Dao monarch and an empress should not be constantly overshadowed, as it would be a matter of pride. "I am aware," Ling Xiao replied, lifting her chin slightly. "From this point onward, as I ascend to the 9th tier, I shall undoubtedly surpass you all." "Your Majesty, do not speak so confidently," Ling Yunzi replied, swimming gracefully.
"Who is to say that I will not ascend to the 9th tier and attain the realm of great demons first?"
A white serpent head emerged, flicking its tongue inquisitively.
"Xiao Chang, Xiao Bai, do you both have confidence in advancing to the 9th tier within 9 months?
Lady Bai Xiaotsui was deeply concerned about whether her offspring could achieve such prowess.
"Then let us see who can first summon the thunder tribulation."
Upon returning to his cave hall, Su Chengxian paid no mind to the events occurring outside. However, he was acutely aware of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's desire to surpass him in cultivation. Thus, as the elder brother, he could not allow himself to be outdone by his younger siblings, even if they were an empress and a Dao monarch. He promptly began to consume the flesh and blood of great demons, the remains of a two-headed venomous python that lay within his cave. Others in the cave, due to their inferior realms, could not partake of such sustenance, and thus, Su Chengxian enjoyed it alone. To replenish his expended blood energy swiftly and to expedite his ascent to the 9th tier, he resolved not to waste any of the flesh, treating it not merely as a meal, but as nourishment for his cultivation. He chose to consume it, activating his innate abilities to refine it during slumber. Naturally, he was reluctant to waste anything. With the great demon deceased and its soul captured by General Yu, the demonic energy within its body would gradually dissipate. Thus, timely consumption and refinement were essential for directly enhancing both his spirit and physique. He first indulged in a hearty feast, then closed his eyes to sleep, engaging in the process of consuming and refining. Days turned into months, and on the 6th month, he awoke to the notification of his ascension. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 9th tier demon beast. As Su Chengxian opened his eyes, he heard the commotion outside.
Xiao Hua. Xiao Cheng.
Xiao Bai. Wake up! The cave has been completed. Lady Bai Xiaozui's voice echoed within the cave, signaling that they were preparing to relocate. Chapter 70, Brother. I have advanced ahead of you. Has the cave dwelling been completed? I didn't expect it to be finished so swiftly. Su Chengxian immediately emerged from the cave hall, joyously flicking his tail as he dashed towards the front hall. Due to his enormous and heavy body, each of his movements produced a thunderous sound as he collided with the cave walls. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao and Ling Jianzi decided to step aside, allowing him to rush out first while they leisurely followed behind. Upon his arrival at the cave's entrance, he discovered that the others had yet to arrive. What ass with the eh? Move aside. Ling Xiao, from behind, kicked Su Chengxian's serpent tail, exclaiming, Are you oblivious to your own size? With you blocking the way, I have nowhere to stand. The ugly flower snake had undergone another shedding 4 months prior, which had propelled Su Chengxian's growth into a rapid expansion phase. Each time Ling Xiao passed by, she worried that he would grow so large that he might cause the cave to collapse. Fortunately, after consuming the flesh of great demons, he returned to a diet of ordinary beast meat for the past 2 months, and his growth rate gradually slowed down. Otherwise, he might have had to take a rest in the valley outside the cave before it was completed. Of course, this flower snake likely wouldn't mind where he slept. "Little flower, you're growing so fast," praised the purple golden wind-chasing turtle, Dai, expressing admiration and envy for Su Chengxian's physique. "It's wonderful to grow. The larger you become, the stronger you are." "Old turtle, you're not slow yourself," Su Chengxian reciprocated politely, twisting his body to make space for Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi. "Enough with the mutual flattery, you two. Wasn't it said that the cave dwelling would take several months to complete?" Although Su Chengxian hadn't left the cave hall, he had overheard some discussions outside. 3 months ago, Ling Xiao had mentioned that it would take another 6 months to finish construction. "With the two of you around, won't the new cave be completed even sooner?" Ling Xiao chuckled. To expedite the excavation, she had emptied all the waste spiritual stones without leaving any behind. Lin Jianzi had also prepared 2 transformation pills for sale through Langqing. These spiritual pills not only facilitated the early completion of the cave but would also be exchanged for crafting materials. During this time, General Yu had offered considerable assistance, albeit merely out of convenience. It appeared he didn't intend to fully align with them but merely sought to enlist their help. Given the significant power disparity between General Yu and their group, there was no competition for cultivation resources for quite some time. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally accepted his assistance with gratitude. It was precisely this cooperation that allowed the Bai family's cave to be completed ahead of schedule. The sooner it was finished, the sooner Cat 19 and the others could descend into the depths to assist in mining spiritual stones. The spiritual pulse cave had strict regulations against allowing lesser demons to enter freely. Once they arrived at their own cave, such rules would no longer apply. "Does that mean we can move in now?" Su Chengxian inquired, his primary concern being the discomfort of sleeping in cramped quarters. "Yes, indeed. We can move in today," Bai Xiaocui replied with a cheerful smile. Seeing her so delighted, Su Chengxian felt a surge of excitement and, with a sweep of his spiritual awareness, exclaimed, "Xiaocui, you've advanced to the 7th tier? How fast?" The time since she had reached the 6th tier had only been, at most, 7 months. "Xiaocui has reached the 7th tier?" Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi both turned their attention to the great white snake. The once large white snake now found itself outgrown by its offspring. Even Lin Jianzi, who was least concerned about physical size, had surpassed it. The mother snake, being an ordinary water-avoiding snake with a rather mediocre bloodline, had achieved such growth speed, which exceeded their expectations. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat anticipated. After all, the entire snake family had been cultivating together for the past few months. With the exception of Su Chengxian, and the others had been provided with an abundance of spiritual stones. Previously, Ling Xiao had sold the skeletal remains from Wushan to Langqing, converting them entirely into spiritual stones. Although the sale yielded little due to the dissipated demon power, which Su Chengxian had consumed, they still acquired 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, Bai Xiaocui was now practicing the complete version of the true dragon transformation technique, which had been painstakingly selected by Lin Jianzi and Ling Xiao. They would also take time to guide her through any errors in her cultivation. With ample spiritual energy and appropriate technique, and the protection of the Empress and the Dao Lord, it was no surprise that she advanced from the 6th to the 7th tier within 7 months. "Well, it seems our family is celebrating double happiness today," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "It's actually quadruple happiness," Su Chengxian chuckled. "The great sage has reached the 5th tier and even condensed a demon core." "Oh, how wonderful!" Lin Jianzi smiled. "I shall find you a suitable technique at once. Here. Whenever a demon beast condenses its demon core, the next step of refining a demon pill allows for the transmission of techniques. At that point, cultivation would soar to new heights. The great sage, who is currently responsible for caring for the spiritual plants, could potentially hasten their maturation if it advanced in cultivation." They were well aware of the great sage's capabilities. "Your Majesty, do you possess any cultivation methods related to the bloodline of the spiritual monkey?" If it could learn the corresponding technique, it would surely enhance its abilities.
Perhaps we should consider purchasing some spiritual seeds for it to cultivate. Lin Jianzi would need spiritual roots and plants for alchemy in the future. The earlier they are planted, the less effort required in sourcing them later. Previously, they had not contemplated this idea due to the scarcity of spiritual seeds in Luyang Mountain and the belief that nurturing spiritual plants consumed too much time. Thus, they had allowed the great sage to plant whatever spiritual seeds Su Chengxian had acquired from who knows where. However, now that this little monkey had condensed its demon core, he couldn't help but think of planting more useful spiritual plants. I recall a technique called Green Emperor's 10,000 Methods, though I only remember parts of it. Ling Xiao remarked, her expression slightly peculiar as she spoke, not looking at Lin Jianzi but rather at Su Chengxian. No worries, Lin Jianzi replied with a smile. I recall some as well. We can verify our memories together. Wait. He suddenly realized something was amiss. Quadruple happiness? The cave is completed, Xiaocui has reached the 7th tier. And the great sage is at the 5th tier. That has only 3 joys, where does the 4th joy come from? Then he noticed Ling Xiao's strange reaction and felt his body stiffen, a thought flashing through his mind. No way? Is it possible? Didn't they say it would take 9 months? It has barely been 7 months. Lin Jianzi slowly turned his head, joining Ling Xiao and fixing his gaze upon Su Chengxian. Could it be? Hee, Su Chengxian grinned at the two of them, eliciting a startled reaction. He then proclaimed, the 4th joy is right here with me. Sister Empress. Brother Dao Lord, my apologies. I have advanced to the 9th tier ahead of you. Su Chengxian announced this triumphantly, his expression brimming with anticipation as he looked at the two. Surprised? Unexpected? Damn it. How infuriating. Once again, this fellow had gotten ahead of them. Ling Xiao wore an impassive expression while Lin Jianzi's pupils narrowed. At this moment, both shared the same thought, what was destined had finally arrived. Little flower. You've reached the 9th tier? Lady Xiaocui, devoid of their complex sentiments, simply rejoiced that her big son had reached the 9th tier. Shaking her head in delight and praising, my baby is amazing. Perhaps having spent so long with Su Chengxian had influenced her tone and content of speech. Not just her. But Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi had also been affected similarly. If it were not for Su Chengxian spending more time in slumber, they would likely have reduced their self-proclaimed titles of I and this seat significantly. Has it truly been so swift to reach the 9th tier? Dai Dai is also quite delighted, exclaiming, little flower, remarkable. Ji. Great king. Truly remarkable. The great sage has already raised his hands, dancing around Su Chengxian in a flurry of joyous celebration, offering the most heartfelt congratulations. Oh my, haha, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. Su Chengxian could not contain his laughter, acknowledging the substantial contribution of Wushan. The flesh and blood of the great demon indeed provides a significant boost. It has been exceedingly beneficial, refining all the blood, flesh, and demonic power. Not only replenishing the vitality consumed during the advancement of innate abilities but also visibly enhancing both the realm of magical prowess and physical strength. 9th tier? That is not far from the realm of great demons, is it? Ling Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Not quite, there remains a considerable distance, Su Chengxian replied, shaking his head. How far? Ling Yunzi asked. Let me think. Su Chengxian recalled that he had yet to examine how much vitality was needed to ascend to the next realm. It was the perfect moment to take a glance. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, tier, 9th, to ascend to the realm of great demons, a breakthrough of 10 million vitality is required, vitality, 50,093. 677, physical realm, demon body realm, 9,620 10,000, soul realm, demon soul realm, 9,798 10,000, magical techniques, ability, devour and refine, enchanting howl, techniques, snake bite. Snake bind, refinement points, 09, goodness, he truly guessed correctly. Upon seeing that a breakthrough to the realm of great demons necessitated 10 million vitality, Su Chengxian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Then he noticed the current vitality, realizing he was still short by nearly 50 million. Achieving 10 million vitality would require approximately 4 months, thus totaling 20 months.
He glanced at his current combat power. Indeed, both physical and soul realms had significantly increased. The reward for slaying Wushan was 12 refinement points, and additionally, he had discovered a spiritual vein, leading to 16 refinement points as a reward. All of which the system had allocated for refining vitality and enhancing his realm over the past 6 months. Some remained from continually devouring the demonic power of Wushan through innate abilities, along with natural growth. As the vitality within him grew more substantial, the enhancement of his soul and physical strength through the vigorous flow of blood energy became increasingly evident. Even during his slumber, the circulation of vitality would refine his serpentine form, absorbing spiritual energy and nourishing his soul. The effect, of course, was far inferior to practicing cultivation techniques. However, due to the robust vitality, he could increase his values by dozens within a month. Thus, Chengxian estimated that along with his ascent to the realm of great demons, his soul and physical strength would also experience breakthroughs. He merely wondered what form those changes would take. Fortunately, he would not need to wait long. The truth would reveal itself within 2 years. What's there to see? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were initially perplexed. Then they observed Chengxian closing his eyes slightly, seemingly engaging in introspection. Assuming he was assessing his cultivation progress, they refrained from speaking, content to wait in silence. During this time, Dai, the great sage, and Bai Xiaozui could no longer contain their excitement and had already left the spiritual abode to visit the newly constructed cave. Thus, when Chengxian finally opened his eyes, only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi remained, awaiting his response. How is it? Can you now determine when you will ascend to the realm of great demons? Ling Xiao asked, suppressing his odd feelings. Ling Yunzi was equally curious. He and Ling Xiao were still a step away from reaching the 9th tier. Clearly, their cultivation had progressed more smoothly than expected. If all went well, they would naturally complete their advancement sooner than projected. There was even a chance to succeed within 9 months. Yet Chengxian had taken the lead. Not only did he not require 9 months, but he had also advanced approximately 3 months ahead of schedule. During his time as Daokuan, he had never heard of anyone's cultivation progressing by counting months. For cultivators, aside from the first 6 levels of the Qi refinement stage, advancing each subsequent layer typically took over a year, even for the most talented disciples of sections. The leap from 8th to 9th tier for demonic beasts was akin to the breakthrough from the 8th to 9th layers of Qi refinement. Having the memories of a past life did not guarantee instantaneous success. While it could allow for earlier advancement, reducing the time by more than half? What kind of prodigy was Chengxian in his previous life? Still 20 months, Chengxian answered honestly. He refrained from mentioning that if he were to awaken even less during that time, perhaps the duration could be shortened. He kept this thought to himself, as although he could not discern the expression on Daokuan's face, the Empress's demeanor had already turned fierce. 20 months? Another precise time frame. 20 months. Not even within 2 years. Ling Yunzi lost interest in further inquiries, and Ling Xiao huffed in annoyance, turning to leave. 20 months, is it? I shall undoubtedly invoke the Thunder Tribulation and break through to the realm of great demons within that time. Of course, before that, she needed to ascend to the 9th tier. She intended to reach that tier within 2 months. Then, just as previously stated, they would see who would first provoke the Thunder Tribulation. Ling Yunzi shared the same plan. Being a step ahead was of little consequence. As their realms progressed, enhancing their cultivation and overcoming tribulations would become increasingly challenging. Yet for them, it was quite the opposite. Until now, Chengxian had yet to condense his demon core and had not begun to refine the demonic power. How would he break through? Would he rely on vitality to invoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense the Thunder Tribulation? How much vitality would that require? Ha! Chengxian raised his head, cheerfully following the two as they made their way to the new cave. When it came to moving, there was little to pack. Ling Xiao had already taken care of the useless spiritual stones and similar items. The easily mined spiritual stones had been extracted beforehand, stored in snakeskins, and placed on Dai's shell. Thus, their relocation merely involved transferring from one spiritual vein cave to the newly constructed dwelling. Ling Xiao made a quick trip to return the ownership rights. Afterwards, within the Bai residence, everyone returned to their respective caves, continuing their cultivation as usual. Aside from occasional excursions to mine spiritual stones, nothing had changed. A month later, within his cave, General Yu sensed 2 waves of demonic energy fluctuations.
Master? Wolfching inquired, puzzled.
A demonic beast has ascended to the 9th tier, General Yu replied.
But what about the 2 water-avoiding snakes from the Bai family? Indeed.
2 of the 4 snakes from the Bai family have reached the 9th tier, quite impressive.
Hu Xiao interjected. Not 2, but 3, General Yu clarified. Su Chengxian's absence of demonic energy fluctuations meant that the 2 great demons had not sensed him.
In fact, he would ascend to the 9th tier even earlier.
3 9th tier beings in one family? Remarkable. Chapter 72, Who is to cross the thunder tribulation? Indeed, it is extraordinary.
General Yu stands with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes slightly closed. Among a family of 4, 3 have ascended to the 9th rank of demon beasts. If memory serves, they have only been at Luyang Mountain,
residing in the spirit mansion, for a little over 2 years.
Wolfching interjects, not only that, but I recall that when they arrived, the most powerful among them, the flower snake, was merely at the 6th rank. Master, this flower snake is peculiar. It seems it has not consolidated its spirit pill to cultivate its demonic power.
Hu Xiao adds. It must have its own plans. This family, which claims the surname Bai, consists of water-avoiding snakes, each practicing different cultivation methods. With General Yu's keen perception, even if he cannot discern the entirety of the techniques practiced by Ling Xiao and others, he can sense their general direction. One practices the orthodox methods of the Xianmen, while another practices the laws of demonkind. As for the flower snake's cultivation technique, it appears convoluted, yet judging by its demonstrated combat prowess and cultivation speed, it is not necessarily inferior to the first 2. In fact, it seems to possess an edge. The mother snake practices the ascending dragon method. In terms of strength and potential achievements, she seems to be the weakest among them. However, considering bloodline aptitude, she should be the best choice. Regardless of the vastness of the future, one must be able to traverse it. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. For snakes and pythons, the ascending dragon method is akin to a wide-open door to the heavens, offering a chance to ascend amidst countless dangers. The difficulty of other paths would only increase exponentially. Yet, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi have chosen this more challenging route. Master, could they possess some treasure? Hu Xiao's eyes widen as he steps forward and speaks softly. It makes no sense for an entire family to be so formidable. Even for demon beasts, the most difficult techniques are not limited to just a couple. Typically, demon beasts rely on instinct, comprehending the most fundamental breathing techniques and absorbing moonlight. Or perhaps they have obtained the legacy of a powerful being? To acquire cultivation methods. Aside from awakening their bloodlines, the means are quite limited. One might have the opportunity to receive guidance if they hail from a lineage with a great demon. Alternatively, high-ranking demon beasts that have cultivated in remote mountains would only gain access to basic techniques upon reaching the spirit mansion. Previously, Wolfching spoke of the most ordinary demon transformation method at the treasure-gathering conference. To obtain superior techniques and combat skills, they must either expend spirit stones or trade for rare materials. Spirit stones are primarily for cultivation, and rare materials are exceedingly scarce. So most demon beasts only seek to acquire a suitable technique after overcoming the transformation thunder tribulation. For instance, like him and Wolfching, who serve under General Yu and refer to him as Master, they were granted the greedy Wolf Xian Gong and Tail Fire Heart Sutra respectively. These are relatively safe pathways. One could also venture into the Endless Sea or the Chaos Realm, slaying fierce beasts and demons to accumulate military merits in exchange for techniques. The Bai family's water-avoiding snakes do not seem like they have awakened potent bloodlines, Wolfching remarks meaningfully. As for the legacy of a powerful being, it would undoubtedly encompass more than just techniques. They seem to possess nothing of value. Perhaps whatever they have is concealed somewhere, or perhaps ingested? The flower snake's devouring talent might be a consequence of such treasures. After the 2 great demons finished speaking, they discreetly cast their gazes towards the demon general. Ha ha! What of treasures? What if there are none? General Yu laughs heartily.
You need not test me here.
My future is bright.
I have no intention of abandoning the righteous path for a shortcut. He has previously advised Su Chengxian that the demon race has its own code of conduct. Upper-tier powerhouses have no reason to harm lower-tier demon kin. If reported, they would only have the path of exile left to them. Of course. The crux of this statement is the bright future. If he were to reach a dead end, he would no longer care about codes and rules.
Master. They are still demon beasts, yet their combat prowess is extraordinary.
General Yu waves his hand and chuckles.
Moreover, whether there are treasures or not remains uncertain. Even if there are, they may not be of use to me.
Some treasures among the demon race can only be refined by clans with suitable bloodlines.
There are too many unknown factors.
Furthermore, the targets are too significant. The Bai family currently not only has 4 water-avoiding snakes but also a troublesome purple-gold wind-chasing turtle.
Along with 2 or 3 other lesser demons. Would we slay them all? That is far too risky. A treasure that may be non-existent is not worthy of such reckless abandon.
It is neither necessary nor prudent.
It would be better to wait.
A hint of amusement graces General Yu's refined features.
I am not one to revel in bloodshed. If these promising juniors can be bound by benevolence, why must we forge enmity?
He has acted thus before, it makes no sense to change his mind now.
Disrupting the code would place him outside its protection.
The demon kin of the northern wilderness can be slaughtered at will. He has no desire to become someone else's pawn.
Master is wise.
Wolfchang and Hu Shao display expressions of reverence and clasp their hands in salute. You two need not flatter me, General Yu waves his hand and chuckles. Even if Ling Yunzi and the others possess remarkable techniques, they are of no use to me. If I truly desire them, there are other means to acquire them. As for how to obtain them, it depends on the value of the techniques. The general had just expressed his astonishment at their rapid ascension to the 9th rank, laughing. It appears I have the opportunity to fulfill the promise I made.
Master promised an opportunity?
Wolfchang's eyelids twitch. I agreed with them that if they successfully break through to the great demon realm within 3 years, I would grant them an opportunity. General Yu chuckled.
To ascend to the great demon realm in 3 years?
Hu Shao shook his head repeatedly.
Impossible. That is utterly inconceivable. 5 or 10 years would be more plausible.
Achieving an 8th to 9th rank elevation within a year is already astonishing. If they were to break through to the great demon realm in 3 years and successfully overcome the tribulation, that would be shocking. Many 9th rank demon beasts that ascended years ago are still accumulating their demonic power, too fearful to provoke the thunder tribulation. 3 years, I merely spoke offhandedly, General Yu smiled. In truth, transforming within 5 or even 10 years is entirely feasible. I was considering that the flower snake and the white snake might similarly perfect their transformations ahead of time, breaking through to the great demon realm seamlessly. Thus, the 3 years was merely a prompt to prevent them from becoming complacent.
Master, does this opportunity seem to be waiting specifically for them? Wolfchang inquires, puzzled. Indeed. If there is an opportunity, why not grant it to us? It seems tailored for snakes.
Hu Shao also realizes, looking longingly at General Yu.
This opportunity is not for you, General Yu laughs.
What kind of opportunity is it that we cannot have, but those snakes can? The water-avoiding Marquis family has 3 daughters.
None of whom are yet married.
The wolf and tiger exchanged glances, acknowledging that a demon lord indeed would endeavor to choose mates from their own kind. You need not be disheartened, focus solely on your cultivation, General Yu encouraged them. When I ascend to the position of demon commander, I will take you both to the commander's mansion.
Yes, master.
Yes, master. The two bowed deeply.
At that moment,
they were both contemplating who among the Bai family's 3 9th rank members would first ascend to the great demon realm and successfully transform. If both brothers were to transform simultaneously, it would indeed be a spectacle to behold. Since the opportunity does not fall upon them, they might as well enjoy the ensuing excitement.
However, including General Yu,
all felt that this spectacle would likely require several years to unfold. If luck were against them, they might have to wait until the last of the water-avoiding Marquis' daughters hosted a wedding challenge. Thus,
2 years hence, on a certain day, An abrupt surge of demonic energy reverberated through the air, summoning ominous storm clouds in the sky. A palpable pressure descended, startling both Lang Cheng and Hu Shao,
who exchanged bewildered glances and gathered together.
What could this mean? Who was attempting to transcend?
The few ninth-tier beasts in the spirit mansion had not been reported to be preparing for a tribulation.
Surely it couldn't be the Bai family from the west? Impossible.
Even according to General Yu's estimation of 3 years, they were still a year short.
Boom!
Thunderous roars erupted from outside.
Oh dear! Su Chengxian,
who had been listlessly digging pits at the cave's bottom to refine spirit stones, immediately perked up at the sound. His eyes widened in astonishment.
Who was about to undergo a tribulation? Could it be the two esteemed figures from his family? The Empress sister? Or perhaps the Daoist brother? Instantly, he expanded his consciousness.
And in the next moment, he let out a cry and dashed towards the cave's exit.
Empress sister, you've finally come to this decision. At last, someone is ready to face the great demonic thunder tribulation.
How unbearably tiresome it had been waiting these past few months. He had counted every rib and scale on his body. Currently, his serpentine form possessed a total of 1,399 pairs of ribs and 9,894 scales.
Moreover,
he had even excavated a passage at the cave's base leading to the spiritual vein, yielding over 40 low-grade spirit stones. With nothing to do after satisfying his hunger, and lacking a mobile device to pass the time, he found himself so bored that he nearly lost his mind over cultivation. Thankfully, he had not mastered any substantial techniques. However, he had learned a few minor spells, which, when cast, appeared somewhat decent. Yet, these spells required magical energy, drawn from either demonic or spiritual power. And he lacked the former, thus, utilizing his blood energy rendered them somewhat clumsy. Nonetheless, Su Chengxian was unconcerned. After all, they were merely diversions to alleviate his tedium. Over 2 months ago, his blood energy had surpassed 10 million. Initially, he intended to be cautious and intended to pause once it reached 9 million. Waiting for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to first attain the great demon realm. This was not out of a sense of filial piety or concern for the Empress and Daoist's mental fortitude, rather. He merely lacked the delicate disposition of an ideal older brother. Primarily, he had never faced a thunder tribulation and was uncertain of its ferocity. Fearing he might be struck down, he wished to observe and prepare himself mentally. Although Ling Xiao had previously undergone a thunder tribulation, who could say if the transformation tribulation was comparable to the great demon tribulation? It was a matter of life and death, thus, a cautious approach was warranted. That very thunder tribulation had instilled in Su Chengxian a profound respect for the might of heaven and earth. However, to his astonishment, he had awakened from slumber, having inadvertently slept through it. His blood energy had exceeded 10 million and climbed several thousand beyond that. Fortunately, it did not immediately trigger the tribulation. During this time, a stroke of inspiration led him to recall that Ling Yunzi and others had mentioned invoking heavenly thunder with demonic energy. This hinted at the possibility of a grace period. A few days later, Su Chengxian noticed fluctuations in Ling Xiao's demonic energy, which had grown richer, exuding a hint of grandeur. The power had evolved into distinct layers. If one were to describe it, it might be likened to a transformation from mist to water. Subsequently, Ling Xiao began to refine his consciousness, suppressing the fluctuations of his demonic energy, even during nights spent refining moonlight, no longer releasing his demon core. At this moment, Su Chengxian recognized that Ling Xiao had also broken through to the great demon realm. Truly worthy of the title Empress from a past life, she had only lagged behind him by a few days. Before long, fluctuations of magical energy emanated from Ling Yunzi's cave as well. This fellow had also ascended to the great demon realm. With their human forms being innate Dao bodies, coupled with top-tier cultivation techniques and experiences from their previous lives, their speed of cultivation resembled a soaring leap. From the 8th tier to the great demon realm, it had taken merely over 2 years. Claims of crossing from the 9th tier to the great demon realm within 10 years being a mark of excellence among demonkind? Su Chengxian mused that it was merely a form of self-congratulatory exaggeration. Of course, he was the swifter of the three. Yet, simultaneously, a tinge of crisis stirred within him. These two were closing in too rapidly. But upon reflection, he was reassured by the fact that he had enhanced his innate abilities through blood energy twice in between, and was now capable of directly refining flesh and demonic energy. After all, the elder brother was still the elder brother. The elder brother emerged first and therefore was destined to advance ahead.
The empress and Daoist?
That was merely a matter of the past. However, this time was different. The elder brother, who had not faced a thunder tribulation, resolved to let his experienced sister and brother go first.
Boom! Boom!
Several bolts of lightning cleaved through the ominous clouds.
You truly are patient. Chengxian gazed at the thunderclouds above and couldn't help but marvel.
Uncertain of the grace period for the tribulation, and whether it was related to the growth of blood energy, he observed Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao suppressing their demonic energy fluctuations and gleaned some understanding. Thus, he dared not sleep further, fearing that if he did, the tribulation would strike, leaving him charred and tender. The existence of a serpent's life spent solely on sleeping and eating had suddenly lost the sleeping aspect, rendering him restless and uncomfortable. He even wandered around Ling Xiao's training ground several times, nearly resorting to playing a game of snake with his own tail. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to urge Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Their reactions indicated that they were evidently gathering strength. As the empress and Daoist, they knew just when to face the thunder tribulation. Moreover, a thunder tribulation was no trivial matter. To seek to glean experience from others while pressing them would be rather inconsiderate. After all, in this lifetime, he was still their elder brother. Whenever such base thoughts arose, Chengxian would remind himself of this fact. Bored? He could refine spirit stones again or recount the scales on his body. However, the latter required focus and calmness, lest he easily succumb to drowsiness. At long last, Ling Xiao was finally set to undergo the tribulation. The day he had awaited had arrived. At this moment, the dark thundercloud surged forth like an army in full march. The thunder roared incessantly, a cacophony that echoed throughout. Layer upon layer of clouds loomed, dark and deep, as if awakened demons from the depths of the 9 heavens were howling in fury. It was noon, yet the all-encompassing clouds had devoured the daylight. Each cloud resembled towering mountains, bearing an irresistible force that steadily pressed down towards the earth. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. The thunder, brewing amidst this tension, began as a low rumble, akin to an ancient beast stirring in slumber, gradually crescendoing into a deafening roar, as if it aimed to rend the heavens apart, unleashing something far more terrifying. Crack! In an instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, bright silver and blazing, illuminating this world shrouded in darkness. Holy moly! As Chengxian dashed out of the cave, racing towards the valley where Ling Xiao had chosen to face the tribulation, far from their spiritual vein, he looked up at the spectacle and felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't help but halt his forward motion. While lightning itself did not frighten him, the residual power it exuded sent chills coursing through him. Calm your mind, steady your spirit. Ling Yunzi appeared at his side. Noting how Chengxian's spirit seemed unsettled even before the tribulation had arrived, he found his reaction peculiar. After all, he had experienced it, so why the nervousness? Chengxian thought to himself, you may not believe it, but I truly have never faced it before. However, he knew better than to voice such a thought. The prospect of failure loomed large. With a light-hearted chuckle, he remarked, it's been so long that I can hardly recall. He quickly turned to Yunzi, asking, can your second sister withstand this thunder tribulation? Hurry, share some insights about it. I am in dire need of your explanation. Chengxian gazed at Lin Jianzi with eager anticipation. It's merely a thunder tribulation, Lin Jianzi replied, somewhat puzzled by Chengxian's anxiety. Her Majesty was once an empress, why should she falter? You yourself acknowledged that she was an empress. Chengxian dismissed the notion, saying, now, we are starting from scratch. The inclusion of we felt somewhat audacious. Yet it was indeed the truth. Despite possessing a system enhancement and the ability to cultivate vitality through rest, he too began from the very beginning. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of cultivation. Due to his limited understanding, even grasping the fundamentals of a cultivation technique proved challenging.
If creating a PowerPoint could enhance his cultivation, he would be willing to give it a try.
Similarly, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were also beginning anew. They had scarcely retained any of their spiritual power. Although they carried the memories and experiences of their former lives as Empress and Dao Monarch in this existence, they were merely 3 bloodline-diluted water-avoiding snakes. Emerging from their shells, they had to start with refining their qi and ascend from the ranks of first-tier beasts. Were it not for the exceptionally reliable Xiaocui, who thoughtfully considered feeding them spiritually infused eggs, the difficulty of their cultivation journey would have increased significantly. After over 3 years of arduous effort, they had finally reached the threshold of facing the thunder tribulation of a great demon. Of course, this pace was remarkable among the demon race, capable of inciting countless covetous desires. Hence, their family had always kept their age a secret from the outside world. They remained tight-lipped about their experiences prior to arriving at Luyang Mountain. But compared to the bloodlines of divine beasts and ferocious creatures, what did being a great demon signify? The dragon steeds that once served the Empress had powers equivalent to demon generals, hadn't they? Su Chengxian probed. How long has she been away from the realm of great demons in her previous life? Does she even know how to navigate the tribulation with our current powers? His concerns only deepened. Despite his poor mathematical skills, he understood that the approach to a problem varies between elementary and middle school. To put it more plainly, the strategies of a blossoming maiden facing a rogue differ vastly from those of an older woman confronting the same. The latter could strip the rogue bare and leave him in such a state that he could scarcely afford a pair of socks. In the same vein, during her time as the Empress, Ling Xiao would have easily dispelled the thunder tribulation with a mere gesture. But she was no longer the Empress. Now, she was merely a water-avoiding snake that had just broken through to the realm of great demons. Crack! Boom! The thunder rolled as Su Chengxian's words faded. A flash of lightning illuminated the valley before them, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder that grew ever closer. The two phenomena intertwined, releasing their fury simultaneously. In an instant, it felt as though the very world trembled at that moment. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, howling wildly as it swept through the valley, stirring up dust and leaves, forming chaotic whirlwinds. Trees swayed violently in the gusts, branches snapped, and some were uprooted, tossed into the air only to crash down heavily. In an instant, the valley transformed into a scene of utter disarray. It was no wonder they had to drive away the birds and beasts in advance. Boom! The ominous clouds, thunder, lightning, and whirlwinds goodness. The sight before Su Chengxian evoked memories of apocalyptic scenes he had seen in films. But those were mere fabrications. What lay before him was all too real. And the true thunder tribulation had yet to descend. Indeed, exercising caution was wise. This thunder tribulation was far more daunting than during the transformation. Amidst the terrifying spectacle, his gaze suddenly fixated on a point in the air above the valley. Surrounded by a faint azure golden glow, a tall woman dressed in a phoenix robe stood there. With hands clasped behind her back, she gazed upward. The phoenix embroidered on her robe seemed to come alive, fluttering along with the swirling fabric of her attire, as if eager to soar into the heavens. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly held back by a delicate golden hairpin, flowing gently in the wind, adding an ethereal nobility to her presence. Ling Xiao's expression was one of serene beauty, exuding an air of inviolable dignity and resilience. Her deep-set eyes, angled upward toward the edges of the thunderclouds, appeared indifferent. Yet Su Chengxian discerned a hint of provocation within. Provocation amidst the thunder tribulation? How remarkable was my proud Empress sister! What puzzled Su Chengxian further was why Yunzi had not adorned Ling Xiao with a phoenix crown. Her robe and attire were complete, yet she lacked the crown, which, when activated, would form a protective barrier much sturdier than mere demon energy. Missing even one piece would diminish her defenses by a third. Yet, here stood Ling Xiao, adorned only in her robe and ethereal shoes. The golden hairpin atop her head, though beautiful, was merely a casual illusion conjured by her magic, offering no protection whatsoever. While it certainly looked more carefree, what moment were they in? A tribulation. To prioritize appearance over safety was simply irrational. Old ghost? Her Majesty does not neglect her safety for the sake of vanity, Lin Jianzi interjected, unable to hold her tongue. There is a reason for her actions. What reason? Su Chengxian scoffed. Ling Xiao is not that kind of person, is she?
Come now.
This empress sister only just returned to life. Her consciousness might still be influenced by her physical form, exposing her true nature. Not only did she disdain me for being a flower snake with an unsightly color, but she also reveled in her pure azure snake form. What of the empress? Is it wrong for her to appreciate beauty? Could her love for aesthetics lead to mistakes? If memory serves, Ling Xiao mentioned something about being schemed against. Was it the beauty trap? The tribulation thunder was triggered by the cultivator's own demon energy. Ling Xiao was unaware of this, so he explained, when the tribulation is forming, it also takes into account the strength of the cultivator, thus brewing different levels of thunder for them. In other words, among tribulation candidates of the same realm, those with greater cultivation will face a more intense tribulation. However, correspondingly, the post-tribulation spiritual energy will be more abundant, proportional to the ferocity of the thunder. Moreover, any external power, such as protective artifacts, would amplify the might of the thunderclouds. The spiritual attire serves as an intermediary between one's own magic and external forces. Thus, the experiences of human cultivators dictate that as long as they do not fully don their protective attire, the power of the thundercloud will not increase. Su Chengxian fell silent for a moment. So that was it. Indeed, regardless of the world, the human race has the innate talent for learning from experiences and exploiting loopholes. At this moment, the thunderclouds above had reached a critical threshold. The thunder tribulation was about to commence. Crack! Boom! There was no time for the tribulation candidate or onlookers to react. From within the thundercloud, a bolt of lightning descended amidst the tempest, cleaving through the gloom, aimed directly at Ling Xiao. It seemed to harbor the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, illuminating the horizon as if it were midday. As the torrential rain began to pour, Su Chengxian's serpent-like mouth slightly parted, gazing at the formidable and seemingly world-destroying thunderclap. He pondered whether it would turn him into a charred skewer upon impact. Not only he, but the nearby demon beasts, whether distant or close, were also gripped by a palpable sense of dread as they beheld the tribulation. The lower-tier demon beasts had long since prostrated themselves, unable to gaze directly at the figure suspended in the air, let alone the thunder itself. At this moment, only those of considerable strength dared to continue observing the heavenly tribulation. However, in the face of the trembling cataclysm, Ling Xiao merely nodded slightly, her gaze unwavering. As the first bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, the lightning struck. She remained motionless, simply raising her hands with palms facing upwards. The mana she had summoned surged like a mighty river, colliding with the lightning above her head, producing a series of thunderous roars. The clash between the lightning and her mana dissipated much of its force, yet some still struck her corporeal form. The tribulation lightning instantly enveloped her floating phoenix robe in a brilliant glow. Can the tribulation lightning be resisted? Su Chengxian's eyes brightened at the thought. Can the tribulation clouds be resisted? If so, why didn't Ling Xiao take such measures during her previous transformation tribulation? Why did she choose to withstand it with her physical body instead? Su Chengxian looked towards Lin Jianzi, hoping for answers. The tribulation was both a calamity and an opportunity. Lin Jianzi glanced at him, seemingly puzzled by how long Su Chengxian had lived in his past life, unable to recall such details. Generally, cultivators would not opt to resist with mana. It is possible to do so, but few choose this path. When the tribulation lightning penetrates a cultivator's body, it not only tempers the physical form but also serves as a trial for the sea of consciousness. Some audacious individuals even use the tribulation lightning to refine their souls. After enduring the tribulation, both body and soul can reap significant benefits, greatly aiding cultivators in their quest to refine their souls into the young god. The young god refined through tribulation lightning would possess incomparable advantages in future tribulations. When Ling Xiao underwent her transformation, she also harnessed the power of the tribulation lightning, thereby acquiring more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to manifest her robes. Lin Jianzi continued, however, this time, as she enters the realm of the great demon, she seems disinclined to allow the tribulation to penetrate her body and spiritual sea. Perhaps she doesn't have the confidence? Su Chengxian wondered. Is she expending her mana to consume a few bolts of tribulation lightning first? No, Lin Jianzi shook his head. He knew that Ling Xiao had actually entered the great demon realm 2 months prior and had been accumulating demonic power all this time. Since she had decided to face the tribulation now, she must have complete confidence.
For her, defeating Su Chengxian was undoubtedly important.
But she would never squander an opportunity to enhance her cultivation.
Utilizing the tribulation lightning for training was also a chance for growth.
If Her Majesty the Empress were so short-sighted, she would never have ascended to such a position. The supreme authority of the realm is not something that can be maintained solely by talent or cultivation. There are 9 bolts of tribulation lightning in total.
And this is merely the first. Lin Jianzi remarked, "Look ahead, she must have other plans." Boom! The second bolt of tribulation lightning had already descended. Each successive bolt of lightning was more ferocious than the last. Yet, Ling Xiao remained unmoved, like a deity in her resolute stance. Once more, she gathered her mana,
fully concentrating it in her arms and palms. As she had done with the first bolt, she raised her hand to resist it with her mana. The howling winds, capable of tearing everything apart, could not encroach upon her vicinity. Her robes shimmered with a faint azure light, though more bolts of lightning pierced her form this time. Her expression remained placid and graceful, as if this heavenly tribulation were merely a minor trial on her path of cultivation. Su Chengxian observed closely, noting that despite the tribulation, there was no sign of her panic, which would have incited disrespect among her subordinates. The others, like Cat 19, had not even ventured out of their dwelling. Thus, Ling Xiao had no need for theatrics, especially as maintaining a facade would require mental focus. Her ability to manage her expression indicated that she was not inwardly distressed. Yet, why would she forego the benefits of tempering her body with the tribulation lightning? Su Chengxian found himself perplexed. Ling Xiao followed the path of demon cultivation, seeking bloodline restoration, the ultimate strength of the physical form, and the enhancement of her soul. She had no reason to act otherwise. "I understand now," Lin Jianzi said after a moment of silence. Ling Xiao is consuming her own demonic power. "What do you mean?" Su Chengxian exclaimed, startled. Consuming her own demonic power? The demonic power was the essence of the demon race, the strength they could wield in battle. Without it, they would be like tigers stripped of their claws and fangs, left vulnerable to slaughter. Although Ling Xiao was currently undergoing a tribulation and not in combat, expending her demonic power would jeopardize her ability to withstand the subsequent bolts of lightning. Previously, she had withstood the tribulation lightning by using her demonic power to shield vital points and mitigate the effects of the strikes. It's not about depleting her demonic power entirely, Lin Jianzi replied casually, for he had surmised the purpose behind Ling Xiao's actions. What purpose? Su Chengxian retorted, displeased at being treated like a riddle. Just then, the third bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. Boom! Ling Xiao's response mirrored her previous tactics. She resisted a portion while allowing another to strike her. Then came the fourth and fifth bolts. After the fifth bolt, the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning did not immediately follow, instead, it paused. Looking up at the gathering clouds, Su Chengxian observed flashes of lightning swirling within the darkened mass, as if electric serpents were consuming one another. This indicated the brewing of the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning. It was clear that this bolt would be more terrifying than the previous ones. Perhaps the heavens, in their benevolence, granted the tribulation bearer a moment of respite to prepare? Su Chengxian couldn't help but be amused by his own thoughts. This was a tribulation, a calamity conjured by the spirits of heaven and earth to suppress cultivators. The notion of benevolence was absurd. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. In their eyes, even the smallest creatures, like kittens or fleas, are no different from humans. Cultivators are even more detestable, akin to bloodsucking cockroaches. Su Chengxian was nauseated by his own imagination. Old ghost? Lin Jianzi remarked, distancing himself slightly from Su Chengxian. Are you about to vomit from fright? He had previously witnessed timid individuals stumble into the midst of a tribulation and become so terrified that they lost control of their bodily functions. Vomit? Ha! Not a chance, Su Chengxian declared, raising his chin. When he noticed Lin Jianzi's skeptical expression, he added, I was merely considering whether swallowing the tribulation lightning would be an unpleasant experience. Just the thought made him feel a lump in his throat, as if he might choke. Lin Jianzi flicked his serpent tongue. Su Chengxian, scratching his head with his tail,
realized he might have boasted too much and quickly shifted the topic. What were you saying about Ling Xiao wasting a few bolts of tribulation lightning? Does she have a plan?
If I am not mistaken, she intends to utilize the next 3 bolts of lightning to temper her demonic body. Lin Jianzi squinted slightly. He was eager to dispel the associations that had arisen from Su Chengxian's earlier remarks and continued, moreover, perhaps the previous bolts of lightning were not wasted. The bolts that had their power largely mitigated by her demonic power could be just what she needs to refine her spiritual sea, thus solidifying her corporeal form. The demonic body will also have the chance to adapt to the terrifying nature of the thunder,
laying the groundwork for the impending tempering. Why must the demonic power be expended before refining the demonic body? Su Chengxian still finds this perplexing. Simultaneously, he realizes that his understanding of cultivation is woefully inadequate.
Perhaps he should immerse himself more in various techniques and strategies, particularly those pertaining to spells. It would be splendid if he could acquire the memoirs or travelogues of seniors. He holds a profound interest in such matters. He could easily peruse them, storing the knowledge within his sea of consciousness. During slumber, he could replay them like a film. Employing his imagination, transforming them into a dramatic series would also be delightful. It seems he has discovered an excellent method to utilize extensive hours of sleep without succumbing to boredom. If the demonic power remains unspent, it will be compelled to surge forth and resist the calamity of lightning when the demonic body is compromised, as Ling Yunzi lamented. The Empress is indeed a decisive figure. To suppress the demonic power without resisting the onslaught of lightning will inevitably scatter the strength of the soul, which is detrimental to the comprehensive refinement of the spirit. What Ling Xiao seeks is precisely the fortification of the soul's power, with the cultivation of the demonic body being secondary. However, the spiritual platform and sea of consciousness are of utmost importance. Any damage sustained would be irreparable. Therefore, he must not allow the might of the thunder to completely assail the sea of consciousness. On the contrary, most of the lightning must be absorbed by the demonic form. There remain 3 of the most perilous bolts of lightning. She is confident in her ability to endure them, yet the agony contained within them is inescapable. What a fearsome heart of a formidable being! Ling Yunzi expressed her admiration, then turned her gaze to Su Chengxian. Brother, since you do not recall the tribulation of thunder, you must have also forgotten the most crucial aspect of transcending tribulation, Haven Tu? It is imperative that you remember this. Whether it be the thunder tribulation or the trials of wind and fire, the greatest fear lies in the disturbance of the soul, wavering thoughts, and the emergence of fear and timidity. Thus, the most vital aspect is an unwavering and resilient conviction. Crack! Boom! The 6th bolt of thunder descended. Chapter 76. Dear Empress Sister, please do not turn into roasted snake. Ha! It turns out that the one undergoing tribulation is none other than the transformed azure serpent. Upon realizing that Ling Xiao was the one facing the tribulation, Hu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, startled at first. He had initially thought it was the little white snake or the flower snake preparing for their tribulation. In comparison, Ling Xiao, who had already successfully transformed at the 8th level, revealing her extraordinary nature, facing the thunder tribulation of the great demon realm was more acceptable to him. Nevertheless, her rapid cultivation was equally astonishing. As he glanced at the gathering tribulation clouds in the sky, he furrowed his brow. These clouds. Both Lang Cheng and General Yu were also observing them. The former looked puzzled, while the latter raised an eyebrow. The might of the thunder contained within those clouds seemed exceedingly formidable. When the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Lang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, it was stronger than his own tribulation. What astonished them further was Ling Xiao's method of confronting the tribulation. She was consuming her demonic power, utilizing it outside her demon form to resist the lightning? Why was Ling Xiao so impatient? Hu Xiao frowned and remarked. He assumed that at this moment, Ling Xiao lacked the ability to endure the tribulation yet was unable to suppress her cultivation, thus being compelled to face it. Seeing that the tribulation was more potent than anticipated, he believed she had resorted to such a desperate measure, lacking confidence in her ability to withstand the tribulation. She merely hoped to endure a few strikes, embracing the worst outcome. Big Cat, refrain from jumping to conclusions just yet. Why are you so impulsive? Remain calm and observe. Lang Cheng disagreed with his perspective. Having interacted with Ling Xiao a few times, he sensed she was not an impulsive beast without foresight. Even the most foolish creatures knew to approach the tribulation with caution. This azure serpent from the Bai family, having successfully transformed, indicated her soul's strength was formidable enough to suppress her cultivation and postpone facing the tribulation. At the very least, she should possess the awareness to anticipate the power of the lightning. General Yu observed silently, his expression inscrutable. The descent of the tribulation lightning was rapid. The initial strikes followed one after another, leaving the tribulation bearer no opportunity to catch their breath. It wasn't until the sixth strike was about to fall that the brief pause heralded an even greater danger. At this moment, Hu Xiao had already concluded that Ling Xiao was doomed. This azure serpent had already expended too much demonic power, and the forthcoming bolts of lightning would likely shatter her spiritual platform and damage her physical form. She could even be reduced to ashes amidst the thunder and fire. Lang Qing's brow tightened as he covertly glanced at General Yu, who remained expressionless, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Before long, the next strike of tribulation lightning arrived. The sixth. Beneath the tribulation clouds, an oppressive sensation gripped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, the heavens split open, and a brilliant crack appeared, unleashing a bolt of lightning that roared forth like a silver dragon, aimed directly at Ling Xiao. Boom! Boom! Crack! In that moment of imminent peril, the woman suspended in midair displayed no signs of panic. A dazzling brilliance erupted from her being. As the lightning connected with her body, transformations began to unfold. Her robe tightly enveloped her form amidst the radiant lightning. Within the blinding light of the thunder, amidst the tempest, a deep, resonant roar erupted from within her, releasing a surge of azure radiance. Ling Xiao's humanoid form appeared to be torn by an invisible force, revealing her true essence, a lush, vibrant azure serpent. In the brilliance, a massive azure serpent gradually took shape, its scales shimmering with vitality beneath the lightning. Ling Xiao, in her demon form, welcomed the strike. Her vertical pupils, calm and proud, gazed defiantly at the descending tribulation lightning, showing no sign of fear. The lightning pierced through her serpentine body. Electricity crackled and danced across her scales, leaving countless wounds and drawing forth droplets of blood that trickled down in the rain. Hiss! Su Chengxian couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't anticipated that Ling Xiao's so-called refining of her demon body would involve enduring the tribulation solely with her physical form, without relying on any external power. Flesh began to peel away from the azure serpent, and this was merely the first strike of the most potent tribulation. Boom! Crack! The seventh bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Come! With a light exhale, a demon core radiating azure light emerged from Ling Xiao's slightly parted lips, swirling above her head. This bolt of lightning grew increasingly ferocious. Buzz! The moment the demon core was enveloped by the tribulation lightning, it erupted with azure light. In that instant, the azure serpent raised its head and swallowed the demon core, allowing the lightning to pierce through alongside it. Hiss! The azure serpent hissed, its body twisting and coiling in the air. Each movement seemed to be a dance with the thunder. Lightning coursed over her form, and as the flames spread, her serpentine body gradually surged with burgeoning demonic power. Her scales sustained even more wounds in the tumultuous clash of lightning and demonic energy. The scales shattered, revealing a layer of pallor beneath. This pallor was then torn apart by gaping wounds, allowing the lightning to ignite it, engulfing Ling Xiao in flames. Is she shedding her skin? Su Chengxian's eyes widened in disbelief. She was shedding her skin during the tribulation? Snakes are most vulnerable when they shed their skin. Yet Ling Xiao, in this perilous moment of the tribulation, was shedding her skin? Not only that, she had also shattered a portion of her demon core. Under the thunder's assault, Su Chengxian was unable to extend his consciousness to investigate. However, as long as his eyesight remained intact and his mind functioned normally, he could discern what transpired the moment Ling Xiao expelled the demon core. The demon core had been struck by the lightning, resulting in cracks appearing upon its surface. After Ling Xiao swallowed it, her internal demonic power had been depleted. So what was battling the lightning on her azure serpent form now? That power must originate from the demon core. It hadn't shattered completely but retained its most refined essence. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils glimmered with admiration as he remarked, "What a clever idea!
So, it can be done this way. Su Chengxian turned his gaze. What an interesting tone, do you wish to learn from this? Boom. Crack.
The lightning and flames coursing over the azure serpent did not extinguish.
The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. This was the final strike.
And it was the most terrifying of them all. The roar reverberated, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Yet, the azure serpent closed her eyes, allowing the thunder to strike her. The lightning was so powerful that it extinguished the flames engulfing her in an instant. However, in its wake, an even greater fire erupted. Hiss. The azure serpent emitted a painful hiss. The vibrant green of her scales turned charred black. The already faint scent of charred flesh around the valley suddenly intensified.
Damn it! Su Chengxian craned his neck in anxiety. Ling Xiao, please do not let the tribulation turn you into roasted snake.
Impossible, impossible, Su Chengxian shook his head.
She is the empress, how could she perish so easily? And in such a humiliating manner.
Indeed, Ling Xiao did not relent. The azure serpent in midair suddenly twisted violently. A brilliant azure radiance erupted from her body, a culmination of all her demonic power and will. It was truly her final line of defense. Should this power be exhausted? The consequence awaiting her would be the failure of the tribulation. At that moment, time seemed to stand still.
The only remnants in the universe were the fierce entanglement of two beams of light. Goodness! This is exceedingly perilous.
Su Chengxian's heart raced to his throat.
He discerned that Ling Xiao's tribulation bore no reference value for him. Such a minuscule miscalculation could spell disaster, any slight error could lead to utter annihilation. This was no game.
There was no need for such risk.
Fortunately, he still had Lin Jianzi as a potential reference point. Undoubtedly, Su Chengxian believed that since Ling Xiao chose this path, she must possess the capability to succeed.
This sister of the empress awaited the return of her sovereign, seeking vengeance for grievances.
How could she desire death?
Thus, her seemingly reckless pursuit was merely a means to maximize her benefits. Truly, one cannot help but admire this individual who would go to any lengths to gain strength.
Such tenacity. As the thunder and fire subsided, revealing the current visage of the green serpent, Su Chengxian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed,
the thunderfire had extinguished. The power of the tempest began to dissipate. While the calamity of thunder was undeniably fearsome, it was ultimately devoid of sentience. As long as the tribulation bearer withstood the final bolt of calamity, and within a span of several breaths maintained their consciousness and their corporeal form remained intact,
they could emerge unscathed, provided they possessed sufficient demonic energy. Within those fleeting moments, if they could repel the diminishing lightning, they would have successfully traversed the tribulation. However, those precious breaths were ample time for the tribulation bearer to meet their demise. Only individuals like Ling Xiao,
who had endured numerous tribulations in past lives and had received countless teachings on traversing tribulations, along with their own insights, dared to proceed in such a manner.
Oh no!
The green serpent has transformed into a black serpent.
Su Chengxian breathed a sigh of relief while jesting. The current green serpent bore no trace of its former hue.
It was as dark as if it had just been pulled from the bottom of a pot, resembling a roasted sweet potato.
The surface was likely already charred into a hard shell, wasn't it?
Speaking of roasted sweet potatoes, I find myself feeling a bit hungry, Su Chengxian murmured.
Perhaps you should return and have a bite? Lin Jianzi suggested after a brief silence.
He felt that if the flowery serpent continued to speak nonsense,
once Ling Xiao completed her tribulation, a confrontation between the two would be inevitable.
But that would not bode well, especially since he wished to partake in it.
However,
that could wait a moment longer.
Buzzing.
The howling wind came to a halt, and the torrential rain gradually diminished. Yet, amidst the calamity clouds, a sudden surge of intense spiritual energy reverberated. Streams of nearly invisible spiritual essence swirled down into the valley, beginning to coalesce around the successfully transcended green serpent. It formed strands of cloud-like white mist that enveloped her, nourishing her corporeal form. This essence was inhaled and exhaled through her mouth and nose, refining her being. Within mere moments, faint crackling sounds echoed from the green serpent's body.
Crackle, crackle, boom.
The green serpent descended into the valley. ascending an ancient tree that had stood for a millennium, gliding gracefully. Her immense form nearly enveloped the entire tree, yet her movements were exceptionally elegant. As if every inch of her scales and every twist embodied boundless strength and beauty. Amidst her writhing, numerous black-red scales were shed from her, revealing a vibrant array of azure scales. This verdant hue grew even more resplendent, exuding a potent and noble aura amidst its enchanting allure. These scales must have become increasingly resilient. As everything settled, the once tumultuous world, disturbed by the heavenly tribulation, returned to tranquility. The green serpent not only exhibited no signs of defeat but, rather, harnessed the power of the thunder tribulation to undergo multiple transformations. Her aura grew ever more formidable. Ling Xiao opened her eyes, gazing proudly in all directions. Her vertical pupils shone brilliantly. Not only had she successfully traversed the 9 heavenly tribulations, but she had also achieved a leap in her cultivation, refining both her body and soul to their current limits. The might of this thunder tribulation surpasses that of an ordinary great demon realm. To emerge victorious signifies an inevitable increase in strength. Wolfgang couldn't help but express his admiration. He had also undergone the great demon realm thunder tribulation, and the perils were still fresh in his memory. At that time, he had lost nearly half of his life, managing to endure through sheer will. Ordinary demon clans without foundational support, without techniques or the protection of powerful allies, could only rely on fragmented knowledge gleaned from others to grasp the intricacies on their own. Thus, it became a matter of fate where fortune and misfortune depended on the whims of destiny. Not to mention, benefiting from the tribulation like the green serpent was a rare stroke of luck, merely escaping with their lives was already a tremendous fortune. Had they known, he and Hu Shao considered themselves extremely fortunate. Though severely injured and requiring 7 to 8 years for recovery, at least their foundations remained intact, allowing for future advancements in their cultivation. Now, witnessing Ling Xiao's tribulation, how could they not feel stirred? Had they known her method, they would likely have been unable to replicate it. Hu Shao shook his head. Let us not forget, Ling Xiao underwent her transformation before facing the great demon realm thunder tribulation. Would ordinary demon beasts dare to transform early? Even if they did, successfully achieving transformation would be exceedingly difficult. If one transformed after entering the great demon realm, they would not only have to endure the thunder tribulation but also condense their human form, leaving no room for other considerations. Yet, paradoxically, the great demon realm thunder tribulation is indeed the optimal time for transformation. Otherwise, the demon body would inevitably grow in power, and attempting to transform amidst the thunder tribulation would result in exponentially greater tribulation force. Regrettably, it seems there is no way to learn from this. Wolfgang slightly nodded, acknowledging Hu Xiao's insight. Could this method of traversing tribulations be applicable? A thought sparked in his mind as he glanced at General Yu. The thunder tribulation at the demon general realm might indeed be approached using this method. General Yu smiled and nodded. Instantly, the eyes of the 2 great demons sparkled with excitement. Hu Shao felt a surge of inspiration. What about the master? It might also be worth a try. General Yu laughed heartily. The demon clan fears facing thunder tribulations. In other words, no practitioner is unafraid of thunder tribulations. With his late-stage demon general cultivation, considering the thunder tribulation for ascending to demon commander, it might still be a bit premature. Without decades, or even a century, the possibility of breaking through to demon commander seems slim. Yet, precisely because it is early, there is ample opportunity for preparation. Ling Xiao has indeed provided him with an unexpected boon. What of these calamity clouds? Since the 9 bolts of tribulation lightning have already descended, why do the calamity clouds not disperse? Hu Shao felt the sky darkening and looked up. To his astonishment, the ominous clouds still loomed overhead, showing no signs of dissipating. And it appeared they were even gathering once more. This. Wolfgang and General Yu shared equally astonished expressions. Yunzi? Are you about to face a tribulation? Su Chengxian's heart raced. Since Ling Xiao has become a great demon. Lin Jianzi smiled proudly. How could I, the master, fall behind her? He then moved toward the valley. He was about to face his own tribulation.
12 bolts of transformation thunder tribulation. What is happening? Is there someone else about to transcend? It couldn't possibly be another serpent from the Bai family, could it? Hu Shao frowned.
In this place, aside from him, Wolfchang, and General Yu, there were only the two serpents opposite them, one white and one flowery. And they just happened to both be 9th tier. He glanced at the calamity clouds, then at the serpents across from him.
Surely not? One remarkable serpent in the family is sufficient, isn't it? Moreover,
the three serpents of the Bai family had all recently ascended to 9th tier demon beasts in an extraordinarily brief span.
How long has it been since that? Now another one has just successfully traversed the great demon realm thunder tribulation. Must there be another? Enough is enough. It is already more than sufficient. They ought not to be so excessive. If another great demon were to ascend so closely behind, would there be any sense of fairness left? Yet, despite his incredulity, upon witnessing a massive white serpent gliding toward the valley, he could only accept the reality. The two serpents of the Bai family, one azure and the other white, truly intend to face their tribulations in succession. What a curious matter! Are they seeking auspiciousness by undergoing tribulation together? Absurd! Some are indeed overly hasty, Wolfchang remarked. There remains a whole year until the deadline set by General Yu. What is the rush? Wait a moment. Upon reflection, Tiger Shao blinked his fierce eyes. Did the azure serpent not take a year to ascend to the 9th rank? If that is the case, coupled with the 2 years required for transcending into a greater demon, it would precisely total 3 years. If this is truly in honor of the Master's promise, it is beyond words. Ling Xiao and the others, having come from the mountain's edge, surely lacked the means to discern the nature of the opportunity General Yu spoke of. To gamble on a tribulation for an unknown opportunity? Were it not for the Master being right before him, Tiger Shao would have erupted in a vehement rebuke. However, to voice such sentiments now might imply a reproach towards the higher-ups. Although he lacked Wolfchang's sharpness, he was not foolish. So he merely stated, this white serpent's tribulation must be a dual challenge of transformation and boundary breaking. It is even more perilous than that of the azure serpent. No! It practices the mystical gates method. General Yu gently shook his head. It is not merely perilous, it is perilous to an extreme degree. Observing the gathering demonic clouds in the sky reveals a hint of the impending calamity. Boom! Boom! The clouds rolled, and a symphony of thunder resounded. The intensity surpassed that of previous encounters. 12 bolts of heavenly thunder are not easily traversed. To cultivate the path of the demon clan, one's foundation lies in the demon body. Conversely, the path of cultivation for immortals is rooted in the human form. Therefore, the white serpent's transformation and tribulation requires the might of the calamity to completely reshape its corporeal form into that of a human. Reconstructing the extraordinary meridians and the 12 layers of the body, opening all bodily orifices, and most crucially, establishing the dantian to lay the foundation for future cultivation. Ultimately aiming to attain the golden core. Does this white serpent possess such capabilities? Ah! I nearly forgot, it practices the path of immortality. Tiger Shao exclaimed in astonishment. The path of immortality, does this mean it must entirely abandon its demonic form? Of course, one need not relinquish the demon form, General Yu explained. The serpent's body is not only a demon form but also the corporeal vessel of Ling Yunzi. How could one cultivate the path of immortality without a physical body? At this moment, its yang spirit remains unformed, perhaps even unable to tread the path of the ghostly immortal. Furthermore, even upon achieving the yang spirit, without the protection of a physical body, ascending would only lead to becoming a minor deity in the celestial realm, subjected to the whims of others. What, then, is the purpose of cultivation? Were it not so, it would not have resorted to reincarnation. Cultivating the orthodox mystical gate seeks eternal freedom, not a mere survival. In this life, I shall not repeat past mistakes. I shall traverse further on the path of cultivation than in previous lives, blinding the eyes of those mediocrities. Boom! Boom! Underneath the oppressive dark clouds, amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a gigantic white serpent coiled through the valley. Its spirit power surged, causing its scales to emit a faint white glow amidst the dimming scenery,
appearing ever more silvery and snow-like, reminiscent of a divine beast fallen to the mortal realm.
TSK.
Su Chengxian turned to the azure serpent beside him and remarked, "Sister, putting everything aside, our third brother's appearance is truly impressive, heh."
The latter chuckled at the thought of Bai Nyangzi, suddenly conjuring a mischievous idea.
He pondered whether, once Ling Yunzi transformed and mastered some shape-shifting techniques, he might find an opportunity to have the other take on Bai Nyangzi's form and cast a spell, perhaps to sing a tune like Crossing Emotions.
That would be delightful. Impressive? Be cautious lest he overhear and strike you with thunder.
Ling Xiao initially did not wish to respond, but who could resist Su Chengxian, who had just dashed to the tree to carry her back while the tribulation thunder had not yet fallen. Thus, she bore the fatigue of the tribulation and coiled upon the stone, replying.
Su Chengxian glanced at her, unable to suppress a TSK. Though her attitude was unwelcoming.
One could say she had responded.
These siblings are utterly unlovable. But who could blame him for being a kind-hearted elder brother, tolerant and magnanimous? Hence, rather than feeling displeased,
he expressed concern, seizing the moment before the third brother's thunder struck to inquire about the second sister's well-being.
Ling Xiao, why do you maintain your serpentine form? Is it that after the tribulation, you are unable to transform into human form?
Previously, during her transformation, there had been a considerable period in which she could not revert to her original shape.
This time, the tribulation is even more perilous. Could there be any residual effects? Recalling the Empress's fearless behavior, Su Chengxian found it hard to believe she was unscathed.
I am weary, Ling Xiao replied softly. It is not that I cannot assume human form, rather, maintaining my original form is less taxing.
This tribulation has greatly benefited me. Particularly after this trial. The transition between my demon and human forms will become far smoother. The enhancement of my spiritual power and the refinement of my consciousness will allow for even greater mastery over my demon body than before. Moreover,
the flesh that has been tempered by the tribulation is incredibly resilient, even ordinary weapons struggle to harm me.
And even other demons of the same rank will find it challenging to breach my defenses.
Most importantly, my demon form has undergone 2 successive moltings,
refining my blood and bones.
While my serpent body appears unchanged, within it lies a hint of ancestral blood awakening.
What ancestral blood? Su Chengxian inquired with curiosity. That of the ancient giant serpent, Ling Xiao disclosed.
Moreover, I vaguely sense the emergence of innate divine abilities.
However, the tribulation has also left my spirit and demonic energy greatly depleted.
It may take a year or so to recover, especially the refinement of my demon core, which will require time to reconsolidate. Naturally, the result will far surpass previous levels. My injuries are not fully healed, Ling Xiao admitted, feeling a bit uncomfortable.
Do you still possess spiritual stones? Lend me a few. Oh, come on, we are siblings, what is this talk of lending? Su Chengxian, with the demeanor of a responsible elder brother, declared, I shall give them to you for your use. Once I have healed, I will find a way to procure some blood and flesh from greater demons for you. That sounds splendid. Su Chengxian chuckled.
Yunzi has already used one of my middle-grade spiritual stones, next time, you both can go together.
Get more meat, my appetite is large. His recovery period post-tribulation will likely exceed mine.
After all, what awaits is not merely 9 bolts of thunder but 12. No worries, I am not in a rush.
Su Chengxian replied, tilting his head. Regardless, interest will accumulate.
Ling Xiao shot him a glance.
Boom!
Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded above the valley ahead. As she looked up, amidst the rumbling thunder, the gathering calamity clouds continued to swell. She glanced at the storm clouds and then at Su Chengxian. It was due to the middle-grade spiritual stones from the flower serpent that Ling Yunzi could progress to the transformation phase so swiftly. His defensive artifacts had only just been completed a few days prior. She wondered whether this time's tribulation would proceed smoothly. Several breaths later, the storm clouds finally brewed the first bolt of tribulation lightning. The sound of rain arrived, and the fierce winds howled. Boom! Boom! Crack! The thunder, like a lightning python, suddenly lunged towards the white serpent below, its colossal form stirring the winds and clouds, causing the surroundings to tremble slightly.
The white serpent in the valley, not to be outdone, raised its head defiantly, spirit power surging forth, meeting the oncoming force. Bang! The lightning pierced through the serpent's body, striking the ground with a tremendous sound. Bang! Bang! The white serpent immediately writhed, the lightning igniting upon contact. Ah! Chengxian gasped in astonishment. How can it catch fire just from the first bolt of lightning? Lin Jianzi's serpentine form was not stout, yet after a brief period of burning, it had completely consumed the oil. He was undergoing the tribulation of transformation, striving to reshape his human form. Ling Xiao observed,
noting that this process was 100-fold more agonizing than his own transformation.
Is this the reason for your lack of cultivation?
Perhaps. She was familiar with several techniques of the immortal way, though none of them were of the highest caliber, and transcending tribulations was exceedingly arduous.
Not to mention,
the demonic path she practiced in her previous life was also not chosen lightly, as the demon race required human techniques, and the thunder tribulation of human transformation was excruciating. Furthermore, I hold no obsession with being human.
Neither do I, Chengxian nodded in agreement.
Thus, he harbored no particular thoughts regarding transformation. How curious that Lin Jianzi still chose the traditional path. Did he not know of the demon race's premier techniques? Ling Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Or was there another reason? Perhaps he was willing to endure such suffering for the sake of a beloved? A bond of love and hate? The azure serpent and the floral serpent exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared interest in the other's inquiry. Should we seek an opportunity to probe? Ling Xiao blinked. Agreed, Chengxian nodded. Why not have your majesty employ the allure of beauty as a bargaining chip? Poof. I refuse. Ling Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. The floral serpent seeks to consume all, that's out of the question. Boom. Crack. As the two conversed, the second bolt of tribulation lightning descended upon Lin Jianzi. With a thunderous crash, the divine sword of the heavens cleaved through the void, striking the giant serpent's crown. The white serpent stood unwavering, defiantly facing the onslaught. Bang! At the moment of impact, a brilliant light erupted, as if myriad fiery serpents danced upon its scales, yet it remained steadfast, with a faint silver glow shimmering beneath its scales. This was the protective divine light of Lin Jianzi's cultivation, transformed from demonic energy. However, this was insufficient to shield it from the wrath of the tribulation lightning. The serpent's scales burst in the conflagration of thunderfire, exposing gory flesh, and soon after, the third and fourth bolts followed in rapid succession, almost without pause. Chengxian's heart raced in tandem, for even at a distance, the oppressive force descending from the storm clouds and the power fluctuations during the lightning strikes were inescapable. Moreover, to acclimate to this environment, he refrained from cultivating his blood energy for defense. One must familiarize oneself with the examination setting. Furthermore, uncertain of the nature of his own tribulation, he needed to gather additional information. Thus, when the fifth bolt failed to strike after the fourth, he turned to Ling Xiao and inquired, "Why has it stopped?" 12 bolts of divine lightning are to be spaced by the time it takes to brew tea, Ling Xiao explained. So considerate? Chengxian queried. Considerate? Ling Xiao had never encountered this term yet grasped its essence, allowing him to scoff. How could tribulation lightning possess humanity? The intervals served to prevent cultivators from utilizing external means. After all, the storm clouds that birth the tribulation lightning lack sentience. Naturally, they require a moment to sense the changes below. Thus, this brief pause is not for the cultivator's respite but for the storm clouds to adjust accordingly? Chengxian marveled at the heaven's understanding of the human race. Indeed, whether aided or not, the tribulation would only grow in intensity. Thus, this intermission also provides a moment for the storm clouds to gather strength. Boom! Crack! A blink later, the moment of tea had passed. A bolt of heavenly lightning erupted, causing the entire valley to tremble. The subsequent 4 bolts descended even more rapidly than before. Not just rapid, but ferocious. Boom! 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 An unending cascade of lightning power enveloped the white serpent. Within this cataclysmic force, The giant serpent's form began to undergo astonishing transformations, its scales gradually shedding into motes of luminescent light. The spiritual energy surrounding Lin Jianzi transformed into swirling mist, enveloping him entirely. The brilliance of the lightning in the spiritual fog consumed the white serpent. Bang! 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 Only the sounds of agony and thrashing against the ground echoed forth. The valley, already ravaged by Lingshao's earlier tribulation, was once again subjected to great destruction. Within the halo, splashes of blood and scales, ignited by the raging thunderfire, were swept everywhere by the tempestuous winds. Fortunately, the torrential rain that followed the storm clouds promptly extinguished the flames, otherwise, the valley would have become an inferno. After 4 bolts of tribulation lightning, another pause for brewing tea ensued. The rumbling of thunder echoed in the storm above, with electric serpents writhing. The colossal serpent in the valley finally had a moment to catch its breath, ignoring the raging thunderfire spreading across its body. The white serpent coiled upwards, raising its head and expelling a demonic core. With each exhalation, waves of magnificent spiritual energy surged forth. More spiritual energy erupted from its form, and its flesh and scales began to rapidly regenerate. Roar! Before the 9th bolt of lightning fell, Lin Jianzi's serpentine body had fully restored itself. Yet, he did not retrieve the demonic core. Thus, boom! Crack! As the first bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, it struck the demonic core with ferocity. Whoosh! The core was instantly ignited by the thunderfire. Good heavens! Chengxian gasped in astonishment. What a fellow! Lin Jianzi was mimicking Lingxiao. Why were these two so composed as they recklessly flirted with death? Could this be one of the criteria for becoming an empress or a Dao lord? Roar! The lightning ignited the demonic core and descended upon the massive form of the white serpent. Instantly, its protective talisman was shattered. A palpable air of charred destruction filled the atmosphere. The white serpent quivered violently, yet showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it lifted its head and released a thunderous roar. It swallowed the blazing demonic core. Boom! The thunderfire engulfing its demonic form surged violently. A fierce glow of red enveloped the white serpent, as spiritual energy and lightning intertwined and dissipated. Before the 2nd bolt of tribulation lightning fell, the serpent's body underwent transformations. The details were indistinct, and no one dared to extend their consciousness toward the lightning. Chengxian could only observe the white serpent tremble violently, its form becoming increasingly blurred. Gradually, the serpentine shape began to fade, replaced by a humanoid silhouette. The speed of transformation exceeded expectations. Boom! Crack! The 3rd bolt descended. When the lightning dissipated, in the blink of an eye, the white serpent had transformed into a person. Yet, their features were obscured, and even their form was difficult to discern. Boom! Crack! Another thunderous roar echoed. The final bolt of tribulation lightning fell. As the last trace of lightning faded, a striking figure clad in white robes, with long flowing hair, stood within the valley. He gazed upward at the storm clouds, a faint spiritual glow enveloping him, and a gentle smile graced his lips. The 12 bolts of tribulation lightning had concluded. His transformation was triumphant. With the end of the tribulation, the tempest subsided in an instant. Spiritual energy rained down like mist, drifting through the air. The white-clad figure settled in the valley, eyes gently closed in meditation, restoring his essence. Wisps of spiritual fog encircled him. Despite having just undergone transformation, there was no trace of his serpentine origins. His refined features and ethereal aura resembled that of an otherworldly immortal. TSK, Chengxian emitted an enigmatic sound. Has he also transformed the spiritual energy into rain? Lingxiao cast a fleeting glance at him, yet her primary focus lay upon Ling Yunzi, who had transformed and was now undergoing a tribulation. Embarking upon the authentic path of the mystical gate and confronting the trials of transformation, though perilous and excruciating, promised significant advantages post-completion. For Ling Yunzi, the most substantial benefit was the opportunity to retrace his previous path, rendering the journey remarkably smoother. This fellow displayed remarkable decisiveness, employing the thunderous tribulation to shatter and scorch the demon core. Ling Xiao emitted a soft snort. Such a demonic approach was undoubtedly absent from the mystical gate's teachings.
Nonetheless, Ling Yunzi was an adept learner. Despite practicing the authentic path of the mystical gate, he had initially possessed a demonic form. To cultivate, he needed to condense a demon core, which, being born from spiritual energy, inevitably carried traces of bloodthirsty demonic power. Thus, prior to achieving human form, it was imperative to shatter the demon core to expunge these malevolent influences. This time, by using the tribulation lightning, he not only circumvented the hassle of self-shattering the core but also avoided the chaotic aftermath of a ruptured demon core. Moreover, he could reclaim the remnants of the demon core, which, having been refined by the thunderous flames, now contained purer and less volatile magical energy, ideal for withstanding further tribulations. However, opting for such a method entailed considerable risk. The distinction between self-shattering and being struck by tribulation lightning was indeed vast. Observing the current outcome, it was evident that he had succeeded admirably. The heavenly Tao is merciless and impartial. The influx of spiritual energy from the heavens is not granted lightly. After the tribulation, does the quantity of spiritual energy bestowed by the universe hold any significance? Su Chengxian inquired curiously. Indeed, Ling Xiao affirmed, when in harmony with the heavenly Tao, spiritual energy descends like mist, rain, or waterfalls. Conversely, when misaligned with the will of heaven, it trickles down like threads, merely given in passing. So, what might one inquire to align with the will of heaven? Yes. But I do not know. Oh, I truly do not know, however. The people of the Eastern Earth realm have their speculations, Ling Xiao pondered before continuing. It is said to relate to the techniques practiced by the cultivators. For instance, as she practiced the ways of the demon clan, she endured the most ferocious of tribulations. Ling Yunzi, practicing the techniques of the mystical gate, shattered the demon core with thunder and fire, signifying a certain relinquishment of his demonic form, wholly focusing on cultivating the innate Tao body. Yet, attaining such a heavenly heart is no simple feat. Furthermore, such matters are hardly predictable. Their success does not necessarily stem from this understanding. Thus, take heed of my words, but do not take them to heart. The human heart is difficult to unify, and comprehending the heart of the heavens is even more challenging. Moreover, cultivators often resist mediocrity and are fiercely independent. To contravene one's true nature in obedience to the heavenly Tao is likely an arduous task, potentially leading to adverse outcomes. Since one is human, self-interest will invariably manifest. It is better for each to cultivate their own path, relying solely on their abilities. Maintaining one's true essence should be paramount. Amidst the tribulations, do not let fear disrupt your mind, lest you fall prey to inner demons. Inner demons? Su Chengxian seized upon this crucial piece of information and quickly inquired, are there inner demons during the tribulation? The thunder can indeed intimidate the spirit and dispel evil. If any misguided thoughts dwell within you, they will be stirred by the tribulation lightning and laid bare, Ling Xiao explained. To outsiders, it may seem that the tribulation consists of only a few strikes, appearing to descend and dissipate in an instant. However, for the one undergoing the tribulation, each moment feels like an eternity. I see, Su Chengxian nodded. Thus, the tribulation serves as a dual test of both spirit and body. Having surpassed the transformation tribulation, henceforth, little Bai's cultivation shall truly advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao turned to him with a smile, old ghost, when shall you undergo your tribulation? When do you think it would be appropriate for me to face my tribulation? Su Chengxian asked. You inquire of me? Ling Xiao chuckled in disbelief. Such a matter of life and death concerning cultivation, and you ask so casually? Do you believe I can dictate when you may undertake your tribulation? What a jest! Unless he has already. Ling Xiao contemplated a possibility and turned to scrutinize Su Chengxian, a mixture of surprise and suspicion in her gaze. Speak first. Let me hear your thoughts, Su Chengxian urged. Very well, if I must say, today would be most fitting, Ling Xiao said, her eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded him. Why? Su Chengxian pressed, surely there must be a reason for your assertion? A reason? Certainly, Ling Xiao smiled. Have you heard of the concept of borrowing fortune? In the realm of cultivation, it is commonly believed in the idea of leveraging good fortune.
Both Ling Yunzi and I have successfully traversed our tribulations.
And we have received the spiritual energy bestowed by the heavens in the form of rain.
The saying goes, when things flow smoothly, they will continue to do so.
Is this not a promising omen?
Should you also face your tribulation, perhaps you too could harness this momentum.
That makes sense, Su Chengxian pondered thoughtfully. It makes sense. Does it not?
What I say is truth, how could it lack reason?
Ha!
Ling Xiao doubted that Su Chengxian would truly choose to undergo his tribulation today based on her words, and she chuckled at the thought. Nevertheless, she added, in my opinion. Little flower, you should hasten back to your cultivation, time waits for no one. She stifled a laugh, warning that if he did not hurry, he might find himself left behind by her and little Bai.
Ha!
Before she could finish, she noticed Su Chengxian turning and swimming forward.
She could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Where are you going?"
As the question left her lips, a thought jolted through her mind. And Ling Xiao recalled her earlier suspicion.
Su Chengxian, could it be that you intend to efface the tribulation? The flower serpent flicked its tail joyfully in response. Ling Xiao. Excellent, her premonition had proven accurate. The tribulation clouds dispersed. The clouds of tribulation have finally dissipated. Ha ha ha. Tiger Roar nodded with delight. Splendid indeed, it has finally concluded.
As the spiritual energy from the tribulation began to be absorbed and refined by the white serpent, the clouds above had also thinned considerably.
He mused to himself, surely there will not be a third tribulation?
Having witnessed 2 consecutive tribulations from the sidelines was already a considerable strain. The 2 serpents of the Bai family, one black and one white, faced extraordinary tribulations.
The manner in which they traversed these trials tested the endurance of the onlookers as well. One was a formidable demon,
while the other was a celestial undergoing transformation and foundational cultivation. Truly, this family was favored by fortune.
Especially the white serpent, who appeared as a true immortal after undergoing transformation, quite resembling a human. Hee, little white face. He might just be quite appealing to the female demons. Oddly,
before achieving human form, all the females from any clan were drawn to his robust figure.
Yet, upon transformation, many favored scholarly and ethereal types. What fascination is that? Bah! Is it merely a preference for good looks? As if we do not understand.
And then there are those with peculiar tastes who travel great distances to court bald monks,
deliberately choosing those with handsome faces. These female demons are certainly not as devoted as we male demons. Tiger Roar mused to himself, we male demons are far more steadfast. Regardless of the time, we only favor the exquisite. Hee.
Lost in this thought, he tilted his head back with self-satisfaction. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in shock.
Ha! Hey! Master! Look quickly! What is it? Look at the clouds of tribulation.
The clouds that were nearly dissipated began to gather once more.
Ah! When will this end? Tiger Roar exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 81, is this thundercloud not quite right? Ah, splendid. Lin Jianzi has successfully transcended the tribulation.
General Yu gazed at the Daoist meditating in the valley, a smile playing on his lips. The simultaneous emergence of 2 great demon-level beings within his Luyan mountain was indeed a piece of delightful news for him.
Let us set aside the green serpent for now.
This white serpent may well become a rare entity among the demon clan in the future. Firstly, he possesses the ability to concoct elixirs.
It is said he can also forge artifacts.
Yet, it remains uncertain whether he can successfully establish his foundation. Judging by the heavenly spiritual rain,
this transformation lightning tribulation has been remarkably successful.
It has reshaped his corporeal form, and the next step is to establish a foundation.
This involves unblocking the meridians and acupoints,
opening the dantian, and thereby establishing the roots of the immortal path. I wonder how far the green serpent has progressed.
The lightning tribulation has just concluded,
and the other party is recuperating their magical power, thus at their weakest and most vigilant. Since General Yu harbors no intention of becoming adversarial, he will not recklessly probe with his divine consciousness.
In a few months, I shall find an opportunity for Langqing to inquire about it.
He shares not only a bond of kinship with the serpents of the Bai family but also a degree of protective affection.
Moreover, there is an opportunity here yet to be realized. The white serpent is unlikely to conceal his cultivation level. Is this white serpent named Lingyun? General Yu glanced at the contemplative tiger howl and turned to Langqing, saying, "What do you return to report, my lord?"
"I heard the green serpent call him by his pet name, Xiaobai," Langqing replied.
"He also has a formal name, Bai Lingyun." "Bai Lingyun?" The general nodded, recalling that the green and white serpents had introduced themselves when they paid their respects.
Lingxiao, Lingyun, 2 of the 4 snake siblings bear the surname Bai.
The eldest white serpent,
being the weakest, is called Bai Xiaocui. The green and white serpents share the same surname, Bai. The pattern serpent, however, is named Su Chengxian, a rarity among demon names. It seems my promise of opportunity is somewhat connected to these names. Intelligent demons may not always become powerful, yet, apart from a few exceptionally gifted and fortunate ones, few foolish beings can navigate the path of cultivation smoothly. Since he possesses alchemical skills, he must have other abilities as well, General Yu mused.
If not,
I can certainly find ways to procure some for him. It would be ideal to acquire a few elixir recipes.
The former is for that opportunity, while the latter serves my own interests. The advantages of spiritual power over demonic power are manifold.
It can harmonize with incantations, enhancing their efficacy. Such notions are merely the embellishments of humanity, for those assertions are simply humanity's self-aggrandizement. The reality is that these techniques and mantras were created by powerful individuals of the human race. The magical power they cultivate is spiritual power. Could it be that demonic power would yield better results? Even the unsuitability of demonic power for alchemy stems from the fact that the techniques of the demon clan are comparatively coarse and less refined than those of the humans. However, if refined too intricately, ordinary demons would find cultivation increasingly difficult, leading to abandonment of the endeavor. Of course, there are those among the demon clan who are well versed in alchemy and artifact forging, especially within the royal city. Yet, Luyang Mountain lacks such talents. Not only Luyang Mountain but the entire Shanglong Ridge is deficient in medicinal pills. Perhaps the demon commander can facilitate some connections. As the station general of Luyang Mountain, General Yu's mind was constantly whirling with thoughts. Yet, his schemes also leave benefits for Lin Jianzi. Although he does not urgently require elixirs, having such a skilled alchemist among his ranks is undoubtedly advantageous. In the future, it may prove useful. Moreover, should the white serpent succeed in crafting beneficial elixirs, he would gladly accept them, regardless of the extent of their enhancement. What is more, these 2 great demons have just established their lairs on his territory. It seems they have no immediate plans to depart from this place. With this in mind, General Yu could not help but feel quite pleased. As he observed the dissipating tribulation clouds, he had no intention of approaching and disturbing the 2 demons who had just transcended their tribulation, and thus prepared to turn away. He would later send someone with congratulatory gifts. Having become a great demon, they are naturally entitled to be congratulated by demon generals. However, just as he was about to turn, he suddenly heard Tiger Howl exclaim, "General! Let them quickly look!" "What is it?" General Yu turned back, following the direction of Tiger Howl's pointed finger to the sky. "Oh! It appears that the previously dissipated tribulation clouds are rapidly gathering again." "What is happening?" Langqing inquired, perplexed. "Look over there in the valley." Tiger Howl exclaimed, "Did you see that patterned serpent?" "Just now, I saw it." The massive patterned serpent swiftly slithered into the valley. It seemed to signal the white serpent, who also sensed the change in the tribulation clouds, with a toss of its head as if to say, "Get away, little brother. This place is mine." The family of white serpents has come in a group to transcend their tribulation. Tiger Howl murmured. It seems I have overlooked this." General Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. He could not resist scanning Su Chengxian with his divine consciousness. Previously, he had not noticed. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Chengxian was indeed preparing to transcend the tribulation. His life force appeared to have grown to its limit, the utmost capacity of his physical form. Every living thing has its limits. When a demon beast reaches the 9th level of growth, to continue becoming stronger, it must endure the tribulation.
However, reflecting on this,
he realized he had never witnessed a demon beast at the 9th level attempting to ascend to the great demon realm without an ounce of demonic power.
Yet, this patterned serpent had consistently demonstrated no magical fluctuations. How could it possibly transform? No matter how abundant the life force within its body, could it truly withstand the tribulation lightning? General Yu furrowed his brow.
He had never seen a 9th level demon beast transcend a tribulation without possessing any magical power.
Yet, he had seen many large demon beasts with insufficient magical power perish amidst the tribulation. In the valley. Are you also transcending the tribulation? Lin Jianzi looked at Su Chengxian. Yes. Yes. Su Chengxian nodded, urging him to hurry away.
Little brother, you must leave quickly, otherwise, when the lightning tribulation strikes, it may hit you too.
But you don't even have any magical power.
I am well aware. Su Chengxian waved his serpent tail at him, insisting he depart.
Go on, go on.
Be careful, the tribulation is no trifling matter. Lin Jianzi's lips twitched, and seeing the tumultuous life force surging within him, he ceased his persuasion and only issued a warning. Having said that, he turned and, with a flick of his robe sleeve, soared into the air. His figure stood tall, his black hair and white attire flowing gracefully. Su Chengxian could not help but emit a strange sound. He then turned back to gaze at the sky. The tribulation clouds were gathering ominously. As he traveled, his life force had been stirring, surging upwards and stirring the fluctuations of the heavenly spiritual energy. Thus, the lightning tribulation was invoked. Boom! Boom! The thunder roared like drumbeats, rapidly intensifying. This thundercloud, is it not somewhat amiss? Su Chengxian stood tall, gazing skyward when he suddenly noticed that the gathering clouds were rolling, and the pressure emanating from them seemed somewhat overwhelming. The thunderclouds. In an instant, their appearance transformed. Countless dark azure tribulation clouds rolled in like swirling ink dragons, swiftly coalescing into a vast, boundless ocean of darkness. Boom! Boom! They roared and rumbled, threatening to engulf all light in the heavens and the earth. Deep within the clouds, silvery lightning danced like serpents, weaving into an impenetrable net of the heavens, each flash accompanied by a deafening roar, shaking the very earth. Boom! Crackle! The momentum is indeed intensifying. Each rumble resonates deep within the soul, as if it were the wrath of the heavens, destined to cleanse the world of all impurities. Oh! My heavens, am I truly deemed as a vile entity that must be eradicated? Is such divine fury necessary for my existence? Su Chengxian gazed at the impending thunderclouds, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Throughout his life, and even in his past existence, it seemed he had committed no heinous acts. Regardless of opportunities, he lacked the capacity for malevolence. In his previous life, he was but a beast of burden, and now, as his new life has only just commenced, he spent his days merely eating and sleeping, occasionally teasing the empress sister and the Daoist brother. Surely this does not warrant being struck by lightning? Although his knowledge of tribulations within the cultivation realm is quite limited, Su Chengxian is acutely aware that he is in trouble. The dark clouds before him are undeniably unusual, especially since he had just witnessed Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi undergoing their tribulations. From the formation of the clouds to the first bolt of lightning, he observed it all. Even a fool could discern that this is entirely different. Crack! A bolt of lightning, like a colossal dragon, danced across the sky, cleaving through the atmosphere. Su Chengxian could no longer suppress his exclamation. Accompanied by an intensely blinding blue-violet glow, it illuminated everything around him momentarily before swiftly plunging into deeper darkness. Within this brilliance lay an apocalyptic power, tearing apart the thunderclouds and leaving behind striking arcs of electricity. Suddenly, a tempest erupted, accompanied by torrential rains. What manner of tribulation is this? Ling Xiao, astonished, raised her serpentine form, her eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at the thunderclouds above the valley and Su Chengxian below. It seems she has led the old ghost astray. I have witnessed numerous tribulations, Lin Jianzi remarked, standing tall with a furrowed brow. The gravity of this situation should not manifest at this juncture. Su Chengxian is merely a 9th-tier demonic beast. The tribulation he must face is that of transcending to a greater demon. The cultivation realms of the demon and human races are comparable.
The great demon realm resembles the foundation-building realm. The ninth level of chi refining does not warrant such a grandiose tribulation cloud. The lowest tier of the core formation tribulation surpasses this in might. Within our holy sect, there are those who have faced tribulations, yet their intensity differs from his. Ling Xiao paused, perplexed, but those are individuals whose actions are unfathomable, deserving of such treatment. To be regarded as unfathomable by the Empress indicates an unparalleled talent among peers, a true prodigy, endowed with formidable cultivation. This reminder sparked a recollection in Lin Jianzi. In our sect,
there was a predecessor. Ling Xiao turned her gaze toward him, eager to learn which esteemed figure, hailing from the orthodox sect,
shared the same tribulation privileges as this holy sect anomaly.
That predecessor was fiercely righteous.
Lin Jianzi pondered, ultimately resorting to the elder's appraisal within the sect. A righteous zeal against evil, essentially. A murderer.
Indeed, a righteous force against the malevolent.
Boom. Crack.
In the briefest span of their conversation, Chengxian's first bolt of tribulation thunder fell unexpectedly. The two could no longer converse, hastily directing their attention to the valley. The wind transformed into a furious howl, sweeping with immense might across the land.
Trees bent and broke, branches and leaves scattering in the chaos. The rain fell torrentially, inundating the valley. And when the lightning sliced through the sky, everything seemed to freeze. Time appeared suspended. A blinding light, mingled with deep blue and eerie purple, akin to the judgment of the heavens, descended with an overwhelming force. Boom!
It precisely struck the flower serpent below.
In that moment, the air ignited, erupting in a deafening roar, accompanied by a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the earth as if it were day.
The ground trembled, mud and water splashing everywhere. Surrounding rocks and trees crumbled under this force,
reduced to dust.
After the lightning, a pungent scent of charred flesh rapidly spread.
The serpent's body bore blackened marks.
Yet its eyes burned with an indomitable fire, a yearning for life, a pursuit of power. It slightly parted its mouth, releasing a plume of black smoke,
and flicked its tongue into the sky. Damn it! Chengxian was furious.
The tribulation thunder struck too swiftly. He looked up at the thunderclouds, and the thunderbolt came crashing down.
What does it mean to be as fast as lightning, as urgent as a shooting star?
It means he barely had time to blink before the thunder struck. In an instant, it shattered dozens of his protective blood chi barriers. The lightning struck his serpent form, sending jolts of pain coursing through him. Flesh tore, and some scales shattered.
It was indeed painful. However, with the arrival of this tribulation thunder, Chengxian felt a sense of reassurance.
It seemed he could endure. A flash of light flickered in his vertical pupil. The sword of danger hovering above his head posed the greatest threat when it was about to strike.
Anticipated consequences magnified the threat.
Yet when the tribulation thunder truly descended, experiencing its power paradoxically calmed him.
The thunder was indeed terrifying.
Not only could it diminish his blood chi, but it also intruded slightly into his spiritual consciousness. Fortunately, the lotus platform within his sea of consciousness shielded him. Although his blood chi seemed to have been significantly depleted, Chengxian dared not divert his attention to check the panel for specific values. Since arriving in this realm, he had spent nearly every day witnessing the growth of his blood chi, making him highly attuned to its changes.
Thus, by mere sensation,
he could roughly discern the extent of the depletion from this bolt of lightning, close to 100,000 blood chi. For an ordinary 9th-tier demonic beast, such a loss would be perilous, especially considering at least 8 more bolts awaited him, each potentially more powerful than the last. But for him, he couldn't help but chuckle. The one thing he feared the least was depleting his blood chi. With a thought, a surge of blood chi roared forth from within him, instantly replenishing his shattered protective barriers. His injuries healed significantly within that fleeting moment. He then looked up again, gazing at the thunderclouds, awaiting the second bolt of tribulation.
Come forth. Boom. Crack. The second bolt of tribulation thunder roared down.
Immediately following was the third bolt. The tribulations came in succession, each more ferocious than the last.
each more awe-inspiring.
Moreover, there was scarcely a pause between the second and third bolts, causing the onlookers to hold their breath, sweating profusely for Su Chengxian. What was even more nerve-wracking was that these were merely the first 3 bolts.
There were still 6 more to come in this 9-bolt demonic tribulation. Boom! Boom! The lightning struck. 2 bolts of tribulation thunder fell. Roar! As the lightning dissipated, a roar echoed through the valley. Clearly, he had withstood it. From a distance, he appeared akin to a patterned giant worm, rolling in the valley, which had turned into a mire due to the raging winds and torrential rain. The serpent's body bore even more charred marks and torn flesh from the strikes, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet in truth, he had not sustained any severe injuries. The few flickers of lightning fire that emerged were extinguished almost instantly amidst the surge of his blood chi. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of simple defense. The third bolt of tribulation thunder came so swiftly that it exceeded all predictions. As he twisted and raised his head to gaze at the heavens, he caught sight of the approaching lightning. When the bolt of calamity descended, it struck directly into the slightly agape maw of the stunned serpent. The thunder coursed through its body, inevitably allowing a minuscule spark of lightning to penetrate through the ruptured blood essence and into its mouth. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively activated his innate ability to consume and refine. Astonishingly, he managed to refine that flicker of electric light. However, rather than transforming into blood essence, it elevated his spiritual realm. Su Chengxian could not ascertain if he had heard the system's notification at that instant, but in his perception, the refined electric light manifested as a slender electric serpent, appearing beside his spiritual avatar. The spark that had entered his sea of consciousness coiled around the lotus platform, engaging in a fierce struggle. Amidst this conflict, strands of thunderous spirit light fused into his soul. The essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the 5 elements, is indeed rare, yet he found himself benefiting significantly. Nevertheless, it drained nearly 100,000 units of blood essence, and the experience was far from pleasant. Su Chengxian involuntarily gagged twice. The lightning surged through his throat, more stimulating than the first time he had swallowed demon power. The onlookers, including Ling Xiao and others, could not possibly comprehend that he could even consume the calamity lightning. They remained oblivious to the events transpiring within his spiritual sea. Hence, upon witnessing his appearance as if he had been struck by the lightning, their expressions varied in confusion, unable to fathom why someone undergoing tribulation would appear thus. Did the calamity lightning provoke the stomach? Or had Su Chengxian's soul been jolted, causing him to vomit? If it were the latter, it would be perilous. Lin Jianzi furrowed his brow. Under the calamity lightning, if either the soul or the body exhibited signs of collapse, death would be inevitable. Su Chengxian had only just passed through 3 bolts of lightning. If his soul were compromised at this juncture, the next bolt could shatter his sea of consciousness. I see his blood essence is quite robust, unlike any issues with his soul, Ling Xiao observed closely. After the lightning, he quickly mobilized his blood essence to restore his defenses and nourish his body. His swift response indicates his mental clarity. As for the vomiting, I recall a possibility. This fellow didn't consume something he shouldn't have again, did he? The last time this occurred was when he swallowed the demon core of the cloud-treading deer. Lin Jianzi evidently had the same thought, pausing momentarily before continuing. He is undergoing tribulation. What could he possibly consume? Calamity lightning. This conjecture seemed utterly preposterous. Who would dare consume calamity lightning? The legendary primordial beasts? Taotai, chaos? Impossible. The internal organs, meridians, and acupoints are the most challenging aspects of body refinement, incomparable to mere flesh and bone. To swallow calamity lightning would be akin to lowering one's defenses, allowing an enemy to strike at their weakest point. Perhaps a small amount could be ingested, but certainly not a substantial amount, Ling Xiao countered. Do not forget, he possesses an innate ability to consume the flesh and blood of great demons. The blood and flesh of great demons are infused with demonic power. If he can refine demonic power, then consuming a few sparks of lightning should present no issue. Let us hope he does not become overly ambitious and attempt to take advantage of the calamity. Lin Jianzi pondered for a moment before replying. He lacks certainty in this matter. After all, the foolish flower serpent consumed the demon core of the cloud-treading deer, followed by that of the curly-haired lion.
although he later expelled it. This time he may not have the opportunity to expel the calamity lightning. Your Majesty, he paused before saying. Do you think this little flower knows that the tribulation he faces may not be limited to 9 bolts? Lacking knowledge of Su Chengxian's cultivation method, they could not determine how many bolts of lightning the tribulation would entail. However, judging from the current calamity clouds, it was evident that there would be more than 9. If the flower serpent assumed the tribulation consisted of 9 bolts and exhausted all its strength before the 10th appeared, that would be disastrous. Boom! Crack! The 4th calamity cloud descended. Boom! Crack! The 5th. It was another consecutive strike. Hiss! As before, he weathered the previous bolt of thunder. When the next bolt struck, Su Chengxian suddenly straightened, raising his serpent head high towards the calamity lightning and opening his mouth. He extended his long serpent tongue, quickly flicking it out and retracting it in an instant. Bang! Bang! The serpent's body fell to the ground alongside the calamity lightning. The lightning ignited in an instant. He hastily gathered his blood essence to resist the calamity thunder, utilizing his innate ability to consume and refine. Pain! 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 Su Chengxian, as expected by Lin Jianzi, was unable to resist the urge to actively engage, seeking to take advantage of the heavenly path. However, he was not foolish enough to truly swallow the calamity lightning. Thus, he merely licked it. Of course, that single action inflicted great suffering upon him. This time, the intensity was far greater than the previous flicker. The sensation of agony amplified by over 100-fold, even surpassing the burning pain from the lightning scorching his body. Fortunately, despite some setbacks, he refined it after several breaths. Albeit at the cost of blood essence that multiplied 7 or 8 times. Damn it, I nearly killed myself, Su Chengxian cursed inwardly. Yet he did not relent, continuing this reckless pursuit. After all, consuming blood essence could counteract the lightning that penetrated his sea of consciousness while also enhancing the power of his soul. He had plenty of blood essence to spare. Boom! Crack! The 6th and 7th bolts were weathered using the same method. Then came the 8th and 9th. When the 9th bolt descended, he looked up at the calamity clouds. Is it over? The calamity clouds did not disperse. Indeed, there was more to come. Boom! Crack! The 10th bolt of calamity lightning arrived. The lightning struck like a silver blade, poised to harvest the tribulation bearer beneath it. This was not the 9 bolts of lightning from the demon clan. Ling Xiao transformed into human form, alongside Lin Jianzi, anxiously observing Su Chengxian's movements. They were uncertain if he could endure further. After all, the descent of this bolt of heavenly thunder signified that more would follow. At least 2 more were expected. Historically, the number of heavenly thunders in tribulations is counted in 3s, such as 6, 9, 12, and so forth. Lin Jianzi spoke solemnly, heaven, earth, and spiritual essence give rise to all things. Cultivators, with essence, chi, and spirit as their foundation, pursue the great path. Thus, the heavenly path descends calamity lightning to test all beings, and the heavenly thunder is counted in 3s. Whether seeking formidable strength or the path of the heart, this remains true during tribulation. Without magical power, without demon cores, how shall Su Chengxian pass through these 3 bolts of calamity lightning? His blood essence is abundant. Surely he will find a way. Ling Xiao remarked, while that may be so, observing the foolish flower serpent's previous folly of licking the lightning. It is clear that the consumption of blood essence will not be negligible. Whether he can endure the remaining blood essence is truly uncertain. This is reckless behavior. Who dares to lick the heavenly tribulation lightning? She and Lin Jianzi dared to take risks because they were confident, calculating every detail. The foolish flower serpent had seemingly forgotten the gravity of undergoing tribulation, audaciously engaging in such actions. I even suspect he has never faced a tribulation, Lin Jianzi suddenly suggested. What do you mean? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. If that were the case, it would explain his audacity. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. So foolish as to act recklessly without understanding the situation. The serpent must possess immense gall. Beneath the calamity lightning, failure to endure would lead to utter annihilation.
She scoffed coldly, expressing her frustration. He might as well dig it out and brew it into wine for me to drink. Indeed. There is more to come. Originally, I too must endure the 12 tribulations of heavenly thunder. Su Chengxian's state was decent. In the face of the 10th tribulation lightning,
his mindset remained remarkably calm. Although he lacked the insights of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, nor could he boast their intellect. He was nonetheless particularly concerned about his own life. He was acutely aware that his tribulation might be the most formidable, and he had long been prepared for it. Setting aside other matters, could it be reasonable for someone of his status as a transmigrator to undergo tribulation without any special commotion? Certainly not. Beyond the unreasonable, might there be unexpected developments? Why was Su Chengxian so eagerly awaiting the tribulations of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi before embarking on his own? Apart from his lack of experience and desire for more references, it was also because both held significant backgrounds. Thus, he wished to ascertain whether their tribulations would attract any targeted attention. As it turned out, the most concerning scenarios did not materialize. The dangers they faced during their tribulations were entirely self-inflicted. This brought him a sense of relief. Unlike the two, he had never courted death. Then, he boldly stepped forward to face the descending 10th tribulation lightning. He took a lick of it. Ha! It seems he would not perish anytime soon. Ling Yunzi's eyelids twitched, making a decisive assertion. Not only would he not die, but he appeared to be lively as well, Ling Xiao scoffed. Despite being struck by the lightning, he had no choice but to leap and twist. Simultaneously, she found herself curious, just how much vitality does this fellow possess? The fluctuations of his vitality were not as easily perceived as those of demonic energy. Moreover, Su Chengxian's cultivation had always surpassed theirs, so while they recognized his strength, they remained unaware of its true extent. Yet, to endure 9 tribulations and still be able to lick the robust 10th was indeed astonishing. Speaking of which, I have always wondered why he shows no trace of power fluctuations with each breakthrough. Ling Zhao's beautifully arched brows furrowed. Did you sense anything? I too find it strange. Ling Yunzi shook his head, indicating he had not perceived anything. Each time Su Chengxian successfully advanced, he would make it a point to inform them. Then, after both had also advanced, the three would engage in a spar. The outcomes of these battles assured the two of Su Chengxian's genuine increase in strength. If Su Chengxian were aware of their doubts, he would undoubtedly think to himself, "You certainly cannot sense it, for the system conceals it for him." Not only does it enhance his cultivation, but it also refines demonic cores, beast blood, demonic energy, and upgrades innate abilities and divine powers, including this very moment. Thus, the vitality surging around him was far more magnificent than it appeared on the surface. At this moment, however, he was too preoccupied to focus on such trivialities. Diverting attention during tribulation would be tantamount to courting death. TSK, only 2 more to go. Su Chengxian glanced at his wounds, his thoughts shifting as his vitality surged. He swiftly replenished his defensive power, then looked up at the gathering tribulation clouds. Thus far, the power of the heavenly thunder fell within his expectations. It was no more terrifying than what Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had encountered. Regarding this tribulation, Su Chengxian felt a modicum of confidence. Otherwise, why would he have so casually decided to undergo tribulation today based on Ling Zhao's single remark? He sought a favorable omen, not wishing to delay further. It was quite unpleasant to be unable to sleep at will. Therefore, he needed to hurry and undergo the tribulation. After the tribulation, he could delightfully indulge in eating and sleeping. Moreover, he was well aware of the dispositions of his sister, the empress, and his brother, the Daoist. Once they stabilized their realms, they would undoubtedly provoke him. I am the elder brother. Why should I suffer when victory is within reach? Even if there were more than 12, I would not fear it, Su Chengxian mused. His physical body had not sustained significant damage, and his spiritual sea was even more stable than before. The depletion of his vitality was less than 10 million, and he was well prepared for any special commotion. Boom! Crack! The 11th tribulation lightning suddenly tore through the heavens, swift as a silver dragon racing towards the sea. It descended rapidly. Bang! The thunder struck his serpent body, and lightning and fire intertwined instantly,
enveloping Su Chengxian in a deadly net. Amidst the clash of thunder and lightning, a blinding radiance erupted, shrouding the entire world in darkness. Damn it! Su Chengxian cursed. This is quite intense. He felt as if he had been half-cooked. Then came another boom. Crack. The 12th. The most perilous had arrived. To his astonishment, a 13th bolt was looming close behind. Before the stunned gazes of the onlookers, one golden and one purple bolt of heavenly thunder descended almost in tandem. Bang! Bang! Put! Su Chengxian spat out a plume of black smoke. Good heavens, this time he nearly became a roasted serpent. Upon raising his head, he noticed the tribulation clouds still roiling in the sky, showing no signs of dissipating. This meant there was a high likelihood that the tribulations were not yet over. Boom! Crack! The 14th bolt of tribulation lightning. Damn it! Even with Su Chengxian's fortitude, he was beginning to crack under the pressure. Was there no end to this? There was actually a 13th bolt. In astonishment, Ling Xiao unconsciously took a step forward, only to be pulled back by Ling Yunzi. Your Majesty, please remain calm. He too was utterly shocked but managed to maintain some composure. Remain calm? Ling Xiao regained his senses and looked at him. Xiaobai, did you see that? This is the 13th bolt of heavenly thunder. Indeed, Ling Yunzi nodded. How could there be a 13th bolt of tribulation lightning? Ling Xiao was utterly baffled. He was not in the core formation stage. Ling Yunzi fell silent for a moment. Initially, upon witnessing Su Chengxian successfully navigate the 12 tribulations, both had sighed in relief, believing he had surely passed this trial. Just as they wondered why he hadn't transformed, the 13th bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. Only those in the core formation stage. No, to be precise, only those who have reached the 6th grade of core formation would experience more than 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. 7th grade, 15 bolts. 8th grade, 18 bolts. 9th grade, 21 bolts. The demonic race's ascension to demon general follows a similar pattern. The realms of demon generals are also divided into 9 tiers. Yet, would a 9th tier beast leap over a major realm to become a demon general or enter core formation? No, Ling Xiao thought, shaking his head. It's impossible. The disparity in cultivation is far too great. Even if his cultivation method is unique? But what kind of method would summon an unexpected 13th bolt of tribulation lightning? No. Not just the 13th bolt of lightning. There would be more than just 15 bolts. Upon witnessing the 16th bolt, Ling Xiao's expression momentarily froze in disbelief. Meanwhile, the observing General Yu and the other 3 demons were already petrified, staring dumbfounded at the incessantly descending tribulation lightning. Is there an excess of lightning? Even stranger? Why has the flower serpent not transformed yet? Transformation? Su Chengxian had no time to concern himself with such matters. After enduring the 15th bolt, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The subsequent 3 bolts of thunder had depleted nearly 10 million of his vitality. Coupled with the prior losses, he had consumed at least 20 million in vitality while resisting the obliterating lightning and recovering from injuries. Certainly, Su Chengxian still possessed a significant reserve of vitality. However, his physical body and soul were increasingly wounded, and he had no time to recover. Damn it! What to do? The immense vitality surged continuously, posing a great test to the strength of his physical form. Combined with the striking and burning of the lightning fire, should this continue, his physical body would surely collapse. Within his spiritual sea, the electrical light became increasingly difficult to dispel. Even if he could hold on, it would be futile. When the physical body collapses, can a soul that cannot withstand even a spark of thunder and fire continue to exist? This has far exceeded expectations. Su Chengxian was anxious. Could he be blamed? Who could have anticipated such an abundance of calamity thunder? Even if it was a special occurrence, 1 or 2, at most 3 strikes would suffice. Thunder is not like dumplings. Why does it seem endless? Just how many strikes of heavenly thunder remain? 15 strikes should be enough, right? In response, the calamity clouds answered with rumble. Crack.
The 16th strike of heavenly thunder descended with a force that seemed to disregard distance, instantly breaching the barriers of space. As if intent on reducing all that obstructed its path to ashes.
Chengxian's mind was consumed by a single thought: flee. But one cannot escape the tribulation of thunder. Ding dong.
The host is facing a life and death crisis.
Do you wish to expend your vital energy to enhance your soul and physical realm to resist the calamity thunder? Absolutely. Chengxian did not hesitate for a moment. What a ridiculous question. Hesitation now could mean death. Please be advised.
To withstand the calamity thunder and break into the great demon realm, the vital energy consumed will amount to millions.
Please confirm. 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 Received. Boom.
Almost simultaneously with Chengxian's mental confirmation, the system acknowledged receipt, and the calamity thunder struck his demon body.
A dazzling yet lethally potent pillar of thunder descended with a thunderous roar. The entire world seemed to be illuminated, only to fall into silence once again.
Though the figure struck by the pillar appeared diminutive, it stood resolutely. The serpent's mouth opened slightly, as if exhausting all its strength to declare its indomitable spirit in resistance to the boundless heavens. It proclaimed,
"Damn it! The lightning was too bright."
The onlookers outside could not possibly see the blood energy that erupted from Chengxian's body. In an instant, his vital energy surged as if it were boiling, enveloping his vital areas. The excess transformed into a thick crimson cloud, encasing countless bolts of thunder and fire, entwining and tempering his flesh, bones, and even his internal organs. His innate divine abilities to consume and refine were also activated.
Heat. Scorching heat.
At this moment, I must be crispy on the outside yet tender on the inside. In a flash, this thought crossed his mind, and then his consciousness fell into a brief void.
In an instant, the thunderlight, refined by his immense vital energy, transformed into pure thunderfire, gathering around the lotus platform of his spiritual sea.
It obediently circled the platform, spiraling with the soul and spirit upon it. Warm wisps of energy drifted toward the soul, solidifying it further. In a moment of clarity, Chengxian seemed to see the features of his becoming increasingly distinct.
However,
when he withdrew from this introspection, he discovered that his physical body had been charred.
Damn it! This process was difficult to describe. The soul felt exhilarated. Yet the body endured immense suffering.
Additionally, the depletion of vital energy within his body was astonishing. In mere moments, millions of vital energy had been consumed.
Hiss.
Chengxian could not help but let out a painful gasp, a genuine ache, along with a different kind of pain. He then involuntarily turned over.
Crack. Crack. Crack.
As he twisted, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated from his body. Turning to look, he saw the charred shell of his demon body starting to peel away,
revealing newly grown scales beneath. It seems I have grown again? Chengxian pondered, feeling as if he was shedding his skin. However,
the skin had been scorched by the thunderfire, thus lacking form. Please be advised, for a smoother breakthrough during the tribulation,
the system will release the concealment over the changes in the host's vital energy.
Please prepare to accept the enormous transformation of your physical body after the complete release of vital energy.
Alright, I will, huh? Chengxian nodded but suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. What do you mean? What does it mean for a smoother breakthrough during the tribulation?
I have already endured 15 strikes of calamity thunder, and after expending millions of vital energy, I have withstood the 16th strike.
Isn't it supposed to be a smooth transition?
16 strikes have passed, it should conclude.
Rumble. Crack. What the hell?
It is not 16 strikes.
There are still more.
The thunderlight within the calamity clouds shifted to a dark purple hue, intertwined with arcs of electricity and sparks, exuding an even more terrifying presence.
The 17th strike of calamity thunder followed the pattern that each subsequent strike was stronger than the last. Chengxian's vertical pupils reflected the resounding thunder approaching.
Ling Xiao. He wanted to curse Ling Xiao.
Yet, it was his own decision, and the anomalies of the tribulation thunder could not be blamed on anyone else. Moreover, initially,
he had secretly hoped that the calamity clouds would falter due to repeated gathering. He had harbored a sense of lucky anticipation.
But how could he think that the heavenly Tao would be so foolish as to be exploited? If there truly were such loopholes, they would have long been fixed by the exceptionally clever cultivators of the human race. There was no other choice, he could only endure. System received. Vital energy will be consumed to shield the host from the calamity thunder. Boom! The calamity thunder struck, and the thunderfire ignited instantly. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of crimson energy, reminiscent of a vast sea of blood, surged forth from the colossal serpent's body, mingling with the thunder and lightning, and gradually gaining the upper hand. Ding dong! Please be advised, millions of vital energy have been consumed, successfully resisting the calamity thunder. Chengxian's heart bled. Blood continued to seep from his body. The power of this strike of calamity thunder was not only terrifying but also carried a hint of chill. The icy cold permeated his flesh, veins, and organs, constantly invading. Yet, it was driven away and dispersed by his vital energy. The torment was intensified. Whoo! Crack! Crack! He raised his head and exhaled a breath of cold air, which miraculously froze the raindrops into hailstones that struck the ground. As the torrential rain poured down, they embedded into the earth. Damn it! Chengxian's heart raced. Fortunately, his vital energy was abundant. Otherwise, would he have turned into an ice sculpture? What new tricks does this calamity thunder have? Rumble! Rumble! The calamity clouds in the sky continued to churn, brewing new strikes of calamity thunder. Chengxian observed coldly, calculating in his heart how many more he could endure. Having already consumed 20 million, with the 16th and 17th strikes each taking another 10 million. Nearly half of his total vital energy had been depleted in the blink of an eye. He could endure at most 6 more strikes. His heart sank. Ding dong! Please be advised. Do you wish to refine the remaining vital energy into essence blood after the calamity thunder? Essence blood? Chengxian inquired. What is essence blood? Host, as a being of longevity, must refine and condense essence blood. To refine essence blood, one must first refine vital energy into essence vital energy, and then advance to essence blood. Finally, essence blood can be condensed into primordial blood, forging the path of longevity. What does this mean? Chengxian felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the system is implying I can not only survive the tribulation but also have remaining vital energy? The system remained silent. His heart sank. No response meant no answer. Prioritizing the resistance against the calamity thunder was paramount. He quickly focused his mind. If there were any surplus after the tribulation, he would refine it. Received. This time the system responded, and Chengxian gazed toward the calamity clouds. He could endure 6 more strikes of calamity thunder. Would it conclude within these 6 strikes? He did not know. No one could answer that question. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and General Yu, among others who were able to witness the tribulation, had relinquished any pursuit concerning Chengxian's lightning tribulation. They had also ceased their conversations, and silence enveloped the group. Uncertainty hung in the air, as they were unaware of how many more bolts of lightning awaited. The current tribulation defied all logic, transcending their understanding. The sheer number of lightning strikes, the fluctuations in their power, and the absence of any signs of transformation from Chengxian rendered them bewildered. They pondered how many more strikes Chengxian could endure, whether he could withstand the final blow. At this moment, they could only observe and await the outcome. Boom! Crack! The 18th bolt of lightning descended, accompanied by a fiery aura, resembling a dragon of lightning in flame. With a thunderous crash, the lightning ignited the very raindrops themselves. Within the valley, the remnants of vegetation had already been decimated by the raging fire, now reduced to nothingness. The inferno consumed all. Such an overwhelming force of heavenly fire reflected in Ling Xiao's eyes. The fate of the flower serpent appeared dire. Ling Yunzi discerned a hint of insight. Could this lightning technique be specifically designed to shatter Chengxian's internal organs? Thunder was born of the dual energies of yin and yang. Thunder represented the yang aspect, while lightning belonged to the yin. The power of thunder coursing through the heavens and the earth could generate the 5 elemental energies, hence the term 5 thunders.
To harness the essence of the five thunders, one must consolidate the energies of the five organs into unity and thus achieve the great path.
However,
the internal organs were the most challenging to refine, even more so than the meridians. Yet, within the tribulation, a single breach could spell disaster.
Consequently, these 2 bolts of lightning were far more terrifying than the previous 10. Could Su Chengxian endure? Boom! At that moment, the tribulation clouds roared above, as if the gods themselves were enraged, unleashing a tremendous force within the clouds.
In the next instant, a blinding bolt of heavenly lightning tore through the sky,
roaring as it fell. Boom!
The impact of the lightning was 100 times more dazzling than the fiercest flame. Ling Yunzi's heart raced.
Within the valley,
the thunderous flames surged. The flower serpent's already vibrant scales shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the lightning's reflection, only to be consumed in an instant by this cataclysmic power.
The blinding lightning descended like an enraged dragon. In that moment, the flower serpent's corporeal form was entirely engulfed. Immediately after, an indescribable force surged forth.
A tempest arose, swirling rain and mud into a frenzy. Water columns shot into the sky, enveloping the world in chaos. Within this tumult, a colossal tornado rapidly formed, spiraling and roaring as if a deity or demon were opening its jaws to devour all within the mountains. At the center of the tornado, a deep, dark vortex emerged, exuding a suffocating aura, accompanied by piercing howls and explosive roars. The winds and thunder surged, intensifying the flames. Only the golden and earth thunders were yet to come. Ling Yunzi's gaze burned with intensity. He had yet to witness the manifestation of thunder embodying the 5 elements in such grandeur.
The thunder concealed the 5 elements within,
much like lightning striking a cultivator and generating thunderfire. This vivid manifestation was a first for him.
If Su Chengxian could endure such heavenly thunder and survive. Boom!
The 20th bolt of lightning fell from the heavens, thicker than any that had come before.
Quick! Retreat!
General Yu's voice boomed. But it was utterly drowned out by the thunder. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao could not hear him.
Yet, they anticipated the imminent danger and swiftly leaped away.
Almost simultaneously, as several figures distanced themselves, the lightning struck the valley engulfed in fiery chaos, colliding with the vortex above.
Boom! The sound resonated not from the heavens, but from within the valley, akin to the earth itself groaning and trembling. Boom! Crack!
The 21st bolt of lightning descended.
The dark clouds churned, obscuring all light.
The air was filled with the violent winds generated by the